At the school gate, that athlete's march echoed gently in the tense and electrifying atmosphere. Zhu Ju slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant as he stared at the massive banner before him. Jia Shanghai Martial No. 1, Summer Martial Arts Tournament, 2027. Just moments ago, he had been fiercely battling in the arena. How had he suddenly appeared at the school gate? He quickly pulled out his phone to check the time. The time had rewound by half an hour. In 2027, Earth's core creatures had fully invaded, and the world had entered an era of martial prowess. At this moment, the school was hosting a martial arts tournament to select top-tier seed competitors. Zhu Ju had just stepped onto the stage, victory seemingly within his grasp, when an odd sensation coursed through his body, and his qi and blood levels plummeted rapidly. His opponent seized the opportunity to launch a frenzied assault, and he lost consciousness. When he woke up, it was to this scene at the school gate. He stood up, brushing off the dust on his clothes. Zhu Ju, have you made up your mind? Just give up. A cold, piercing voice broke through his thoughts from behind. He turned to see a striking figure walking toward him. She had a delicate, alluring physique, carried an expensive leather bag in one hand, and her twin ponytails swayed lightly, exuding a playful charm that drew admiration. It was his girlfriend, Wang Wenqing. This scene, he had witnessed it with his own eyes before. Come on, don't enter the match. I'm really worried something might happen to you. Let's go get hot pot. Wang Wenqing playfully clung to Zhu Ju's arm, tugging him toward the school gate. Zhu Ju frowned, his mind a swirl of turbulence. This match was crucial. It was the key to earning bonus points for the martial arts entrance exams. The school had poured significant resources into this event, with the winner receiving a prize of 50,000 yuan. Thanks to his top-ranked academic performance in the humanities and his 20th place qi and blood levels, he had secured this rare opportunity. The outcome would determine whether he attended an ordinary university or a martial arts university. Each year, the 5,000 students admitted to martial arts universities nationwide were all seed competitors from martial arts tournaments. Martial arts universities didn't accept repeat applicants. If he forfeited, not only would he lose this opportunity, but he would also cut off his future path in martial arts. I want to give it a try. Zhu Ju firmly declined. You don't even have confidence. Lin Feng's qi and blood are so much stronger than yours, don't be foolish. Wang Wenqing pulled at him insistently. Lin Feng has a wealthy family and trains properly. Your family can't afford martial arts training. Stop deceiving yourself. Come on, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Hearing Lin Feng's name, Zhu Ju's brows furrowed deeply. Lin Feng was his next opponent and also the rumored love interest of Wang Wenqing. Last week, Wang Wenqing and Lin Feng had gone out late at night, gotten drunk, and both skipped school the following day. Furious, Zhu Ju had demanded a breakup. Though he craved love, he would never tolerate being betrayed. When the martial arts tournament matchups were announced, Wang Wenqing had sworn on her parents' lives that she and Lin Feng were innocent. He had believed her. But now, at this critical juncture in the competition, she was going out of her way to stop him from entering the match. If she and Lin Feng had some sort of scheme, now would be the perfect moment to act. Sorry, Wenqing. I have to go through with this. I need to at least try. Zhu Ju's gaze was resolute. Though Lin Feng's qi and blood were high, they were artificially boosted by pills. His combat experience was lacking. In his previous life, Zhu Ju had the upper hand during their match if not for the sudden anomaly in his condition. Fine then. Wang Wenqing blinked, pulling his soda from her bag and handing it to him. If you're set on competing, I won't stop you. Just do your best. Thanks. Zhu Ju smiled, taking the soda and twisting the cap open. He cherished their relationship. As an orphan, he longed for warmth and companionship. Though Wang Wenqing had her little temper tantrums, for the most part, she was still. Ding! A crisp notification sounded in his mind. System alert, the soda contains venom from a Tier 1 blood corrosion beast. The venom corrodes qi and blood. Without detoxification, it will cause permanent damage to your foundation. Automatic immunity through devouring. Activate devour function? Zhu Ju froze, staring down at the green soda in his hand. Qi corroding venom? This matched the symptoms of his unusual condition during the match. Drink it quickly. Your match is coming up. Once you've finished, go get ready. Wang Wenqing's sweet smile carried a faint hint of urgency. Zhu Ju's brows furrowed tightly, a sense of unease rising in his chest. I'm not thirsty, but thank you. He handed the soda back, keeping his expression calm, though his mind churned with turmoil. She wouldn't harm him, would she? Impossible. He focused intently on the soda, not even fully processing the system's message. Just drink it. You're about to face Lin Feng, and drinking this will mean we're fighting side by side. Wang Wenqing pouted, opening the bottle and bringing it closer to his mouth. Zhu Ju narrowed his eyes, glaring coldly at her, refusing to open his mouth. Her behavior was odd. She had publicly praised another man, tried to stop him from competing, and now was offering him this poison soda. How could he not be suspicious? The good stuff, you gotta take the first sip, that's the rule, he said with a smile, gently pushing the soda aside, his voice low. I'm not thirsty, I just had something to drink. You're the one competing, you drink. Wang Wenqing pouted coquettishly, then suddenly changed her tone, forcefully shoving the bottle toward his lips. Zhu Zhu's face darkened instantly. He snatched the bottle away abruptly and coldly questioned, Did Lin Feng tell you to do this? Wang Wenqing's family wasn't well off. This kind of rare beast-derived item usually came from the inner earth, and its value was astronomical. Someone must be backing her. A martial artist, wealthy, and someone who has conflicting interests with me and is connected to Wang Wenqing. After considering everything, the only possibility was that second-generation martial artist Lin Feng. Hearing this, Wang Wenqing froze, her expression stiffening in shock for a split second. She quickly recovered and lashed out angrily, What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Feng has nothing to do with this. You think I poisoned you? Are you crazy? You're really being ridiculous. Her voice was full of anger, but cold sweat trickled down her back. Her eyes darted nervously before she quickly turned away. Strange. Why would he ask that? Could he have figured it out? Impossible. This poison was stolen by Lin Feng from my father. Only the two of us know about it. Zhu Zhu's breathing grew uneven as he stared at her back, trembling. Her flushed cheeks, her frantic words, her evasive gaze, her flawed excuses. All of it confirmed his suspicions. Zhu Zhu's eyes dimmed, a mix of pain and confusion flooding his heart. If you don't love me, then just let it be. Why resort to harm? 3 years of companionship, and this is how it ends. You're sure you want me to drink this? Zhu Zhu suddenly looked up, locking eyes with her. He wanted to see, was there still any chance she'd change her mind? Wang Wenqing froze, calculating in her mind. As long as he drinks it, the consequences are his to bear. This poison, no hospital could detect it. Dying in the ring would just look like a natural outcome. I gave him the chance to forfeit. Don't blame me, blame Lin Feng for offering such a high price. Blame martial arts for being so expensive. Blame Lin Feng for being so strong. Blame yourself for being so powerless. Drink it already. Hurry up and go to your match. You know I care about you the most. Wang Wenqing's tone shifted as she handed the bottle back, pressing it to Zhu Zhu's lips. Hearing this, Zhu Zhu's heart sank to the depths. What's left to hold on to when the person who wants you dead shows no remorse? Sincere affection, fed to the dogs. Zhu Zhu snatched the bottle abruptly and silently muttered, Devour. Devour activated. He raised the soda and downed it in one go, gulp, gulp, gulp. Wang Wenqing held her breath, her nerves stretched taut. Ah! When he drained the last drop, she exhaled deeply, a smug smile creeping onto her face. But Zhu Zhu's expression was cold as ice, all trace of tenderness gone. Devour successful. Name, Zhu Zhu. Talent, Devour, SSS. Level, non-martial artist. Devour progress, 100%, usable, 100%. Vital energy, 45 units, 75 units. Upgrade threshold, 25. Devour progress full. Upgrade available. Upgrade now? Upgrade, Zhu Zhu responded numbly. Upgrade successful. Stage 1 Devour progress, 0%, usable, 0%. Vital energy, 100 units, 100 units. Upgrade threshold, 0. A tidal wave of energy surged through his body, his muscles instantly swelling with power. His vital energy burned like a raging fire, his body radiating heat. Yet Zhu Zhu's heart remained frozen. His face first flushed red, then returned to a grim pallor. Wang Wenqing's breath hitched, and she gasped in fear. Could the poison be working already? So fast? Panic filled her eyes as she instinctively stepped back. Stammering, she said, Hey, are you okay? I just remembered something. I have to go. She turned to leave, but a sudden force grabbed her arm, yanking her off balance. Her eyes widened in terror. MMPH. Zhu Zhu kissed her forcefully. The remaining soda in his mouth poured directly down her throat. Wang Wenqing's scalp went numb, her mind blank with terror that spread like wildfire. There was still poison in his mouth. What the hell are you doing? She broke down, shoving him away with all her strength. Falling to her knees, she pounded her chest and gagged desperately, trying to vomit. Taste good? Zhu Zhu crouched down, his voice soft, almost affectionate, but laced with a chilling mockery. I care about you the most, after all. The winner of match 9, Wang Zihan. Final match, Lin Feng vs Zhu Zhu. Contestants, please proceed to the stage immediately after hearing this announcement. The campus broadcast echoed crisply, cold and efficient. You. Wang Wenqing's face turned deathly pale as she glared at Juju with venomous eyes. Suddenly, as if realizing something, she abandoned him and bolted toward the school building. Juju watched her retreat coldly, his gaze devoid of any lingering affection. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky, but it did nothing to dampen the students' fervor. The stands around the field were packed, the crowd bursting with excitement. The arena stood tall at the center of the soccer field, elevated a meter above the ground with no guardrails on any side. Surrounding it was a track lane, and on the opposite side, the audience seating rose in tiers, devoid of any rain shelter. Rain poured down, drenching everyone below the stage. The school leaders stood solemnly on the observation platform, paying no heed to the wind and rain as their sharp gazes were fixed intently on the arena. Juju strode toward the stage. The referee immediately approached, quickly confirming his identity before signaling him to ascend. Just as Juju was about to step onto the stage, Lin Feng was seen in the distance, chatting with Wang Wenqing. Wang Wenqing tilted her head back to swallow something, seemingly calming her emotions. When their gazes inadvertently met, the ferocity in her eyes was once again unmasked. Lin Feng followed her line of sight and looked toward Juju, the corner of his lips curling into a playful, mocking smile. Juju ignored everything around him and stepped onto the stage without hesitation. The referee stood tall in the center, his voice booming like thunder. The final match of the campus martial arts tournament is about to begin. His words were like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up waves of excitement. Simultaneously, Lin Feng strode confidently onto the stage. The female spectators below erupted into shrill screams. Lin Feng! Lin Feng! Lin Feng! Go, Lin Feng! You're the brightest star in our hearts. He's so cool. The king of the arena. The strongest man. Finish him quickly. Lin Feng was like a superstar, basking in the adoration of the crowd. He held his head high, his chest puffed out, waving proudly to the cheering female students. His face radiated confidence, as if victory was already in his grasp. Below the stage, Wang Wenqing's face turned pale as her vital energy and blood slowly drained away. Although she had just taken the antidote, the poison continued to erode her vitality. If not treated promptly, her vital energy would be completely depleted, even causing her heart to suffer from oxygen deprivation. The poison was terrifyingly potent. She stared intently at Juju on the stage, her teeth grinding audibly with resentment, her heart filled with hatred and not a shred of remorse. The referee stepped between the two competitors, flipping through his notes as he announced in a resonant voice. Juju from Class 1, Grade 12, with a vital energy value of 75, versus Lin Feng from Class 3, Grade 12, with a vital energy value of 82. Both competitors are evenly matched in strength. This will definitely be an exciting fight. For vital energy values under 100, every extra point increases combat power by 5%. This gap isn't insignificant. Lin Feng's vital energy value ranks in the top 10 in the school. The school arranged for him to face Juju, so the outcome is clear. Does this mean Lin Feng can finish the fight in 3 moves? Not necessarily. Why? I think he can win in 1 move. The crowd was overwhelmingly in favor of Lin Feng's victory. Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Juju, his lips curling into a smirk as he sneered, "Surrender now. Trash like you isn't even worth my effort." Though his words were arrogant, his heart was uneasy. Why hadn't the poison taken effect yet? Lin Feng was always meticulous, ensuring absolute certainty before making any move. Despite his high vital energy value, he had still resorted to the despicable tactic of poisoning. "Cut the nonsense," Juju retorted impatiently. This mockery was something he'd heard countless times in his previous life. He could practically recite it by heart. Lin Feng was surprised that Juju dared to be so defiant. With such a disparity in their vital energy values, how could he still provoke him? Lin Feng unsheathed a soft sword from his waist, its tip pointing directly at Juju. The moment the sword appeared, it captured everyone's attention. The blade was as black as ink, swallowing the sunlight around it. A mere glance at it felt as though one were being drawn into an endless abyss. What was even stranger was that under the sunlight, the sword's surface emitted a faint white glow. Lin Feng really does have some treasures. That weapon looks top tier. I thought it was just a belt. How can such a soft sword even be used in combat? Don't talk nonsense. That's a grade 7 alloy. The blade is flexible yet razor sharp. Do your homework. Looks expensive. He must be loaded. Even the school leaders on the observation platform couldn't help but take a second look. The Lin family is truly wealthy. A martial artist family is on a whole other level. That white glow on the blade, it's probably of D-grade quality. Though it's the lowest tier of alloy, it's not something just anyone can afford. No matter how good the weapon is, it's useless if you don't know how to wield it. Lin Feng, stop wasting time and take him down already. Wang Wenqing shouted impatiently, making no effort to conceal her intent. Her gaze locked onto Zhu Ju. He was completely unscathed, showing no signs of any adverse effects. Why? After drinking so much poison, how was Zhu Ju still fine? Wang Wenqing was filled with doubt. Hearing Wang Wenqing shout to Lin Feng, Zhu Ju confirmed that Lin Feng was the mastermind behind the poisoning. Since that was the case, there would be no mercy. Lin Feng looked down at Zhu Ju with disdain, his voice cold. Kneel and admit defeat, and I'll spare your life. With his popularity, vital energy value, and weapon, Lin Feng held all the advantages and naturally exuded arrogance. What nonsense are you barking? Zhu Ju furrowed his brows, his tone icy. Lin Feng was stunned before snapping in anger. What did you say? Zhu Ju repeated calmly. I said, what nonsense are you barking? If you don't want to die, then shut up and fight. Zhu Ju roared, cutting him off. Lin Feng took a sharp breath, then let out a cold laugh and shook his head. I'll give you one more chance. Referee, this bastard keeps barking over here. Are you going to do something about it or not? Zhu Ju pointed at Lin Feng, his face full of anger as he complained to the referee. The referee cleared his throat, his voice loud and commanding. Combatants, this is a battle to the death, no surrender allowed. Stepping out of bounds means defeat. Remember, you are classmates, so keep it to the point. The match begins now. The atmosphere on the platform instantly tensed up as all eyes locked onto the two fighters. The two men clasped their fists in salute before swiftly assuming their stances. Since Lin Feng barely began to speak. Talkative as hell. Zhu Ju snorted coldly, his figure lunging forward like a panther. His feet slammed against the ground, propelling him toward Lin Feng with explosive speed. A punch shot out like a cannon. Can't you let me finish my sentence? Lin Feng roared, his anger boiling over, his face flushed red. He hadn't expected Zhu Ju to attack so suddenly. He had no time to react and couldn't understand why Zhu Ju hadn't succumbed to the poison yet. Desperately, he drew his sword to defend himself, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Ju was already upon him. Lin Feng's sword merely began to rise as Zhu Ju's punch closed in. With no other option, Lin Feng swung his free fist to block. Zhu Ju's gaze was icy, devoid of pity, filled with a murderous chill, as if he were looking at a corpse. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a deep, thunderous sound. Zhu Ju's punch carried the force of an avalanche, shattering Lin Feng's fist on impact. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. Lin Feng's arm collapsed under the force, the humerus slamming into his shoulder blade, the jagged edge of the bone piercing through his skin. Blood seeped out. He didn't even have the chance to cry out before his entire body was hurled backward 3 or 4 meters, slamming into the ground with a heavy thud. One move. A total knockout. The crowd fell into dead silence. Zhu Ju's vital energy and blood were leagues above Lin Feng's. In the stands, all the officials shot to their feet, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. What was going on? How could Zhu Ju's energy levels be so absurdly high? While the spectators were still trying to make sense of the situation, Zhu Ju, unfazed, walked steadily toward Lin Feng. He lifted his foot and stomped heavily toward Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng's eyes widened as he stared at the sole of the shoe rapidly approaching him. The searing pain in his arm was forgotten as he screamed in panic, I surrender. Boom! The referee's voice was cold and detached, no surrender. The rules were made clear. The arena was no place for leniency. Surrender was not an option. Lin Feng's plea for mercy only deepened the disdain in the air as waves of jeers swept through the crowd. Many female students cast disappointed and scornful glances at him. To a martial artist, shouting I surrender was the ultimate shame, a lesson drilled into them from day one. It was an affront to their core beliefs. Zhu Ju's foot sent Lin Feng's head spinning, leaving him dazed. Casually, Zhu Ju bent down, picked up the sword that had fallen to the ground, and remarked coldly, nice sword. Lin Feng's body convulsed as he lay there, barely aware of what Zhu Ju intended. Boom! Another stomp came crashing down. Nice sword, Zhu Ju repeated. This time, Lin Feng understood Zhu Ju wanted his sword. Do you have any idea how much it's worth? Someone like you. Lin Feng's words were cut off. Boom! Another stomp. Lin Feng's once proud high-nose bridge was flattened under Zhu Ju's heel. Zhu Ju showed no mercy. If it hadn't been for Lin Feng poisoning him, he wouldn't have even considered giving this pathetic excuse for a martial artist another chance. Nice sword, Zhu Ju said once more, his foot pressing down on Lin Feng's cheek. He paused, speaking slowly, this is your last chance. From Zhu Ju's eyes, Lin Feng could see cold, unrelenting killing intent. He knew if he refused again, death was inevitable. In this world of martial supremacy, killing on the arena stage was entirely legal. At this moment, Lin Feng had no strength left to resist. Zhu Ju lifted his foot and placed the blade of the sword against Lin Feng's neck. The cold steel pressed down, slicing into an artery. Splat! Blood sprayed out. Lin Feng panicked, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Don't kill me. Take the sword, please, I beg you." Zhu Ju didn't even look back at him, instead turning his gaze to the referee. The referee gave a small nod, acknowledging the exchange. Killing deceased treasure would invite endless grudges, and the spoils wouldn't necessarily stay in one's hands. But trading treasure for one's life, with witnesses present, constituted a legal transaction. Lin Feng lost everything, his treasured weapon, his pride, and his dignity, in less than a minute. His vitality, reputation, and resources collapsed entirely. Zhu Ju looked up, his gaze landing on Wang Wenqing in the distance. With a sudden kick, he sent Lin Feng's limp body flying toward her. "Zhu Ju wins." The referee's voice rang out loudly. The arena fell into an oppressive silence. The entire crowd fell into silence for over 10 seconds before erupting into a deafening cacophony of discussions. "Holy crap, that move was absolutely insane. That sword needs to be confiscated. He's made a killing." The key point is, Lin Feng got knocked out in just one move. Lin Feng's blood vitality was obviously higher, but he still got taken down? How useless is that? Zhu Ju's move was absolutely jaw-dropping. Wang Wenqing was stunned. She stared blankly at Lin Feng, who lay unconscious at her feet. His once handsome face was now swollen like a pig's head, while blood had soaked half of his shirt. How was this even possible? Zhu Ju's blood vitality was clearly lower than Lin Feng's. How could he have taken him out in just one strike? And Zhu Ju, he had been poisoned. By all logic, he should have collapsed long ago. How was he still standing strong? She had hoped to secure a bright future by sticking close to Lin Feng, this wealthy big shot. But now, even his chance of getting into Martial University was nearly gone. Wang Wenqing shifted her gaze to Zhu Ju, who was standing tall and exuding an overwhelming aura on the stage, and a wave of regret surged in her heart. No, that couldn't be right. Training in martial arts required money, lots of it. Lin Feng came from a family worth millions, he was sure to get into Martial University. But, Zhu Ju? Just a poor nobody. At best, he'd only earned himself a spot in the bonus point competition. How could he afford the resources to train? Not to mention, he was poisoned. Without an antidote, he was as good as dead. At this thought, her mood settled slightly. She then accompanied the school doctor to send Lin Feng to the infirmary. Even as she left, her gaze remained fiercely locked on Zhu Ju. The students' discussions rolled on like waves, one after another, quickly catching the attention of the school's senior staff. On the viewing platform, several school leaders stood in a semicircle, their expressions grim, as if an invisible pressure had enveloped them. Who would have thought this kid had something in him? The principal's lips curled up slightly, a flicker of admiration flashing in his eyes. The vice principal frowned and said coldly, "Principal, the martial arts portion of the college entrance exam places the highest emphasis on blood vitality. Zhu Ju's vitality is too low. Giving him a spot in the bonus point competition, wouldn't that be a waste?" This martial arts tournament had carefully selected the top 20 blood vitality students from those who had met the minimum academic requirements, allowing them to compete for 10 spots in the bonus point competition. On the surface, it was a fair contest. In reality, the winners and losers had been predetermined by the school. The tournament was more of a formality to motivate students and warm up the seed candidates. Who could have predicted that the final match would deliver such an upset? The Dean of Instruction pondered aloud, could it be that Zhu Ju recently had a breakthrough? After all, to defeat Lin Feng, whose blood vitality was so much higher, Zhu Ju's vitality must have increased significantly. The vice principal sneered, "It's impossible. We tested blood vitality across the board 2 weeks ago. Zhu Ju's vitality couldn't have jumped by more than 10 points. In such a short time, high schoolers' vitality increases at a limited pace, at best 1 or 2 points. Even with supplements, 5 points in a month would be the limit." "Could there have been an error in the test?" asked a teacher cautiously. A moment of silence fell over the group. Blood vitality tests were known for their accuracy, but could anyone guarantee they were 100% error-free? The vice principal abruptly turned his sharp gaze to Zhu Ju's homeroom teacher, Old Wang, and asked coldly, "Old Wang, you didn't notice anything unusual about Zhu Ju's vitality?" Someone had to take the blame. The vice principal certainly wasn't going to let the organizers of the blood vitality tests take the fall. Old Wang panicked, stammering, I didn't notice anything special during the regular physical tests. His performance has always been average." The vice principal scolded sharply, "Negligence." Old Wang immediately deflated, speechless and cowed. The leadership had made their decision, and no one could argue against it. After all, Zhu Ju's blood vitality ranked 20th in the school, not high, but not suspiciously low either. His usual performance had been unremarkable, so no one had reason to doubt the test results. In that case, we'll proceed based on the competition results. Zhu Ju must have won for a reason. Even if Lin Feng's blood vitality is higher, if he performs like this in the bonus point competition, it's no use. The principal delivered the final word. Before the college entrance exam bonus point competition, take good care of the seed candidates. Their performance in the bonus point competition has a huge impact on their martial arts exam results. Everyone must take this seriously. The principal's repeated use of must underscored the importance of the matter. As he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Old Wang. Old Wang nearly burst into tears. It was over. He was definitely the scapegoat for this. Determined, he resolved to give Zhu Ju his full attention from now on, protecting him at all costs. Congratulations to Zhu Ju. Next, we'll announce the list of participants for the college entrance exam bonus point competition, based on the martial arts tournament results. The referee stood on the arena stage, holding a list, and announced loudly, Class 6, Zhao Zihan, Blood Vitality, 88. Class 1, Wang Wenqing, Blood Vitality, 80. Class 4, Qian Zihan, Blood Vitality, 83. 5 other names, all with blood vitality ranging from 85 to 90, were announced. Class 5, Wang Zihan, Blood Vitality, 87. Class 1, Zhu Ju, Blood Vitality, 75. Each participant will receive a prize of 50,000 yuan. We hope you all continue to work hard and achieve outstanding results in the bonus point competition 1 week from now. Bring glory to the school and secure benefits for yourselves. When the referee announced that Zhu Ju's blood vitality was 75, none of the school leaders believed it. With the strength he had shown in that one move, Zhu Ju's blood vitality had to be at least 85, if not 90. The truth would only come to light during the official martial arts portion of the college entrance exam. At the award ceremony, the principal personally presented the prize to Zhu Ju. Congratulations! Keep up the good work. If you face any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out. Let's aim for you to leap like a carp over the dragon gate in the martial arts exam. The principal patted Zhu Ju on the shoulder, his tone earnest and heartfelt. As he was about to pose for a photo, Zhu Ju suddenly grabbed the sleeve of his jacket. Principal, my family is struggling financially. We can't afford the conditions for training. Could you recommend a place for me to practice? Zhu Ju smiled sincerely, his gaze honest and straightforward. He never beat around the bush. When it came to boasting, he was unreserved, and when it came to pleading poverty, he was equally unabashed. The principal froze for a moment, silently cursing in his mind. This kid really doesn't take me seriously. I was just being polite, and he dares to make demands on the spot. Where am I supposed to find an extra training facility for you? You're not poor at all, you just want a free ride, asterisk. Though these thoughts churned in his head, he maintained a smile as he replied, let's take the photo first. We'll talk about it later. The moment he finished speaking, he turned to prepare for the group photo. Principal, my family is really in trouble. The prize money is meant for my university tuition, I can't spend it on those expensive training facilities, Zhu Ju persisted, holding onto the principal's sleeve, his expression both pitiful and determined. If I don't seize this opportunity now, what if he conveniently forgets about me later? The principal, unable to shake him off, regretted his earlier polite tone. Finally, he couldn't hide his impatience any longer and relented. Fine, I'll take care of it. Let's get the photo done first, alright? Hearing this, Zhu Ju immediately let go. Let's talk about it later and fine, I'll take care of it were completely different things. The former was just brushing him off, with no guarantees, while the latter was a promise, a commitment from the principal of the school, a man whose word could be trusted. The school gymnasium was equipped with various training machines, but access required a membership that cost 5,000 yuan per month, something Zhu Ju simply couldn't afford. Alright, everyone, let's shout together, awesome, the photographer called out. Awesome! The crowd responded in unison. Click! The shutter clicked, capturing this moment of glory. The award ceremony concluded. Sunlight broke through the clouds, casting golden rays, heralding a new beginning. After the rain, the sky cleared, leaving behind a sweltering, humid atmosphere. This year's education reform had scheduled the martial arts exam for the summer. Technically, Zhu Ju and his peers were already considered high school graduates, their student status in name only. On the surface, they were renting spaces for exam preparation. To cut costs, the school had cancelled dormitory arrangements, leaving Zhu Ju to find a cheap rental on his own. After the group photo, Zhu Ju hurried back, calculating his gains from this event. The martial arts competition this time had been immensely rewarding for him, he had raked in both honor and profit. Not only had he secured prizes, but he had also successfully cut ties with a toxic girlfriend. First and foremost, his vital energy level had surged to 100 points. Last year, the threshold for top martial universities was 106 points. With 1 month left before the martial arts exam and the added bonus from the college entrance booster competition, his chances of getting into a prestigious martial arts university were very high. Secondly, there was the sword gifted by Lin Feng. The sword's material was extraordinary, even praised by his teacher. It was crafted from D-grade alloy. Though only an entry-level alloy, its value was undeniable. In Jiaxiang, a third-tier city, equipment made from D-grade alloy was extremely rare. This alloy series boasted strength far surpassing titanium, with exceptional balance in toughness and weight, significantly enhancing combat effectiveness. Zhu Ju gently ran his fingertips along the blade's surface, its cold touch exuding a sharp, menacing aura. In his mind, he envisioned sweeping through enemies with this sword, invincible and unstoppable. And finally, most importantly of all, the system. He eagerly called out, "System, here!" The system's voice echoed in his mind. "Why are you inside me?" Zhu Ju directly asked the crucial question. "I was sent here by a request. I can't say more. Ask again, and I'll shut down. The system's response was curt and decisive. Zhu Ju rolled his eyes so hard they almost flipped over entirely. Though dissatisfied, he didn't press further. He understood that without the system, his path of cultivation would be unimaginably tough. As a child, he had witnessed the invasion of subterranean creatures. The horrifying scenes remained etched in his memory. Ferocious beasts with grotesque faces and razor-sharp fangs had devoured his parents alive. Those nights of terror had become his recurring nightmare. Revenge! Zhu Ju clenched his fists, silently vowing. All his efforts were aimed at vengeance. One day, he would slaughter those monstrous beasts, avenging his parents and protecting other innocent children. At this thought, his gaze fell on the photo on the table. In the photo, his parents held him as a baby, their faces full of warmth and happiness. But reality had shattered that scene to pieces. His remembrance of his parents had been reduced to this single photograph salvaged from the ruins. The gaze dimmed, and a wave of helplessness surged in his heart. This path was too difficult to tread. Each point of blood vitality gain came at an immense cost. Why did so many people stagnate before becoming martial practitioners? Was it because they didn't want to work hard? The nation strongly advocated martial arts, granting martial practitioners special privileges. In both commerce and politics, strength reigned supreme. Who wouldn't want that? Who didn't yearn for it? But cultivation burned through money. Take Lin Feng, for example. He hardly put in any effort, spending his days drinking, gambling, and indulging in debauchery, yet his blood vitality was higher than his. All thanks to buying and consuming blood vitality pills. A single pill cost 100,000 yuan and raised blood vitality by 1 to 2 points. For ordinary folks, who could afford that? Who would dare to spend so recklessly? Relying solely on hard training? Zhu Ju had given it his all, pushing past his limits every day with running, pull-ups, push-ups. In a month, he might gain 1 or 2 points, sometimes not even 1. Relying purely on cultivation wouldn't get him far. But now, he had the system. A flicker of hope ignited in Zhu Ju's eyes. "System buddy, what abilities do you have?" He raised an eyebrow, his face brimming with anticipation. "I have 3 functions. 1. Real-time display of the host's physical condition. 2. Real-time display of the opponent's blood vitality level. 3. Conversion of devoured progress into blood vitality and full recovery to peak state. More features will unlock upon upgrading. He had already experienced these 3 features. The first function worked like a portable, high-precision blood vitality monitor, allowing him to stay aware of his condition and adapt flexibly in combat. The second function provided real-time monitoring of his opponent's blood vitality, giving him a strategic edge in battle. The third function was the most heaven-defying. It could convert devoured progress into blood vitality while fully restoring him to peak condition. In other words, within a 100% devour progress limit, if he converted just 1% each time, he could recover his state 100 times? Zhu Ju's eyes widened, and his heart swelled with joy. Detected that the host's imagination is running wild. Friendly reminder, the minimum conversion progress is 10%. The system poured cold water on him. Zhu Ju froze for a moment before chuckling. Even 10 recovery opportunities weren't bad. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have rushed to upgrade during the day. He could have saved 10 recovery chances. As for that guy Lin Feng, he'd probably think even 1 recovery opportunity was excessive. What a waste. Shaking his head, Zhu Ju revealed a hint of regret. Lin Feng owed him 1 million, he wouldn't forget that. So, is there a specific method for devouring? Zhu Ju's gaze became resolute again. The system can only devour the tissues of magical beasts of the same or higher rank. Devouring lower-ranked beasts does not guarantee progress. the system responded. Zhu Ju furrowed his brows, falling into deep thought. During the arena matches earlier, he had devoured the bodily fluid of a rank 1 blood-eroding beast, and back then, there didn't seem to be any rank restrictions. The Devour progress had maxed out. Now, however, devouring another rank 1 beast yielded far less progress than before. So, the question was, where could he find magical beast meat? On his way back, Zhu Ju had wandered through the local market, but none of the stalls sold magical beast meat. Magical beasts had once invaded Earth but were suppressed by advanced technology a few years ago. Now, even if magical beast meat appeared on the market, it was likely imported by humans from the inner world. The price would undoubtedly be exorbitant. How was this different from spending a fortune on blood vitality pills? Detected a misconception. The system must correct this. The system's voice sounded again. One magical beast meat offers far better value than blood vitality pills. 2. Entering the inner world to consume magical beast meat is completely free. 3. A medicine has its side effects, meat has none. 4. Stop. Before the system could finish, Zhu Ju hurriedly interrupted. System buddy, I get it. But where on earth am I supposed to find magical beast meat? Zhu Ju felt a little lost. The chopsticks were ready, the plate was empty. Where was the food? He had almost no savings left, and the 50,000 yuan that had just been credited to his account might as well be nothing when rounded down. Zhu Ju wasn't planning to save it. Money had to be spent where it mattered. The system currently does not provide any information beyond the aforementioned 3 functions. Money that couldn't be spent was useless. Zhu Ju curled his lips in frustration, a wave of defeat washing over him. Reminder to the host, the system is not a tool for idleness. Always monitor the upgrade threshold. Blood vitality corresponds to Devour progress at a 1 to 1% ratio. Blood vitality can only increase through devouring. If your blood vitality exceeds the upgrade threshold, you may die instantly. Zhu Ju's expression grew grim as he listened. He immediately pulled up the information panel, his eyes fixed on it. Rank 1 Devour progress, 0%, available, 0%. Blood vitality, 88 units, max, 100 units. Upgrade threshold, 0. In other words, further cultivation wouldn't increase his blood vitality, it would only raise his upgrade threshold. To level up, his blood vitality must not exceed the threshold. Zhu Ju mulled over it repeatedly, feeling immense pressure. Ultimately, magical beast meat was the key. After thinking it over for a long time, he decided to seek help from his homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. Taking a deep breath, he dialed the number. The impatient voice on the other end of the phone barked, "Who is it?" "Mr. Wang, it's me, Zhu Ju. Sorry to bother you. I wanted to ask, where can I buy some magical beast meat?" Zhu Ju asked directly. "What do you need magical beast meat for?" There was a tinge of suspicion in Mr. Wang's voice. "A friend of mine asked me to find out." Zhu Ju's eyes darted, and he quickly made up a reason. "A pawnshop," Mr. Wang said curtly, skipping over the lie. He didn't press further but added, "Come to my office first thing tomorrow morning. I need to discuss something with you." "All right, thank you, sir." Zhu Ju ended the call, feeling a weight lifted off his chest. Night. Hospital. "Dad, avenge me. I want him dead." Lin Feng lay on the hospital bed, his entire body wrapped in thick bandages. The eyes peeking out from the gaps gleamed with a venomous light, sharp as a serpent's glare. His teeth clenched so tightly that they made a faint grinding sound. "Enough! Stop embarrassing yourself!" Lin Nanshan's voice thundered in anger. In arena duels, injuries were common. He himself had been through it. Losing a match and plotting revenge in secret? That was a fool's errand. If caught, he'd end up in prison, and the family's reputation in martial arts would be ruined. "You old bastard, your own son is in this state, and that's all you can say? You heartless wretch." A woman beside them was sobbing uncontrollably. Her body was weak, but she still mustered enough strength to grab Lin Nanshan's collar and tug at it furiously. "This is all you're doing." Lin Nantian shoved the woman aside and pointed at Lin Feng, yelling in fury, "Your blood energy was higher than your opponent's by so much. And you still got taken down in one move. Does he have martial techniques, bone refinement, or some hidden artifact? You useless fool. He had an artifact. It was our family's soft sword." Lin Feng stammered, his voice trembling. "What?" Lin Nanshan's face darkened instantly, rage flaring up in his eyes. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. After a long pause, he suppressed his anger and asked, "Besides the soft sword, what else did you take?" "And nothing else." Lin Feng lowered his head, guilt written all over his face. "If you dare step into my treasure room again, I'll skin you alive." Lin Nantian roared, turning on his heel to leave. On his way out, he harshly shoved aside a young nurse standing nearby. "You old bastard, Your son is like this, and you're just walking away. The woman collapsed to the floor, sobbing so hard she could hardly breathe. Mom, I want Juju dead. I want Juju dead. Lin Feng screamed like a crazed skeleton brought back to life, causing the entire hospital bed to tremble violently. The woman wiped her tears, took a deep breath, and stood up resolutely. She comforted him, saying, Fenger, focus on recovering. Leave the rest to me. I promise you, I'll make him pay. Don't get worked up. I want him dead. Kill him now. Now. Lin Feng was hysterical, and blood began seeping through his bandages, staining them red. All right, I'll take care of it right away. Don't stress yourself. Just focus on healing. I'll handle everything, the woman said hurriedly, tears streaming down her face. Hurry up, Lin Feng roared. The woman wiped her tears, then turned to the nurse beside her and ordered, take good care of Fenger. If anything happens to him, I'll have your head. And what you heard just now, don't let it slip out. You understand the consequences. Yes, ma'am, I understand. The young nurse nodded frantically, her face pale with fear. Fenger, I'll go. The woman, usually as cold as ice, was utterly helpless in the face of her son's rage. Terrified by Lin Feng's outburst, she had no choice but to relent and hurriedly leave to handle the matter. Master Lin, is there anything else you need? After the woman left, the room grew awkwardly silent. The young nurse, trying to alleviate the tension, cautiously spoke up. Where's Wang Wenqing? Where is Wang Wenqing? Lin Feng erupted again, shouting furiously. Earlier that day, the school doctor had told him he might not be able to participate in the martial exams. Since then, Wang Wenqing had disappeared. Who is Wang Wenqing? The nurse stammered, utterly confused by his question. He's your father, your ancestor. Just give me your phone, now. Lin Feng was like a madman, losing all reason. The young nurse didn't dare disobey. She had been assigned to care for Lin Feng with strict orders to keep him satisfied, or she wouldn't be promoted to a permanent position. Swallowing her pride, she complied. Here, young master, your phone. The nurse tremblingly picked up the phone from the coat rack and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng glared at her and snatched the phone with his uninjured hand. He dialed Wang Wenqing's number without a second thought. What's going on? Why didn't you poison Juju? Are you all just playing games with me? Lin Feng's voice was cold and sharp. On the other end of the line, I told you, I really did poison him. I even drank a little myself and got poisoned. I watched him drink it with my own eyes. Why didn't he get poisoned? Could he be immune to toxins? Has he awakened some kind of immunity talent? Is that it? Lin Feng panted heavily, his face full of suspicion. One could only awaken martial talents after their qi and blood value reached 100 points, thus stepping into the martial realm. There were only two ways to enter. The martial realm, through unified enrollment at a prestigious martial arts university or being placed by state enterprises or large national corporations. Juju clearly didn't qualify for any of those. So how could he possibly awaken immunity? I swear on my parents' lives, if I lied just now. Swear on your parents? Who the hell do you think they are? Where were you when I was injured? My mom was sick, so I went home. Why not just say your mom died? You ran off the moment you thought I wouldn't pass the test. You're such a wretch. I didn't. Do you believe I could pay someone to take your life? You're not even worth 10,000 bucks. Lin Feng roared like a wild beast. The young nurse's legs went weak with fear. Her body trembled, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Lin, didn't you call me daddy just last night? Try calling me by my name again and see what happens. What do you want? Just say it. I want Juju dead. Contact Old Third right now. I want Juju's life. After hanging up, Lin Feng smashed his phone right into the nurse's face, growling with venom. If today's events get out, you know what'll happen. People like you, lowly scum, aren't even worth as much as dogs to me. The nurse's lips were split from the impact, blood slowly trickling out. She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she picked up the phone. Tears poured uncontrollably as she lowered her head. After learning the location where magical beast meat was sold, Juju set out immediately, rushing to the pawnshop without delay. Commonwealth Pawnshop. Standing before the entrance, Juju lifted his head, reading the ancient wooden sign aloud. Before coming, he had done some research. The pawnshop reminded him of those auction houses from the novels he was familiar with, though its rules seemed far stricter. Auction prices were bound to be exorbitant, an unavoidable reality, but he had to obtain magical beast meat. Along the way, he had casually eaten a few bites from street stalls, only to discover that there was no progress in his devouring system. The system had been clear, devouring only worked on abyssal beasts. Even a tiger wouldn't contribute the slightest advancement. For now, he couldn't enter the abyssal world, nor did he have the power to do so. His only option was to throw money at the problem. With a resolute push, Juju swung open the pawnshop's heavy doors. The hinges groaned with a deep, drawn-out creak. Before him were 2 rows of sleek, silver-gray counters, eerily reminiscent of a bank. A number of people sat in front of the counters, their expressions varied as they murmured in low tones with the staff. Juju's gaze was resolute as he headed straight for the service hall at the back. "Hello, how can I assist you?" A young woman in a crisply tailored uniform greeted him with a professional smile. Her voice was clear and soothing. She wore a navy blue suit skirt that fit perfectly, accentuating her streamlined figure with a sharp, professional aura. Her snow-white blouse peeked neatly from underneath, with a polished name badge pinned to her left chest. The hem of her skirt stopped just above her knees, while her mid-heeled leather shoes clicked rhythmically against the smooth floor. But Juju had no time to appreciate any of it. "I'd like to ask if you have magical beast meat or any related biological materials here?" He got straight to the point, his eyes brimming with urgency and determination. The young woman paused briefly, sizing up Juju before replying with a smile. "Minors aren't allowed to participate in auctions." "I'm an adult," Juju said awkwardly, pulling out his phone to show his digital ID. After all, he was still wearing his high school uniform. It was hard for anyone not to doubt his claim. "Please wait a moment while I check for you." Confirming his age, the woman's fingers danced across the keyboard with the grace of a fluttering butterfly. Magical beast meat was a rarity in this mid-tier city. Looking at the boy in his school uniform before her, it was hard to imagine he had the means to afford it. Still, her professional demeanor compelled her to conduct the search seriously. Meanwhile, Juju took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. The entryway had been somewhat cramped, the constant flow of people making the space feel even tighter. But stepping into the main hall was like entering a whole new world. The hall was vast and open, its ceiling so high it seemed to brush against the depths of the night sky. A massive chandelier hung overhead, its light radiating with the brilliance of daylight. Countless beams of illumination cascaded down, pooling on the floor like rippling reflections on a mirror-like lake. Surveying the area, he noticed the intricately carved support columns that exuded an air of solemnity and grandeur. In the distance, the counters emitted a rustic wooden charm, bearing the marks of time's passage. Staff members in professional attire moved briskly back and forth. Even the antique furniture and decor in the corners lent the space a mysterious and sophisticated vibe. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I just found out there's an auction tonight at 8 p.m., and it might have the item you're looking for." The young lady pointed to a QR code on the wall. "Scan this, and you'll get all the detailed information. To participate, you'll need to pay a 20,000 yuan deposit and obtain a bidding certificate. The deposit is fully refundable if there are no breaches of contract." Juju forced a bitter smile. He only had 50,000 yuan on him. Paying 20,000 up front without even seeing the item left him wondering if the rest would be enough. His eyebrows furrowed, his face a picture of indecision. "I'll take a look at the details first and decide later," Juju replied politely. "All right, take your time," the young lady responded with a professional smile. After scanning the QR code, a web page popped up. He registered with his phone number and eagerly browsed through the auction items for tonight. The theme was Treasures of the Earth's Core, featuring a variety of items primarily focused on minerals, plants, and creatures from deep underground, along with some weapons and equipment. F-grade alloy ore, 10 kilograms, E-grade alloy ore, 2 kilograms, Chi Shui Vine, 3 stalks, tempering bone bamboo, half a stalk. His fingers scrolled rapidly as his eyes scanned the list with urgency, locking onto his target. Healing fish, 1, tier 1, tender and delicious meat, accelerates recovery from injuries, also serves as an ornamental pet. The brief description made Juju nearly drool. Tender and delicious. He murmured softly to himself, quickly clicking on the link to check the starting price. 23,000 yuan. Juju sucked in a sharp breath, exclaiming internally, "This little fish costs tens of thousands? Is it made of gold?" With a starting price of 23,000 yuan, the final price would likely multiply several times over. He was about to turn and leave but hesitated mid-step. Opportunities like this were rare, letting it go so easily felt like a waste. Why not give it a try? Maybe no one else will bid on it. Grinding his teeth in determination, Juju walked to the service desk, paid the 20,000 yuan deposit, obtained a bidding certificate, and resolutely entered the auction hall. The event hadn't started yet, but most of the seats were already filled. The majority of the bidders sat quietly, waiting. Juju found his assigned seat, where a red and green numbered paddle matching his seat number lay on the table. The paddles would be raised to place bids, ensuring order during the auction. The significance of the red and green sides would be explained by the host later. Bored, he lowered his head and started playing on his phone. Well, Mr. Lin, What brings you to such a humble place for an auction today? A voice teased from a few rows ahead. Through a narrow gap, Juju caught a glimpse of the speaker's profile, a face full of obsequiousness. I heard there's something interesting, so I came to have a look. The man addressed as Mr. Lin responded nonchalantly, exuding an air of superiority. This little place? What could possibly catch your eye here? The sycophant chuckled. Last time, wasn't it just that D-grade alloy sword you bought for a high price? What else could be worth your attention? Juju raised an eyebrow. Could it really be that sword? His hand instinctively moved to the soft sword coiled around his waist like a belt. Don't even mention that sword. Mr. Lin suddenly snapped, his voice filled with fury. Who dared to offend you, Mr. Lin? The sycophant immediately backed off, his face full of fear. My idiotic son. He took the sword and entered a competition, only to have it stolen. It makes my liver ache just thinking about it. Mr. Lin gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitching in anger. Juju's lips twitched. Talk about a small world. His body instinctively sank lower into his seat, trying to avoid being noticed. Although he wasn't sure if they could recognize him, it was better to be cautious. Who would dare steal something from your family? Should I get someone to teach them a lesson? The sycophant snarled, his tone full of menace and flattery. No need. I've already found someone to deal with him. I'll make sure he loses a leg. Daring to mess with the Lin family? In Jiaxiang, no one gets away with that. Mr. Lin's eyes gleamed coldly, his voice dripping with malice. The two chatted and laughed as if no one else were around. Lin Nantian, vitality value, 282. Wang Chang, vitality value, 190. Asterisk and assassination? Not a chance, asterisk. Juju's gaze turned sharp as a blade, drilling into the backs of the two men's heads. A chill began to gather in his eyes. Silently, he pulled out his phone and started recording, capturing every sinister word they uttered. Come now, Mr. Lin, you're too modest. If you say it's not much, then it must be amazing. Wang Chang chuckled insincerely, though his voice carried a hidden edge. He leaned closer to Lin Nantian, his eyes glinting with malice. Just breaking a leg is too lenient. Leave it to me, I'll make sure he disappears for good. Lin Nantian turned his head, his expression flickering with hesitation before he finally nodded. Fine, I'll leave it to you. But remember, succeed or fail, this has nothing to do with me. Also, I must get that sword back. Don't worry. And about the Qi blood pill supply. Wang Chang trailed off, suddenly hesitant. Lin Nantian sneered, laying down his terms without hesitation. If you get the job done, I'll give you 50 Qi blood pills at cost price. The Lin family controlled the largest supply chain of Qi and blood pills in Jiaxiang City. This was no empty promise. Ah, thank you, Mr. Lin. Don't worry, I'll handle this matter flawlessly. Just send me the person's details, Wang Chang said eagerly, staring at his phone, waiting for information. No need. Go find out at the school yourself, Lin Nantian replied coldly, shaking his head. Wang Chang froze for a moment before nodding respectfully. Yes, of course. The two of them openly schemed, their conversation loud and without any pretense, the atmosphere thick with tension. Wang Chang stood, his steps firm as he left to carry out his orders. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was being recorded on Juju's phone. If someone dared to provoke him, he had to strike first. Narrowing his eyes, Juju fixated on the messy-haired Lin Nantian seated ahead of him, his gaze icy. A cold gleam flickered in his heart as he lowered his head, silently calculating his next move. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The auction is about to begin. Juju, along with everyone else, turned their attention toward the stage, drawn in by the crisp and clear voice. A woman appeared, dressed in a fiery red, high-slit cheongsam. The slit revealed glimpses of her long, jade-like legs, which shimmered under the light with an entrancing glow. Her figure was graceful and curvaceous, as if she had stepped out of a classical painting. Her sharp and resolute gaze swept across the room as she walked with an air of confidence, each step resonating with the hearts of those present. I am Jean Ling, your auctioneer for today. The theme of this auction is Treasures from the Earth's Core. All the items up for bidding come from the world beneath the surface and include animals, plants, minerals, and more. The bidding process remains the same as always. Participants may bid by raising their paddles or announcing their offers verbally. Green paddles signal standard incremental bids, while red paddles allow direct verbal offers. With a slight tilt of her chin, Jean Ling's red lips parted as her melodious, bell-like voice echoed throughout the grand hall. Her clear explanation of the rules quickly oriented newcomers like Juju to the auction's procedures. Time is up. The auction officially begins. Please present the first item. As her words concluded, staff members carefully brought out a glass display case. Inside it was a solid piece of ore, jet black, reflecting an otherworldly and iridescent glow under the light, as if it contained boundless, mysterious power. Juju glanced at his phone to confirm. The item he was interested in was lot 26. The first item is a D-grade alloy ore, weighing 10 kilograms. This ore is essential for forging D-grade weapons. Lightweight and versatile, it is ideal for crafting small weapons or accessories and holds collectible value. The starting price is 20,000 yuan, with increments of 2,000 yuan. Verbal bids must increase by no less than 3,000 yuan. Let the bidding begin. Jinling's voice brimmed with enthusiasm as her sharp eyes scanned the bidders, awaiting the first offer. 22,000, someone quickly raised a paddle. 24,000, another bidder followed closely. 26,000. Jinling's eloquence kept pace as she swiftly and accurately tracked the climbing bids. Jinling, Qi, and blood value, 5. Juju discreetly assessed her and was surprised to find her Qi and blood value so low. For such an important position as an auctioneer, to entrust it to someone with ordinary strength, it seemed Qi and blood value wasn't the sole criterion for success here. The ore's price quickly climbed to 34,000 yuan. While minerals from the Earth's core were rare, they weren't exorbitantly priced, still falling short of gold's value. This particular item was limited by its lightweight nature and low grade, which dampened the bidder's enthusiasm. The offers noticeably slowed. 34,000 is the highest bid. Does anyone wish to bid higher? This is a rare material. Jinling attempted to ignite the bidder's interest again, but no one responded. After a 3 count, the gavel fell, sealing the deal. The 10-kilogram D-grade ore sold for 34,000 yuan to a plainly dressed woman. As one item after another was presented, Juju gradually gained a clearer sense of the value of items from the Earth's core. On average, core world items were priced at about 10 times their market counterparts. Once the grade increased, prices escalated significantly, often multiplying by 5 or 10 times. Factors like size and rarity contributed to additional price variations. During the multiple rounds of bidding, Juju noticed that Lin Nantian, seated in the front row, remained silent and refrained from raising his paddle even once. A sense of unease began to creep into Juju's heart. The auction finally reached lot 19. A jet-black dagger was brought onto the stage on an ornate tray. The eyes of the bidders immediately burned with fervor. Next is lot 19, one of today's main attractions. Many of you are here specifically for this item, so let me keep it brief, Jinling announced. Donning white gloves, she held the dagger high, her voice resonating with power and excitement. The last D-grade alloy weapon, a flexible sword, sold for 500,000 yuan. While this dagger is smaller, its weight is only 1 gram lighter than the sword. As part of the alloy series, this is an indispensable weapon for warriors. The starting price is 300,000 yuan, with increments of 20,000 yuan. Verbal bids must increase by at least 50,000 yuan. Ladies and gentlemen, let the bidding begin. Juju was stunned. He knew the value of a flexible sword, but he hadn't expected the price to be so astronomical. 500,000. This figure, in reality, represented years of hard-earned savings for an average person. A surge of complex emotions rose in his heart, amazement at the item's worth, yet a heavy sympathy for those at the bottom of society. 400,000. From a short distance behind him, someone raised a red paddle and directly shouted their bid. As expected, the highlight of the auction began with an immediate 10,000 increment. 400,000. Any higher bids? 420,000. 440,000. 460,000. Jinling's voice was spirited, her eyes scanning the crowd, full of anticipation for an even higher offer. The price quickly approached 500,000. 600,000, my final offer. If anyone goes higher, I'll withdraw. The initial bidder spoke again, and his 600,000 bid shocked the audience. It was clear he was determined to win. Jinling's smile curved like a crescent moon. The auction outcome had already exceeded expectations. Whispers began spreading among the crowd. Isn't that Zhao Chaoyu from the Zhao family? Someone lowered their voice, their expression full of astonishment. Yes, it's him, the head of the Zhao family. Who would have thought he'd show up? Looks like we're out of luck today. Another person shook their head in resignation. If you want it, why not just bid 2,000 more? He said he wouldn't raise his bid, didn't he? A puzzled voice asked. Are you crazy? One of the 3 great families, and you want to snatch food from under their noses? Someone nearby shot him a fierce glare. Forget it, then. The man muttered regretfully under his breath. In auctions, strength speaks louder than anything else. But when prices reach a certain tipping point, bidding further is akin to stepping on a landmine. Though murmurs filled the room, no one dared to raise their paddle. The reason was simple. First, the opposing bidders' influence was too formidable, no one wanted to offend them. Second, the weapon's price had already been inflated to absurd levels, many felt it simply wasn't worth it. Just then, a green paddle was raised in front of Zhu Ju. Mr. Lin bids 620,000. Any higher offers? Jin Ling's voice boomed, carrying an undeniable momentum. Lin Nantian squinted slightly, a confident smile on his face, as if his opponent was beneath notice. Mr. Lin, last time you won the D-grade alloy flexible sword. Can you secure this one too? 620,000. Any higher bids? Jin Ling's smile nearly stretched to her ears, her excitement akin to hitting the jackpot. The commission she'd earned today was guaranteed to be substantial. Who's that? Someone asked curiously. You don't know Lin Nantian? The person nearby looked at him in disbelief. One of the three great families, the Lin family. The questioner's face lit up with realization, written with shock. No wonder he dared to bid. These two are clearly at odds, another person sighed. Such damn wealth. The crowd murmured in amazement. 700,000. Zhao Qiaoyu raised the bid without hesitation. Lin Nantian slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Pointing at Zhao Qiaoyu, he roared, "Didn't you say you wouldn't raise the bid? Fooled you, didn't I?" Zhao Qiaoyu smiled easily, his words dripping with mockery. The entire hall erupted in laughter, the atmosphere instantly heating up. "Please, Mr. Lin, take your seat. This item is too popular, starting at 700,000. Any higher bids, Mr. Lin?" Jin Ling's eyes locked onto Lin Nantian, eagerly awaiting his next move. Zhu Ju smirked. This cunning girl had found an opportunity to exploit both sides, shearing the sheep from either party. 1 million. Lin Nantian lost all composure, shouting furiously. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. While alloy weapons were excellent, the current markup was far too high. It wasn't worth it. This wasn't even the item he had come for today. 1 million. Any higher bids? If not, Mr. Lin secures the item. Jin Ling continued to urge the crowd, the competitive tension in the room palpable. Her role in stoking the bidding war was undeniable. Lin Nantian could only hope Zhao Qiaoyu would shout out another bid. "Don't bother. No one here has the money," Zhao Qiaoyu sneered loudly, his gaze full of disdain. "Say that again, you bastard." Lin Nantian's fury boiled over. He slammed the table and charged toward Zhao Qiaoyu, ready to throw a punch. The long-standing feud between the Lin and Zhao families was no secret to anyone. The crowd, accustomed to such clashes, didn't bother intervening. "Calm yourself." Just as Lin Nantian was about to strike, a tall and imposing figure stepped between them, blocking his path. The man stood like a towering mountain, his presence instantly dominating the room. "Get lost." Lin Nantian, determined to act, shoved at the figure with force. He was a second-tier spiritual realm warrior, with a physique boasting a blood energy level of 282. A single push from him could send an ordinary person flying, but the figure before him didn't budge an inch. Golden Overlord, Vitality 491. Zhu Ju's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected such a formidable figure to appear here. A fourth-rank King Realm expert, one of the top martial artists in the province. The crowd gasped collectively upon seeing Jin Ba. He was the #1 martial artist in Jiaxiang City and the only fourth-rank expert in the area. Like a towering mountain, he stood before the crowd, emanating a suffocating and fearsome aura. "Please, President Lin, calm your anger and grant me, Jin Ba, a bit of face, won't you?" Jin Ba's voice was deep and resonant, like distant thunder rolling through the hall. His presence alone commanded respect. "Oh my, Master Jin, I must apologize. I didn't see it was you, my eyes must be blind." Lin Nantian's face changed dramatically. Trembling in fear, he slapped himself hard across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed piercingly through the silent auction hall. "Go back to your seat." Jin Ba nodded indifferently, his gaze cold and distant. "Why yes, of course." Lin Nantian retreated to his seat, trembling like a frightened rabbit. In the face of absolute power, the weak can only bow their heads in submission. A family patriarch, reduced in this moment to a chastised child. The majesty of a truly powerful figure pressed down like a mountain, forcing him into meek compliance, unable to muster even a word of protest. The dominance of a high-level martial artist was utterly terrifying. When Zhu Ju looked again, Jin Ba had vanished without a trace, as if he were a ghost, mysterious and unfathomable. Gazing at Lin Nantian, who now sat upright and stiff, Zhu Ju fell into silent contemplation. Such was the power of a high-level martial artist. Clenching his fists tightly, a blazing determination flared up in Zhu Ju's eyes. After this brief interlude, Lin Nantian and Zhao Qiaoyu both quieted down, refraining from causing any more trouble. The D-grade alloy dagger was eventually won by Lin Nantian for the staggering price of 1 million, and the auction proceeded in an orderly fashion. Soon, it was time for lot 26. Zhu Ju immediately straightened in his seat, his eyes locking onto the display platform. Under the bright lights of the hall, the crowd's attention was drawn to a massive glass tank being carefully carried in by several staff members. The tank was placed securely on the platform, and the sight within it caused audible gasps throughout the room. Inside, a fish with a pale, almost ghostly white body swam slowly. It weighed about 4 caddies, radiating an eerie glow. The fish's body was smooth and scaleless, its skin reflecting a strange texture under the lights. But what sent chills down everyone's spines was the fish's head. It bore an uncanny, grotesque resemblance to a human face, a sight that filled the room with an unsettling coldness. The fish moved sluggishly, as though exploring its unfamiliar surroundings. Every flick of its tail carried an enigmatic rhythm, leaving onlookers in a daze. Then, it stopped and rested motionlessly at the bottom of the tank. Its eerie silhouette and stillness shrouded the hall in an oppressive silence. Next, we present Lot 26, the healing fish. This fish has exceptionally tender and delicious meat. Even 7-star restaurants rarely have the privilege of serving it. Its flesh can also be used medicinally, promoting rapid recovery from injuries. Its effectiveness is equivalent to 1/10 of a rejuvenation pill, making it a treasure among low-tier martial artists and non-martial artists alike. Legend has it that the healing fish is one of the ingredients in the rejuvenation pill. Due to its origin near the 7th geothermal fissure, its rarity is unparalleled. My father was fortunate to acquire it because of our proximity to Jiaxiang. Though small in size, it is exceedingly rare. The starting bid is 23,000 yuan, with increments of 2,000 yuan. Vocal bids must not be less than 3,000 yuan. Now, let the bidding begin. As Jean Ling introduced the item, her sharp gaze swept across the audience. Her eyes were like blades, carrying a faint warning, "I'm right here. Anyone causing trouble will answer to me, asterisk." Juju's heart raced anxiously, cursing inwardly, asterisk why did she have to hype it up so much? What if someone bids a ridiculously high price, asterisk? At Jean Ling's signal, the bidding began. Juju quickly raised his green paddle, his movements swift and decisive. Excellent. This gentleman bids 27,000, now 29,000, 31,000. Jean Ling's clear and vibrant voice echoed as bids flew back and forth. Juju sighed softly, finally feeling a bit more at ease. Around him, others continued to bid fervently, and the price swiftly escalated to 45,000 yuan. A low starting price by no means implied low value. Many previous lots had started with shockingly low prices, only to end with jaw-dropping final bids. 60,000. Lin Nantian raised his red paddle without hesitation, his gaze firm, determined to secure the fish. 70,000. Zhao Caoyu followed immediately, a mocking smirk playing at his lips as if taunting Lin Nantian deliberately. 80,000. Lin Nantian gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his anger nearly erupting. 90,000. Zhao Caoyu sneered, his eyes full of ridicule. 100,000. Lin Nantian roared, his voice thunderous. He had come to the auction specifically for this fish, intending to use it to heal his son, Lin Feng. But he wasn't a fool. A 4-caddy healing fish was worth no more than 50,000 at most, and the current bidding frenzy had already driven the price into madness. If it weren't for the college entrance exams being so close and his urgent need to heal, he would never push himself this hard. The healing fish might not be as effective as the rejuvenation pill, but with a single pill costing 1,000,000 yuan and requiring a 6-month advance booking, he had no choice but to give up on that option. 120,000. Zhao Chaoyu spoke leisurely, a smug smile playing on his lips. 200,000. Zhao Chaoyu, don't take it too far. Lin Nantian erupted, his eyes bloodshot, his expression twisted with rage. 300,000, Zhao Chaoyu replied nonchalantly, a cold, victorious smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The crowd was stunned. This was insane. Even if you were rich, you couldn't squander money like this. Lin Nantian clenched his teeth so hard it felt like they might shatter. He cursed Zhao Chaoyu in his heart, calling him a lunatic. Running into someone this deranged, what a stroke of bad luck. 320,000, Lin Nantian trembled as he made his bid. 330,000, Zhao Chaoyu followed closely, his tone calm and measured. 500,000. Lin Nantian's entire body trembled, his outburst so intense that the people around him backed away instinctively. 600,000, Zhao Chaoyu said coolly, gently blowing on the steam rising from his teacup. Lin Nantian let out a long sigh. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he finally gave up. I'm out. 600,000 yuan for a fish, no one could afford such extravagance. Besides, it was obvious the other party was deliberately provoking him. If he raised the bid further, chances were Zhao Chaoyu would just keep going. There was no end to this. He had to find another way. The crowd cast mocking glances at Zhao Chaoyu, thinking to themselves, what an idiot with too much money to burn. But Zhao Chaoyu's expression remained calm, as though he wasn't the fool they all assumed he was. Only he knew what calculations were running through his mind. Meanwhile, Zhu Ju's face was dark, filled with frustration and unwillingness. Watching helplessly as the item he needed most fell into someone else's hands, a storm of anger and defeat churned in his heart. Very well, congratulations to Mr. Zhao for winning this with a high bid of 600,000 yuan. Jean Ling, the auctioneer, didn't even bother with the traditional countdown. She quickly hammered down the gavel, afraid Zhao Chaoyu might change his mind. Her face lit up with excitement, as if she could see stacks of cash fluttering into her hands like birds. Catching such a fool was a rare windfall, and her performance metrics for the day were through the roof. Lin Nantian stood dejectedly and left without a word. Zhao Chaoyu's greedy eyes briefly lingered on Lin Nantian before he too silently exited. Zhu Ju sighed and followed, retreating quietly into the night. The city skyline glittered under the evening sky. Neon lights flowed like colorful rivers, casting brilliant patterns through the windows of towering buildings. On the streets, car headlights formed streams of light, their honks and engine roars weaving together a symphony of urban chaos. What's the point of this system if I'm broke? Zhu Ju mocked himself bitterly. After paying the auction deposit, he left the pawn shop. Outside, he saw Lin Nantian standing by his car, smoking a cigarette, while staff loaded the auction items into the vehicle. Zhu Ju shook his head and pulled out his phone to check the time, hoping the bus hadn't left yet. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone interrupted his thoughts. It was an unfamiliar number. He didn't catch most of what the person on the other end was saying, but a few words stood out. Mr. Zhao instructed. Lin Nantian. Zhu Ju's eyes lit up. Could Zhao Chaoyu be targeting Lin Nantian? An opportunity? He squinted, deep in thought, his heart racing. Looking around, he didn't see any sign of Zhao Chaoyu. But the fish was in Zhao Chaoyu's hands *. Turning back toward Lin Nantian, he saw the man starting his car and slowly driving off. Without hesitation, Zhu Ju flagged down a taxi. Driver, follow that car. If he couldn't find Zhao Chaoyu, he would follow Lin Nantian. If Zhao Chaoyu planned to make a move against Lin Nantian, trailing Lin Nantian might lead him to Zhao. Inside the cab, Zhu Ju's nerves were on edge. His eyes darted around, his heartbeat quickening. Lin Nantian was a second-tier Lingjing martial artist. Zhu Ju hadn't even stepped into the realm of martial arts. There was a massive gap in their abilities. If he were discovered, his life could be in danger. Where exactly are you headed? The cab driver asked, noticing Zhu Ju's suspicious behavior and his insistence on tailing another car. My sister's been duped by a scumbag. I need evidence to make her see the truth. Zhu Ju lied effortlessly. The driver froze for a moment, then glanced at him through the rearview mirror. You're a good brother. All right, let me help you out. With that, he floored the gas pedal. Don't follow too closely, Zhu Ju quickly instructed. Got it, the driver replied, easing up on the throttle. Under the cover of night, with neon lights illuminating the streets, a yellow-green taxi weaved through traffic like a ghost, sticking close to the black luxury car ahead. The driver's eyes were fixed on the vehicle in front, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. His expression was one of intense focus and vigilance. He adjusted his speed frequently, maintaining just the right distance, not too far to lose sight, but not too close to arouse suspicion. Like a nimble fish, his sharp gaze scanned the road. Whenever another car tried to cut between them, his heart would tighten as he quickly assessed the situation, found a gap, and accelerated to stay on track. Gradually, the convoy moved toward the outskirts of the city. The urban noise faded, replaced by the low rumble of engines and the soft crunch of tires on the road. The air carried a faint, earthy freshness. If only I'd had your sense of responsibility back then. My sister wouldn't have. The driver murmured, his voice tinged with bitterness. As he drove, his words grew heavier with regret. Zhu Ju didn't respond, his gaze locked straight ahead, sharp and focused like an eagle's. Two cars sped down the road, one chasing after the other, like cheetahs on the hunt, heading deep into the outskirts. The tension was palpable, ready to ignite at any moment. Is that car behind us being driven by Zhao Caoyu? Is he tailing us? Lin Nantian's driver kept glancing at the rearview mirror, his tone uneasy. From the moment they left downtown, he had noticed that car. Left turns, right turns, constant honking, flashing high beams, it simply refused to overtake them. He doesn't even own a car, and he's actually taking a taxi to chase me now? Lin Nantian rolled his eyes in disbelief. This road leads to the villa district. Who living in villas would take a taxi? The driver frowned, skeptical. Maybe they're heading somewhere else? Lin Nantian, too, grew curious. This road didn't just lead to the villa district, it also connected to other towns and cities. This is the road to Jining. Normally, people would take the highway instead. The driver offered another possibility. Stay alert. Zhao Xiaoyu's not exactly all there in the head. He might really be crazy enough to do this, Lin Nantian chuckled, the atmosphere in the car lightening up. Meanwhile, in the car behind, Zhu Ju was staring at the map on his phone. They were almost 20 kilometers out of the city center now. 5 kilometers ahead lay a villa compound. He glanced back over his shoulder. The road was empty except for their 2 vehicles. There was no other tailing in sight. For them to have followed this far, it was impossible they hadn't been noticed. If Lin Nantian reached home without incident, Zhu Ju would have no chance to act and would have to retrace his steps in frustration. Could it be that Zhao Xiaoyu wasn't planning to make a move after all? Had he misheard? Zhu Ju fell into deep thought. Perhaps he'd been reading too many novels lately, always anticipating unexpected twists. Just as Zhu Ju hesitated, Lin Nantian's car up ahead suddenly screeched to a halt, blocked by several vehicles that had parked horizontally across the road, cutting off the path forward. Something's happening. Zhu Ju's eyes lit up. He quickly instructed his driver to pull over. He paid the fare and got out of the car. Driver, here's an extra 100 yuan. Drive about a kilometer ahead and wait for me. I'll be back shortly. Zhu Ju had thought it through carefully. He needed a way back. Running on foot for over 10 kilometers after everything was done wasn't an option. And there was no guarantee things would go according to plan. If there was no opportunity, he wouldn't take any risks. You don't need to explain. I can tell you're a good brother looking out for your sibling. I'll make a little less tonight. You know, back in the day. Thank you, sir. I'll head off now. Zhu Ju cut the driver off decisively. The driver kept rambling about how he used to bully his younger sister as a child and how much he regretted it now. Zhu Ju understood but had no interest in listening. Good luck. With a brother like you, your sister is sure to mend her ways. The driver offered some parting encouragement before leaving. Thanks, sir. Please head on. Zhu Ju quickly sent the driver away and slipped into the bushes by the roadside. Not long after, 2 more cars approached from behind and parked horizontally behind Lin Nantian's vehicle, sealing off any retreat. Clearly, they were working with the ones up front. The engines stopped. Zhao Xiaoyu stepped out with a group of men and walked up to Lin Nantian's car, knocking on the window. Hey, isn't that Zhao Xiaoyu? What the hell are you doing? Blocking the road for robbery or murder? You know this is illegal, right? Lin Nantian rolled down the window, staring at Zhao Xiaoyu in exasperation, completely baffled by his behavior. Cameras were everywhere on the streets these days, and Lin Nantian himself was a second-rank martial artist. Unless they had firearms, which were strictly prohibited. By law, they couldn't do much to him. And even if they did, one call to the authorities would ensure they ended up in prison, no matter how strong they were. Nothing much. Just thought we'd have a duel, Zhao Xiaoyu said calmly. A duel? In the middle of the highway, in the dead of night? Are you out of your mind? Lin Nantian rolled his eyes, utterly disinterested. He didn't even bother to argue further and reached for the window controls to close it. Bang! A fist shattered the car window. Zhao Xiaoyu grabbed the window frame with both hands and yanked hard. The car door came off completely. Lin Nantian froze for 3 seconds before fury consumed him. Gritting his teeth, he climbed out of the car, seething with rage. Zhao Xiaoyu, are you insane? I'll kill you. He swung a heavy punch at Zhao Xiaoyu's face, knocking him to the ground. Zhao Xiaoyu clutched his face as he fell, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Good. You've made your move. I accept your challenge. Let's fight. Are you out of your damn mind? Who wants to fight you? Lin Nantian scoffed, his face full of disdain. He turned away, climbed back into his now doorless car, and prepared to release the handbrake to leave. Zhao Xiaoyu's insistence on a duel felt like a trap. Lin Nantian had no intention of playing along. All he wanted was to get out of there as quickly as possible. You can leave, but leave the dagger behind. A voice rang out. An elderly man stepped forward, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He placed one hand on the car's hood. Do you have a death wish? Fine, I'll grant it. Lin Nantian roared in anger and floored the accelerator. The engine roared as the tires spun furiously, releasing thick clouds of smoke. But the car didn't budge. Lin Nantian's eyes widened in shock as he watched the old man press down on the hood with a single hand, crumpling the metal as if it were paper. The rear of the car lifted slightly, the back wheels spinning in the air. The car couldn't move. A third-rank martial artist. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Nantian's forehead. Reluctantly, he eased off the gas and stepped out of the car, his fury boiling over as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Come on, didn't you want to fight? Come on, hit me. Kill me if you can. You dare to challenge a third-rank martial artist? You've got guts. He waved his arms, his face contorted with fury. The elderly man slowly released the deformed, smoking car hood, calmly stepped toward Lin Nantian, and said in a deep voice, The verbal agreement is made, the arena is set, and everything is recorded. This place will serve as the ring. Step out of bounds, and you lose. As he spoke, he gestured to the cars lined up on either side of the road, then pointed to the mountain wall and guardrails, indicating the arena's boundaries. Lin Nantian ignored him, jabbing his finger at Zhao Caoyu's chest, and shouted angrily, "What gives you the right to act cocky in front of me? My blood energy is 30 points higher than yours. Are you out of your mind? Why are you so full of nonsense?" Zhao Caoyu impatiently swatted Lin Nantian's hand away, his brows furrowed in frustration, his face full of disdain. "What did you say?" Lin Nantian's eyes widened, shocked to the point of being nearly speechless. He stared at Zhao Caoyu in disbelief and demanded, "What kind of trick are you playing here?" Zhao Caoyu coldly retorted, his tone dripping with contempt, "Why do you talk so much nonsense?" Lin Nantian's teeth clenched in rage, his whole body trembling. He roared, "I'm asking you, what exactly is your wager?" Zhao Caoyu responded nonchalantly, as if discussing something trivial, "I'm wagering my life." "What kind of joke is this? Your life? What the hell is it even worth?" Lin Nantian spat, turning away in exasperation, ready to leave. But Zhao Caoyu's expression turned sly, his voice calm and deliberate. "I'll also wager that fish. And 40,000 on top of it." The air froze instantly, tension rising sharply. Lin Nantian stopped dead in his tracks. He whipped around with a piercing gaze, staring directly at Zhao Caoyu, suspicion swirling in his mind. How could he be so confident? Could he truly guarantee victory against me? "My men embedded in their company just reported back, his blood energy is only 250. The data was conclusive. Over a dozen spies had confirmed it without any discrepancies. There's no way he could hide it from me." Lin Nantian found himself caught in a deep struggle. Could that fish be a trap? If he refused to take the bait, Lin Feng wouldn't have a chance to participate in the martial exams. Martial universities didn't accept repeat applicants, and his family's potential martial artist would be ruined. But if he stepped in, the opponent's full preparation and self-assured demeanor clearly suggested hidden danger. What should he do? "Are you going to fight or not?" Zhao Caoyu roared, his entire body erupting with blood energy, shaking the very air around him. Lin Nantian instantly felt the pressure. 250. The blood energy numbers don't lie. "I have a newly forged treasure weapon, but I don't want to take advantage of you. Bare-handed, do you dare?" Lin Nantian's eyes turned cold, directly suspecting the presence of a high-grade weapon on Zhao Caoyu. When it came to martial combat, a true test of strength lay in raw resilience. Bare-handed battles proved one's mettle. Both of them were second-rank martial artists, with fixed blood energy levels. Other variables included bone refinement count, stance training intensity, mastery of martial techniques, and weapon grade. Weapons were the only unknown factor. If the opponent wielded a top-tier weapon, the outcome would be uncertain. Though the odds of Zhao Caoyu possessing a high-grade weapon were slim, like a rural villager driving a luxury car, it couldn't be ruled out. Pathetic. Even your name screams cowardice. A teenager standing behind Zhao Caoyu flicked his long bangs out of his face, his tone full of mockery. "Zhao Gandhi, you little punk. What good is a bold name if no one takes you seriously?" Lin Nantian, deeply insulted, exploded with anger, unleashing a string of curses. "My brother's name was made to crush you." Zhao Gandhi sneered arrogantly, emboldened by the crowd behind him, his smugness becoming unbearable. "You little..." Lin Nantian's fury surged, and he wanted nothing more than to strangle the brat on the spot. Both sides bare-handed, no weapons. "Are you fighting or not?" The old man stepped forward, his voice steady and commanding, leaving no room for argument. In the distance, Zhu Ju observed silently, his brows furrowed tightly. The echoes of the argument reached his ears, accompanied by faint data. Lin Nantian, blood energy, 282. Zhao Caoyu, blood energy, 250. The difference was clear. What made Zhao Caoyu so confident? Could he have a trump card beyond weapons? Zhu Ju pondered deeply, his expression growing more serious. "Fine, Zhao Caoyu. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Lin Nantian stopped hesitating. He popped a blood energy pill into his mouth, his gaze sharpening as his fists clenched tightly. "Who said I was fighting you?" Zhao Caoyu tilted his head, a playful smirk spreading across his face. "What?" Lin Nantian's heart sank, an ominous feeling rising in his chest. "Your opponent is me." The old man stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his lips, his eyes gleaming with sharp intent. "You've got to be kidding me. You sly bastard, you set me up." Lin Nantian's rage erupted as he pointed at Zhao Caoyu, hurling curses. A second-rank martial artist against a third-rank? There was no contest. Zhao Caoyu had spent the whole time goading Lin Nantian into accepting the challenge without ever clarifying who the opponent would be. Lin Nantian had fallen for it. Although martial arts duels often emphasize fighting within the same level, Once the challenge is accepted and the contenders step onto the arena, the agreement becomes binding. Fine, I admit it, you win. Lin Nantian spread his hands helplessly, secretly wishing this would end quickly so he could get back and give Lin Feng a good beating to vent his frustration. Admitting defeat already? Weren't you so arrogant just a moment ago? Zhao Qiaoyu sneered, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. I admit it, but Zhao Qiaoyu, you'd better watch your back. Lin Nantian's eyes gleamed sharply. He pointed at himself, then at his opponent, his expression laden with meaning. With that, he retrieved a dagger from his car and tossed it toward Zhao Qiaoyu. Just as he turned to leave, a third-grade martial artist stepped in to block his way. Hold on. The old man raised a hand to stop him, his voice cold and commanding. The match hasn't started yet. How can you declare defeat? Lin Nantian frowned. What do you mean by that? I already handed over the goods, and yet they won't let me go? Could it be they're after my life? His mind buzzed with alarm as his gaze grew wary. Please proceed to the center of the arena and prepare yourself, the elder said with a slight bow, gesturing politely but firmly. Prepare? Fine, I'll prepare. Just you wait. Lin Nantian's eyes burned with fury as he suddenly lashed out with a powerful kick. The force of his attack was like a landslide, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. But the elder stood as steady as a mountain, his reflexes like lightning. He countered with a swift punch, his strike as fierce and relentless as a torrential downpour, landing squarely on Lin Nantian's foot. Bang! Lin Nantian was launched into the air like a spring, tumbling backward 6 or 7 meters before he hit the ground. After rolling several times, he scrambled to his feet and bolted, his speed astonishing. Don't let him get away. Fleeing from a duel is grounds for calling the authorities. Zhao Qiaoyu shouted urgently, his sharp eyes catching Lin Nantian's escape. Zhao's target wasn't the dagger but Lin Nantian's life. However, outright killing him would violate the law and come at too great a cost. 4. Zhao, the only way to settle this was to force him onto the arena for a life-or-death battle, or such matters would be legally sanctioned. The third-grade martial artist had yet to step onto the arena, which meant the match hadn't officially started. Every move followed the rules, meticulously calculated. As both sides surged toward the arena in a tide of dozens, even Lin Nantian's driver joined the throng, leaving behind only a few cars parked desolately under the shadows, the area eerily quiet. The forest was silent, not a sound to be heard. Suddenly, a shadow darted out like a leopard from the darkness. Under the streetlight, Zhu Ju's face came into view, his eyes alight with a mix of excitement and tension. His thoughts raced, this is my chance. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the cars Zhao Qiaoyu had arrived in. Which one is it? Zhu Ju quickly reached the 2 vehicles at the rear and yanked open the door of the first. Empty. Without stopping, he flung open the second door. Finally, on the back seat, he spotted a large object wrapped tightly in red cloth. His heartbeat spiked, pounding in his chest as though it might burst out. Reaching out, he carefully peeled back the red cloth, and there it was, a fish tank. Inside the tank was the elusive, mysterious healing fish he'd been obsessing over. A cold smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as his eyes gleamed with triumph. Without hesitation, he prepared to smash the tank and devour the healing fish right then and there. But just as he was about to act, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Damn it! You fools! How could you all leave the cars unguarded to chase one guy? Zhao Gandi's furious roar thundered through the night. Zhao Gandi had been in hot pursuit when he realized all his men had followed him. Panicked at the thought of someone stealing the fish he'd been yearning for, he immediately ordered everyone to double back. Young Master Zhao, who would dare touch what's ours? One of the subordinates asked cautiously. Shut up, go check on the fish. I swear, if I don't eat that fish tonight, heads will roll. I want that fish. Zhao Gandhi roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage, his voice shaking the ground. Several of his men charged toward the cars, their footsteps thunderous, like the drumbeat of death. Zhu Ju's nerves stretched taut to the breaking point. No time left. Zhu Ju anxiously glanced out the window. The enemy was closing in step by step. Gritting his teeth, he decided to risk it all. He raised his fist and smashed it against the fish tank. Thunk! The glass didn't budge. Asterisk, what the hell? This must be locally made bulletproof glass, asterisk. Since when did even fish tanks come with bulletproof glass? What is this, a price crash in the black market? Wait, did you hear something? Go check it out, someone shouted. Zhu Ju wasted no time. He quickly drew the soft sword from his waist. Let's see if this alloy blade can cut through bulletproof glass. Without mercy, he slashed down with the sword. Crash! The bulletproof glass splintered, a corner neatly sliced open. Water and the fish spilled out through the gap. Healing fish detected. Devour it? Devour. Devour it now. Zhu Ju reached out and seized the grotesque, writhing healing fish, swallowing it without hesitation. Suddenly, A strange suction emanated from his palm. Before his very eyes, the fish's flesh shriveled, transforming into a dried husk in an instant. Asterisk, my hand can devour too? Asterisk. Devour? Could it be that my hand can turn into a weapon too? Juju's heart pounded like a drum, but there was no time to dwell on the implications. Who's there? A sharp, commanding voice cut through the night. A young man with dyed yellow hair strode quickly toward the car, his gaze locking onto Juju. By this time, Juju had already finished the devouring process. He swiftly yanked the red cloth draped over the fish tank and wrapped it around his head, concealing his face. Without hesitation, he flung open the car door on the opposite side and bolted. Yellow Hair, stunned and unable to get a clear look, was overcome with an inexplicable fear. He shouted angrily, "Someone, get over here! Red Riding Hood is stealing stuff!" His voice ripped through the night, and a crowd quickly converged from behind. Zhao Gandi's heart sank as he muttered, "This is bad." Shoving Yellow Hair aside, Zhao leapt onto the car roof. He caught a fleeting glimpse of a red-cloaked figure with a face covered, an eerie silhouette that seemed more like the big bad wolf than Little Red Riding Hood, escaping at lightning speed. Looking back into the car's fish tank, he saw a cleanly bitten-off corner empty, with not a single fish in sight. "My fish!" Zhao Gandhi roared in fury, throwing his head back in a howl of rage. Without a second thought, he took off in hot pursuit, utterly ignoring the dried fish slices scattered on the ground below the car. The chase erupted fiercely on the winding mountain path. Footsteps and shouts tangled together, tearing apart the tranquil night. Juju frantically tightened the red cloth around his head. The fabric fluttered in the wind like a wavering flame from a lit match. From behind, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this the big bad wolf disguised as Little Red Riding Hood selling matches?" Juju had no time to entertain their nonsense. A glance out of the corner of his eye revealed the bottomless cliff beside the road, and a wave of helplessness surged in his chest. But retreat was not an option now. He could only grit his teeth and charge forward. Among the pursuers, someone had a clever idea and jumped into a car to escalate the chase. The engine roared as a vehicle barreled forward like a beast. With a sharp drift, it screeched to a halt, blocking Juju's path. "Give me back my fish!" Zhao Gandhi's eyes bulged, his face flushed red with fury as he launched a flying kick toward Juju. Zhao Gandhi, blood chi value, 110. Juju glimpsed the stats panel flashing in his mind and thought to himself, "Tangling with this guy will end badly." Without hesitation, he counterattacked. His fist struck with precision against the sole of Zhao Gandhi's foot. Utilizing the recoil, Juju retreated several steps, widening the distance between them. Not wasting a moment, he dashed over the car hood, aiming to escape once more. "Damn, he's learning on the fly. Block him!" Zhao Gandhi bellowed in rage, leaping back into the car and rallying the others to continue the pursuit. His mind was swirling with confusion. Asterisk, where the hell did he hide those fish? Asterisk. Watching the car speeding toward him, Juju realized the situation was becoming critical. Gritting his teeth, he turned his gaze to the steep slope beyond the guardrail. Without hesitation, he made up his mind and leapt. Here goes nothing. He tumbled down the jagged incline like a rolling stone. Holy crap! Zhao Gandhi scrambled out of the car, grabbing a metal rod as he vaulted over the guardrail, peering nervously down the slope. Thanks to the rain washing the area earlier in the day and the bright moonlight that night, visibility was decent. The bottom of the mountain remained shrouded in darkness, save for a faint swirl of dust rising into the air. Seriously? Are those fish really worth jumping off a cliff for? Zhao Gandhi's face was a mix of astonishment and disbelief. "Tell my father. I'm no coward." Suddenly, he turned to Yellow Hair beside him, his eyes filled with unyielding determination. "Ha!" Yellow Hair froze, dumbfounded. Before he could react, Zhao Gandhi had already leapt down the steep slope. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their faces a kaleidoscope of shock and panic. Under the moonlight, chaos reigned. "You think you can keep running? Keep running then." Lin Nantian had finally been cornered by his pursuers. A furious shout came from behind as a kick landed, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Zhao Xiaoyu, if you have the guts, just kill me." Lin Nantian glared at him with bloodshot eyes, spitting curses with no regard for the consequences. Zhao Xiaoyu panted heavily, trying to steady his breath. He pointed at Lin Nantian and sneered, "You want to die? Get in the ring, then. Why are you running? I won't get in the ring. If you want to kill me, do it here." Lin Nantian showed no fear, continuing his tirade of insults. His eyes burned with defiance. Getting into the ring was a death sentence. Refusing meant there was still a sliver of hope. Asterisk, you screwed me over first. If you want to fight, fine, let's duke it out right here. What can you do about it? Asterisk. You son of a... Zhao Xiaoyu's rage boiled over, his teeth grinding audibly as he stormed toward Lin Nantian, pure malice gleaming in his eyes. But deep down, Zhao Xiaoyu knew if Lin Nantian refused to step into the ring, killing him outright would be murder. A crime punishable by death. Fine. If I can't kill you, I'll cripple you. Worst case, I'll do a few years in prison. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Xiaoyu unsheathed a machete and pointed it at Lin Nantian. His voice turned icy. Stay put, or you'll regret it. Stop. Lin Nantian's driver rushed out, panting as he tried to intervene. Master Zhao, let it go. Mercy where mercy is due. Lin's got a daughter to think about, and you've got 2 sons of your own. Don't drag them into this. Zhao Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the driver as his mind raced. Lin Nantian didn't just have a useless son, he had a daughter who was a force to be reckoned with. That girl was a peak Tier 3 martial artist, a junior at Taihao Martial University. Upon graduation, she'd likely step into a deputy-level government position. In Jiaxiang, if she broke through to Tier 4, she'd rise to a bureau-level role, cementing her family's position as one of Jiaxiang's top 3 clans. If Lin Nantian were to die in the ring, even a daughter that powerful wouldn't be able to touch him. Now, the opponent adamantly refused to step into the ring, leaving him with no way to move forward. The entire confrontation had been recorded on video, so at most, he could expose the man afterward, ensuring he'd have no face to appear at any significant events in the future. Zhao Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and coldly shouted, 1 million. Deal. Lin Nantian, utterly numb from being swindled, gritted his teeth and agreed without hesitation. In just one day, nearly 2 million had been squandered like this. The commotion was deafening, a thunderous roar that shook the air. Zhao Xiaoyu sneered, turned around, and left with his men. As for the money, he wasn't worried about Lin Nantian refusing to pay. After all, the entire exchange had been recorded with both audio and video. Even if Lin Nantian didn't pay, it didn't matter. Worst case scenario, Zhao would see to it that Lin could no longer maintain his standing in society. He had thought he could use this chance to get rid of Lin Nantian, yet to his surprise, the man didn't even step into the ring and fled in panic. Rules dictated that leaving the ring unscathed did not warrant death, those were the unbreakable laws. In this high martial world, the spirit of martial arts was held above all else, a promise carried more weight than life itself. Hatred churned in Zhao Xiaoyu's heart, his teeth grinding in frustration. Yet, despite his seething resentment and unwillingness, there was nothing he could do. Lin Nantian, on the other hand, was so furious that his nostrils flared as if breathing fire. Feeling wronged, he reluctantly picked up his phone to transfer the money. Afterward, he got up and followed Zhao Xiaoyu. Their car was still parked there, he couldn't just abandon it. The deal was done, and if Zhao Xiaoyu continued to push, Lin Nantian had his own countermeasures. Inwardly, Lin silently vowed to find an opportunity for revenge. Though today's losses were enormous, he understood this was the best solution for now. He could only hope that someday Zhao Xiaoyu would taste the bitterness of being outwitted too. The two groups, who had been shouting to kill each other moments ago, now proceeded in silence, one ahead of the other, with no more words exchanged. Meanwhile, Zhu Ju and Zhao Gandhi were racing through the dense forest, running for 20 minutes straight, deep into uninhabited wilderness. Having slid down from the slope earlier, they discovered the incline wasn't as steep as they'd imagined. After all, both were martial artists with nimble legs. Aside from a few scrapes, they were unharmed. It was now deep into the night, and the world was silent. The bright moon hung high in the sky, its silver light scattering down to barely illuminate their path. The two of them descended to the mountainside, with Juju running at full speed and Zhao Gandhi close on his heels. "Give me back my fish!" Zhao Gandhi roared in fury, his heart burning with indignation, his soul fought to reclaim the item he so dearly coveted. Under the moonlight, the two engaged in a mad chase, their footsteps and heavy breathing tearing apart the night stillness. Juju shook his head in exasperation, he hadn't expected his opponent to be so persistent. If this were ancient times, this guy would undoubtedly have been a great general. "Stop and give me back my fish. If you run again, I'll break one of your legs." Zhao Gandhi swung his iron staff, his running posture as agile as Sun Wukong himself. Zhu Ju ignored him. Their abilities were evenly matched. If anything, Zhao Gandhi had the upper hand. The only thought in Zhu Ju's mind was to escape this treacherous place as quickly as possible. A third-rank martial artist was stationed up ahead, and if he got caught, there'd be no chance of survival. With this in mind, Zhu Ju picked up speed. After another 10 minutes of pursuit, Zhao Gandhi seemed to have endless stamina, refusing to let up. Zhu Ju was growing increasingly irritated, thinking to himself, this can't go on forever. Suddenly, he spun around and slashed with his sword. Zhao Gandhi reacted instantly, raising his iron staff to block. Clang! The iron staff was sliced cleanly in two by the blade, the cut smooth and precise. Alloy steel. Under the moonlight, Zhao Gandhi caught a glimpse of the sleek, pitch-black sword in Zhu Ju's hand, and his heart clenched. There was no time to dodge. The sharp blade came slicing towards his face. Zhao Gandhi instinctively ducked his head, the sword's edge grazing his stylish bangs. His heart pounded in terror. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly, otherwise, his head would have been gone. After all, his skull hadn't undergone tempering yet, and taking a direct hit from an alloy blade would have been catastrophic. Zhu Ju showed no mercy. After the sword strike, he lifted his leg and delivered a fierce kick to Zhao Gandhi's chest. Caught off guard, Zhao Gandhi stumbled backward. He quickly regained his footing, planting his legs firmly in a martial stance. His body leaned slightly forward, arms raised to absorb the force. Remarkably, he stopped right at the edge of a cliff. Zhu Ju was secretly taken aback, his brows furrowing. That kick had been a full-force attack. If it had been Lin Feng, he would have been sent flying several meters. Zhao Gandhi's blood and energy were robust, but his ability to stabilize himself at such speed was extraordinary. Even more peculiar was his posture, something Zhu Ju had never seen before. What kind of martial technique is that? Never seen it before, huh? It's stance training. I've just reached basic mastery, and if you... Before he could finish, the rain-soaked soil beneath Zhao Gandhi's feet gave way. He lost his footing and tumbled down the mountainside. Zhu Ju instinctively reached out, but it was too late to catch him. Peering down, he heard a furious roar from the dark valley below. "Give me back my fish." So he's fine after all. Zhu Ju dared not linger, fearing that the pursuers might catch up to him. Especially with Zhao Chaoyu, a rank 2 warrior, and the mysterious rank 3 elder patrolling nearby. Falling into their hands would surely spell disaster. With this thought, he quickened his pace, darting toward the distant horizon. In the depths of the night, the secluded mountain seemed like a forgotten corner of the world. The pale moonlight spilled across the landscape like a silken veil, casting a mysterious silver glow over the forest. A winding path occasionally revealed itself amidst the undergrowth, while the gentle murmur of flowing water echoed faintly in the distance. Towering trees cast dappled shadows on the ground, and their rustling leaves whispered softly in the wind. Within the dense underbrush, faint rustling stirred now and then, as if a small nocturnal creature was foraging. In this tranquil and secluded environment, Zhu Ju had no idea how long he had been running. Only when he felt a semblance of safety did he swiftly dive into a small cave, seeking refuge. Fortunately, his rigorous training had prepared him for such endurance. Otherwise, this prolonged sprint would have left his lungs on the verge of collapse. He steadied his breathing and summoned his system to check his status panel. Ding! Host has consumed an entire healing fish, unlocking the healing fish entry in the codex and gaining a passive ability. Passive ability, self-healing, basic level. Self-healing remarkably enhances the host's self-recovery ability. Recovery time for severe injuries is reduced from 100 days to just 30 days. After 30 days, the body is rejuvenated, regaining vitality. A radiant gleam of excitement flickered in Zhu Ju's eyes. Though it still required 30 days for a full recovery, who would deliberately put themselves through the pain of broken bones and torn muscles? For everyday cuts and bruises, this ability would allow him to heal rapidly. He switched on his phone's flashlight and carefully examined the wounds on his body. The blood had already dried, and the fresh red wounds had scabbed over. Some of the scabs were even nearing maturity. It was worth noting that, for an ordinary person, it would take at least 1 to 2 weeks for a wound to scab over. Severe injuries would take even longer, though minor cuts might heal slightly faster. Yet with the enhancement from his self-healing skill, surface abrasions on his skin could mend themselves within mere minutes. And the most incredible part? This was purely a passive ability. It didn't consume even a sliver of his vitality. Correct. Passive abilities do not drain vitality. The system seemed to read his thoughts and chimed in with a timely clarification. So, it turned out that devouring magical beasts required swallowing them whole to count. As for the abilities listed under the Blood-Eating Beasts Codex entry, Zhu Ju grew increasingly curious. Passive ability, self-healing, basic level. Tier 1 Devouring Progress, 10%, available for use, 0%. Vitality points, 22, max, 100. Upgrade threshold, 7, Codex Activation bonus, plus 5. Who would have thought that swallowing just one fish would increase his progress by such a small margin? During the day, even a few drops of the blood-eating beast's body fluid had caused his progress to skyrocket. The contrast was as vast as night and day. It seemed that as the level of abilities increased, so did the difficulty of upgrading. Fortunately, the threshold for advancement rose as well, remaining manageable for now. Zhu Ju glanced outside at the pitch-black night. Exhausted beyond measure, he decided to rest for a while before making his escape. The cover of darkness would aid him, making it harder for his enemies to track him down. With this thought, he closed his eyes slightly and waited quietly. Was it you? Zhao Chaoyu glared fiercely, his eyes blazing with fury, as he pointed at the shattered fish tank and the shriveled pile of dried fish. His voice was sharp as a blade, slicing straight toward Lin Nantian. Me? Are you kidding? Do I look like I have the time for such idiocy? Lin Nantian's face flushed red with anger. He roared back in defiance, his temper flaring, unwilling to back down even an inch. Zhao Chaoyu turned his glare toward Lin Nantian's driver and barked, "Then it must have been you." "Innocent. I'm innocent. I was the last to leave." The driver turned pale as a sheet, panicking as he waved his hands frantically in denial. "I don't care. You owe me 1,000,000 yuan. Seething with rage, Zhao Chaoyu was fuming. With no fresh fish for tonight's feast, his mood burned with frustration. Someone had to pay for the loss. He glanced down at the brittle pile of dried fish, mumbling to himself, "These fish dried up way too easily. Just dehydrated, and they're already like this? Are you insane? What does this have to do with me? For all I know, you did this on purpose." Lin Nantian's temper was boiling over, his anger on the verge of consuming his rationality. "Rank 3 warriors, step into the ring." A cold voice interrupted from the side, accompanied by a gesture signaling them to proceed. "Damn it, fine. I'll go. What kind of karma did I incur in my past life to lose 3 million just like that?" Grinding his teeth in frustration, Lin Nantian reluctantly pulled out his phone, transferring the funds with a vengeance. His teeth clenched so tightly it felt as if they might shatter. In his mind, he swore that he would exact revenge for this humiliation later. Hearing the transfer confirmation chime, Zhao Chaoyu picked up the dried fish and left with his entourage. If I soak these in water, maybe they'll come back to life. What a bargain. He chuckled to himself, oblivious to the fact that someone was missing from their group. Zhu curled up in the cave, his thunderous snores echoing through the silent chamber. Sunlight filtered through the cave entrance, casting a golden hue across the space. Whoa! Zhu jolted awake with a start. His sharp eyes scanned his surroundings swiftly, his heart racing wildly. Exhaustion had overtaken him last night, and he had slept well into the afternoon. A glance at his phone made his chest tighten. He needed to get back to the city immediately, time was of the essence. Pulling out his phone, he checked the map. The city was still 18 kilometers away. Running there was out of the question. His only option was to head to the highway and flag down a ride. He moved cautiously, always alert to his surroundings, fearing an ambush at any moment. Fortunately, no pursuers appeared. When he reached the highway, he crouched in the grass behind the guardrail, his gaze sharp as a predator's. No luxury cars, I'll flag down something cheaper. Can't risk running into someone from the enemy side, he calculated coldly. After all, he had angered Zhao Caoyu's gang. If they recognized him, last night's escape would all be for nothing. He pulled the red scarf from his head, stuffing it into the guardrail for concealment, and waited vigilantly. A taxi slowly approached, and to his surprise, the driver was the same one from last night. "Hey, buddy, how'd you end up all the way out here?" the driver called out. "Got spotted. They tossed me in a ravine. Took me all night to climb out," Zhu replied nonchalantly. "Hop in," the driver gestured enthusiastically. It turned out the driver had waited over an hour for Zhu the night before but eventually took another fare, a car accident pickup near the highway, heading to the Villa district. That morning, he picked up another group, a few scruffy-looking punks covered in grass and dirt, also heading to the Villa district. By chance, he was now passing through again. "Did you find any evidence against that scumbag?" the driver asked, his curiosity unabated. Zhu shook his head, utterly fatigued. He and a bunch of others disappeared into the woods. "Shameless. Don't worry, buddy. From now on, anyone from that Villa district who hails my cab, I'm jacking up the fare." Zhu had no energy to continue the conversation. He gave the driver his school's address and leaned back in the rear seat, closing his eyes to rest. Ouch, ouch. Zhao Gandhi lay sprawled on the ground, his face contorted in agony. The night before, he had been dreaming of relaxing in comfort, enjoying air conditioning and a fine meal. Instead, he had fallen off a cliff and spent the night in the wilderness, nearly eaten alive by mosquitoes. That red scarf, Little Red Riding Hood with the D-grade alloy sword, I'll make you pay with blood. He slammed his fist into the ground in rage, only to groan in pain as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. His injuries flared, the ache unbearable. Ouch, ouch. I knew it, I didn't sleep well last night. Felt like something was missing. Zhao Caoyu frowned, his face clouded with confusion. Every morning, Zhao Gandhi would wake him up without fail. But since returning home last night, there had been no sign of him. Hungover and disoriented, Zhao Caoyu had only just woken up now. Boss Chow, Boss Chow. A group of punks, covered in grass stains and insect bites, stood anxiously in the villa's grand hall. What's going on? Zhao Caoyu's heart sank. Hastily throwing on clothes, he stepped out of his bedroom, his mind racing. Could Lin Nantian have come to settle the score? Boss, Gandhi's missing. The group stammered, voices trembling as they delivered the news. These lackeys had been with Zhao Gandhi the previous night, chasing after Juju. After Zhao Gandhi had jumped off the cliff in pursuit, they had scrambled to find a way down the mountain, searching all night but to no avail. At dawn, they had hailed a taxi back, their bodies covered in mosquito bites, their swollen lips quivering. Damn, you scared me. Zhao Xiaoyu sighed in relief upon realizing this wasn't Lin Nantian-related trouble, but his relief was short-lived. He pressed on. How did he go missing? Who's responsible? Little Red Riding Hood. What? By afternoon, sunlight filtered through the campus trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze rustled through, bringing a refreshing chill. Dragging his weary body, Juju stepped out of the taxi and walked into the school. Counting the trip back and the 100 he had spent last night, the 5,000 yuan he had started with remained perfectly intact. Setting aside the matter of that fish, the money was spent in the most painful way possible. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, he found himself without even a moment to catch his breath. Juju, come to the office. Old Wang, his teacher, called out to him immediately. Didn't I tell you to find me first thing this morning? Why are you just showing up now? Old Wang's brows furrowed, his face full of displeasure. This had been agreed upon over the phone yesterday. Noticing Juju's disheveled and grimy appearance, Old Wang couldn't help but ask, "What, been out catching fish?" "Sorry, Teacher Wang. Something came up," Juju replied, lowering his head with genuine remorse, saying no more. Seeing Juju's sincerity, Old Wang let out a soft sigh and decided not to press further. He casually tossed 2 cards onto the desk. "You did well yesterday. These are a little extra from the school. Take them." Juju's eyes lit up instantly, his gaze fixed on the 2 cards. One was a premium dining hall card, granting him access to the same high-quality meals as the teachers. The other was a VIP gym card, allowing him full use of all the gym's equipment, along with personal training sessions from the physical education instructors. The principal truly kept his word. These rewards would undoubtedly be a tremendous boost to Juju's future training. "Thank you, Teacher Wang." Juju's face was all smiles, his tone brimming with gratitude. "You should thank the school for nurturing you. When you achieve something great in the future, don't forget the school." Old Wang shook his head and sighed, his voice steady but full of earnest expectation. "Rest assured, I will never forget the school, and I certainly won't forget all you've done for me, Teacher Wang." Juju, who had grown up alone, had mastered the art of flattery to perfection. Hearing this, Old Wang's lips curled into a slight smile, and a trace of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. "Teacher Wang, how's Lin Feng doing?" Juju suddenly asked. Old Wang paused, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said slowly, "He's pretty badly injured. His family has taken him home. Is he all right? I regret it so much I didn't control my strength yesterday." Juju feigned remorse on his face, but in truth, he was probing for Lin Feng's condition and the school's stance. Old Wang's lips twitched at this. "Didn't control your strength? You kicked him squarely in the face. Anyone who didn't know better would think you two had some deep-seated feud. Don't worry about it. Just focus on your studies. If anything happens, I've got your back." Old Wang blew on his teacup to cool it, then stared earnestly into Juju's eyes and said, "You have a strong chance of getting into Martial University. This is a life-changing opportunity, and you can't let it slip away. If you face any difficulties, let me know. In the key moments, you must give it your all in the extra credit competitions. You hold your destiny in your hands." Old Wang's tone was firm, and his eyes burned with anticipation. "Teacher, is there any vacant housing in the school staff quarters? The place I'm renting is far away, and the lease is about to end. The landlord won't let me stay any longer." Juju quickly brought up his predicament. He knew well that in life, you must seize every inch, never hesitate to boast, and never hold back on playing the victim. Old Wang nearly choked on his tea, glaring at the tea leaves swirling in his cup, his eye twitching. "You're something else. Can't you pick up on what I'm implying?" I'll help you ask around." Old Wang replied dismissively. "But my lease ends today. I guess I'll sleep in the classroom for now. Teacher, if there's any good news, please let me know." Juju looked serious. After yesterday's encounter with Lin Nantian and Wang Chang's scheming, it was clear they were targeting him. With his current strength, he couldn't afford a direct confrontation. His current living situation was unsafe, and he had to move. The school staff quarters were the ideal choice, right next to the school, highly secure, and no one dared to cause trouble there. All right, I'll ask for you right now." Old Wang put down his cup, shaking his head with a helpless smile. Inwardly, he muttered, "From now on, I won't bother with pleasantries with this kid, he doesn't understand subtle hints at all." Xu Ju was deeply grateful, knowing full well that while he was pushing his luck, he had no other options. After bidding farewell to old Wang, he returned to the classroom. Wang Wenqing, a classmate of Xu Ju's, sat in the seat diagonally in front of him to the left. As soon as Xu Ju entered the classroom, her eyes widened in shock. Why is he still alive? He was clearly poisoned. She hurriedly lowered her head and began hastily texting someone on her phone. Xu Ju ignored her completely, not even sparing her a glance. It wasn't worth his time. Sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, brushing against the freshly wiped blackboard. Tiny particles of chalk dust danced in the light like countless little sprites, captivating Xu Ju for a moment. If only the world weren't so full of ups and downs, wouldn't that be nice? Ring ring ring. The bell signaling the start of class rang. The teacher walked into the classroom with a steady stride. He wore a pair of tea-colored glasses, and the hair on the back of his head gleamed in the sunlight, with a few strands curling lightly at his temples. He was dressed in a faded brown suit that, while worn at the edges, was neatly pressed. In his hand, he held an enamel mug, its white rim chipped to reveal the dark iron underneath. This was a history class. The liberal arts portion of the college entrance exams was completed over a month ago, but the martial arts portion still remains. The Education Bureau just sent out a notice: 2 subjects will be temporarily added to the martial arts exams, a written test and an interview. They're not difficult, but they're very important. Today, I'm adding an extra lesson. This content isn't in your textbooks, so make sure to take good notes. The history teacher tapped the blackboard heavily, his expression serious. At the founding of the nation, the entrance to the inner earth was discovered, and the 749 Bureau was established to investigate it. To date, 45 entrances to the inner earth have been found worldwide, 9 of which are located within our country. This is also why the nation established 9 military special zones. This might show up as a fill-in-the-blank or multiple-choice question. Remember it well. The teacher's voice echoed through the classroom, and the students quickly began jotting down notes. Here's the English translation, tailored for American readers. There are currently 174 known types of magical beasts, and that's not even a complete count. A small number of them resemble creatures described in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Shan Hai Jing *. The nation conducted 17 separate expeditions into the discovered entrances before uncovering the existence of the Hollow Earth. Initially, governments worldwide kept this a tightly guarded secret to avoid mass panic. However, in 2012, when creatures from the Hollow Earth launched a full-scale invasion, the truth was finally revealed. The country began openly fostering high-level martial arts talent, leading to the rapid rise of martial arts-focused high schools and universities. These figures may appear on the test, so memorize them. The teacher scribbled key numbers on the blackboard, and the students focused intently, their pens moving furiously across their notebooks. Humanity's advanced technologies eradicated surface-level Hollow Earth invaders within a month. Our nation managed to put an end to the chaos in just half a week and even assisted dozens of other countries in quelling their invasions. This will definitely be on the test. Absolutely will be. You must remember this. The history teacher's voice was firm and commanding, emphasizing his points heavily. Humans have also started venturing into the Hollow Earth for research purposes, but it was quickly discovered that most advanced technologies fail in that environment. No signal, no satellite navigation, all high-tech instantly rendered low-tech. Under the conditions of intense magnetic fields and severe interference, even low-tech is less effective than cold weapons. But most importantly, using firearms attracts giant sandworms and swarms of demon dragons. This is a hard lesson paid for with the lives of countless soldiers. You must engrave this in your minds. The teacher's voice grew heavy, like the solemn toll of a bell. Suddenly, he asked coldly, if the exam asks, why do we still develop martial arts when we have advanced technology? Can you simply answer with the 3 reasons I just gave? Is that enough? Tell me, yes or no. The students exchanged uncertain glances. They already knew the answer was no, but they waited for the teacher to provide the definitive explanation. The history teacher spun around dramatically, his gaze sharp as a blade as he scanned the room. This is a question likely to appear in your interviews. Remember this: the entrances to the Hollow Earth are multiplying, and the situation down there is unpredictable and treacherous. If we can't penetrate and control the Hollow Earth, we'll be left at the mercy of its inhabitants. Developing martial arts is our proactive choice. It's an inevitable choice. History's tides are irreversible. This aligns with Marxist philosophy, using a developmental perspective to analyze problems. The teacher's words rang out with conviction, igniting the atmosphere of the entire classroom. The students were utterly absorbed, their pens racing across the paper, filling the air with the sharp, hurried sound of scribbling. Ring ring ring. The class bell echoed through the room. Alright, class, this session is crucial. Take it seriously. If you have any questions, come to my office anytime. Next history class, we'll have a mock exam covering today's material. Review thoroughly. Class dismissed. As the teacher turned to leave, Wang Wenqing suddenly stood up, her sharp gaze locking onto Zhu Zhu. Her tone was commanding. Zhu Zhu, get out here. Someone's looking for you. Zhu Zhu pretended not to hear, not even turning his head. Seeing this, Wang Wenqing's temper flared up. Don't say I didn't warn you. If they come into the classroom to find you, you'll lose face in front of everyone. Zhu Zhu let out a soft sigh, leaning back with his hands behind his head. You want me to come in, I come in. You want me to go out, I go out. Wow, you're really something, aren't you? Damn, Zhu bro, that's savage. The male students who caught on instantly erupted into deafening cheers. What does that mean? Wang Wenqing looked completely baffled. She didn't understand the implication of his words, but judging by everyone else's reaction, it definitely wasn't a compliment. She silently cursed herself for her lack of wit. She'd been outsmarted and humiliated. Are you going or not? Wang Wenqing's anger surged. Her face flushed bright red as she demanded loudly. I wasn't even in here to begin with. How can I go out? Zhu Zhu replied blankly, his expression feigning ignorance, deliberately playing coy. Damn, Zhu bro is on fire today. The boys burst into uncontrollable laughter, some pounding their desks as their laughter grew even louder. Wang Wenqing's face turned crimson with rage. Her trembling finger pointed at Zhu Zhu's nose as she gritted her teeth. You're going to regret this. One of Zhu Zhu's buddies chuckled and teased. Ooh, Zhu bro, you're gonna regret it if you don't go out. Oh no, I'm so scared, Zhu Zhu said mockingly, clutching his pants in an exaggerated show of fear. I'm shaking in my boots. The room erupted in laughter once again. Wang Wenqing stomped her foot in fury before storming out of the classroom in a fit of rage. So, she still cared about saving face after all. Zhu Zhu let out a faint scoff, watching her retreating figure with a look of utter disdain. Zhu bro, it feels like you've changed into a completely different person, remarked one of his friends sitting on the edge of Zhu Zhu's desk. He stared at him curiously, his eyes filled with confusion, as if he were looking at a completely new version of Zhu Zhu. This translation ensures the tone, humor, and pacing are adapted for English-speaking readers while keeping the cultural essence intact. Reborn, Zhu Zhu replied simply, unwilling to elaborate. Come on, stop joking. Seriously, how did your blood chi suddenly skyrocket like that? Zhang Xiaoqian had watched yesterday's match. He knew Zhu Zhu's blood chi level was recorded at 75, but judging by the way he effortlessly dominated his opponent, it had to be well over 90. Zhu Zhu lightly patted Zhang Xiaoqian on the shoulder, his gaze resolute. Xiaoqian, keep it up. The college entrance exams are coming. We both need to get in. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoqian felt a warmth in his heart and responded with genuine concern on his face. Brother Zhu, what's going on with you and that woman? Did you two have a falling out? Yeah, it's over, Zhu Zhu replied in a cold tone, as though he were discussing something trivial. She's no good, man. I couldn't say anything when you were dating, but now that it's over, don't get mad. Honestly, I couldn't stand her. I mean, seriously, that day I saw. Zhang Xiaoqian's face twisted with disgust as he vented his frustrations. Zhu Zhu raised a hand to cut him off, his eyes growing colder. He didn't want to hear any more. It was over between them, completely. Yesterday's poisoning incident had been a wake-up call for Zhu Zhu. To love someone who would go so far as to try to harm you, how twisted would you have to be to forgive that? He admitted that he had been infatuated before, but that was blind devotion. Now, he understood loving someone like her was the cruelest thing he could do to himself. Zhang Xiaoqian, seeing Zhu Zhu's indifferent demeanor, sighed and furrowed his brow in thought before continuing. I heard she's pretty close with the school's third seat. That guy's tight with Lin Feng, and they're both part of the same gang. You'd better watch out, she's definitely trouble. Zhu Zhu fell silent, lost in thought. The third seat was Qian Zihan. He came from a well-off family, had high blood qi, and ran rampant at school, using martial arts as a pretense to bully others. The school turned a blind eye to it, claiming that as aspiring martial artists, students shouldn't complain about getting beaten up if they couldn't fight back. Most of the students came from ordinary families, couldn't recover quickly from injuries, and had no choice but to endure the harassment in silence. Eventually, some of the bullies formed the Brotherhood Gang, with rankings based on blood qi levels. Qian Zihan was the third seat, and Lin Feng the fourth. In the past, Zhu Zhu wouldn't have dared to provoke them. But things were different now. With the system backing him, who was there to fear? Zhu Zhu smiled and thanked Zhang Xiaoqian for the reminder before lowering his head to focus on his studies. It was currently the class's long break period, with a high-intensity martial arts fitness class scheduled next. Everyone was taking the time to relax. Some were napping at their desks, others were working on practice questions, and a few were goofing around. Hardly anyone went outside to train. Juju stared at a sample test question, deep in thought. The results for the liberal arts portion of the college entrance exams had already been released, and those who hadn't applied for martial arts programs had left, waiting for their liberal arts universities to start. But the number of students signing up for martial arts programs remained substantial, over 100, a quarter of the class. Yet, in the end, only a handful would be admitted. This year, the number of college applicants nationwide had exceeded 10 million. The total martial arts program slots across the country numbered only 50,000, with an acceptance rate of over 200 to 1. Even though the government had been expanding enrollment, the entry threshold only kept rising. There were 56 martial arts universities nationwide, with the top 5 being Imperial Martial University, Magic Capital Martial University, Southern Alliance Martial University, Taiha Martial University, and Twin Mountains Martial University. Juju's goal was to get into one of these elite schools. There was no doubt that attending a top-tier university would significantly expand one's potential. The government's standards for martial artists were becoming increasingly stringent. The scoring system for liberal arts and martial arts exams had also been adjusted. For liberal arts-only applicants, the scoring system remained the same. But for martial arts applicants, scores were now a composite of 3 components: academics, blood chi, and the interview. Academics accounted for 40%, blood chi for 50%, and the interview for 10%. In the past, both the martial arts and liberal arts exams were held simultaneously from June 7 to 9. This year, the liberal arts exams were moved earlier, while the martial arts exams were delayed by a month to give students more preparation time. All things considered, the bar for martial arts exams this year would only be higher. Bang! A deafening crash. The classroom door was kicked open with a loud boom that shook the entire room. "Who's Juju?" The voice roared like thunder, brimming with dominance. Juju snapped out of his contemplation, his brows furrowing as his cold gaze locked onto the classroom door. Standing there was a burly man with long hair, his face full of menace, his eyes sharp as blades. Beside him stood Wang Wenqing, her expression smug, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. The oppressive aura screamed hostility. Wang Wenqing pointed at Juju, a cold sneer on her lips. "It's him, Juju, you." The burly man marched forward, glaring at Juju as if he wanted to tear him apart. Juju raised his head, his gaze calm as still water, yet carrying an icy edge. He said nothing. Wang Wenqing's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Scared now? A moment ago, you were acting all high and mighty. Cat got your tongue? What, you can't talk anymore? Ignoring me when I told you to come out? Playing deaf, huh? You little nobody!" The burly man roared, his fury unabated. Zhang Xiaoqian quickly stepped forward, positioning himself between the man and Juju. Zhuanzi, what are you doing?" The burly man turned his head coldly, his bangs swaying slightly as his fierce gaze locked onto Zhang Xiaoqian. "Who the hell do you think you are?" He jabbed a finger harshly at Zhang Xiaoqian's nose. "He's in trouble, and our Brotherhood Society is going to teach him a lesson. This has nothing to do with you. Get lost." Zhang Xiaoqian and Erzwang were neighbors and had a decent relationship, but such harsh words were like a bucket of cold water. Zhang Xiaoqian had no face to stand up for himself. "All right, stop this nonsense. Class is about to start," Zhang Xiaoqian said, suppressing his anger as he tried to defuse the situation and help Juju. "Get lost." Erzwang pushed Zhang Xiaoqian hard, sending him stumbling back. Sensing the crowd's attention on him, Erzwang felt a swell of pride and became even more arrogant. Pointing at Juju, he roared, "Get out here. Let's settle this one-on-one. You want a duel? What's the wager?" Juju crossed his arms, his eyes sharp as blades. Erzwang, vitality, 76. Who dared provoke him? Your life. Erzwang spat out viciously, lunging straight for Juju's hair. Juju's eyes narrowed as a glint of cold light flashed through them. His leg shot out sharply, aiming directly at Erzwang's abdomen. Caught off guard, the big man's movements were pathetically slow. Bang! Erzwang was sent flying, crashing into desks and chairs before landing heavily on the ground. Juju strode forward, grabbed Erzwang by the hair, and smashed his knee into Erzwang's face with brutal force. Thud, thud, thud. 3 consecutive strikes shattered Erzwang's nose, leaving his face grotesquely disfigured, resembling Lin Feng's twisted grimace. Crouching in front of him, Juju mimicked Erzwang's earlier hooligan demeanor, twisting his neck and shaking his hair, sneering coldly. "And who the hell do you think you are?" The surrounding students were dumbstruck, their eyes wide as saucers, utterly shocked. No one had expected Juju to be so bold, to directly resort to violence. "You're having fun now, but what if he calls for backup?" Someone muttered under their breath. "The martial arts exam is around the corner. Why provoke him? Another student said nervously, shaking their head. Zhang Xiaoqian stood frozen, his face pale, completely stunned. He had intended to smooth things over, but now the situation was beyond salvageable. Zhu Ju, however, didn't care about any of this. He extended a hand and pulled Zhang Xiaoqian to his feet. In his view, if you could fight, then fight, if not, run. If the other side disregarded the principles of fairness, why should he play by the rules? He had clearly offered a fair duel earlier, but they had refused and then acted provocatively. Zhu Ju felt entirely justified, no one could argue otherwise. As for avoiding trouble? Trouble doesn't disappear just because you fear it. The more you fear it, the more it clings to you. Compromise? Not an option. The laws of this world explicitly protected legitimate self-defense. If someone threatened your life, retaliating to the point of killing them was legally permissible. Of course, if he truly wanted to kill, the arena would be the best place to do it. But that depended on whether the other party had the guts to face him. Wang Wenqing, standing off to the side, looked on with a complex expression, not expecting Zhu Ju to act so directly. After all, this wasn't an official duel, it was a private grudge, which made it riskier. At first, she was stunned, but then a swirl of mixed emotions surged within her. Lin Feng had wanted Zhu Ju dead and, after contacting Qian Zihan, decided to teach him a lesson first. She had assumed Erzwang's backing would be enough to suppress Zhu Ju, but she hadn't anticipated his sheer defiance. After a moment of shock, she suddenly laughed mockingly, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Erzwang is one of the third boss's men. You're in serious trouble now. My biggest mistake was ever meeting you. Zhu Ju's voice was cold and unyielding. What did you just say? Wang Wenqing's face twisted in fury, her eyes wide as she screamed at him. You know full well how many despicable things you've done. And now you're helping others bully your own classmates? What's in your head, garbage? Zhu Ju's words were sharp and merciless, cutting straight to the point. The surrounding students began to look at Wang Wenqing with strange, judgmental eyes. I. Wang Wenqing trembled with rage, but no words came out. If Zhu Ju had been weak, his words might have been dismissed as absurd. But he was different, his attitude was firm, and his strength was undeniable. Wang Wenqing was left speechless, completely defeated by his words. Stop with the petty tricks. If you truly want me dead, I'll give you the chance on the arena, with a life or death agreement. Do you dare? Zhu Ju's gaze was icy, his intent to kill unmistakable. You. Wang Wenqing felt goosebumps rise all over her body. Ignoring the unconscious Erzwang, she turned and stormed away in fury. Although the school's official vitality record showed her surpassing Zhu Ju, the reality of Lin Feng and Erzwang being taken out in a single move had shattered any illusion of those numbers' reliability. Wang Wenqing knew this all too well, though she publicly blamed Lin Feng's poor condition and claimed Zhu Ju had ambushed him. At that moment, Erzwang woke up, scrambled to his feet, and dashed out of the classroom in a frenzy. As he left, he spat some harsh words, but before he could finish, Zhu Ju slammed the table, startling Erzwang so badly that he stumbled and fell outside the door. The comical scene sent the entire classroom into uproarious laughter. After this incident, Zhu Ju's image in his classmates' minds immediately became towering and awe-inspiring. Years later, when these classmates became parents and taught their own children martial arts, they couldn't help but reminisce about Zhu Ju's legendary moment of arrogance. But that's a story for another time. The damaged tables, chairs, and benches in the classroom were quickly reported to the homeroom teacher by the class committee. The result was clear, Erzwang was held fully responsible. Whoever caused the trouble bore the consequences. Rules were rules. Before long, it was time for martial arts class. Everyone got up and headed toward the martial arts hall. The hall was located north of the teaching building, separated by the sparring field. Yes, the very sparring field where Zhu Ju had once mercilessly defeated Lin Feng. The group crossed the field, where an intense fight was underway on the platform. Punches and kicks echoed sharply in the air. One of the fighters had been knocked down and was having his face stomped on heavily, a fiery and brutal scene. The students, however, were unfazed, not even pausing to watch. Before long, they arrived at the martial arts hall. Looking up, they saw a massive door made of solid wood, intricately carved with detailed patterns: swords, spears, sabers, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, maces, staffs, and clubs, whips, hammers, and claws, meteor hammers and crutches. Every stroke and cut was exquisitely detailed. On both sides of the door stood thick stone pillars, also adorned with complex carvings. Pushing open the heavy doors revealed a vast, open space, as large as a soccer field. Inside, there were simple and practical training equipment, sturdy sandbags, balance beams, and strength training machines. Nearby, rows of unopened weapons, including long swords, spears, and broadswords, were neatly arranged. On the walls hung motivational martial arts slogans and portraits of famous martial artists. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang. The martial arts instructor blew his whistle, gathering the students to officially begin the lesson. Combat is the fastest way to boost your chi and blood level, the instructor announced loudly. Today, we'll be learning boxing. Boxing is ideal for close-quarters combat. It's direct, efficient, simple, and practical. Regular practice will greatly help in improving your chi and blood levels. Excuse me. A student raised his hand. The instructor tilted his head slightly, signaling for him to speak. Sir, I want to learn Jeet Kune Do. The student spoke candidly, his voice firm and unwavering. Jeet Kune Do is an advanced martial art. You'll have the chance to learn it in college. For now, focus on the basic boxing techniques. They're simple, practical, and perfect for beginners. The instructor's tone was firm, but, after a moment's thought, he added, and don't waste your time searching for online courses. They're all scams. Real martial arts are meant for actual combat. They're never made public. Keep your eyes open and don't be fooled. The students formed a circle around the instructor, listening intently as he began his lesson. This class will focus on 3 key points: basic stance, footwork, and punching technique. Let's start with the stance. The instructor demonstrated the movements with crisp and powerful precision, his actions vivid and commanding. Face forward, tuck your chin slightly, and stand sideways. It minimizes the area exposed to attacks. Place your right foot forward and your left foot behind. Bend your left arm, keeping your fist protecting your cheek and your forearm guarding your ribs. Your right hand should also guard your cheek, with your arm shielding your chest. Distribute your weight on your toes and the first joints of your feet. Your right football should touch the ground, while your left foot remains flat. Next, the instructor demonstrated the basic footwork. When moving forward, slide your right foot out and let your left foot follow. Remember, no hopping, keep your heels raised. To retreat, slide your left foot back first, then follow with your right. The students watched and imitated as they learned. A few even took out their phones to record the lesson. Finally, punching technique. The instructor's movements were swift and imposing, exuding an air of dominance. When throwing a right punch, rotate your body counterclockwise, using your right foot's toe as the pivot. Use the force generated from your waist to drive the punch forward. After the punch, retract your fist immediately and return to the starting stance to protect yourself. The left punch follows the same principle. After explaining, the instructor went around, correcting each student's posture. These 3 fundamentals weren't difficult, and the students quickly grasped the essence. Half an hour later, the instructor announced the start of sparring practice. Pair up in groups of 2 and simulate combat. Don't hold back, but ensure your movements are precise. Use every technique you've just learned. It was the most efficient teaching method. Zhu Ju glanced at Zhang Xiaoqian. Terrified, Zhang Xiaoqian immediately grabbed another partner. Zhu Ju's ferocity had been on full display earlier. Admiration was one thing, but fighting him was an entirely different matter. Out of the 41 students in the class, Zhu Ju was left without a partner. Seeing this, the instructor kindly suggested, "Why don't we spar?" When Zhu Ju remained silent, staring intently at him without a word, the instructor spoke again, "I'll only use 30% of my strength. How about that?" "All right," Zhu Ju replied without hesitation. Half an hour later, Zhu Ju's face was swollen and bruised, his eyes blazing like fire, glaring fiercely at the martial arts instructor. "You've got potential. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you." The instructor, sporting a pair of panda eyes, slowly retracted his stance, offering words of praise. But in his heart, he had cursed Zhu Ju countless times. Everyone knew that though this was called a combat training session, in reality, people only used half their strength. With the college entrance exams looming, no one wanted to risk getting hurt. The martial arts instructor had intended to hold back and keep it light. But Zhu Ju had gone all out as soon as they started, fighting like a crazed beast. The instructor, being merely a rank 1 beginner martial artist, had already reached his limit, defending with 30% of his strength. Gradually, he let himself go, finding the fight increasingly exhilarating and cathartic. Zhu Ju was beaten to a pulp, attracting a crowd of classmates who stopped their own training to watch the instructor's bullying performance. It wasn't until Zhu Ju spat out a broken tooth that the instructor snapped back to reality, awkwardly ending the fight with a compliment. At the start of the battle, Zhu Ju had sensed the instructor was holding back. But how could one grow quickly without genuine combat experience? So, he gave it everything he had, forcing the instructor to engage in a real fight. Though he suffered a brutal beating, the combat-honed skills he gained were far superior to empty drills. When the martial arts class ended, the students stayed in the training hall for self-study until the afternoon dismissal. These students, all preparing for the martial arts entrance exam, were disciplined and diligent, needing no supervision. The instructor left early. Juju found a special sandbag, imagining it as the instructor, and began wildly throwing left and right hooks at it. The other students quickly backed away, not wanting to get involved. Juju didn't care. He had no time to worry about how he looked. People's opinions were beyond his control, only strength truly mattered. During a break in his training, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the half-tooth he'd lost was regenerating at an astonishing speed, thanks to his passive secret technique, self-healing. The itching pain was hard to bear, but at least his appearance wouldn't be permanently marred. Though one's image wasn't entirely within their control, it was just as important as improving one's strength. Ding! Identified martial technique boxing proficiency has reached the beginner level. It has been added to the system panel and can be checked anytime. Martial technique, non-ranked boxing, beginner. Note, only one martial technique can be learned. Subsequent techniques will automatically merge. Juju's eyes lit up. He finally had his own martial technique. Advanced techniques were divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. For now, boxing was just at the beginner level. Though basic, it was his personal combat method. Even though he wielded a D-grade alloy flexible sword, no weapon was universally effective. In tight spaces, a sword could become a burden, expanding the area vulnerable to attacks and causing more harm than good. A sword was a mid-range weapon. If the distance wasn't right, its advantages were nullified. Boxing perfectly made up for the short-range gap. Gar! A low rumble came from his stomach. Juju looked down, his face full of helplessness. Since his last meal before the auction last night, he hadn't eaten a single bite. After such an intense training session, it was only thanks to his robust physique that he hadn't passed out. He opened his system panel for a look. Martial technique, non-ranked boxing, beginner. Passive secret technique, self-healing, beginner. Stage 1 devouring progress, 10% usable. Vitality points, 17 out of 100. Upgrade threshold, 9. His vitality points were down to just 17, which was alarmingly low. But the good news was, the threshold had risen to 7 within a single day. With just 3 more points, he'd reached the required 10-point threshold to trigger the system's minimum upgrade for a 10% devouring progress. At that point, he could upgrade immediately, not only increasing his vitality cap to 110 but also instantly recovering to full health. Thinking about this, Juju trained even harder. He was already planning to treat himself to a feast at the school's premium cafeteria after class, rewarding his growling stomach. Who's Juju? A sudden roar broke the hum of training. Juju turned to look, spotting 6 students with dyed yellow hair standing at the entrance of the training hall, exuding a menacing aura. Their eyes were filled with malice as they scanned the crowd. Juju sighed, shaking his head helplessly. This cliché plot beat the small fry, then the bigger one show up, and after that, the boss arrives. He was utterly sick of it. Might as well finish this in one go. He raised his fist and shouted arrogantly, "Me, me, me." Then he strode toward them, his fists cracking audibly. The leader of the yellow-haired group sneered as he saw Juju approaching alone. He turned to his comrades and chuckled coldly. "Just you." Bam! Before he could finish his sentence, Juju's fist smashed into his face. The guy spun 180 degrees in midair before crashing face-first onto the ground. "Next, you, come here." Juju pointed at another one of them, grinning smugly. No, it's not me. It's our boss who's looking for you." The guy stammered, trembling. The yellow-haired thug, with his weak vitality and usual reliance on numbers to intimidate others, had completely lost his demeanor after seeing his leader taken down in one move. When Juju called him out, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and his speech became stuttered and incoherent. The one who had been knocked out in a single punch was the strongest among them in terms of vitality. If even he was taken down in an instant, what was the point of pretending to be tough? "What does he want from me?" Juju's voice boomed like thunder as he pointed at the unconscious man on the ground. He's not our boss." The thug shook his head violently, his words fragmented, unable to keep pace with Juju's intensity. As expected, if you didn't root them out completely, they'd just keep coming back, wave after wave. To cause trouble, it was enough to drive anyone insane. "Where's your boss? What about your boss's boss? And where's the grandmaster of your boss's boss, the one hiding in seclusion?" Juju grabbed the thug by the collar, his fury almost tangible. In the restroom." The thug's face flushed a deep red as he struggled to breathe, utterly devoid of the courage to resist. "Lead the way." Juju flung him to the ground and strode out with firm, heavy steps. "This way, please. Watch your step." The other yellow-haired thugs, sensing the shift in power, quickly switched their allegiance. For people like them, reasoning was useless, but as long as you displayed overwhelming strength, they'd instantly become as obedient as lapdogs. Back at the training grounds, the other students stared, mouths agape, swallowing hard in shock. Zhang Xiaoqian, watching the situation unfold, hesitated for a moment. Worried that Juju might get into trouble, he hurried off to find a teacher. The female students, on the other hand, had stars in their eyes as they stared dreamily at Juju's retreating figure. So handsome. How did I not notice how cool Juju was before? Yeah, it's like he's a completely different person. Too cool. I've decided Juju is my new idol. Totally. He's way better than Fengran. Wang Wenqing stood frozen, watching everything unfold with a mix of emotions. She had just started to think Lin Feng was impressive, only to see him get defeated by Juju. She had just thought Zhuang was strong, only to see him also get defeated by Juju. She had just thought their gang was untouchable, only for Juju to send them off to clean up their mess. The former bootlicker, how had he suddenly turned into a wolf? And not just any wolf, a venomous one. Why hadn't he been like this sooner? Why did he waste so much time groveling? Wang Wenqing's expression grew complicated as she stared at Juju's back, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt. At that moment, Juju's image in the hearts of his classmates had undoubtedly been elevated to a new level. Years later, when these students, now parents themselves, taught their own children martial arts. In the restroom, smoke filled the air, resembling the haze of a battlefield. 5 delinquents were indulging in the euphoric sensation of inhaling celestial mist, the tension in the room palpable yet reckless. A lackey squatting in one stall suddenly lifted his head and stared at the man squatting across from him, Chen Zihan. In a low voice, he asked, "Brother Zihan, how are we going to deal with him later?" Chen Zihan, while wiping himself, responded calmly, "Taking him down isn't the main goal. The key is to force him to hand over his spot in the bonus point competition." He had already learned of Lin Feng's intentions from Wang Wenqing, but Chen Zihan's plans ran deeper. Before they physically dealt with Juju, they had to squeeze every bit of benefit out of him, only then would it be worth it. Juju had 50,000 in cash and, more importantly, a valuable spot in the bonus point competition. This spot didn't need to be officially reported by the school, private deals were entirely feasible. If they could get their hands on it, it would maximize their gains. As for finishing him off, that could wait. Do you think he'll just give it up so easily? The yellow-haired thug in the opposite stall hesitated, worry evident on his face. Chen Zihan, holding his celestial mist stick in one hand and flipping through a thick book titled Zhuanggong with the other, didn't even look up as he replied indifferently, "If he doesn't, we'll beat him until he does." The lackeys all stared longingly at the Zhuanggong manual, their eyes filled with desire. But Chen Zihan had set an exorbitant price of 50,000 yuan for an hour of access, strictly prohibiting photocopying or recording. They could only swallow their envy. Zhuanggong was a secret martial arts technique from Martial University, one that outsiders rarely had access to. The copy in Chen Zihan's hands was a handwritten reproduction, created from memory by a relative. Even so, it had significantly boosted Chen Zihan's strength. He had jumped from being ranked outside the top 30 last semester to breaking into the top 10, even earning a spot in the bonus point competition. The power of this technique was undeniable. Of course, cultivating Zhuanggong consumed an immense amount of vitality. Without the financial resources of a wealthy family, it was nearly impossible to sustain, which was why the technique was rarely widespread. Lin Feng couldn't beat him. Do you really think Juju's vitality is lower than Lin Feng's? The lackey in the stall continued to wipe, his anxiety evident. Zhuangzi was his sworn brother, who had just been brutally beaten by Juju. Burning with rage and seeking revenge, he couldn't help but hesitate in fear when he saw how badly Zhuangzi was injured. His nasal bone was shattered, 6 teeth knocked out. Juju's methods were so ruthless it was terrifying. Was Juju really as despicable as Wang Wenqing had claimed? Chen Zihan spoke slowly and deliberately, "Impossible. I know Lin Feng's strength very well. Even if he had a magical weapon, I wouldn't be sure I could beat him. Juju knocking him out with just one punch? If he really had that kind of power, his chi and blood value would have to be at least over 100. Do you think that's even possible?" In the 16 years since Jiaxiang High School for Advanced Martial Arts was established, only 5 students had ever reached a chi and blood value of over 100. All of them were city-level martial arts champions. In recent years, there hadn't been a single genius of that caliber. Most martial arts university students had a chi and blood value around 90, far from the key admission benchmark of 106 points. If Juju really had a chi and blood value over 100, there would be no need for any bonus matches. Nearby universities would directly offer him guaranteed admission, skipping the college entrance exams entirely. Clearly, that wasn't the case here. After wiping himself clean, Chen Zihan put on his pants and carefully tucked his book into his pocket. Could it be that Lin Feng was just too careless? Maybe Juju caught him off guard with a sneak attack? A younger lackey's eyes flickered as he adjusted his pants, feeling slightly reassured. That must be it. We'll teach him a lesson soon enough. Weaklings have no right to compete for the bonus spots. Xianzihan's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes flashing with malice. Big bro, Shuju's here. A lackey burst into the restroom in a panic. What are you panicking for? Xianzihan sneered dismissively. Just as he finished speaking, Juju stepped through the door. Who's looking for me? Juju pinched his nose, frowning as if he were about to flee from the overpowering stench. Let's talk outside. As he approached the doorway, a yellow-haired thug reached out to block his path. We'll talk here. Xianzihan lit a cigarette, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. He was obviously accustomed to the foul smell in the restroom. Juju found this peculiar habit incomprehensible and contemptible. Let's make this quick. Give up your spot in the bonus match, pay each of us 5,000 as protection money, and everyone will go their separate ways. We won't trouble you anymore. Xianzihan feigned a magnanimous attitude while making his outrageous demands. You heard him. Speak up, don't waste our time. You think you're something special? Win one match and you're untouchable? Believe me, I'll cripple you today if I have to. No spot, no money? Then don't even think about walking out of here alive. Where's the cash? 5,000 per person. Don't give me that I'm broke nonsense, you just got 50 grand in prize money. Hand it over now. 10 people, 50,000 total. We're giving you a chance here, don't push your luck. The gang of thugs, emboldened by their numbers, grew increasingly arrogant, their noses held high. Even the yellow-haired lackeys who had led Juju into the restroom shed their initial timidity. They puffed out their chests, their eyes filled with brazen arrogance, smirking as they taunted, "Weren't you acting tough just now? Let's see you act tougher." One of them swiftly locked the restroom door with a key and shoved it into his pocket. Juju remained unfazed, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he locked eyes with Xianzihan. If it's a one-on-one match, I'm in. A group fight? That's beneath me. Xianzihan crossed his arms and sneered mockingly, his tone dripping with disdain. Are you stupid? You think my brothers would fight you one-on-one? You've got two choices today, hand over the spot and the money and get lost, or we'll take them by force and leave you lying in the pit. Your call. He pointed coldly toward the grimy toilet stall. Juju frowned and shook his head, muttering, the smell really is unbearable. What, your place smells like roses? Xianzihan suddenly burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the cramped restroom, so grating it sent shivers down spines. His lackeys joined in, laughing uproariously, doubling over as if they couldn't stand straight. Juju shot him a cold, disdainful glance and said icily, I was talking about your foul mouth. What did you just say? Xianzihan's eyes widened in fury as he jabbed his finger toward Juju's nose. Don't you dare disrespect me. You're asking for a beating, I swear I'll. Thud. Before he could finish, Juju suddenly lashed out with a fierce kick to Xianzihan's stomach. If you're not stepping into the ring, then get into the pit. Caught off guard and at such close range, Xianzihan had no time to dodge. The kick landed squarely. Strangely enough, his body reacted with impressive muscle memory. One leg shot backward, the sole of his foot bracing against the ground as he staggered but quickly regained his balance. Juju's gaze sharpened instantly, as keen as a blade. Stance mastery. Zhao Gandhi had once demonstrated this technique, proudly showing it off. This skill truly made one as steady as an immovable rock, unshakable in their stance. I want it. Xianzihan raised his head, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold grin. Humph, so that's how you beat Lin Feng, by sneaking up on him. Kid, don't get cocky just because you've got some tricks up your sleeve. Juju's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes igniting with both fury and determination. Who's the one showing off? I'll show you right now. You dare ambush me? Get him. Take him down. The surrounding underlings, like enraged hounds, howled as they lunged at Juju, fists and feet flying. Juju showed no signs of backing down. His gaze sharpened as he raised his left arm to shield his head, blocking a sneak attack from a blonde-haired thug on his left. His right fist shot out like a cannonball, slamming directly into the blonde's face. The blonde never expected Juju to fight back so fiercely despite being outnumbered. Caught completely off guard, the punch landed squarely on his nose, causing tears to stream uncontrollably from the sharp pain. Having scored a hit, Juju wasted no time lingering. He quickly retracted his fist to guard his head, while his left hand transformed into a straight punch, striking the arrogant blonde who had just locked the door dead on. The force of the blow twisted the thug's head to the side. Juju moved with agility and precision, maintaining a stable center of gravity to avoid overexerting himself and losing balance. I'll kill you. A green-haired thug seized the opening as Juju threw a punch and aimed a kick at Juju's blind spot from behind. Juju, sharp-eyed and alert, caught the sneak attack in his peripheral vision. He quickly pulled back his fist and caught the thug's leg mid-air. With his right elbow, he hammered down on the thug's knee like an iron mallet. Crack! The crisp sound of bone snapping echoed as the green-haired thug's knee bent backward unnaturally. Caught off guard, his vitality was far below Juju's, leaving him utterly defenseless against the attack. Before he could even let out a scream, Juju dragged him and threw him into a nearby pit. "You little punk, you're dead." Xianzihan, boiling with rage, abandoned his role as a spectator and charged forward with a roar. His underlings immediately stepped aside to clear a path. Xianzihan's fist swung toward Juju's rear skull with a thunderous force. His stance was solid, his footing steady, showcasing his superior experience and strength compared to his subordinates. Sensing the gust of wind from behind, Juju instinctively ducked to evade the blow. Catching sight of the incoming attack, he pivoted and aimed a diagonal kick straight at Xianzihan's chin. The chin, where the jaw connects to the skull, is a vulnerable spot rich in nerves and easily injured. Xianzihan, though skilled in grounding techniques and solid stances, lacked adaptability. Faced with a strike targeting such a critical area, his grounded stance only widened the impact zone. Sure enough, Xianzihan crossed his hands to block with all his might, but he stood no chance against the powerful upward kick. A crack echoed as bone fractured, and he was sent flying, crashing hard into the pit behind him. The underlings, seeing their leader knocked down, swarmed toward Juju like a colony of ants, relying on sheer numbers to overwhelm him. However, against Juju's overwhelming vitality, their attacks were nothing more than futile displays. Vitality, 10 calories, 100 calories. Though Juju's current vitality was low, his maximum capacity was extraordinarily high. In combat, strength was predominantly determined by the maximum vitality represented by the 100 calories in parentheses. The current value indicated how much energy he had left. As long as it didn't drop to zero, he could continue fighting. Each point of maximum vitality added a 5% boost to combat power. At this stage, where martial techniques and bone refinement had yet to be mastered, a 10-point advantage in vitality was enough to dominate. At this moment, aside from Xianzihan, the rest of the thugs had vitality levels below 75. Juju's 100 calories maximum vitality granted him 125% more combat power than someone with 75 calories. To put it simply, a 100% combat power disparity left opponents utterly defenseless, and 125% rendered them incapable of even raising their arms to retaliate. While vitality was no longer the sole determinant of strength in later stages of martial training, for now, it dictated the tide of battle. Not only did Juju dominate with vitality, but his technique was also oppressively precise. Another blonde thug charged in, wildly swinging his left fist. Juju stood his ground like a rock, blocking with his right arm and delivering a lightning-fast uppercut with his left, striking the thug's right jaw. The blonde had no time to react and collapsed instantly. The power of technique. The reward of relentless training. A well-honed technique could maximize the potential of one's vitality. As Juju fought on, his proficiency in his fighting style grew, and his punches became increasingly lethal. By now, Xianzihan had struggled to his feet, clutching his fractured chin with both hands, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had always been confident in his grounding techniques, convinced that, below level 90, I'm invincible. Above level 90, I'll at least trade one for one. Of course, that confidence assumed his opponent hadn't mastered grounding techniques themselves. Could Juju really be this unstoppable? Why was he so invincible before him? None of it made any sense. Xianzihan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion and shock, unable to comprehend how things had come to this. Stop! His jaw was already shattered, but the adrenaline coursing through his veins dulled the pain, keeping him from breaking down completely. Hearing his shout, the surrounding henchmen immediately stopped their actions. It was only then that they realized the situation. 4 or 5 of their own were already down, while Juju stood completely unscathed. No one had expected Juju to be this formidable. A sense of dread spread through the group, especially among the few yellow-haired lackeys who had brought Juju here. The memory of his chilling question, "Where's your boss?" sent shivers down their spines all over again. "You can leave. Just go," Xianzihan muttered, his voice muffled and unclear. Worried Juju wouldn't understand, he gestured with his hand, signaling his men to let Juju go. It was an attempt to save face, pretending he was magnanimously letting Juju off the hook, when in reality, he knew they couldn't win. Juju slowly approached, his expression calm and indifferent. "Let's make this simple. From now on, this bathroom is off limits to you. Each of you will pay 5,000 yuan. You stay out of my way, and I won't cause more trouble." His tone was composed, his demands reasonable. But when Xianzihan heard the terms, paying money like a defeated nation ceding land, his pride flared. Defiance surged within him. He pointed at Juju and roared at his subordinates, "Kill him." Though his words were slurred, his gesture was clear enough. The henchmen hesitated for a moment but, with no better choice, gritted their teeth and charged again. Juju's lips curled into a small, disdainful smile. He readied himself. I gave you a fair chance for a clean fight earlier, but you chose to gang up and play dirty. Now, it's too late for regrets. With a forceful push off the ground, Juju launched himself toward the nearest yellow-haired thug. His right hook struck like lightning, landing squarely in the man's abdomen. The thug doubled over in pain. Juju seized the moment, grabbing the man by the neck and hauling him toward an open stall, slamming him headfirst into the toilet. That made 3 who'd been planted. Juju swiftly turned, grabbing another by the collar and dragging him to the next stall. 4. The remaining 5, apart from Qian Zihan, were battered and bruised, their spirits crushed. Seeing Juju's apparent enthusiasm for planting them in the stalls, panic set in. Realizing they couldn't win, they turned and scrambled for the exit only to find the door locked. Where was the key? Frantically scanning the area, they located the culprit, one yellow-haired thug already planted in a stall, head down. It was over. No escape. They were going to be planted too. Desperate, the group crowded together at the bathroom door, pressing against each other so tightly they couldn't even lift a leg to kick at it. The will to survive erupted like a volcano. Fists rained down on the locked door in a frantic rhythm, desperate and futile. Juju approached slowly, his steps steady and deliberate. The light from the bathroom ceiling cast shadows across his face, leaving his expression obscured. His figure loomed over them like a gathering storm cloud, suffocating and oppressive. The trapped men looked up, their hearts pounding wildly as if beaten by crashing waves. They could barely breathe. Fear etched itself into their wide eyes. Huddled together in a corner, they trembled, their voices shaky. Don't come any closer. 1,000 per head. Redemption fee, Juju said, stopping briefly. He raised his hand, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing ominously. A strange green glint flickered in his eyes, sending shivers down their spines. Redemption fee, they stammered, confused and terrified. Juju didn't bother explaining. Reaching out, he grabbed one of them like a chick, delivered a brutal punch, and unceremoniously shoved him headfirst into a stall. He turned toward his next target. The group froze, finally understanding that Juju was dead serious about planting them one by one. Redemption fee, a term of his own creation, was enough to make their blood run cold. Without caring how much 10,000 yuan might cost, they fumbled for their phones, scrambling to make transfers as quickly as possible. Juju cooperated, pulling out his phone to display his payment QR code. Good thing he charged his phone during martial arts class earlier, otherwise, it could have caused delays in such an important moment. Payment received, 10,000 yuan. Payment received, 10,000 yuan. 4 payments came through without a hitch. Satisfied, Juju reminded them not to use this bathroom again and gestured for them to leave. As for how they would get out, Juju couldn't care less. He turned his attention to Qian Zihan, who was cowering behind a stall divider. Slowly, he advanced. What do you want? Qian Zihan stammered, his voice trembling. Trapped in the corner, he pressed his hands against the wall, his face pale as a sheet. Smack! Juju delivered a sharp slap across his face. Are you dumb? You've already lost, and you're still mouthing off? Here's the deal, you've got 2 choices. Give up your claim to this bathroom, pay the redemption fee, and crawl your way out of here. Or I'll take the money myself and plant you in a stall. Your call. Juju mimicked Qian Zihan's earlier arrogant tone, his words cold and clear. Qian Zihan was practically choking on his own anger. You said 5,000 at first, he protested. Didn't give me 5,000 earlier, huh? Well, the price just went up. Stop wasting my time. Juju's tone was sharp and impatient. These street punks were loaded, money to them was like air. Asking for 5 grand was nothing. But throwing out a demand for over 10,000? That'd make them squirm. They had the nerve to extort 50 grand from me. All I'm asking back is 10. That's not unreasonable at all. Fine, hey Han, I'll pay you. Qian Zihan gritted his teeth, reluctantly agreeing to pay up to save face. He had no choice. If he didn't do as Juju said, he'd probably end up tossed into a pit somewhere. How could he show his face to anyone after that? Today's humiliation, he vowed, would be repaid 100-fold. 10,000 received, the notification chimed. Hearing the alert, Juju's hand lashed out without hesitation, slapping Qian Zihan so hard he toppled sideways. You think you're playing me? He barked. Clutching his stinging cheek, Qian Zihan looked utterly aggrieved. Hey Han, it's really 10,000. They give 10,000. And you, their leader, give the same? Juju's glare sharpened, full of disdain for this shamelessness. Hey Hang Hao, how much do you want? Juju spread his hands flat and raised one finger. Qian Zihan breathed a sigh of relief. So it's 20,000? Before he could react further, Zhu Zhu crossed his two fingers. 100,000. Qian Zihan, born into wealth, still couldn't stomach the idea of squandering money like this. How many rounds of indulgence could that sum buy? The thought alone hurt his soul. While he hesitated, Zhu Zhu shifted his fingers again, holding them parallel. 110,000. The additional 10 grand, completely out of nowhere, almost made Qian Zihan cough up blood in rage. This was shamelessness taken to an entirely new level. Eyes cold and menacing, Zhu Zhu stepped forward, his posture threatening as if ready to apply a chokehold technique. Hey, alright. Panicking, Qian Zihan fumbled for his phone, scanning the QR code to transfer the money. He planned to treat it as temporarily parking the money with Zhu Zhu. He'd get it back sooner or later. Transfer complete. Amount, 110,000 yuan. Slap. Another resounding slap echoed before Qian Zihan could catch his breath. What about the ransom for the 5 guys in the pit? Qian Zihan froze, dumbstruck. What ransom? They're already in the pit. Why would I pay for them? Why are you asking me? They can't pay. You'll cover for them. Now hurry up. Zhu Zhu raised his hand again, the impending slap practically written in the air. Qian Zihan broke into tears. In all his life, he'd never suffered such humiliation. Suddenly, rotting in a pit didn't seem so unbearable. With no choice left, he reached for his phone again, transferring the last 40,000 yuan in his account. Can't we just round it down? Smack! Zhu Zhu's hand came down in a heavy slap, this time a sharp hit across Qian Zihan's nose. His voice boomed with rage. You dare me? I meant rounded down a bit, Qian Zihan mumbled pitifully. Teach me Zhuanggong. Zhu Zhu's eyes were razor-sharp, his demand leaving no room for negotiation. Hearing this, Qian Zihan instinctively clutched the small manual in his chest pocket, the title Zhuanggong faintly visible. Frantically, he stammered, I can't teach you that. Zhu Zhu's gaze fell on the manual, his lips curling into a sinister grin. Hand it over. He snatched the booklet with ease, flipping through a few pages before nodding in satisfaction. This will count as interest. You still owe me 1 grand, 3 days to pay up. Fail to deliver, and I'll make you eat dirt. Qian Zihan's face turned ghostly pale, his breath catching in his throat. In that moment, he couldn't tell who was the real villain here. As Zhu Zhu finished his words, the transfer notification for the 50,000 yuan ransom came through. He kicked open the restroom door, which had been smashed into a sorry state by the yellow-haired thugs, and strode out with confidence. For the first time, he didn't feel as annoyed about people picking fights with him. In fact, he saw a lucrative opportunity. From now on, anyone coming to stir trouble might just turn into his personal god of wealth. The thought brought a cold, calculating smile to Zhu Zhu's lips, stretching all the way to his ears. Back in the restroom, Qian Zihan, still sniffling, shakily pulled out his phone to call for backup. But before he could say anything, Zhu Zhu poked his head back in through the door, startling him so badly he dropped his phone straight into the filthy pit. Next time, bring a bigger boss to mess with me. 10 grand per visit. I welcome a challenge. With that, Zhu Zhu turned on his heel and left without looking back. The stench of the restroom was something he refused to endure for even a second longer. All that remained was the wreckage of the scene, Qian Zihan sobbing on the floor, and the 5 guys still stuck in the pit. Meanwhile, a call they'd managed to make finally connected. Hello? Can anyone hear me? The fiery hues of dusk draped over the gates of Jiaxiang Advanced Martial High School. It was dismissal hour, and students poured out like a tidal wave, their chatter and laughter filling the previously serene space with life. With the liberal arts exams finished and evening classes cancelled, students now had free reign over their evenings. Many, after grabbing a quick bite, returned to the playground to train. Across the street from the school gate, a sleek black sedan sat motionless. Its streamlined body gleamed faintly under the sun's rays, exuding an understated yet commanding presence. The windows, slightly reflective, concealed everything inside. In the driver's seat sat an elegant woman, dressed head to toe in luxury brands. Her oversized sunglasses obscured most of her meticulously made-up face, but her sharp gaze pierced straight ahead. She clutched a small box in one hand and extended it toward the passenger seat. 3 blood chi pills. You'll get another 3 when the job's done. The man in the passenger seat also wore sunglasses. His short hair was neat and sharp, and a scar ran diagonally from the corner of his right eye to the edge of his mouth, exuding an intimidating aura. The black suit clung tightly to his muscular frame, his bulging muscles faintly radiating immense power. His gaze was hawk-like, and he reached out with an expressionless face to take the pill. Where's the target's photo? He asked coldly. Not available for now, the wealthy woman replied, her fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel, her tone indifferent. The man didn't press further, silently waiting for an explanation. Huang Xiang, you've been following Nantian for quite some time. For this mission, you absolutely cannot let him find out. Understood? The wealthy woman's voice was gentle but carried an undeniable authority. Rest assured, Madam Lin, Huang Xiang responded briefly, his tone resolute. We'll head to the target's residence shortly. Follow the plan. Only 2 objectives, she raised 2 slender fingers, take his life, and take his sword. Understood. Madam Lin said no more, her gaze remaining sharp as if piercing through all deceit. Silence hung in the air, the atmosphere seemingly frozen. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing shattered the stillness. Hello, Auntie? I'm at the school gate. Where are you? A crisp, youthful female voice came from the other end of the line. Madam Lin turned to look toward the school gate, her eyes scanning the crowd of students. Beep, beep. She pressed the car horn, hung up the call, and gestured for the girl to get in. Soon, a young female student opened the car door and obediently sat in the back seat. Hello, Auntie, Wang Wenqing greeted softly. Xiao Wang, I've called you here to ask you something, Madam Lin said calmly, though her tone carried a commanding weight. Wang Wenqing, used to such an aura, respectfully replied, Auntie, please ask. What is your relationship with Lin Feng? Madam Lin asked directly, paying no mind to the presence of the man in the passenger seat. Wang Wenqing froze, unprepared for the abrupt shift in topic, her mind thrown into chaos. Had Lin Feng really been ruined? Was his mother in a rush to find him a wife? Should she agree or refuse? If she agreed, there'd be no future following him, she'd only live off his family's leftovers. But if she refused, could his family's wealth still help her through college? Speak! Madam Lin's impatient voice broke through, sharp and commanding. Startled, Wang Wenqing blurted out, we're a couple. A couple? Madam Lin raised an eyebrow, her tone cold. Are you really a couple? Yes. Wang Wenqing replied firmly. She was familiar with the trope from countless novels and dramas of bold, spirited daughters-in-law always won over wealthy, domineering mothers-in-law. If you're truly a couple, why haven't you asked about Lin Feng's condition since getting in the car? Madam Lin's lips curled into a mocking smile, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Wang Wenqing's mind went blank, her heart racing. That's right, how could she have forgotten such an important question? Her image had instantly plummeted. She began to explain, but Madam Lin cut her off. Don't be nervous. That's not why I called you here today, Madam Lin said, removing her sunglasses and pressing a hand on the car's central console, her sharp gaze fixed on Wang Wenqing. Do you know Zhu Ju? The name sent Wang Wenqing's mind spiraling into another blank void. Why were all the questions like traps? A mother-in-law asking about an ex-boyfriend, how was she supposed to answer that? Even TV plots weren't this nerve-wracking. I don't know him, she replied calmly, feigning ignorance with a steady demeanor. Madam Lin's expression darkened, her mood turning as heavy as nightfall. What was wrong with high schoolers these days? So emotionally immature, yet pretending to have such deep calculation, did they not find themselves disgusting? I know about Zhu Ju, and I know about his matters. Lie to me one more time, and get out of my sight, Madam Lin said coldly, putting her sunglasses back on. Just looking at Wang Wenqing disgusted her. No one knows women better than other women, a sly fox pretending to be pure, claiming to be her son's girlfriend? How laughable. Lin Feng truly had terrible taste, just like his father. Faced with Madam Lin's fury, Wang Wenqing's mind was completely blank, utterly led by the nose at this point. Auntie, don't be angry. I was just joking, she said, laughing nervously, her facade completely crumbling. Ha ha ha. Madam Lin let out a few cold laughs before stopping abruptly. Taking a deep breath, her gaze turned razor-sharp. If I play along with your joke, you'll play along with me. Otherwise, I won't find this funny anymore. Understand? Yes, yes, yes. Wang Wenqing nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at grain. Take me to Zhu Ju's place, Madam Lin demanded, her tone brooking no refusal. Then, her voice shifted sharply. If you dare say you don't know, I'll slap you. Madam Lin's voice was icy. Before the words even fully landed, the car door had already shut, the engine roared to life, and the vehicle bolted forward. Wang Wenqing's mental defenses collapsed entirely. She didn't care in the slightest about why Lin Feng's mother was heading to Zhu Ju's house, nor did she have the time to worry about Zhu Ju's safety. At this moment, the only thing weighing on her mind was the terrible impression she might have left on her future mother-in-law. Her wits were no match for Madam Lin's, there was no way she could compete. What should she do now? Wang Wenqing furrowed her brows tightly, her gaze fixed on the back of the driver's seat as she exhaled a long sigh of frustration. It seemed that her only option was full compliance. But she wouldn't accept defeat so easily. There was still a chance to turn the tables. Yes, that's the way to go. Zhu Ju had finished dealing with Qian Zihan and stepped onto the small path leading through the campus. The numbers in his mobile banking account gleamed brightly, and Zhu Ju grinned like an exuberant 18-year-old. 260,000 yuan. 50,000 was prize money from the school, 40,000 was the ransom fee from the yellow-haired lackey, 120,000 was Qian Zihan's personal ransom, and 50,000 was the amount Qian Zihan had advanced to cover his lackey's debts. In just 2 days, when looking back, it dawned on him that the true powerhouse was none other than himself. Zhu Ju opened the system panel again, his eyes shining with determination. Martial skill, boxing, beginner. Passive technique, self-healing, beginner. Level 1 devouring progress, 10%, available, 10%. Vitality points, 2 cards, 100 cards total. Upgrade threshold, 10 points. He sighed in amazement, fighting really was more rewarding than training. With just one brawl, his upgrade threshold had increased by 1 point, and now it had reached the required 10. The system's rules were clear, every 10% of devouring progress allowed for an upgrade, but the upgrade threshold also had to hit 10 points. The upgrade threshold represented the body's limit of endurance. If the vitality points couldn't support the upgrade during the process, the body would explode. Right now, Zhu Ju could directly raise his vitality to 110 points, leaping over the critical line he hadn't been able to cross last year. On top of that, he now had 190,000 yuan in hand, with another 10,000 still owed by Qian Zihan. And let's not forget, Lin Feng still owed him 1 million yuan. All this money, he would collect every single penny sooner or later. 1.01 million. Who would have thought he'd become a hidden millionaire? Next time he went to the pawn shop, as long as he didn't run into idiots like Lin Nantian or Zhao Caoyu, Zhu Ju was confident he could walk away with some real treasures. But what excited him even more was the book in his hands, *Zhuanggong*, posture techniques. Zhu Ju pulled out the book and examined it closely. The pages were filled with neatly handwritten characters, accompanied by a few illustrations that, while not exquisite, were highly practical. He was well aware of the extraordinary power of Zhuanggong, having experienced it firsthand twice. During his fight with Zhao Gandhi, he vividly remembered how one of his kicks landed on Zhao, yet Zhao had managed to effortlessly deflect the force and regain his footing as if rooted to the ground. Qian Zihan had done the same, using Zhuanggong to deflect attacks and stabilize his center of gravity. Zhu Ju analyzed in his mind, the primary functions of Zhuanggong were to deflect force and maintain balance. Both were incredibly useful in real combat. As for any additional benefits, he planned to find out later tonight during practice at the gym. Grr! His stomach suddenly protested loudly. Zhu Ju pulled out 2 cards, one was a shiny VIP card for the gym, and the other was an equally dazzling premium restaurant card. He checked his phone, it was just about dinner time. With a satisfied smile, he headed toward the school cafeteria. Meanwhile, class advisor Mr. Wang was being hurriedly dragged toward the restroom by Zhang Xiaoqian. The only place in school where students could discreetly smoke their celestial sticks was the restroom behind the martial arts field. This spot had naturally become a gathering place for the school's troublemakers. Zhu Ju really drives me crazy. I just told him to focus on preparing for the exams, and now he's gone and started fighting again. Mr. Wang muttered, rubbing his signature bald patch as deep wrinkles etched across his forehead. His face was filled with worry. He had just finished handling the case of Heir Zhuanzi vandalizing school property and provoking others, only to hear that Zhu Ju had been caught in yet another brawl with some campus delinquents. His heart felt heavy with frustration. Although these students had already completed their liberal arts exams and technically weren't full-time students anymore, as long as they remained on campus, they were still expected to follow the rules. Mr. Wang, you can't completely blame Zhu Ju for this. It was the others who provoked him first. Zhang Xiaoqian hurriedly defended Zhu Ju. Regardless of who started it, fighting is wrong. The martial arts exams are right around the corner. If any of them act recklessly, the consequences will be disastrous, Mr. Wang said, his brows furrowed tightly, his voice tinged with concern. 2 of the class's top students, Zhu Ju and Wang Wenqing, had a real shot at getting into martial arts university. If either of them missed their exams, his bonus would take a significant hit as well. Seeing Mr. Wang's expression, Zhang Xiaoqian chose not to argue further. He quietly led the way, silently praying that Zhu Ju wouldn't be in serious trouble. When the 2 arrived at the restroom, the scene before them left them utterly dumbfounded. Everyone was headfirst in the toilet pits, and one person was sprawled on the side, snoring loudly. Both of them froze on the spot. What kind of bizarre positions were these? The behavior of these kids from class 25 was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. They were all wearing school uniforms, so which one of them was Zhu Ju? Old Wang and Zhang Xiaoqian began pulling people out of the pits one by one. Zhang Xiaoqian pulled out one first. He was about to eliminate suspects based on hair color but quickly remembered the possibility of temporary dyeing, so he inspected more carefully. Ugh, definitely not this one. Don't put them back in. 5 minutes later, the two of them finally confirmed that none of these individuals were Zhu Zhu. "This can't be," Zhang Xiaoqian exclaimed, pointing to the bottom of the pit. "He hasn't been flushed away, has he?" Old Wang gasped sharply, his expression darkening as he contemplated the possibility. After a moment's thought, he chose a relatively clean blonde-haired boy, kicked him awake, and demanded sternly, "Where's Zhu Zhu?" The blonde-haired student jolted awake. When he saw it was a teacher, he immediately burst into wails. "Zhu Zhu isn't human. He's a demon. Teacher, save me." Old Wang and Zhang Xiaoqian were both stunned. What did he mean? Were these blonde-haired kids Zhu Zhu's doing? Speak clearly. What on earth happened? Old Wang kicked away the boy who was clutching his leg and questioned coldly. Tears streaming down his face, the blonde-haired student became more incoherent the more he cried, sobbing as if his heart were breaking. "We just wanted to talk to Zhu Zhu. He started hitting us, then demanded money, and when we didn't give it to him, he planted us like this." "Wah! All of you were planted by Zhu Zhu?" Old Wang couldn't believe it. He nearly grabbed the boy by the collar but managed to restrain himself. "Yes, all of us. He did it all by himself. Teacher, you have to expel him and get justice for us." "Wah!" After confirming the sequence of events, the two were left speechless in their shock. There were 10 people in the restroom altogether, including Qian Zihan, one of the school's top 5 students. And Zhu Zhu had single-handedly taken them all down? How was that even possible? Old Wang shook his head in disbelief and kicked awake another boy with brownish-yellow hair for further confirmation. The response he received was identical to the first. Old Wang sucked in a sharp breath. He quickly stepped out of the restroom and took a deep breath. Zhu Zhu's reported blood vitality value was only 75, but judging by yesterday's competition, there was likely some margin of error in the measurement. Even so, the discrepancy couldn't possibly be dozens of points. Even if Zhu Zhu's blood vitality was overestimated, 85 would still be the absolute limit. Yet someone with a blood vitality of only 85 had somehow defeated 10 opponents with similar levels of strength? This defied all logic and conventional understanding. Old Wang held his chin, lost in thought. He couldn't bring himself to believe that Zhu Zhu's blood vitality might have reached 100. How could a child from such a poor background possibly surpass the blood vitality of students who consumed vitality-enhancing pills daily? Without practicing specialized techniques like staking exercises to boost vitality, it was absolutely impossible to reach such a level. This had nothing to do with talent. His brows furrowed deeply, the wrinkles on his forehead forming a pronounced shape. His gaze wandered over the group of people lying on the floor, while his mind desperately searched for a reasonable explanation. But his thoughts were a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. It wasn't just old Wang. Zhang Xiaoqian was equally stunned, unable to recover from the shock. His eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at the people lying on the ground. Among them were a few who had once bullied him, relying on their numbers to intimidate him. At the time, he had been too afraid to fight back. Now, they had all been taken down by Zhu Zhu, left lying there like fools, utterly powerless. Zhang Xiaoqian's emotions were a whirlwind of contradictions, a mixture of satisfaction and disbelief. A sense of vindication flooded over him like a tidal wave, washing away the humiliation he had once endured. But the shock was like a heavy cloud, looming over his heart. Relief and astonishment intertwined, colliding and amplifying, spiraling higher and higher. The two of them quickly contacted the school nurse. Before long, the nurse arrived, accompanied by a stretcher. Working carefully, they helped the injured onto the stretchers, watching as they were carried away. When everything was over, the two of them stood in place, exchanging bewildered glances. "Teacher, I can't get through to Zhu Zhu's phone," Zhang Xiaoqian said, holding his phone with a helpless shake of his head. His expression was filled with worry and confusion. He tried dialing again, but the response was the same, the number could not be reached. Hearing this, old Wang snapped out of his deep thoughts. He raised a hand to smooth back his sweat-drenched hair and sighed. "Forget it. Let's leave it for now." His voice was heavy with exhaustion. At this moment, everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events, left completely at a loss. All their doubts and blame pointed to one person, Zhu Zhu. The two parted ways with mixed emotions, each returning to their own homes. On the way, countless scenes flashed through their minds, only to be dismissed one by one. Currently, although the dormitories were no longer in use, the school cafeteria remained steadfast. With the vast number of students and faculty, daily nutritional intake was of utmost importance. Fast food and takeout couldn't possibly meet the demand, let alone ensure health. The cafeteria was divided into 2 types, the premium restaurant and the regular dining hall. The premium restaurant offered a luxurious buffet with an abundance of seafood and meats, exclusive to school leaders and teachers. The regular dining hall catered to most of the students. Though it was also self-serve, the quality and variety were far from the premium level. The food in the regular dining hall wasn't inedible, but it was only marginally better than pig feed. Don't underestimate pig feed, it's at least non-toxic and more reliable than some shady takeout. Students with better financial conditions could afford a premium dining card. Those from average families would either eat at home or supplement their meals in the regular dining hall. As for those with no means, the regular dining hall was their only option to fill their stomachs and survive. Juju entered the cafeteria and, seeing the bustling crowd, cautiously stepped aside to observe the menu in the regular dining hall with curiosity. The students in line were chattering excitedly, discussing today's offerings. What's on the menu today? Something hearty. A real treat. How hearty. Chicken breast with soybeans. Damn, that's a toothbreaker. Hurry up, or it'll all be gone. Charge. High Marshall No. 1 High School wasn't an ordinary liberal arts high school. The students had intense training regimens and ate twice as much as regular people. Therefore, the cafeteria was entirely self-serve. Students could eat as much as they wanted. The tuition fees were far from enough to sustain the school's operations, and government subsidies were limited, so extravagant dishes like fish and meat were out of the question. Meals mainly consisted of staples, inexpensive vegetables, and soybeans, which were rich in protein. Yes, soybeans served every single meal. Meat was like a legend, so rare it was almost mythical. Juju had endured 3 years of this diet, but looking at his classmates now, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Just then, a burst of giggles and playful shouts came from behind. 2 girls, chasing each other, accidentally bumped into Juju. The cake in one girl's hands was instantly deformed, with cream splattering everywhere, covering Juju's clothes. Are you ing blind? The girl cursed angrily, glaring at her ruined cake. Juju frowned deeply but remained silent. He had been standing at the side of the aisle, not blocking the way or moving. This was an obvious setup. Do you know how much this cake costs? The girl threw the cake to the ground in a fit of rage, staring at Juju with heaving breaths. You ran into me. Juju tried to reason. The girl's lips curled into a sinister smile as she gritted her teeth. Why didn't I just run you over? Reasoning was clearly futile. Juju raised an eyebrow, crossed his arms, and stared at her coldly. Xian, what's going on? Another girl nearby chimed in, pretending to be concerned. The cake's ruined. He bumped into me and broke it, Xian said, her face flushed red with anger. She yelled, this cake costs 2,000 yuan, it's worth more than your life. Pay up. Juju was taken aback, not by the price of the cake, but by the absurdity of such a person existing. She had clearly run into him, yet she was blaming him instead. The campus was big enough to house all kinds of people, apparently. He's Juju, the orphan from class 1, dirt poor, no way he can pay. The other girl sneered, glancing at him with disdain, speaking loud enough for Xian to hear. Orphans get special privileges? Then I'd love to be an orphan too. Xian wouldn't let it go, reaching out to grab Juju's collar. Juju swiftly blocked her hand, staring coldly at her. Oh, Xian pointed at Juju and laughed. Wow, got some guts now, huh? The other girl also covered her mouth, chuckling with a hint of mock sympathy in her eyes. Do you know who my boyfriend is? Xian sneered, tilting her head as she asked. No idea. Juju replied honestly, shaking his head. Xian Zihan, the third in command of the Brotherhood. He's my man. Xian arrogantly pointed to herself with a smug expression. Juju suddenly understood birds of a feather flock together. Scared now? Xian raised her eyebrows triumphantly. Terrified, scared out of my wits. Juju nodded cooperatively. Put. The other girl couldn't help but laugh. Xuan's anger flared, and she pointed at Juju. Kneel down and apologize. I'm sorry, Juju scratched his ear, pretending not to hear properly. Xian, thinking she had won, tilted her chin smugly. Knew you'd be scared. Sorry, I should have told you earlier, you're truly in need of some proper education. Juju delivered his verbal jab with precision. What did you just say? Xuan's eyes widened in shock. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you even know how to write the word death? Idiot, Juju replied coolly. Xian froze for a moment, her mind automatically parsing his words. Idiot sounded like Daibi, which indeed resembled the components of death, but somehow, she felt like she'd just been insulted. You bastard, born with a dad but raised without a mom. Xian spat venomously. Smack! A fiery red handprint instantly appeared on Xuan's cheek. You dare hit me? Xian turned back, stunned. The girls nearby gasped, covering their mouths in disbelief. You dare hit me? You illegitimate. Asterisk smack. Smack, asterisk. 2 more slaps landed without hesitation. Xian lost her balance and fell to the ground, her eyes vacant as if her brain had short-circuited. One of the girls nearby shouted at Juju, "How could you hit a girl?" "Yeah, I hit her. Felt great. Wanna try it too?" Juju shot back with icy disdain, completely unmoved by the so-called moral high ground. He didn't care what others thought of him, though he'd never admit that out loud. To Juju, all this was just laying the groundwork for future moments of triumph. But insults toward his parents? Absolutely intolerable. Not even for a second. Whether it was a guy or a girl, if they were uncultured, he'd gladly step in and educate them himself. Want to act like an orphan? Then don't throw around words implying you have no parents. You just wait. Xianxian forced herself to appear strong, shouting empty threats while fat tears rolled uncontrollably down her cheeks. Waiting for Qian Zihan to back you up? No need, I won't wait. He won't be getting out of that hospital bed anytime soon, Juju said with a sneer, shaking his head dismissively. What did you just say? Xuanxuan's face twisted in disbelief. How could he be so unafraid of Qian Zihan? And what did he mean by won't be getting out of that hospital bed? Juju didn't bother explaining. He continued in a detached tone, if you can gather your people, I'll be at the gym tonight. Got it? His lips curled into a mocking smile. With that, he turned and walked away, his steps unhurried and full of indifference. Xianxian stared at his arrogant, retreating figure, seething with fury. She fumbled for her phone and dialed Qian Zihan's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is powered off. Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is powered off. The cold, automated message sent a chill through Xuanxuan's heart. An ominous feeling crept over her. Alright, enough worrying. Let's just eat, one of the girls beside her said nonchalantly, trying to lighten the mood. Xianxian shot her a glare, silently screaming, how is this not humiliating? She had no appetite. Instead, she squatted down, burying her face in her arms as tears streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls. The surrounding girls who knew Xianxian gathered around. After hearing what had happened, they tried to console her. I'll make him regret this, Xianxian declared, lifting her head with eyes burning like cold steel. She grabbed her phone and dialed another number. Meanwhile, Juju walked briskly to the cafeteria service counter to activate his premium dining card. With the card now active, he headed straight for the exclusive dining area. On his way, he ran into Xianxian again. Juju, tonight at the gym. Don't think about running away. If you dare not show up, don't worry. I'll be there. Juju cut her off coldly, brushing past her without a second glance. You'll regret this, Xianxian hissed, trembling with rage. Juju turned back slightly, smirking. Challenging me costs 100,000 yuan per match. Qian Zihan knows the rules. Whoever you bring better have the money ready. Xuanxuan's eye twitched. She exploded, you're money obsessed. Have you gone mad? Juju ignored her and continued walking away. Xianxian, don't stoop to his level. He's just a broke loser. 100,000? He's never even seen that much money in his life, one of the girls chimed in. Exactly. A poor kid like him thinking he can practice martial arts? 100,000? What a joke. Not worth our time. Hey, I got steak, let's eat together. I've got salmon. He couldn't afford it even in his dreams. Why waste words on him? I've got lamb skewers. Just let him drool over it. Hearing their jeers, Juju's eyelid twitched. These kids, just lazing their days away, were truly laughable. Lamb skewers? You think that'll make me drool? Ridiculous. Xianxian glanced at her friends, then at Juju's retreating figure, her face full of disdain. But her smirk froze the moment he swiped into the premium dining area. Holy crap, how did he get into the premium dining hall? Isn't the premium dining hall only open to teachers and administrators? Does Juju have some kind of backing? Don't be ridiculous. He's an orphan, his whole family's gone. I heard students can get in too if they get a membership card. A membership costs 6,000 yuan a month. Lin Feng had one, so I know. Juju would spend that kind of money? Where'd he get it from? The girls chattered away, while Xuanxuan's emotions were a storm of contradictions. No matter how he got in, the fact was, he was inside. Whether he had connections or money, all the mocking remarks from before now sounded like nonsense. No way, he's definitely pretending. Xianxian refused to believe Juju qualified for the premium dining hall. Her family wasn't exactly rich, but she still got 5,000 yuan in pocket money each month, enough to be considered upper class at school. Even so, she couldn't justify spending on a membership, so how could Juju possibly manage it? Her mind racing, Xianxian bolted toward the cafeteria exit. Xianxian, where are you going? Xianxian. The other girls, worried she might cause trouble, hurried after her. Meanwhile, Juju stood at the sink in the premium dining hall, washing his hands before stepping further inside. The space wasn't large, only about a tenth the size of the regular cafeteria. But before him stretched a row of tables, overflowing with a dazzling array of delicacies: chicken, duck, fish, and meat of every kind, all perfectly prepared. Fruits, vegetables, eggs, and dairy, each item crafted with care and precision. Juju's stomach growled loudly in anticipation. Grabbing a tray, he joined the line behind a teacher to start serving himself. Ever seen a steak bigger than your face? Juju slid 3 of them onto his tray. An entire salmon the length of an adult's arm? He took the whole thing. Lamb shanks thicker than a grown man's calf? He grabbed several. A roasted chicken, golden and juicy? He bit into one right there. Juju remained calm and collected throughout. Martial artists are known for their voracious appetites. The teacher in front of him, who clearly had a preference for lamb, had already piled 3 massive shanks into their tray, something even Juju found impressive. Outside, Xian and the others were peering through the glass, their faces ashen. They glanced down at their own meager portions, bought with hard-earned money, and then back at Juju's overflowing tray. In that instant, their food seemed utterly worthless. How embarrassing. He looks like he's never eaten before, one girl muttered indignantly, her tone dripping with envy. The others quickly chimed in, agreeing. But deep down, they couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Martial artists couldn't afford to worry about appearances while eating. Even for girls, eating gracefully was a luxury they didn't have. If you wanted to eat elegantly, then martial arts weren't for you. This was a sacrifice every martial artist had to make. Though the dainty dishes in their hands looked exquisite, they were merely meant to enhance flavor and complement the real sustenance. Soybeans, rice, and other staples, they still had to eat several bowls of those. Otherwise, where would they find the energy to train? Xian gritted her teeth, her gaze brimming with resentment as she glared at Juju. Finally, she stomped her foot and stormed off. Xian, where are you going? Xian. The other girls quickly wiped their mouths and followed her. At that moment, Juju was oblivious to everything happening outside. The teacher in front of him turned around briefly, noticing Juju's tray piled high with food and the roasted chicken clamped between his teeth. Adjusting their glasses, the teacher recognized him. Juju, is that enough? If you want more, I can help you get it. As one of the school's top competitors, Juju had a bright future. Following the principal's instructions, the teachers made an extra effort to support students like him. Juju set the chicken down and replied politely, "Thank you, teacher. This is more than enough. If I need more, I'll get it myself." With that, he carried his tray to an empty table and sat down. The teacher nodded approvingly. Such good manners. So composed. He's going to go far. Under the soft glow of the dining hall's lights, the table before Juju was laden with the finest dishes he had carefully selected. This was the first buffet of his life and the most lavish meal he'd ever had. His stomach growling incessantly, Juju didn't waste another moment. Picking up his chopsticks, he clamped down on a massive steak and took a big bite. The caramelized surface of the steak glistened invitingly. As his teeth sank into it, a burst of savory juices flooded his mouth. The crisp outer layer crackled under his bite, filling the air with a satisfying crunch. With each chew, the steak's tender texture and rich, meaty aroma washed over his senses like waves. The peppery spice danced on his tongue, delivering an exhilarating symphony of flavors. That one bite was pure ecstasy. Reaching out, Juju grabbed the entire salmon from the table. The vibrant orange flesh of the belly gleamed under the light, its delicate fat marbling resembling snowflakes. A swift cut revealed its silken texture, every inch exuding irresistible allure. One bite, and the tender, creamy fish melted on his tongue, its sweetness like a gentle morning breeze caressing his taste buds, leaving him refreshed and utterly content. This is absolutely incredible. Without hesitation, he reached for a lamb shank. The crispy golden skin crackled with an intoxicating aroma, while flecks of cumin and chili pepper glimmered like stars in the night sky. Gently tearing off a piece, the strands of meat glistened with crystal clear oil, shimmering temptingly under the light. As it entered his mouth, the crispy skin crackled, giving way to tender, juicy lamb that burst with flavor. The rich aroma, like the sunshine and breeze of a prairie, swept over him, utterly enchanting. I can't take it anymore. This is too good. He grabbed the roasted chicken and began gnawing at it directly. The glossy, reddish-brown skin exuded an intense fragrance, while the chicken meat, distinct in its fibers, carried a depth of flavor that reached into the marrow. Tearing off a piece, the chicken skin gave a satisfying crunch, the meat tender and luscious, with spices perfectly infused, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Every bite was a celebration of the senses. The protagonist sat alone at the table, completely immersed in the culinary world. The bustling noise around him faded into the distance, leaving only him and the feast before him. Each bite was an intimate dialogue with deliciousness, every chew, an ultimate indulgence in life. As Juju ate, tears suddenly welled up and streamed down his face. Thank you, school. Thank you, country. Thank you, Tongzi. Ding. After the meal, Juju leaned back in his chair, satiated but still yearning for more. He let out a contented burp. He wanted to eat more, but there simply wasn't any room left. Collapsing lazily into the soft chair, its cushions cradling his body as he sank in, his thoughts began to drift far, far away. The events of the past 2 days felt like an unreal dream. Just yesterday, before the competition, he had been an ordinary person. In this world where cheats and hacks were rampant, he had lived cautiously. Some were born into wealth and privilege, some could alter someone else's fate with just a word. But he was just a speck of dust among the masses. No illustrious family background, no astonishing talent, living like an NPC in someone else's story. If it weren't for the Tongzi system, he might still be fighting for soybeans in a regular cafeteria today. No, he might not even have had a chance to survive. Juju slowly sat up, his eyes narrowing. Images flashed in his mind of what could have been if the tragedy of his past life repeated itself. Declared a routine combat loss by the campus medic. Left unattended, forgotten in the morgue, silently awaiting the cycle of fate. But, does reincarnation truly exist in this world? Even if it does, he no longer wishes to tread this earthly path again. Tongzi, thank you, Juju said sincerely. Heartfelt gratitude? Well then, let me taste the food too. Juju stared at the system in surprise. You want to experience the taste of food? Alright, devour. Devouring activated. MMM, the beef is tender, the salmon is silky, the lamb has no gaminess at all. 5 stars. Ha ha ha. Tongzi's humor made Juju burst out laughing. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him. He could feel his blood and energy surging wildly within his body. His state rapidly recovered. This was definitely not the effect of a regular self-healing technique. He wasn't injured, and self-healing techniques weren't supposed to restore stamina or vitality. Tongzi, show me the panel. Ding. Devouring complete. Burp *. Mini panel online. Stage 1 devouring progress, 10%, usable, 10%. Vitality, 30 points, 100 max. Upgrade threshold, 10. Juju stared at the screen, dumbfounded. Before eating, his vitality had been at a mere 2 points. Now, it had skyrocketed to 30. One meal had boosted his vitality by 28 points. What did this mean? For a regular person, without supplements, vitality only recovers 3 points per day. Even with vitality pills, the maximum recovery is 40 points per hour. But him? He had restored 28 points in just 10 minutes. This was practically a god-tier cheat. Juju originally planned to use the devouring ability during tonight's potential trouble with Xianxian to restore his condition. But now, it seemed he didn't need to worry at all. Devouring regular food didn't increase the system's progress bar but could still restore vitality. And since the buffet was all you can eat, he could max out his vitality right here. Tongzi, still hungry? He stood up, his stomach feeling only half full. Tongzi, it seemed, had been mindful, devouring just enough to avoid making him uncomfortably full. A little. But don't chew too much, it ruins the texture. Alright. Juju quickly grabbed a plate and rushed to the buffet area, enthusiastically piling it high. Luckily, he had come early. Any later, and the buffet would have closed. He picked 5 steaks, 2 whole salmons, 4 lamb shanks. Nearby, a teacher who had just finished eating walked toward the tray return area. Seeing Juju loading up his plate again, the teacher chuckled and teased, "Better take more while you can, huh? Eat your fill this time, don't go hungry." "Thank you for your concern, teacher," Juju replied with a polite smile. What a well-mannered and sensible student. Even embarrassed to take too much, the teacher said, shaking his head with a laugh as he walked away. Juju clutched his tray tightly as he returned to his seat, devouring his food in large mouthfuls. This time, he didn't bother chewing, he swallowed the entire steak whole, nearly choking himself. "System buddy, just devour it directly. Don't let the food even reach my stomach, I'm afraid it'll make me nauseous." "Understood." Devour function activated. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in Juju's mouth, sucking the food off the table like a voracious, water-sucking beast. The entire meal? Gone in 10 seconds. Juju stared blankly at the now empty table, cold sweat dripping down his back. His system buddy had even swallowed the utensils and the bones he had just spit out. Ugh. Vitality level, 50 calories, out of 100 calories. Still not enough. Juju grabbed another tray piled high with fresh food. A teacher suddenly returned, a warm smile on his face. "Looks like you're still hungry. Eat more, this is the time to grow strong." "Thank you, teacher." Juju replied politely, turning back to grab a tempting lamb leg. The teacher nodded in satisfaction, retrieved the item he'd forgotten, and left quickly. As he passed, he exclaimed loudly, "Such a great appetite! Youth is truly wonderful. Thank you, teacher. Goodbye." Juju responded flatly, his tone calm and detached. He'd heard these compliments so many times that he was immune to them by now. With a tray full of food in his arms, Juju returned to his seat, letting the system continue its devouring. Vitality level, 80 calories, out of 100 calories. What a beastly appetite! A hint of weariness flickered in Juju's heart. He suddenly turned his head sharply, his gaze locking onto the serving table. The food there was nearly gone, and the crowd had long since dispersed. The cafeteria was now empty, with no one eating, no supervisors in sight, and the security cameras discreetly turned away. Forget it. Let's just eat everything, Juju resolved, his heart stealing. His steps were as swift as lightning as he darted toward the serving table. Don't eat the utensils, he muttered, his lips barely parting. Devour function activated. An invisible, powerful suction erupted from his mouth, whipping the tablecloth into the air like it was caught in a storm. The plates clattered sharply against the table's surface as the food, seemingly responding to a call, flew straight into Juju's mouth, disappearing without a trace. What time is it? Shouldn't we start clearing the tables? In the cafeteria kitchen, a girl in a crisp suit and a high ponytail strode in with light steps, her tone brisk. Time to clean up. Hearing her words, the exhausted staff immediately perked up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. After all, clearing the tables meant it was finally their turn to eat. Images of a table laden with steaming, delicious dishes flashed through their minds, and their movements quickened involuntarily. But as they approached the serving table, what they saw left them all stunned. Their expressions froze in disbelief. Where was the table? I told you not to eat the utensils. Not the utensils, Juju bellowed, sprinting wildly across the campus. Every so often, he glanced back to check if anyone was chasing him. Don't think staying silent lets you off the hook. If I get caught, how am I supposed to explain this? Juju yelled, seething with rage as he scolded the system. From now on, you only eat what's already in my stomach. Don't touch anything else. His nostrils flared as he quivered with anger. No, scratch that, only eat what's in my intestines. Leave my stomach alone. Do you want your vitality levels to turn into poop? Say that again, I dare you. Old Wang had just finished cleaning up a mess in the restroom and was taking a couple of laps around the sports field to stretch his legs. Glancing at his watch, he began heading toward the cafeteria. But as soon as he stepped inside, he froze. The tables, once laden with food, were completely gone along with the tables themselves. The cafeteria staff stood in a circle, staring blankly at the empty floor. It's not time to clear the tables yet. Why'd you start early? Old Wang frowned, clearly displeased. This had never happened before. The food was always in surplus, and cleanup was always punctual. There were still over 10 minutes before cleanup was supposed to start. The staff, their eyes vacant as if their souls had left their bodies, didn't respond. What's going on? Did the boss run off with his mistress? Old Wang joked, nudging the person next to him. The staff member blinked and snapped out of it, finally recognizing Old Wang as a teacher. He immediately straightened up and ran toward a young woman not far away, a commanding presence in a sharp suit. Miss Mei Yun, a teacher needs you, he said respectfully, bowing slightly. Old Wang's gaze followed. Miss Mei Yun had a graceful figure, her makeup exquisitely done. Though her expression was stern, it couldn't mask her allure. Her shoulder-length curls swayed gently with her movements, and the pearl earrings by her ears shimmered softly. A well-tailored suit accentuated her slender waist. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes questioning as she looked toward the staff. Spotting Old Wang, she quickly walked over, the sharp clatter of her high heels echoing with each step. Suppressing a sob in her voice, Mei Yun explained the situation to Old Wang. Upon hearing her, Old Wang's face revealed utter shock as he stood frozen. Everything's gone? No one saw anything? When it was almost time to clear the tables, everyone was busy tidying up in the kitchen. No one noticed, Mei Yun replied. What about the diners? Wasn't anyone around to witness it? Old Wang frowned deeply. Mei Yun pouted, feeling wronged. There was no one left. The restaurant had already closed for dining, and we couldn't figure out who did it. Moving so many items, and no one outside saw anything? Old Wang scratched his head anxiously. We asked around, but no one saw a thing. It's like it all vanished into thin air. Mei Yun couldn't hold back anymore and began to cry. Though losing items wasn't a major issue, it was inevitable that she'd face blame from higher-ups. She had worked hard to secure this job, using her connections as the daughter of a general manager at a catering company to land a small leadership role at this school's restaurant. Who would have thought she'd face such an embarrassing situation on her first day? What about the surveillance cameras? Have you checked them? Old Wang pressed further. We did, but the cameras weren't pointed at the dining area. Mei Yun's voice was choked with frustration and helplessness. Gar. Just then, Old Wang's stomach growled loudly, as if protesting. Mei Yun snapped back to the moment and hurriedly said, Sir, please bear with us and have some of the staff meals for now. Please don't file a complaint, we're working on it. No complaints, no complaints. Looking at the young woman crying her heart out, Old Wang's heart softened. Moments later, Old Wang sat with the staff, nibbling on chicken breast mixed with soybeans. I'm starving. Zhao Gandhi lay limp by a small stream at the base of the mountain, his face submerged just below the water's surface. His body was covered in bites from mountain mosquitoes and aquatic insects, swollen to the point that he looked like layers upon layers of meatballs, having gained nearly twice and a half his usual size. After falling midway up the mountain last night, he had broken bones and suffered severe internal injuries. That final shout of "Return my fish" had drained the last of his energy. Now, he could only lie there quietly, lifting his head with great effort to avoid choking on water, helplessly waiting for rescue. Young Master Zhao, Gandhi, Brother D, Brother Gon, DD, where are you? Voices calling out to him echoed from afar, lively and chaotic. After an endless night and a day, someone had finally found him. In his days, Zhao Gandhi heard the calls and used the last ounce of strength he had left to shout, Grandpa's here, glug glug glug. Half an hour later, Zhao Gandhi was carefully lifted onto a stretcher and placed inside a private ambulance. Zhao Tsayu stared at the figure of his son, whose face was swollen beyond recognition and whose body was bloated, lost in thought. Father Yu, I thought I'd never see you again. I almost drowned. DD. Father Yu. DD. The father and son reunion should have been warm and joyful. But Zhao Tsayu, looking at his son who had lost his bangs and whose body was grotesquely swollen, felt a strange unease in his heart. DD, I, your father, Zhao Tsayu, swear to get justice for you. He gripped Zhao Gandhi's hand tightly, his tone resolute. Father Yu, avenge me. Zhao Gandhi choked, tears welling up in his eyes as he almost whimpered. Do you recognize the culprit? Ang, upright arrow, Ang, downright arrow. Zhao Gandhi shook his head. Do you know anyone who might know who it is? Ang, upright arrow, Ang, downright arrow. He shook his head again, helplessness filling his eyes. Any distinguishing features? Ang, he was wearing a red headscarf. Zhao Gandhi closed his eyes, pondering for a moment before beginning to describe the perpetrator's appearance. I see, a little Red Riding Hood. And, he was wearing a white and blue striped outfit, a bit bulky. Zhao Gandhi's eyes lit up as he continued recalling. Zhao Tsayu's heart stirred with unease as he muttered under his breath, just out of prison, perhaps. Oh, and he had a D-grade alloy weapon with him. Details? It was a soft sword, one that could double as a belt. It was all soft and bendy, and it looked so elegant I wanted to snatch it for myself. Hearing this, Zhao Tsayu's heart skipped a beat. D-rank alloy soft sword. Lin Nantian. Who in the entire city hasn't heard of Lin Nantian's legendary sword? Unfortunately, he didn't attend the auction back then, and the sword ended up in someone else's hands. Zhao Tsayu abruptly pulled his wandering thoughts back and quickly pieced together all the clues provided by Zhao Gandhi. A clear picture began to take shape in his mind. Lin Nantian had stooped to any means necessary, even finding someone from prison to disguise themselves as Little Red Riding Hood, wielding that D-rank alloy soft sword, to assassinate my son, Zhao Gandhi. Lin Nantian, this is a fight to the death. Zhao Tsayu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with a blood-red glint. His anger erupted like a torrential flood as he gritted his teeth and roared this declaration. Dad, what's wrong, Gandhi? I want to eat fish. Meanwhile, inside the Lin family villa, Lin Feng lay quietly on the sickbed, his face vacant. The gentle nurse by Ruijin carefully wiped his face. The city hospital was too far away, so Lin Nantian decided to bring his son home to recuperate and specially hired a hospital nurse for care. Bai Ruijin was that unlucky nurse whom the hospital director had promised a permanent position, forcing her to take up the task of looking after Lin Feng again. Her name was clearly written on her badge, but everyone here simply called her Hey, you. Lin Nantian sat in the hospital room, smoking silently. Bai Ruijin had once advised him to quit, only to be scolded into silence. He stared intently at Lin Feng, his brows deeply furrowed, his thoughts tangled. That healing fish was gone, and Zhao Tsayu didn't even leave behind a single piece of dried fish. With no other options, he instructed Wang Chang to pull some strings in the provincial capital to procure a rejuvenation pill. Wang Chang said he had secured one and would deliver it tonight. 1.5 million. A full 1.5 million. And just to grease the wheels, it had cost 500,000. But for his foolish son's future, Lin Nantian decided it was worth it. Zhao Tsayu, you deserve to die. Lin Nanshan's fury burned like a raging inferno. He swore he wouldn't rest until his revenge was complete. But now wasn't the time for vengeance, he needed to focus all his efforts on a decisive strike. The top priority was to help Lin Feng recover as soon as possible to prepare for the martial sciences college entrance exam. Less than a month remained. Getting into a prestigious martial university was out of the question, but there was still a slim chance with an ordinary one. After the exam, his daughter, who had reached the peak of the third rank, would step in to help. Zhao Xiaoyu, you will pay for your actions. Ring ring. As Lin Nantian was deep in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Hello? Boss Lin, bad news. Zhao Xiaoyu is mobilizing troops to attack your villa. What? Lin Nantian froze, his anger igniting instantly, a dull pain flaring in his liver. The caller was one of his planted informants, so there was no doubt about the information. He hadn't provoked Zhao Xiaoyu, yet the man dared to come looking for death? Let them taste our might. He hung up and immediately dialed another number. Everyone, gather at the villa immediately. Today, I'm going to skin Zhao Xiaoyu alive. After hanging up, he made another call, cursing as he went. Where the hell are you? Don't you care about the kid at all? He turned and stormed out of the room, muttering curses under his breath. Bai Ruijin had never witnessed such a storm of blood and violence. Her hands trembled slightly, and in her nervousness, she accidentally brushed Lin Feng's lips while wiping his face. Are you blind? Lin Feng snapped, his tone explosive. He was naturally irritable, and hearing that Qian Zihan had lost to Zhu Ju had plunged his mood to rock bottom. He frequently vented his frustrations on Bai Ruijin, his words cutting. Bai Ruijin was on the verge of breaking down, but she could only endure silently. Faced with this group of menacing people, she feared that one day she might become their target. When alone, tears would often roll down her cheeks uncontrollably. Ring ring. Lin Feng's phone suddenly rang. Startled, Bai Ruijin quickly handed it to him. Lin Feng frowned and snatched it away. Hello, feeling any better? No. What do you want? Xian Yuan wants me to deal with Zhu Ju tonight. Lin Feng's gaze flickered. He paused for a second and asked, and then? What's it worth to you? Xian Yuan came to you, what could I possibly offer? Lin Feng's brows furrowed. The caller's identity was complicated. They were both minor leaders in the same fraternity, but the other person held the top position and was also a member of the Zhao family. The feud between the Lin and Zhao families was well known throughout the school. This was precisely why Lin Feng had initially sought help from the third-rank leader instead of the first. No price? Fine, I'll just help Xian Yuan and the third leader vent their frustrations, the voice on the other end said coldly. Do as you please. Lin Feng hung up furiously. Lin Feng's restless rage. Lin Feng's father had just fallen out with the Zhao family over money. How could Lin Feng possibly send them any more? What, was he insane? Frustrated and irritable, Lin Feng suddenly flung his phone at the young nurse standing nearby. The nurse didn't dare dodge, fearing the phone might break and she'd get scolded for it. The phone hit her squarely in the chest, the impact making her tremble with pain. Yet she still managed to catch it. Tears silently rolled down her cheeks once again. Lin Feng let out a cold snort before lying back on his bed, inwardly cursing Zhu Ju. Zhu Ju's calm before the storm. Zhu Ju tilted his head up to gaze at the lazy white clouds in the sky, his expression caught between thoughtfulness and detachment. The incident in the cafeteria earlier had left him utterly speechless. Vitality level, 100 calories, max capacity. The systems panel displayed the data with a sly undertone. With his vitality fully replenished, Zhu Ju finally managed a faint smile of relief. Alright, time to collect the money, he murmured to himself. With that thought in mind, he rose unsteadily to his feet and began making his way toward the gymnasium. At the school gate, a tall, striking man stood by the school gate, drawing attention with his sleek sunglasses and an exaggeratedly radiant smile. He stood out conspicuously among the crowd of students. From time to time, he stopped a passing student, asking questions with a friendliness that felt almost too eager. Zhang Xiaoqian, exhausted after a long day, trudged toward the gate. His mind, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of Zhu Ju. They had once fought side by side, their vitality levels nearly equal. But now, the gulf between them was staggering. Zhu Ju had achieved feats of near-mythical proportions, taking on 10 opponents at once. It was hard to believe. Could he have been possessed by some mysterious, otherworldly power? Scenes from countless novels flashed through Zhang Xiaoqian's mind. Hey, kid. Before he could react, a voice interrupted his thoughts. A man in sunglasses suddenly blocked his path. Do you know Zhu Ju? The man asked, bending slightly at the waist. His smile seemed friendly, but there was an undercurrent of calculation in his expression. The man's voice cut through the noisy school gate with a peculiar urgency, as though hiding something he didn't want revealed. Zhang Xiaoqian narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, what do you want with him? His gaze swept up and down the man in front of him. The black suit was sharp, but it couldn't hide the man's gaunt frame. The fawning air about him was especially jarring. Hearing Zhang Xiaoqian's response, the man's heart leapt. He was sure he'd found the right person. "Oh, I'm his distant uncle," he said hurriedly. "I heard he's attending school here, so I came to visit him." He leaned in slightly, attempting to close the distance between them. "Why not just call his parents?" Zhang Xiaoqian asked flatly, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the man for any sign of weakness. The man hesitated, clearly not expecting the question. He quickly adjusted his tone. "I already spoke with his parents, but I don't have his number. Can you take me to him?" The moment the words left the man's lips, Zhang Xiaoqian's chest tightened. Zhu was an orphan, he had no parents. The fact that this man claimed to have spoken with them was a blatant lie. Testing the waters, Zhang Xiaoqian had immediately uncovered a flaw in the man's story. "I've only heard of him, I don't really know him. I think he's already left," Zhang Xiaoqian replied coolly, his expression calm and his life flawless. "Oh, do you have his contact information?" the man pressed, his voice tinged with urgency as he took a step closer. "No." The single word was firm and final. Zhang Xiaoqian turned on his heel and walked away, giving the man no opportunity to continue probing. The man in the sunglasses watched him leave, slowly lowering his glasses to reveal a pair of shrewd, calculating eyes. His lips curved into a faint smirk as he let out a quiet chuckle. Unhurriedly, he followed after Zhang Xiaoqian. In the golden light of the setting sun, their shadow stretched long on the ground, like the prelude to an unseen storm. Inside the gymnasium. At the entrance to the gymnasium, Zhu stood before the service desk. Pulling out a VIP card from his pocket, he handed it to the staff member. The attendant swiftly scanned the card, activating it. With a soft hum, the doors began to open. Zhu didn't waste any words. He stepped through the doors and into the gymnasium. Xian had mentioned that someone would bring him money tonight, but that was none of his concern. Zhu wasn't foolish enough to sit around waiting. This was a rare opportunity, and he fully intended to seize it. The gymnasium was spacious and brightly lit, with a detailed floor plan displayed prominently on the wall. The building had 3 floors with a clear and logical layout. The first floor, the largest, was open and airy. The air carried a mix of sweat and metal, accompanied by the faint hum of equipment in use and the rhythmic sound of labored breathing. In the strength training area, gleaming barbells and dumbbells were neatly arranged. The metallic bars glinted coldly under the lights, and the weight plates were stacked like soldiers standing at attention. The cardio area was a sea of treadmills and stationary bikes. Mounted on the walls were an array of unsharpened weapons, resembling warriors silently awaiting their turn in battle. The overall layout was reminiscent of a martial arts dojo. However, unlike the gymnasium, dojos had extremely limited hours and were only open during classes or specific events. Most of the time, their doors remained firmly shut. In contrast, the gymnasium was open daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., even on holidays, and boasted a diverse range of equipment. Zhu scanned the room but didn't find the equipment he was looking for. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the second floor. The second floor was dedicated to personal training. He strode through the corridor, his sharp gaze sweeping over each individual room. Frosted tempered glass walls separated the spaces, offering excellent privacy. When he reached the entrance of an empty room, he gently pushed the door open and peeked inside. On the floor, a neat array of cylindrical columns of varying heights stood in orderly rows, resembling a regiment of soldiers awaiting orders. To the left of the door, a touchscreen control panel emitted a faint glow, displaying the operational modes of the equipment. Zhu's eyes fell on the nameplate by the door *** piling room. This was it. Having found his target, Zhu had no intention of wasting time exploring the third floor. He closed the door, approached the control panel, and anticipation ignited in his heart. Pressing the start button, he watched as the cylindrical columns on the floor began to move rhythmically up and down, as if coming to life, a row of giant pillars in motion. Zhu lowered his head to study the screen, carefully reading the instructions. This was called a piling machine. Each pile was deeply embedded in the ground and controlled with precision by a hidden central system to execute its up and down movements. The screen also allowed users to select different martial arts modes, altering the rhythm of the columns. To outsiders unfamiliar with piling techniques, stepping onto the machine would only lead to embarrassment. But Zhu was different. He came prepared with an old, well-worn manual titled Piling Techniques and had diligently studied it. Practicing on the piles was foundational for martial arts training, laying the groundwork for bodily stability, footwork agility, and explosive power. The unpredictable movement of the piles, as they shifted and generated gusts of wind with each motion, was designed to train balance and stability. As martial artists often said, before engaging in combat, observe the footwork first, then the next move. Footwork was the cornerstone of battle. There were 5 fundamental stances: bow, horse, crouch, empty, and rest. The leg techniques of the 4 martial arts levels, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, were all derived from these 5 stances. Zhu Ju's eyes burned with determination as he memorized each one. Bow stance, the front leg bent in a half squat, the back leg straightened, the feet firmly planted, and the front knee aligned with the toes. Chest pushed out, back upright, and with the front leg bent forward and the back leg taut, the stance exuded an imposing aura. Horse stance, feet separated by 3 foot lengths, toes turned slightly inward, thighs parallel to the ground, and knees not extending beyond the toes. Chest expanded, waist sunk low, and heels forcefully pressing outward for a stable center of gravity. Crouch stance, legs spread wide, one leg bent at the knee, toes turned outward, while the other leg extended straight and close to the ground, with the full foot planted. Chest upright, back straight, hips open, steadfast like a mountain. Empty stance, front and back legs apart, the back leg bent with the sole fully grounded, and the weight shifted backward. The front leg slightly bent, with toes lightly touching the ground. The distinction between solid and empty allowed for a nimble stance. Rest stance, legs crossed in a full squat, one foot planted with toes turned outward, while the other foot's ball touched the ground. Knees pressed against the front shin, hips resting on the heel, chest upright, and waist steady like a boulder. Mastering these 5 stances would make future training in any martial art far more efficient. To stand firmly on the piles, one must ensure steady footing, coordination of the upper body, and the ability to channel force from the soles upward, unleashing explosive power with precision. These were the 3 core principles of piling techniques. Zhu Ju closed the manual, his resolve firm. He walked toward the AI-controlled pile activation console and selected the general mode. Pressing the start button, the rows of piles began to move rhythmically again. Without hesitation, Zhu Ju leaped into the air and landed steadily atop one of the columns. Reciting the 5 stances in his mind, he stepped forward with his left foot into a bow stance. His body remained upright, and then he descended with the moving pile, completing the motion in one fluid sequence. "Ow, ouch, this is harder than it looks," he exclaimed. Unwilling to accept defeat, Zhu Ju quickly got back on his feet and leapt onto the piles once more. His eyes locked onto the constantly rising and falling columns as he analyzed the reason for his earlier failure. Closing his eyes slowly, he focused intensely on the sensations beneath his feet, and suddenly took a bold step forward, only to crash down again. "Hey, system, why can't you have that one feature? You know, the one where you touch a book and instantly master the ultimate martial arts technique?" Zhu Ju muttered, his face full of frustration, eyebrows furrowed tightly, and anger bubbling beneath the surface. "It exists." Zhu Ju froze for a moment, then quickly snapped out of it, his tone eager. "It does? Then give it to me. I'm kinda in the mood to shut down. Stop joking around, seriously." Zhu Ju rolled his eyes so hard they nearly reached the heavens, his face a mix of exasperation and disbelief. "I could send you to the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect, where you'd speedrun to mastering high-level martial arts and conquer the world, but you'd only have 1 week to live. Do you want that? Are you sure you can pull it off?" Zhu Ju raised his chin slightly, his tone laced with skepticism and defiance. "Are you sure you want it?" For a moment, man and system were locked in a tense standoff, the air brimming with the scent of gunpowder. Neither side showed any intention of backing down. Ultimately, Zhu Ju abandoned the pointless argument with the system. This was a rare opportunity, the chance to train on the piling machine was right before him, and he couldn't afford to waste it. Achievements could never come easily. Even with the system's assistance, he would still have to hunt magical beasts for their meat, rigorously train to raise his level cap, and painstakingly gather every resource needed for cultivation. The system had already granted him rebirth and boosted his vitality to 100, a tremendous gift in itself. Zhu Ju understood this deeply. After another half an hour of practice, Zhu Ju's movements were finally starting to take shape. But practicing martial arts was never just about appearances. The manual Zhuanggong clearly stated, stability of the body, agility of footwork, and explosive power, these 3 elements were indispensable. Previously, he had only grasped the skills of neutralizing force and maintaining balance, which were merely supplementary techniques derived from Zhuanggong, not its core principles. At the moment, he was barely managing to mimic the forms of the 5 major footwork stances. Yet, he hadn't mastered any of the 3 crucial elements. If he kept going like this, it wouldn't work. There were definitely blind spots in his understanding. Moreover, the manual itself might be incomplete, or even contain errors. He needed guidance. With that thought, Zhu Ju pushed open the door and scanned the surrounding rooms. As luck would have it, a teacher had just finished practicing and was sliding the door open to step out. Martial arts teacher. Zhu Ju immediately recognized him, it was his own martial arts instructor. Excited, he nearly jumped up and eagerly called out to him, "Ju, what are you doing here?" The martial arts teacher froze for a moment before breaking into a smile, unconsciously rubbing his panda-like dark circles. The VIP membership for the gym was outrageously expensive, and most students could only dream of affording it. Juju's membership card was something the principal had privately arranged for him. Apart from the principal and old Wang, no one else knew about it. Even if students did come in, they generally stuck to the strength training area on the first floor. The second floor Zhuanggong practice area rarely saw any student activity. No wonder the teacher looked puzzled. "I want to practice Zhuanggong, but I can't figure out the technique. Can you help me, teacher?" Juju shifted his tone, slowly walking closer to the martial arts teacher, his eyes full of hope. It's too early to practice Zhuanggong. You can start in college, you're not late by any means." The teacher lightly patted Juju's shoulder, his smile warm and kind. Zhuanggong was a university-level course, primarily focused on by freshmen. Mastering it would significantly enhance one's vitality, preparing the body for bone refinement. "Teacher, I've already started practicing, and I feel like it really helps in combat. If I can get a good result in the bonus match, I will definitely owe it all to you." As he spoke, Juju grasped the teacher's sleeve, pleading persistently. All right, I'll teach you." The martial arts teacher, amused by his determination, finally nodded in agreement. The principal had already instructed the staff to look after promising students like Juju, so the teacher was naturally willing to help. "Let go, I'm not running away." The teacher waved awkwardly, signaling him to release his grip. Juju chuckled sheepishly. The two walked back to Juju's training room. The teacher glanced down at the control panel screen, then looked up and asked, "You can already train on the moving stakes?" Juju froze, his mind racing to recall everything he knew about Zhuanggong, but he couldn't remember ever encountering the term moving stakes. Seeing his confused look, the martial arts teacher shook his head and smiled. "Juju, training in Zhuanggong consumes a tremendous amount of vitality. After a session, it may take you several days just to recover. I suggest you focus on strength training for now. The bonus match is coming up soon, so your priority should be the competition. You can pick up Zhuanggong again after it's over." Juju understood perfectly well that the teacher was politely trying to refuse him. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the stake platform, determined to practice for a while. The teacher, seeing his resolve, had no choice but to patiently watch. Juju earnestly performed the movements of the 5 major footwork stances on the moving stakes, hoping the teacher would at least give him some pointers. Just a word or two would suffice. From the teacher's earlier comments, it was clear that the Zhuanggong manual he had wasn't complete. It didn't even mention moving stakes. Breaking through on his own would be nearly impossible. And as for the teacher's concern about the depletion of vitality, Juju wasn't worried at all. He thought to himself, as long as I eat more, I'll recover my vitality quickly, though that's something I can't let him know. The teacher walked over to the control panel and pressed the button to switch on the fixed stakes mode. The stakes under Juju's feet gradually transformed into stationary ones, no longer shifting up and down. Beginners should practice on fixed stakes first. Once you're proficient, then you can move on to the moving stakes, the teacher explained. Juju immediately felt that the fixed stakes were much easier to handle, so he began refining his movements. Sink your energy to your dantian, generate force from your waist, and don't let your hands stay idle. Perform some moves to control your balance. The teacher continued to guide him. Moves? Juju froze, then instinctively threw out the punching techniques he knew from boxing. The teacher couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Boxing is a foreign martial art. Zhuanggong is rooted in Chinese martial traditions. Mixing the two like that looks a bit odd. Juju felt embarrassed and didn't know what to do with his hands. Think about the martial arts moves you've seen in wuxia films. Imitate those, but don't overdo it. Maintaining stability is the key. The teacher paced slowly around him, observing each movement carefully and correcting him with precision. Boxing is effective in combat, but it's only suitable for warriors below the 3rd rank. It doesn't align with the Zhuanggong system, the teacher explained patiently. Zhuanggong *** not only lays the foundation for martial techniques but, more importantly, cultivates internal energy. Once a warrior reaches the 3rd rank, internal energy becomes a matter of life and death. When you ascend to the sovereign realm, battles are no longer simple physical confrontations. No matter how fast your fists are, they can't compete with the power of internal energy. In martial arts, the essence lies in cultivating internal energy. It's not just about flashy, external movements. Focus your attention on the flow of energy within your body, not the precision or aesthetics of your posture. Slow down your movements and carefully feel the flow of energy stirring within your dantian. The martial arts instructor stepped around the training stakes on the ground, approaching Juju with a firm tone. Find your center of gravity. Keep it steady. Feel the energy in your dantian. Juju followed the instructions, his movements gradually slowing. The training stake stood firmly on the ground, allowing him to devote his full attention inward. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and focused his mind on his dantian. Seconds ticked by, but nothing seemed to change. Feel the energy of the dantian. The task sounded simple enough, but executing it felt as elusive as grasping air. How could he truly sense that energy? Breathe with your abdomen. Slow and steady. The instructor's deep and powerful voice resonated in the room. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Sweat trickled down his forehead as time slipped away with each breath. Suddenly, a strange sensation surged through him. Juju could clearly feel it now. With each breath, a force was quietly gathering in his dantian. Even when exhaling, that force continued to coalesce, becoming increasingly concentrated and powerful. Ding! Ding! The technique foundation stance has reached the beginner level and has been added to your skill panel for reference at any time. ***. It worked! Martial skills, boxing, beginner. Techniques, foundation stance, beginner. Passive ability, regeneration, beginner. First stage devouring progress, 10%, 10% available for use. Vital energy, 95 calories, out of 100 calories. Upgrade threshold, 11. Juju stared at his panel, elated. The technique had activated, and the upgrade threshold had increased slightly. The benefits of the foundation stance and practical training were plain to see. He took a deep breath and continued to feel the surging energy within his body. Now, integrate the 5 footwork techniques you just practiced with upper body movements. Maintain your balance. The instructor stepped in front of him, demonstrating a series of standard moves. Juju practiced his footwork while mimicking the instructor's movements. As his techniques and steps merged, his balance grew as steady as a boulder. Seconds turned into minutes, and his movements became increasingly refined. The instructor watched, secretly amazed. When I trained in the foundation stance, just holding the stance alone took me days. As for footwork and breathing, I spent an entire semester on that. But Juju, he's been practicing for less than a week and is already making such rapid progress. What the instructor didn't know was that Juju had only been training the foundation stance for less than an hour. Even more astonishing, the system hadn't even assisted him. Vital energy, 70 calories, out of 100 calories. The sudden appearance of his panel startled Juju, causing him to lose focus and slip, landing on the floor. The instructor burst into laughter. Not bad, kid. Keep it up, and you'll get even stronger. But don't overtrain before the bonus competition, or you'll deplete your vital energy. Juju nodded gratefully, though he was still in shock. After just an hour of practice, his vital energy had dropped by a full 30 points. The foundation stance clearly wasn't the best choice for pre-exam training. It consumed far too much energy. Fortunately, he had a way to restore his vital energy. Without it, he wouldn't even be able to compete in the bonus round. Teacher, once I make it big, I'll treat you to a feast. Juju stood up and thanked the instructor earnestly. Ha ha, forget treating me. Just don't drag me into trouble if you cause any in the future. The two exchanged a hearty laugh. Years later, the martial arts instructor would look back on this moment and feel the urge to slap himself. But that's a story for another time. Just as they were laughing, the door suddenly burst open. There you are. Xian stood in the doorway, her voice sharp. Upon noticing the instructor, her demeanor immediately softened. Oh, teacher, you're here too. I was just looking for Juju about something. The instructor glanced at Xian, then at Juju, and teased with a smile, your girlfriend? Juju rolled his eyes and shook his head in exasperation, not bothering to explain. No worries. It's normal to date after graduation. I'll leave you two to talk. The instructor gave Juju a knowing look before turning to leave. Thank you, teacher. Take care. Juju sincerely bid him farewell. The day's frustrations seemed to dissipate in that moment. The instructor waved nonchalantly as he walked away, exuding a cool and confident air. Juju turned his gaze to Xian at the door, his expression cold and indifferent. Using the teacher as a shield, huh? Well, your shield's gone now, Xian taunted smugly. Who could shield themselves from your sharp tongue? Did you bring the money? Juju moved toward the control panel, turning off the machine to save power. Ha! Selling all your organs wouldn't get you 10,000, do you know that? Xuan's laughter was sharp and piercing. Juju frowned, his voice low after a brief silence. No money, no fight. Who allowed you to meddle here? Xian snorted softly, then turned around and shouted loudly, Zhao, I found Juju. He's hiding here. Hurried footsteps echoed outside the door, the floor vibrating with a thud-thud. Soon, a figure appeared at the doorway. Zhao Zihan, the top-ranked student in blood vitality in the entire school. A fellow seated contestant in the bonus points competition, Zhu had seen him in a group photo yesterday. "My brother, here you are. Let me have a good look at you," Zhao Zihan said with a smile. Zhu knew very well that this politeness was nothing but a facade. Zhao Zihan had another identity, the head of the Brotherhood Club, most likely in league with Lin Feng and Qian Zihan. Seeing Zhu's indifference, Zhao Zihan maintained his smile. "I've heard that Brother Zhu's techniques are sharp. May I have the honor of sparring with you?" Zhao Zihan's blood vitality, 88 kilocalories. Zhu's heart tightened. 10 grand. "I told you to stop bringing it up," Zhu said impatiently. "Ha, 10 grand is too little. How about we raise the stakes?" Zhao Zihan proposed cheerfully. Zhu raised an eyebrow. "Could there really be such a good deal? How much?" "If you lose, pay back the 190,000 you took from Qian Zihan and the others, and give up your spot in the bonus points competition," Zhao Zihan said calmly. Xian was stunned. She hadn't been able to reach Qian Zihan for days, and Zhao Zihan hadn't mentioned a word about this. She had no idea. Hearing that Zhu had taken 190,000, she was so furious that she nearly ground her teeth to dust. No wonder he casually talked about 10 grand, no wonder he went to that fancy restaurant, no wonder he had money to spend at the sports complex. It was all her mom's money. Zhu ignored the murderous glare from Xian and stared intently at Zhao Zihan. "And if you lose?" "I won't lose," Zhao Zihan responded confidently. That unshakable confidence, arrogant and maddening, pricked at Zhu's nerves. "Stop with the nonsense. If you've got the money, then bet. If not, get lost. Who are you trying to impress?" Zhu didn't hold back, shoving Zhao Zihan aside and turning to leave. He hadn't even started showing off, and here this guy was, already stealing the spotlight. It was infuriating. "Brother Zhu, just kidding. What if I lose 20 grand, then what?" Zhao Zihan's face turned dark, but his lips forced a crooked smile. "A spot in the bonus points competition is only worth 10 grand. Your price is ridiculous," Zhu retorted without even turning his head. "Then tell me, how much should I bet?" Zhao Zihan crossed his arms over his chest, tilting his head arrogantly like he owned the place. Zhu mimicked him, crossing his arms and tilting his head. "1 million. Are you joking?" Zhao Zihan froze, biting back his anger as he replied coldly, "If this is your way of refusing a duel, then I have nothing more to say. 50 grand. Let's cut it in half. I could sell that competition spot for 50 grand anyway. Take it or leave it." Zhu understood perfectly well, this was just a bargaining tactic. Start with a high price. A bonus points competition spot significantly increased one's chance of getting into Martial University. Once you became a martial artist, earning 50 grand would be a piece of cake. For wealthy families, this kind of money was a small investment in their future. 50 grand sounded like a lot, but for the rich, it was nothing. But still, Zhao Zihan hesitated. 50 grand was several months' worth of his allowance. His family was rich, but this was indeed a steep price. "Stop wasting time. If you're broke, don't bother pretending." Seeing that Zhao Zihan was still trying to haggle, Zhu immediately upped the sarcasm. Zhao Zihan took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and suddenly smiled. This was beneath him, stooping so low as to bargain with Zhu. It made him look like he was actually afraid of losing. So what if Zhu demanded 1 million? Did he actually stand a chance of winning? Wasn't his own ultimate move unstoppable? "Fine, 50 grand. I'll bet. Follow me to the 3rd floor." Zhao Zihan gestured invitingly. Zhu fixed his gaze on him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He clasped his hands together in a mock salute, then waved his right hand smoothly. "After you." The three of them turned and headed to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of the sports complex. The ceiling lights cascaded down like a waterfall, illuminating the boxing ring, which shone brilliantly, like white jade gleaming under the scorching sun. Surrounding the ring, there were no orderly rows of seats, only a few scattered teachers standing nearby. Though few in number, their eyes were sharp and focused, locked intently on the ring. The 3rd floor was the designated space for teachers and leaders to spar and hone their martial skills. On one of the platforms, 2 teachers were locked in an intense battle. One moved as gracefully as a nimble ape, his footwork light and swift, each step precise. His punches were like a storm, fierce and rapid, yet he could instantly retreat to defend, maneuvering with ease. The other stood as steady as a mountain, his feet planted firmly, his stance unshakable. His arms, taut with muscle, deflected each ferocious attack with immense power, neutralizing his opponent's onslaught one blow at a time. Beneath the stage, the teachers silently observed the match. Some crossed their arms, nodding slightly, their eyes reflecting deep contemplation on the techniques displayed. Others clenched their fists, their expressions tense, their gazes fixed intently on the movements in the ring. A few leaned in close to whisper, occasionally gesturing as though discussing the moves being performed on stage. The ropes of the ring were taut, gleaming coldly under the lights. The black leather mat shimmered faintly, a testament to the force of every step and collision that had taken place. At this moment, though the third-floor gymnasium was devoid of uproar, it was filled with the fierce clash of strength and skill. Two contestants had chosen an empty ring. Zhao Zihan suggested that Xianxian act as the referee. Zhu Ju sneered, "What does she know?" and flatly refused. He turned to scan the crowd, searching for a familiar face. Xianxian, fuming, gritted her teeth and urged Zhao Zihan to teach Zhu Ju a harsh lesson. Martial arts teacher. Zhu Ju finally spotted someone he recognized, the martial arts instructor who had left earlier. The martial arts teacher had come up to the third floor to watch the matches alone. Enthralled by the action, he was drawn over by Zhu Ju's shout. "Martial arts teacher, perfect timing. Are you free right now?" Zhu Ju asked politely. "Ha, are you planning to fight in the ring?" The teacher looked skeptical, suspecting Zhu Ju might have followed him here. "Yes, someone offered me 500,000 yuan to step into the ring. I couldn't turn down the money. I'm hoping to treat you to a meal with it," Zhu Ju replied earnestly. The martial arts teacher's eyes immediately shifted to the ring. Zhao Zihan's face darkened upon hearing this. A 500,000 yuan match between students? There was no way this wasn't shady. Clearly, it was a private arrangement, but why was Zhu Ju airing it out like this? "Zhao Zihan, what are you trying to do? A fight to the death?" The teacher's expression turned frosty as he reprimanded him. The school's prize money was only 50,000 yuan, and students were already willing to fight tooth and nail for it. Now someone was offering 500,000? Who had that kind of money to throw around? With only days left until the bonus round, what was the point of a life or death match? No, no, no. Zhao Zihan quickly waved his hands. "Teacher, don't listen to Zhu Ju's nonsense. It's just a friendly sparring match, nothing more." Xian, dissatisfied, tugged at Zhao Zihan's sleeve. Zhao Zihan irritably pushed her hand away. If he didn't frame it this way, the martial arts teacher would never allow a private match like this. The bonus round wasn't just a student affair, it concerned the school's reputation and its enrollment quotas. How could the teacher let two students risk their lives under his watch? But Zhao Zihan had his own plans. On the ring, fists and feet had no eyes, injuries were inevitable. If Zhu Ju was taken out of commission, their team's main force would be crippled. How could they compete in the bonus round? "You two, return to your dorms immediately. No fighting." The teacher's tone was firm and unyielding. "Martial arts teacher, I assure you, it's just a simple sparring match." "Don't worry, official ringside matches are legally protected," Zhao Zihan insisted. Zhu Ju stood by, watching the scene unfold with a cold smile. Even if the teacher forbade it, he'd still fight. Who would give up 500,000 yuan? If Zhao Zihan refused to fight, Zhu Ju would hound him all the way to his doorstep. Zhao Zihan was growing anxious. He imagined his opponent's smug face turning pale with humiliation after being thoroughly beaten in the ring. The thought filled him with glee. "Zhu Ju, what's your take on this?" the martial arts teacher asked, unable to counter Zhao Zihan's argument and turning to Zhu Ju. Indeed, if both parties voluntarily agreed to the match, no one had the right to interfere. Both were adults, and their actions were legal and reasonable. The teacher couldn't stop them. "Since Zhao Zihan insists it's just a friendly sparring match and won't affect the bonus round, you can rest assured, teacher," Zhu Ju said with a faint smile, emphasizing the friendly sparring agreement. If the other party broke the agreement, Zhu Ju would naturally escalate his retaliation. It was only fair. "Very well, but remember, just a friendly sparring match," the teacher said solemnly. Zhao Zihan's lips curled into a grin that nearly reached his ears, his gaze locking onto Zhu Ju. Zhu Ju returned the look. "How about we transfer the money to the martial arts teacher first? That way, no one can back out if they lose," Zhu Ju suggested. Zhao Zihan hesitated for a moment before flashing a confident smile. "Brother Zhu, are you worried about me being unable to pay? I'm a direct descendant of the Zhao family, one of the top 3 families in Jiaxiang. How could I not have this small sum?" Zhu Ju feigned a look of surprise. Both Zhao Zihan and Xianxian interpreted his reaction as fear, their faces brimming with disdain. "How is Zhao Gandhi related to you?" Zhu Ju asked curiously. Zhao Zihan smirked provocatively. "Oh, you know my cousin? Zhao Xiaoyu was the head of the Zhao family, one of Jiaxiang's 3 great families. Zhao Gandhi, his direct son, was Zhao Zihan's cousin, meaning Zhao Zihan was from a branch family. So the Zhao family was indeed filthy rich. Even the branch families were this well off. Time to fleece this golden sheep good and proper." Zhu Ju calculated silently in his mind as the other two grew increasingly arrogant, their smugness written all over their faces. Zhao Zihan sneered coldly, clenching his wrist. His tone dripped with sarcasm. Kid, don't think getting chummy with us will let you take advantage. On the arena, personal ties mean nothing. You've barely any connection with the Zhao family. Soon enough, you'll have to face me head-on. Of course. Zhu Ju's smile grew even brighter, as though these words were exactly what he wanted to hear. At that moment, a figure slowly approached from the distance. Xian recognized her instantly and hurried to greet her. Xinjia, why are you only here now? Where did you go earlier? The newcomer was none other than Wang Wenqing. Wang Wenqing had just wrapped up some business and been dropped off at school. Upon receiving Xuanxuan's message that Zihan Ji was planning to avenge Lin Feng, she had eagerly rushed over. In Xuanxuan's mind, Wang Wenqing was practically Lin Feng's girlfriend. The boys had a tight bond, so naturally, the girls would stick together too. Wang Wenqing casually brushed her hair to the side, her gaze landing on Zhu Ju on the stage. Thinking about the danger Zhu Ju would face tonight, a faint unease crept into her heart. However, Zhu Ju remained completely indifferent to everything happening below the stage, not even sparing Wang Wenqing a glance. Zhu Ju, you can't beat Zhao Zihan. Just admit defeat now and save yourself the embarrassment. Wang Wenqing suddenly spoke up, her tone inexplicably strange. Zhao Zihan and Xian both raised their eyebrows in confusion, staring at her uncertain of her true intention. Wang Wenqing felt a mix of emotions stirring inside her. On one hand, Zhu Ju's recent performance had left her somewhat intrigued. He was the classic heartbreaker, a charming rogue on the battlefield of love. On the other hand, she had once again set him up behind his back. Lin Feng's mother, her future mother-in-law, had sent an assassin who was currently lying in wait at Zhu Ju's residence. At the time, she felt no guilt, but thinking now that she might never see Zhu Ju again, a trace of discomfort lingered within her. That assassin was a peak first-rank expert. Zhu Ju was doomed tonight, without question. And so, Wang Wenqing decided to drop him a subtle warning as a way to ease her guilt. Go ahead and act tough. Let's see how humiliated you'll be later. She snapped coldly, furious when Zhu Ju continued to ignore her. Zhu Ju, however, merely responded with a calm retort, still not sparing her a glance. Don't worry. I'll make sure to kick him at you, just like I did with Lin Feng. The moment these words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The history between Zhu Ju and Wang Wenqing was no secret. They were practically the talk of the school. Both were academic stars, dazzlingly attractive, often seen walking side by side, forming the most striking pair on campus. Back then, during a competition, Zhu Ju had knocked Lin Feng flying with a single kick, intentionally sending him crashing down at Wang Wenqing's feet. Since then, the two had become as distant as strangers. Anyone with a sharp eye could see what had really transpired. You! Wang Wenqing's rage surged, her teeth clenched in fury. I was merely trying to be kind, reminding you for the sake of our old friendship, and you repay me with such ingratitude. Zhu Ju sneered, utterly unimpressed. Old friendship indeed, what a cruel joke. Sabotaging him before matches, causing trouble at work, and now feigning goodwill? Had he been the simpering type, he might have fallen for it. Ignoring her entirely, he turned back toward Zhao Zihan to prepare their wager. Pulling out his phone to transfer the agreed amount, Zhu Ju noticed 9 missed calls on his screen, 7 from Zhang Xiaoqian and 2 from old Wang. No time to deal with that now. Once the transfer was complete, the two of them took their positions at the center of the arena, their auras instantly swelling with intensity. The martial arts instructor, catching a glimpse of the transfer amount, felt a twinge of inadequacy. Zhu Ju cupped his fists toward Zhao Zihan, his mind already running calculations on the prize money. Zhao Zihan smirked faintly and returned the gesture. The more Zhu Ju looked at him, the more that sly grin irritated him. It was the very picture of a cunning fox. Both fighters, take the stage. Life or death is not permitted, but as peers, be mindful. The match begins now. Though the referee prohibited lethal combat, his declaration still thundered across the room. The two saluted each other, and at the referee's command of begin, the battle commenced in earnest. Zhao Zihan's eyes gleamed cold as ice as he launched the first move, a punch as swift as lightning aimed directly at Zhu Ju's head. Zhu Ju reacted instantly, grounding his stance and thrusting his arm forward in an explosive block. Seizing the moment, Zhao Zihan aimed a low kick at Zhu Ju's base. Zhu Ju's body twisted like the wind, pivoting on his waist. In a flash, he transitioned from a horse stance to a sidestep, expertly trapping Zhao Zihan's kick. Without hesitation, he drove a punch toward Zhao Zihan's abdomen. Zhao Zihan, with his leg firmly trapped and unable to unleash his power, stumbled backward in a panic, losing balance and composure. The martial arts instructor's eyes gleamed with approval. The kid had only recently learned footwork, yet he wielded it with such fluidity. While his techniques were still raw, his movements were already sharp enough to disrupt an opponent's rhythm. Xian Xian, seeing Zhao Zihan faltering, felt her heart race as sweat trickled down her forehead. This was 50,000 on the line. If he lost, what would she do? She quickly shouted out loud encouragement for Zhao Zihan. Wang Wenqing, on the other hand, watched with a calm yet chilling gaze. Although Zhu Ju knew Zhao Zihan had real skills, she had witnessed his true prowess before, so she felt no panic in this match. What truly ignited her anger was Zhu Ju's attitude just moments ago. She had offered him a kind reminder, only to be met with his sour expression. Typical stubborn guy. Go die, Zhao Zihan. You can do it, she shouted loudly. Amid the chaotic noise from the crowd, Zhu Ju remained unwavering. As Zhao Zihan lost his balance, Zhu Ju seized the opportunity, charging forward with precision. His elbow, sharp as a blade, struck Zhao Zihan's shin. Bang! The dull sound reverberated in the air. However, the sound of a bone cracking never came. Something wasn't right. The martial arts instructor's eyes widened in shock. Zhao Zihan's bones have been tempered. What? Zhu Ju quickly retracted his elbow, stepped back, and assumed a defensive stance. At that moment, a faint pain radiated from his elbow. He knew well that the elbow bones were among the sturdiest and hardest to injure. Yet, striking Zhao Zihan's supposedly vulnerable shin not only failed to break through but also caused a reverberating pain in himself. This was truly a tempered body. Zhao Zihan slowly stood up, a faint smile on his lips as he looked at Zhu Ju. Not bad, kid. You've got some skills. But you didn't expect this. I've tempered my bones. Your attacks can't break through me. Zhu Ju shook his hand nonchalantly in response, his expression cold. Zhao Zihan smirked arrogantly. You have no chance of winning. Just give up already. It's not worth risking your life over money that doesn't belong to you. Xian Xian, standing off to the side, sneered in agreement. Don't be so cocky. My Han Ji is one of the top fighters in the school. His reputation is well earned. Even someone as skilled as Qian Zihan would struggle against him, let alone you. What right do you have to act arrogant? Enough with your nonsense. Get lost. Your boyfriend is so weak, and yet you're still laughing like a fool. You're nothing but a trashy girl. Zhu Ju's patience snapped, and he retorted harshly without holding back. You! Xian Xian stomped her foot in fury, her fists clenched tightly. Zhu Ju turned his focus back to Zhao Zihan, gesturing with a slight wave of his hand to signal him to continue. Zhao Zihan's smirk widened. As you wish. With that, he adjusted his stance. One foot slid into position, his front hand bent slightly forward with the palm facing outward, while his other hand guarded near his chest or waist, ready for both attack and defense. The starting move of asking hands. Wing Chun, a martial technique of the profound grade. The martial arts instructor gasped audibly. Zhao Zihan's foundation was solid. Among the entire school, his vitality was unparalleled. With tempered bones, expertise in foundational stances, and now the display of advanced martial techniques, his abilities were undeniable. His movements were precise and disciplined, a clear indication of genuine mastery rather than mere posturing. This was the might of the Zhao family, one of the three prominent families of Jiaxiang, with deep and impressive roots. Zhu Ju's heart sank slightly. Take this. Zhao Zihan shifted his stance, transitioning from a neutral step into a sharp and aggressive bow stance, his fist launching forward like a cannon. Zhu Ju quickly raised an arm to block, preparing to counterattack. But just as Zhao Zihan's next punch darted in, Zhu Ju barely managed to retract his arm and switch to a defensive block. However, that punch was a feint, it didn't land. As Zhu Ju prepared to seize the moment and counter, Zhao Zihan's third punch came crashing down, a heavy, genuine blow aimed straight at his chest. Bang! Caught off guard, Zhu Ju took the full impact of the punch, his body staggering backward. But Zhao Zihan didn't give him any room to breathe. Grabbing Zhu Ju by the wrist, he yanked him back into the fray. Then, an onslaught of punches followed, a barrage of overlapping shadows, blending feints and real strikes, enveloping Zhu Ju like a relentless storm. Zhu Ju quickly steadied himself, planting his feet firmly and gritting his teeth as he weathered the overwhelming offensive. However, as time dragged on, Zhu Ju's disadvantage became increasingly apparent. He was clearly on the back foot, taking hit after hit. A profound grade martial technique, ferocious as a tiger. The martial arts instructor furrowed his brows deeply, shaking his head repeatedly in helplessness. The gap in their strength was undeniable. The outcome was clear. Though Zhu Ju managed to cleverly maneuver and stabilize his stance, skillfully alternating between offense and defense, his upper body techniques lagged significantly behind, unable to keep pace with Zhao Zihan's ferocity. Stance work and boxing were two distinct disciplines, yet Zhu Ju had forced them together, resulting in mutual hindrance rather than synergy. One was a foundational form, the other an advanced skill, both remarkable on their own, but together, they clashed disastrously. Wang Wenqing, watching Zhu Ju's gradual defeat, no longer felt pity for him. Instead, she sneered. So weak, yet so arrogant? Trash. Nearby, Xian cheered excitedly for Zhao Zihan, her voice cutting sharply through the otherwise tense air on the third floor. Her shrill cries drew the attention of several teachers, who curiously approached to watch the match. The crowd quickly thickened. The unusual atmosphere also caught the attention of Old Wang, who had just reached the third-floor stairs. As someone who routinely exercised at the gym after meals, Old Wang was surprised to see Juju being thoroughly overwhelmed. Xuan's piercing voice inadvertently drew his gaze, which naturally landed on Juju. There you are. Old Wang strode quickly toward the arena. Seeing Juju locked in intense combat with Zhao Zihan, the school's top fighter, a surge of anger flared in his chest. Trouble every single day, did this kid run on adrenaline or what? Just as Old Wang was about to intervene, the martial arts instructor beside him reached out and stopped him. The most important thing right now is Juju's focus. We can't distract him. Old Wang let out a cold snort, suppressing his anger, and chose to remain silent. Juju staggered back several steps from Zhao Zihan's punch. He gently shook his hands and exhaled slowly. Yet, instead of panic, an indescribable sense of exhilaration appeared on his face, as though he was relishing the challenge despite being seemingly at a disadvantage. Ha! Still pretending to be unfazed? Not going to admit defeat? Zhao Zihan sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. Juju raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Why would I admit defeat when I'm about to win? Juju's vital energy, 65 units, out of 100. Zhao Zihan's vital energy, 60 units. At the start of the match, Juju's vital energy was at 70 units, while Zhao Zihan's was a formidable 88 units. The disparity in their maximum energy levels seemed to dictate the outcome of the fight from the very beginning. On the surface, Juju appeared to be at a disadvantage, but hidden beneath his calm demeanor was a deadly strategy. Each move Zhao Zihan made drained more of his energy than Juju's. Stable stances, agile footwork, hardened bones, and refined martial techniques, these were all external aids. The true key lay in Juju's deep reservoir of vital energy. With this advantage, it was only a matter of time before Zhao Zihan was completely worn out. And besides, Juju's goal in this battle extended far beyond a simple exchange of blows. If he could precisely strike at an untrained weak spot, not even the strongest defense could withstand it. He already had a plan. Juju moved nimbly, gradually increasing the pace of his movements. From barely being able to block 3 punches at the start, he had now progressed to deflecting 10 consecutive strikes with ease. Though Zhao Zihan's flagging strength played a role, Juju's speed improvement was undeniable. So this was the so-called Xian-level martial technique? Merely average. Still trying to act tough, Zhao Zihan launched another assault. Juju quickly planted his stance, deftly evading a punch and countering with a powerful strike to Zhao Zihan's chest. It was a trap. Zhao Zihan, realizing that Juju had avoided his feint and launched a counterattack, scrambled to defend himself, but it was too late. The heavy punch landed squarely, forcing Zhao Zihan to stagger backward, his expression darkening. He could feel that Juju's speed was increasing, as though his stamina was inexhaustible. If this continued, the situation would only grow worse for him. What's wrong? Where's all that bravado from earlier? Juju taunted, seizing the opportunity to unsettle his opponent. From the very beginning, his intent had been to use this fight as a practical exercise to refine his stances and footwork. At the same time, he wanted to probe the true capabilities of these so-called self-proclaimed elites. Is that all you've got? You can't win like this. Juju hinted at Zhao Zihan to reveal his trump card. You're full of yourself. Zhao Zihan roared and launched another attack. Juju's light, agile steps brought him closer, and with a sudden shift into an archer's stance, he delivered a powerful punch. Once again, Zhao Zihan was caught off guard and sent reeling from the blow. This clash played out just like their earlier exchanges. In the audience, the martial arts instructor's eyes glimmered with approval. Was this a seamless integration of foundational stances and footwork into boxing? The deceptive feints, the firm balance ready to unleash explosive power, truly remarkable. Was this even possible? Old Wang stared at Juju, puzzled. He turned to the martial arts instructor. Oldly, did you teach him that move? The instructor, Oldly, awkwardly nodded. What kind of technique is this? Why does it look so impressive? Old Wang was baffled, unable to make sense of it. Oldly could only remain silent, waiting for the match's outcome to speak for itself. On the stage, Zhao Zihan took another direct hit, stumbling backward with increasing frustration. From the crowd, 2 girls, Xian Yuan and Wang Wenqing, cheered loudly, "Go, Zihan! You can do it!" "Shut up!" Zhao Zihan bellowed. Distractions were the bane of any martial contest, and their chatter only further unsettled his already wavering focus. The two girls, embarrassed, fell silent and retreated. What's with your Wing Chun? Always the same routine, fake moves, real moves, over and over. Can't you try something new? Zhu Jue deliberately provoked him. Zhao Zihan froze. Zhu Jue had seen right through his tactics. No wonder Zhao Zihan had been willing to take those first two punches head-on without dodging. Martial arts required each move to flow into the next, but if the initial technique was disrupted, the subsequent sequence would become difficult to execute. Zhao Zihan was still a novice, far from mastering true adaptability. Take this! Zhu Jue shouted, taking the initiative. With a swift step forward, he launched a punch straight at Zhao Zihan's face. Caught up in trying to change his tactics, Zhao Zihan failed to react in time and was struck cleanly, collapsing to the ground. The speed was astonishing. Zhu Jue's footwork had grown even more agile and unpredictable, far surpassing his performance at the start of the match. What? Shen Yuan and Wang Wenqing panicked, but they dared not make a sound, resorting instead to stomping their feet anxiously. Alright, your Wing Chun needs more work. Why don't you try showing off that bone-hardening skill of yours next? Zhu Jue smirked, gesturing for Zhao Zihan to get back up. Come on, show me some more of that flair. I'll send it right back at you. Activate Common Bone Mode. Old Wang couldn't hold back and nearly burst out laughing. Zhao Zihan's face darkened as he abruptly stood up, shouting angrily, "Take this kick of mine." A powerful whip kick swept towards his opponent with ferocity. Zhu Ju remained calm and composed, shifting swiftly into a dodging stance. As Zhao Zihan's kick extended, Zhu Ju's front leg lashed out sharply, targeting the supporting ankle of his opponent. Crack! Before Zhao Zihan could execute another kick, his ankle joint was brutally snapped. Your ankle conditioning is subpar, Zhu Ju remarked with a shake of his head. Without hesitation, he raised his foot and stomped down mercilessly on Zhao Zihan's arm. Zhao Zihan reacted swiftly, attempting to yank his arm away with all his strength, but he was still a beat too late. Before he could retreat to safety, Zhu Ju's claw-like foot crashed down, pinning Zhao Zihan's arm under its weight. A series of crisp crack sounds resonated through the air, as if Zhao Zihan's bones were protesting the abuse. These arms clearly haven't been tempered enough either, Zhu Ju sneered coldly, maintaining his psychological assault even as his attacks rained down relentlessly. His movements were swift and explosive, a flurry of strikes without reprieve. In a fluid motion, Zhu Ju leaped onto Zhao Zihan's body. With a flurry of punches, he unleashed devastating hooks that crashed like thunder. You think you're the only one who trains bone tempering? You think you're the only one who practices stance work? You think you're the only one who knows Wing Chun? And you think you're the only one who knows how to smirk? With each phrase, Zhu Ju hammered Zhao Zihan's mouth, delivering punch after punch with unrelenting force. His fists connected with flesh, leaving no room for mercy. Go ahead, smirk again. Let me see you smirk one more time. I'll smash that smirk off your face. Zhao Zihan's vitality level, 45 points. Zhao Zihan's vitality level plummeted rapidly. Each blow from Zhu Ju crashed down like thunder, forcing him into full defensive mode. But every block, every parry, came at the cost of his dwindling vitality. Yet Zhao Zihan dared not falter. Deep down, he clung to a desperate hope that Zhu Ju's vitality would drop faster than his own. When Zhu Ju finally weakened, Zhao Zihan believed he could turn the tables. But reality shattered his fragile hope. Zhu Ju's relentless assault continued for a full 3 minutes. His strikes showed no signs of weakening, instead, they grew fiercer with each passing moment. At that moment, Zhao Zihan finally understood. Zhu Ju's maximum vitality was higher than his own. Zhu Ju's vitality level, 50 points, out of 100. Zhao Zihan's vitality level, 19 points. The gap in vitality grew wider and wider, and Zhao Zihan's brows furrowed deeply. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he made a desperate gamble. With a roar, Zhao Zihan used his face to absorb one of Zhu Ju's powerful punches. Simultaneously, his other hand bent sharply at the elbow, activating a hidden mechanism. In an instant, a sharp punching dagger shot out, firmly gripped in Zhao Zihan's hand. Without hesitation, he thrust the dagger towards Zhu Ju's chest. Zhu Ju immediately sensed the danger. He sprang backward, attempting to evade the surprise attack. But the dagger moved like lightning, piercing into Zhu Ju's abdomen and embedding itself half an inch deep. Zhu Ju clutched his abdomen as blood seeped through his fingers, staining his shirt crimson. Zhao Zihan, what are you doing? That's against the rules, the martial arts instructor shouted in fury. Using concealed weapons during a sparring match required prior notification to the opponent. Zhao Zihan had not declared his weapon, making his act a blatant violation of the rules. But Zhao Zihan no longer cared. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, his face bruised and swollen, and his mouth too puffy to smirk. As the school's golden boy, he had never suffered such humiliation. In this world, there was only one person he truly revered, his cousin, Zhao Gandhi. That man was a true prodigy, excelling in vitality, bone tempering, stance work, martial techniques, everything. Even Zhao Gandhi's unwavering determination was something Zhao Zihan could only look up to. But Zhu Ju? Zhu Ju was inferior to him in every way. How could this man humiliate him? Why should Zhu Ju be allowed to ride high on his face and slap it? Why couldn't he smirk? That smirk was the one thing Zhao Zihan did better than Zhao Gandhi. He smirked higher than his cousin. Why won't you let me smirk? Zhao Zihan roared, gripping the dagger tightly as he thrust it towards Zhu Ju's head. By now, Zhu Ju had abandoned any pretense of toying with his opponent. Zhao Zihan's erratic, frenzied attacks had left him completely exposed, his defenses in total disarray. Staying entangled any longer would only waste energy. Zhu Ju narrowed his eyes, honing in on Zhao Zihan's vulnerability with precision. He caught the dagger-wielding hand mid-thrust and, with his other fist, delivered a crushing blow to Zhao Zihan's ribs. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Zhao Zihan's eyes widened in shock as he realized that Zhu Ju had been holding back all along. Now, his speed had surged to a level far beyond anything he'd shown before. Why? Crack! Your ribs weren't tempered either, Zhu Ju sneered with disdain. He twisted Zhao Zihan's wrist, forcing the dagger's point to face its owner. With his free hand, Zhu Ju smashed his elbow into Zhao Zihan's joint, shattering it with a sickening crunch. As Zhao Zihan screamed in pain, Zhu Ju grabbed the fractured arm, planted a firm foot on Zhao Zihan's face, and pinned him to the ground. In one swift motion, Zhu Ju yanked the dagger from Zhao Zihan's grip. Unacceptable. No integrity in sneak attacks. This weapon is confiscated. Zhu Ju quickly seized the hidden weapon, giving his opponent no chance to react, and sent him flying with a swift kick. According to the arena rules, the use of hidden weapons without prior notice requires that the weapon be confiscated. Although it was the referee's duty to enforce this rule, Zhu Ju's actions to compensate for his injury were understandable. Zhao Zihan was a tough man, his body slowing down gradually due to inertia. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Even with his left hand suffering a comminuted fracture, his right elbow fractured, his ankle injured, and his ribs broken, he remained steadfast and unyielding. Except for his calves, the rest of his bones had not undergone tempering. Zhu Ju struck again with a kick that sent him flying, sneering coldly, "With just this little bit of tempered bone, you dare to smirk?" Blood seeped from the corner of Zhao Zihan's mouth, yet his defiance remained. "Why are you so stubborn?" Zhu Ju imitated Zhao Zihan's earlier arrogance with a mocking tone. Is it responsibility? Is it a gamble? Is it pride? Or could it be your smirk? Pwah! Zhao Zihan collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were severe, perhaps exacerbated by the surging of his qi and blood. "Referee, call it off now." Old Wang, seeing that Zhu Ju seemed ready to strike again, panicked and shouted out of fear that someone might lose their life. The martial arts instructor, shocked by Zhu Ju's display of strength, only snapped out of his daze upon hearing the call. He quickly stepped onto the platform to block Zhu Ju. Zhu Ju wins. With this announcement, both Xian Xian and Wang Wenqing snapped out of their daze, still seated on the ground in shock. Zhu Ju's qi and blood value was only 75. How could he have taken down Qian Zihan, Zhao Zihan, and even Erzuanzi along with dozens of yellow-haired lackeys in succession? How could his qi and blood be so formidable? Impossible. Xian Xian and Wang Wenqing couldn't make sense of it. Wang Wenqing, still puzzled by his apparent immunity to poison, couldn't bring herself to ask or share her thoughts with anyone. She could only silently ponder. Xian Xian, clutching her face with both hands, felt waves of turmoil raging in her heart, impossible to calm. Zhu Ju, wasn't he just that poor orphan? How could his qi and blood be so astonishing? Did I truly lose that 500,000 yuan to him? Can I ever get it back? And what about my 190,000? What should I do about that? That wastrel Qian Zihan. I'm done with him. Xian Xian grit her teeth, fury burning within her. Wang Wenqing, on the other hand, felt an even more complex and tangled mix of emotions. Just moments ago, she had mocked and belittled Zhu Ju with derision. But now, Zhu Ju's dazzling and heroic display left her unwittingly filled with admiration. Would he hold a grudge because of my earlier ridicule and come after me? Wang Wenqing shook her head lightly, trying to snap herself out of it. So what if Zhu Ju is powerful? He won't survive tonight. There's no point in feeling anything for a dead man. Not to mention, he had toyed with me just a while ago. If he dies, he deserves it. But his strength is indeed extraordinary. What exactly has he been through? How did he suddenly become so overwhelmingly powerful? Not only were Xian Xian and Wang Wenqing left in utter shock, but the teachers and school leaders in the audience were also murmuring amongst themselves, stunned by what they had witnessed. Yesterday's martial arts tournament had seen many teachers in attendance, familiarizing themselves with the competitors, including Zhu Zhu's unexpected victory over Lin Feng had sparked some discussion, but it hadn't been completely shocking. After all, Zhu wasn't a student from their class, so the teachers hadn't paid him much attention. The principal had even suggested that there might have been an error in qi and blood value testing, which the staff readily accepted as an explanation, attributing Zhu's win to sheer luck. But even if there was an error, it couldn't possibly be this extreme, right? Lin Feng's qi and blood value was 82. Even if Zhu's was higher, the gap couldn't have been too wide. If Lin Feng lost due to overconfidence or lack of experience, failing to anticipate Zhu's high qi and blood, then what about Zhao Zihan? Zhao Zihan had tempered bones, mastery of stance techniques, and advanced martial skills, none of which Lin Feng possessed. They weren't even on the same level. At the start of the battle, Zhao Zihan had been momentarily caught off guard by Zhu's sudden assault, but instead of taking damage, it only revealed his tempered bones as a hidden asset. With this advantage, Zhao Zihan had been able to overwhelmingly suppress Zhu for much of the fight. So why did he end up being dominated in the end? Zhu's qi and blood value is significantly higher than Zhao Zihan's, one sharp-eyed teacher pointed out. Old Wang, hearing this, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, despite having already suspected as much. In the high martial world, martial artists could sense each other's qi and blood levels to some extent, but the margin of error was immense, often ranging from 10 to 20 points. As martial artists advanced, the margin of error would narrow, but few were willing to invest time mastering such a niche skill. In later stages, a martial artist's success hinged more on rank and technique. Zhu's qi and blood cap was 100 points, a level beyond what the teachers could perceive, but his dominance during the fight made it evident that he had the upper hand in qi and blood. Zhao Zihan's qi and blood value was 88. If Zhu's was significantly higher, it was truly terrifying. Zhao Zihan came from a prominent family in the city, with access to abundant resources. How had Zhu managed to train to such a level? None of the teachers on site could hide their astonishment. The martial arts instructor was awestruck by Zhu's quick mastery of stance techniques and integration of boxing skills into his own unique moves, while Old Wang was even more shaken by Zhu's immense potential. Zhu. Old Wang stepped onto the arena, slowly approaching. Mr. Wang? Zhu looked at him, puzzled. Was it you who took down Zhuangzi? Yes. And Qianzihan along with those hooligans, was that your doing too? Aha! And the disappearing restaurant table, was that also your handiwork? What? I don't know what you're talking about. What restaurant table? No idea. Why are you suddenly asking about this? You're acting weird. Zhu almost didn't react in time and hurriedly denied it, his guilty conscience on full display. You brat, did you overdose on adrenaline today or what? Do you even realize how much trouble you've caused me? Old Wang scolded harshly. What trouble did I cause? Zhu asked, genuinely confused. The qualifying matches are coming up soon, and 2 of the seeded players are already out because of you. If you get injured too, what's the school supposed to do? Despite his stern criticism, Old Wang's tone was filled with concern. He was the kind of homeroom teacher who often jumped to criticisms without fully understanding the situation. Please understand, teacher. I was defending myself. If someone picks a fight with me, I won't back down. But I also don't want to be the one lying on the ground, Zhu replied with a shrug, his tone calm and indifferent. Don't give me that. If they're looking for trouble, why didn't they come to me? Why settle it privately? Old Wang snapped back, refusing to accept Zhu's reasoning. Why didn't they come to you? Because the school tolerates that so-called brotherhood club and their bullying. When students get beaten up, you all turn a blind eye. And say, they're all aspiring martial artists, if they don't fight back, they deserve it. So why are you mad now? Zhu shot back, his voice laced with sarcasm. You? Old Wang was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhu, who was usually so quiet, to challenge him so directly. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The truth was, the school did tacitly allow the Brotherhood Club to operate, hoping it would foster a competitive martial arts spirit among students. When complaints arose, in the past, the principal had openly stated, they're all aspiring martial artists, if they don't fight back, they deserve what they get, making the school's stance clear. But what they ignored was the core issue. Did this really inspire a martial arts spirit? How many cases of bullying, of the strong, preying on the weak, had occurred under the guise of competition? What kind of martial arts spirit was that supposed to inspire? Old Wang felt powerless. The Brotherhood Club leader came from a wealthy family, and the school leadership turned a blind eye. What could a lowly homeroom teacher like him possibly do? When students got into trouble off campus, should he intervene or pretend not to see? Should he downplay everything? Old Wang was torn. He remained silent for a long time. All right. With Juju's strength as his homeroom teacher, you should be proud of him instead of dwelling on this, the martial arts instructor interjected, trying to diffuse the tension while checking Juju's injuries. After finishing Juju's bandages, the martial arts instructor turned to carefully examine Zhao Zihan's injuries, moving about so quickly he barely touched the ground. Sigh. Old Wang let out a soft sigh, turned around, and slowly walked down the steps. Juju said nothing further. He knew now wasn't the time to apologize. He'd have to wait until old Wang calmed down for any apology to have an effect. He didn't mean to blame Mr. Wang, but with so much at stake, he had to stand firm and force his homeroom teacher to back down. Teacher, I won, Juju quietly reminded the martial arts instructor as he approached him. I know. Congratulations, the instructor replied without looking up, still busy resetting Zhao Zihan's bones to stabilize his injuries before the school doctor arrived. Juju hesitated but finally couldn't hold back. Teacher, about the money. Oh, right. I'll transfer it to you now, the instructor finally remembered, pulling out his phone to make the transfer. Just then, I'll kill you. Zhao Zihan suddenly leapt up from the ground, headbutting Juju with all his might. No honor, no martial spirit, just a cheap shot. Juju reacted with lightning speed. He grabbed Zhao Zihan's head midair and drove his knee into Zhao's nose with a sickening crunch. Crack! Zhao Zihan's nose collapsed instantly, his face twisting in pain. Now, like Zhuangzi before him, he too bore a face as mangled as Lin Feng's. Without missing a beat, Juju delivered a precise kick, sending Zhao Zihan flying off the stage, landing right at Wang Wenqing's feet. Juju muttered to himself, I swear I'm forgetting something important. Meanwhile, Wang Wenqing's face darkened ominously. 50,000 transferred. The notification sounded like music to Juju's ears. He couldn't stop grinning ear to ear. Adding the school's 5,000 reward, the 21,000 he'd wrung out of Xian Zihan and his gang, and the 50,000 that just came through, his bank account had now ballooned to 76,000. Xian Zihan still owed him 1,000, and Lin Feng still owed him a whopping 100,000. In total, his assets now amounted to 177,000. I'm rich beyond my wildest dreams. System, open the panel, Juju commanded sharply, his eyes brimming with determination. Martial skills, boxing, proficient. Techniques, stance training, beginner. Passive secret art, self-healing, beginner. First level devouring progress, 10% usable. Vitality, 48 calories, max, 100 calories. Upgrade threshold, 12. The boxing technique has actually advanced to proficient. Martial skills are divided into 4 tiers, beginner, proficient, mastery, and perfection. Although just recently learned, the second real combat session has made the boxing technique feel second nature. Earlier, I attempted to integrate the footwork from the Zhuanggong stance technique into my boxing and gain some initial insights. However, Zhuanggong is still at the beginner level, so expecting it to quickly mature into proficient isn't realistic. The upgrade threshold has increased by another point. Both combat and Zhuanggong are steadily improving in the background. This is far better than painstakingly training for a month to only raise my vitality by 1 or 2 points. With the support from the Devour progress and enough money on hand, tomorrow I'll head straight to the pawnshop for a big spree. Unfortunately, vitality depletes too fast. After practicing Zhuanggong and then getting into a fight, my vitality dropped from 100 calories to half. It's simply not enough. If others heard this, they'd probably cough up blood. For ordinary people, without vitality pills, vitality only recovers by 3 points per day through rest or pre-competition preparation with medication. But Juju? A single meal is enough to fully replenish his vitality bar, and yet he's still complaining it's too little? His gaze fell on the self-healing secret technique. The passive secret technique doesn't level up through combat, it requires devouring higher-grade magical beasts with self-healing properties to improve. Even so, the entry level is already formidable. He looked down at the wound on his abdomen. The bleeding had stopped, and it was bound to heal completely in a few days. Fortunately, no internal organs were injured, so he could confidently perform well in the bonus match a few days later. Juju then focused on the weapon in his hand. It was entirely black, with a clever structure. It consisted of 2 parts, a wristband tightly clasped around the wrist, and a thin metal rod attached to the wristband via a clip. At the end of the rod was a knuckle spike. There was a hinge between the rod and the spike, allowing the spike to fold inward and clip securely onto the wristband. The matte black surface clearly indicated it wasn't made of any alloy series. Alloy weapons are far too valuable, how could they be seen just lying around? Not to mention, Lin Nantian and Zhao Xiaoyu had been driving up prices at the auction, even 10 kilograms of D-grade ore had been sold for 34,000. Juju weighed the knuckle spike in his hand, it was at least a pound. If it were made of alloy, it would probably be worth tens of thousands. Of course, without those two maniacs inflating the price, it might only cost a few dozen bucks. For now, better to hold on to it. Just as he was about to pocket the knuckle spike, Zhao Zihan suddenly burst onto the stage like a madman. Give it back to me. Do you even know how valuable it is? Give it back to me, now. Zhao Zihan's voice was hoarse with desperation. Zhu Ju pulled out the knuckle spike and examined it closely. No reflective coating, not alloy. Could it be worth just a few $100? He began to admire the weapon's design. Could the cost be in the craftsmanship? Give it back. It was my mother's keepsake. I can't give it to you, not even in death. Please, give it back. Zhao Zihan was like a man possessed, ignoring his injuries as he clambered onto the stage to fight, only to be stopped by the martial arts instructor. Zhao Zihan's mother passed away. He's from a single-parent family, whispered Xianxian to Zhu Ju. Zhu Ju shot her a cold glance, then turned to Zhao Zihan and said icily, "Is this how you treat something your mother left you? Using underhanded tricks to hurt others? Is this your idea of martial virtue?" Zhao Zihan froze, speechless. After a long pause, he suddenly dropped to his knees with a loud thud. Zhu Ju was taken aback. "Please, I beg you, give it back to me. I'm begging you." Zhao Zihan knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly in remorse. The top student of the entire school, the pride of many, was now completely disregarding his dignity. Losing 500,000 hadn't hurt him this much, but this seemingly worthless weapon had utterly broken him. "Please, I'm begging you." His forehead hit the ground with a dull thud, swelling red as he continued to bow without stopping. Suddenly, his head came to rest against a soft palm. He looked up to meet Zhu Ju's gaze. In those eyes, there was a flicker of hope. Could it be he's willing to return it? "This is something I won through my own efforts. Don't think you can take it back without cost." Zhu Ju's smile was cold and ruthless. The light in Zhao Zihan's eyes instantly extinguished. "Don't waste your breath on him. He's just a heartless, penniless jerk who only cares about money." Xianxian shouted angrily, rushing forward to pull Zhao Zihan away, her gaze filled with disdain. Wang Wenqing remained silent. If it were her, she would also side with Zhu Ju. "No matter how pitiful you are, the item is mine now. If you want it, pay for it." Though she agreed with Zhu Ju deep down, her expression still showed disgust. Both old Wang and the martial arts instructor exchanged disappointed looks. To Zhu Ju, this item might be worthless, but to Zhao Zihan, it was priceless. While Zhao Zihan had indeed been in the wrong, he had now set aside all pride and admitted his fault. Why must Zhu Ju be so unyielding? Though dissatisfied, the two said no more. After all, this was between Zhu Ju and Zhao Zihan. The knuckle spike was in Zhu Ju's possession, and any terms set were his to decide. Others could only offer moral criticism but couldn't intervene. "Name your price." Zhao Zihan finally gritted his teeth and admitted defeat. The family was relatively well off, and money was not an issue for him. However, this spiked gauntlet was a keepsake left by his mother. No matter the cost, he had to get it back. Faced with Zhu Ju's unyielding demeanor, he had no choice but to accept. Every mistake comes with a price. "Don't expect my sympathy," Zhu Ju said coldly as he withdrew the spiked gauntlet and held it out in front of Zhao Zihan. "Buy me a meal as an exchange. After that fight, I'm starving." "What?" Zhao Zihan froze in shock. His eyes widened as he processed what Zhu Ju had just said. He had braced himself for Zhu Ju to demand an outrageous sum of money. But a meal? That was it? Thank you so much." Tears of relief welled up in Zhao Zihan's eyes. He gratefully took the spiked gauntlet, even considering kneeling to express his gratitude. But Zhu Ju pulled him up firmly. "A man kneels to neither heaven nor earth, only to his parents. Remember this, you must never use this weapon for unjust deeds. If you do, I will not spare you." Zhu Ju's voice was as cold as the winter wind, his gaze sharp like a blade. Zhao Zihan froze, a chill running down his spine. He nodded earnestly, his eyes brimming with gratitude. This wasn't about money. Zhao Zihan understood that clearly. Zhu Ju was giving him a way out, albeit in his own proud, peculiar way. Old Wang and the martial arts instructor, who had been watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but be stunned. Both exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting to one of admiration and approval. Mistakes should indeed come with consequences. But to see someone like Zhu Ju stick so firmly to his principles, ensuring the other party not only faced responsibility but also deeply reflected on their actions, was unexpected. Xuanxuan's gaze flickered as she reassessed this young man. This seemingly cold-hearted, arrogant boy who had even dared to strike a woman, was his heart actually filled with justice and warmth? Had she been too biased against him before? Had she crossed the line? Conflicted emotions churned within her, leaving her thoughts in turmoil. She turned away abruptly, refusing to look at him again. "Humph," he slapped me in the face. "There's no way I'll forgive him so easily." Wang Wenqing, observing the subtle change in the teacher's attitudes toward Zhu, felt a surge of inexplicable irritation. What a joke! Who does he think he's fooling? Does he really think I don't see through his little act? Feigning aloofness to win sympathy, trying to curry favor with this cheap trick? Deliberately putting on airs to catch my attention? Does he think I'm blind? A poor nobody like him, playing these games, how ridiculous. He may be riding high now, but after tonight, humph. Her gaze turned icy once more, her earlier pity completely gone. "I'm heading out." Having achieved his goal, Zhu saw no reason to linger. He stood and prepared to leave. "Zhu, come here for a moment." Old Wang called out from not far away. Zhu quickened his pace and approached him. It was just as well, he had something he wanted to ask about finding a place to stay. "You, kid." Old Wang pointed a finger at Zhu, but for a moment, he was at a loss for words. "Teacher, I was too impulsive earlier. I shouldn't have contradicted you. I apologize." Zhu quickly adapted, offering his apology in a way that gracefully gave Old Wang an out. Seeing Zhu take the initiative to admit his fault, Old Wang couldn't help but feel a bit more favorably toward him. Not that Zhu had much of a choice after all, he was now a rising star, a promising seedling with boundless potential. As his homeroom teacher, it was Old Wang's duty to guide and support him. Looking at the situation objectively, Zhu wasn't someone who sought trouble. Even if he had come to Old Wang for help, he himself might not have handled the matter as well. But Zhu's willingness to admit his mistakes, this level of maturity and composure was rare among his peers. It was enough to make anyone re-evaluate him. "Have you found a place? When are you moving?" Old Wang deliberately dragged out his words, sounding slightly displeased. He still had to put on a bit of a show. Zhu's heart lifted. "Teacher, I'll go check it out tonight. Are you free to come with me?" Old Wang didn't answer directly. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively. "Go to the school clinic and get that wound treated first. It's fine, it's not a bad injury." Zhu peeled off the makeshift bandage the martial arts instructor had applied, revealing the wound. It was only half an inch long and had already stopped bleeding. The speed of healing surprised even him. Old Wang frowned slightly and leaned in for a closer look. Zhu quickly reapplied the bandage and urged, "Teacher Wang, let's go check the place now." Old Wang withdrew his gaze. Seeing that Zhu was indeed fine, he relaxed and grumbled, "Fine, let's go, you little troublemaker." Zhu followed behind, apologizing as they walked. "Teacher Wang, I was wrong earlier. Don't be mad." Meanwhile, Wang Wenqing stood silently, watching Zhu's departing figure, lost in thought. "Xiaoqing, come help us out." Xian and the martial arts instructor were working together to lift Zhao Zihan onto a stretcher when they called out to Wang Wenqing. Wang Wenqing paused slightly, her gaze shifting to Zhao Zihan with a trace of disdain. "This incompetent man, what does he have to do with me? I don't have time. You all carry on, I'm leaving." With that, Wang Wenqing decisively turned and walked away, leaving Xian stunned in place. On the stretcher, Zhao Zihan let out a faint snort, clutching a spiked knuckle duster tightly in his hand, treating it like a precious treasure. "Zhang Xiaoqian's been calling you over and over. Why didn't you answer?" Old Wang, his hands clasped behind his back, walked with steady strides before suddenly turning to ask Zhu. Zhu, immersed in his thoughts about Zhao Zihan's hospitality, was abruptly pulled back to reality by the question. He suddenly remembered seeing missed call notifications earlier when transferring money to his martial arts teacher, but he had forgotten about them immediately afterward. Awkwardness flickered across his face as he countered, "Mr. Wang, why were you calling?" "Nothing important, just messing around," Old Wang replied irritably. What he wanted to ask, he had already asked. What he intended to remind him of, he didn't get a chance to say. What else could there be to talk about? Zhu's lips twitched slightly. He'd originally bought a phone to stay in touch with someone, but after cutting ties, the phone had essentially become an alarm clock. Nowadays, he only remembered to check it when solving problems, searching maps, checking the time, or receiving payments. It seemed like he needed to turn off silent mode when he wasn't practicing martial arts. The most recent call had been from Zhang Xiaoqian, just 3 minutes ago. If Zhang Xiaoqian was calling so urgently several times in a row, and this late, it must be something serious. Puzzled, Zhu dialed her number. After just 2 rings, the call connected. "Hello?" Zhu spoke first. 3 seconds later. Hello? Zhu? Is it really you? Where are you?" A nervous, trembling voice came through the line. "I'm at school. What's wrong?" Zhu frowned slightly, his vigilance rising. Do you have time now? I want to see you. There's something I need to tell you." Her voice was filled with hesitation and unease. "Is it something you can't say over the phone?" Zhu Zhu probed. You should come. Her response was evasive, almost as if she was concealing something. Where? Behind the school, the warehouse on the north side. How many people? Zhu Zhu's tone instantly turned icy, his wariness growing sharper. Just me. Alright, I'll be there immediately. Zhu Zhu decisively ended the call, his actions swift and resolute. What happened? Old Wang asked with concern, noticing his change in demeanor. Zhu Zhu's eyes were piercing, his voice low and steady. Zhang Xiaoqian's in trouble. The night sky was shrouded in darkness, with a bright, round moon hanging high in an inky blue expanse. In the distance, clouds began gathering silently, foretelling an impending storm. Moonlight spilled over the desolate expanse, illuminating a barren field at its center, where an enormous blue warehouse stood. This was the forgotten, abandoned storage facility to the north of the school. Once a bustling puffed food processing plant, it had long since fallen silent, discarded by the relentless march of time. The era of high martial arts had arrived, sweeping across the world like a tidal wave. Martial artists became the new craze, with everyone striving for the pinnacle of martial prowess. In tandem, the quality of food came under intense scrutiny, and the junk food industry collapsed almost overnight. In just a few decades, countless companies fell like dominoes, and this factory was no exception. Around the warehouse, wild grass grew unchecked, reaching waist height and exuding an air of desolation. National resources had shifted focus to industries like high martial metallurgy, alchemy, martial education, and core mercenaries. These fields became the hallmarks of the era. Grain and military production remained foundational, but industries like luxury goods, dining, and real estate, once thriving, were increasingly marginalized, their former glory fading into obscurity. Such was the stark reality of the high martial arts era. Inside the warehouse, a kerosene lamp flickered with a weak, wavering light. A man clad in a sharply tailored suit, his eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses, toyed with a deadly-looking military dagger that gleamed with a chilling light. Beside him, Zhang Xiaoqian, dressed in a school uniform, was curled up on the ground, her tear-streaked face filled with terror. Uncle, I did what you told me to. Can you let me go now? I promise I won't say anything. Zhang Xiaoqian choked on her words, tears streaming down her cheeks. Though legally an adult, she was crumbling under the weight of despair. The man was a peak first-tier martial artist of the spiritual realm, his overwhelming strength enough to inspire dread. Zhang Xiaoqian had uncovered his sinister plot and tried to warn Zhu Zhu, but her phone had been confiscated, and her identity exposed. Her legs had been broken, leaving her life hanging by a thread. Don't worry. Once he arrives, you'll be free to go. The man in the suit and sunglasses smirked coldly, his expression brimming with calculated malice. If not for the sight of Zhang Xiaoqian's fractured legs, that smile alone would have been enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Sit down and talk it out. Why resort to violence? Zhang Xiaoqian's voice trembled as he pleaded for mercy. He placed all his hopes on Zhu Zhu, praying she would arrive in time to save him from this dire situation. Shut up! The man in the suit delivered a vicious kick to Zhang Xiaoqian's shoulder. The crisp sound of bones fracturing pierced the silence. Pain erupted across his entire body, and blood spurted forth. Terror and despair intertwined in Zhang Xiaoqian's eyes as he gasped for breath with difficulty. The man lowered his gaze to the screen in his hand, the images sourced from a hidden camera. Time ticked away, minute after minute. By now, Zhu Zhu should have already arrived. Yet, the surroundings were eerily silent, no voices, no footsteps. Zhang Xiaoqian's heart tightened with growing unease. Could it be? Could Zhu Zhu really abandon him? Suddenly, the suited man straightened his posture. On the display, a young man who looked like a student appeared. A cold, sinister smile curled at the edge of the suited man's lips, and his eyes gleamed with bloodlust. She's here, he muttered to himself, then approached Zhang Xiaoqian. Leaning close to his ear, he murmured a few words before patting his shoulder. Do what I say, and I'll let you live. Got it? Zhang Xiaoqian's eyes were vacant, his despair crashing over him like a tidal wave. The man gave his shoulder another forceful pat before fading into the shadows. Suddenly, urgent cries echoed from outside the warehouse. Zhang Xiaoqian, are you in there? Panic overtook him as tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. He could only pray that Zhu Zhu had come prepared, bringing salvation and a glimmer of hope. Zhu Zhu stood alone at the entrance, her silhouette stretched long by the moonlight. Zhang Xiaoqian, where are you? Come out now. Her voice was firm, but she did not step into the warehouse. Between them stretched a chasm as vast as an abyss. In the shadows, a military dagger glinted menacingly, its chilling light locking onto Zhang Xiaoqian. Zhang Xiaoqian's mind was a whirlwind of emotions, his lips quivering. Zhu Zhu, I'm here. Don't come any closer. His heart tore in two. He didn't want to betray Zhu Ju, yet the murderous intent lurking in the shadows threatened to snuff out his life in an instant. The suited man with dark glasses rolled his eyes and crouched low, ready to pounce. "Why don't you come out? What are you doing in there, sneaking around in the middle of the night? It's creepy." Zhu Ju remained at the doorway, her tone unhurried, calm yet resolute. Don't come in. I twisted my ankle." Zhang Xiaoqian's voice broke as he shouted, his emotions unraveling. In the dead of night, calling her to this abandoned warehouse, such an absurd and reckless request. Why hadn't she brought anyone with her? "I'm scared to go in alone. If you don't come out, I'm leaving." Zhu Ju's voice rose, tinged with a trace of trembling. For a moment, Zhang Xiaoqian felt a faint sense of relief hearing this, but his gaze immediately shifted to the piercingly cold white light in the shadows. His heart clenched tight. "I don't want to die either." He could almost see the grim fate awaiting him. "Fine, I'm leaving," Zhu Ju suddenly shouted, spinning around and sprinting away. The shadowy figure moved in an instant, darting forward like a phantom. In a flash, he was in front of Zhang Xiaoqian, delivering a brutal kick to his chest before bolting out the door in pursuit of Zhu Ju. The kick sent Zhang Xiaoqian flying several meters, slamming into the wall. He crumpled to the ground, half lying motionless. He tried to move but found his legs numb, the pain searing like a blade. It was torment beyond words. Inwardly, he thought bitterly, "My liver's probably been severely damaged." He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he fought to draw a breath, attempting to get up but failing repeatedly. In the end, he could only lie there helplessly, his thoughts drifting back to the past, recalling fragments of better days. Meanwhile, Zhu Ju and the suited man with dark glasses were locked in a fierce chase through the overgrown weeds. Wang Chang, vitality, 190. Zhu Ju had already identified him. Without looking back, she ran as fast as her legs could carry her. "Stop right there!" Wang Chang roared angrily as he quickened his pace, rapidly closing the distance. Just as Wang Chang was about to grab her, Zhu Ju suddenly drew a flexible sword from her belt and slashed at him. Clang! The blade struck Wang Chang's arm but met resistance as solid as steel. No, stronger than steel. A tempered bone body. A martial artist who steps into the first-rank realm undergoes bone refinement, making their skeleton incredibly tough. Wang Chang, as a peak first-rank expert, possessed bones as hard as forged metal. With his mastery of bone refinement, he had no fear of unarmed combat against blades. Thankfully, Zhu Ju's flexible sword was made of D-grade alloy, otherwise, it would have shattered on impact. Missing her strike, Zhu Ju immediately withdrew her sword and retreated, turning to flee once more. The two plunged back into their relentless chase. Wang Chang was far faster than Zhu Ju, catching up within just a few breaths. Before Zhu Ju could employ his usual moves, Wang Chang seized his wrist, executing a precise grappling technique and pinning him to the ground. "Devour!" Panic-stricken, Zhu Ju shouted in desperation. He had previously theorized about the potential of his devouring ability when applied to humans, and now it was time to test it. Devouring initiated. Absorbing the target's life force to replenish your own. Do not move to avoid disrupting the connection. Life force, 45 units, max 100 units. Life force, 46 units, max 100 units. Life force, 47 units, max 100 units. Zhu Ju's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! Such an overpowered ability, why didn't you tell me sooner? How many other secrets are you hiding from me? Wang Chang raised his hand, ready to end Zhu Ju, but suddenly felt his own life force draining rapidly. What's happening? He looked down in horror at his hand gripping Zhu Ju's wrist, and where his knee pressed against Zhu Ju's body. His life force, it was leaking away through these points of contact. Before he could react, a sharp and overwhelming force surged toward him. Wang Chang sensed the danger and instinctively withdrew his hand to defend, only to be struck by a powerful kick that sent him stumbling half a meter backward and collapsing to the ground. In an instant, Wang Chang assessed the strength of his opponent based on their aura. Peak first rank. Old Wang had arrived, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhu Ju. Zhu Ju steadied himself, gasping heavily, as if he had narrowly escaped the grasp of death. Life force, 60 units, max 100 units. In just a few breaths, Wang Chang had lost 15 units of life force. His expression darkened as he drew a sharp military dagger from his sleeve, aiming it directly at Old Wang. But before he could act, the piercing sound of police sirens echoed from a distance. Wang Chang's face instantly turned grim. Earlier that night, Zhu Ju had received a call from Zhang Xiaoqian, instantly noticing the odd tone in his voice. It was late at night, and Zhang Xiaoqian's request to meet at an abandoned warehouse was highly unusual. On the other end of the line, Zhang Xiaoqian's voice trembled with fear. Zhu Ju quickly pieced together the clues. Lin Nantian and Wang Chang's conspiracy was ever present, like a shadow. But why had they targeted Zhang Xiaoqian? first instead of coming after him directly? Lin Nantian hadn't disclosed Juju's identity to Wang Chang, and Wang Chang had no idea what Juju looked like. Perhaps Wang Chang had, during his inquiries, accidentally discovered that Zhang Xiaoqian knew Juju, leading to Zhang Xiaoqian's current predicament. This explanation seemed the most plausible. Juju shared the entire situation with old Wang, and the two immediately rushed to the scene. Though Zhang Xiaoqian claimed there was only one enemy, Juju remained cautious and informed the police beforehand. He hoped it was just paranoia, but the chances of that were slim. As they neared the warehouse, Juju decided they couldn't wait for the police to act. By then, the enemy might have already harmed Zhang Xiaoqian. He needed to lure the enemy away and create an opportunity for old Wang to stage a rescue. If I can't win, I can always run unless the enemy has a gun, Juju thought. This country had strict firearm regulations, so the odds of that were almost zero. He proposed entering the warehouse first to draw the enemy's attention, while old Wang would infiltrate quietly. Old Wang gave him a glance, silently admiring his decisiveness and wit, and nodded in agreement. Juju boldly entered through the main door while old Wang scaled the wall, avoiding the surveillance cameras. Hidden amidst the grass, old Wang moved cautiously, his eyes scanning his surroundings. Juju's system displayed real-time readings of nearby individuals' life force, allowing him to pinpoint the enemy's location with precision. Approaching the warehouse entrance, Juju spotted Zhang Xiaoqian from a distance. The system interface flickered with updates. Zhang Xiaoqian, Life Force 74. Wang Chang, Life Force 190. Wang Chang was hiding behind some abandoned machinery. Juju stopped in his tracks, stalling for time. From the shadows, old Wang signaled to Juju, instructing him to lure the enemy out. As Juju turned, Wang Chang suddenly lunged forward, charging straight at him. Juju had intended to distract Wang Chang, giving old Wang a chance to rescue Zhang Xiaoqian, but he hadn't anticipated Wang Chang's astonishing speed. Within moments, Wang Chang had already caught up to him. Seeing this, old Wang abandoned the rescue operation and turned back to assist Juju. This was the intense battle that had just unfolded. Now, with the sound of police sirens growing louder, Wang Chang realized his plan had failed, and his opportunity was lost. He hadn't expected Juju to bring along a peak first-rank martial artist for backup. His mind raced, calculating his options. With sunglasses obscuring his face, his identity was still concealed. Escaping was the priority now. Inside the warehouse, Zhang Xiaoqian was gravely injured, his internal organs damaged. Without a revival pill, his survival was uncertain. Wang Chang was confident he had left no evidence behind. As long as the police couldn't find him, Zhang Xiaoqian's testimony would be meaningless. Without hesitation, Wang Chang turned and fled. Old Wang considered pursuing him but feared an ambush, choosing instead to stay and protect Juju. At this moment, the police cars screeched to a halt at the warehouse entrance. Juju had reported a kidnapping, prompting the arrival of 8 officers, 2 of whom were peak first-rank martial artists. In the distance, the wailing of an approaching ambulance grew louder. As the crowd gathered, Juju finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone rushed into the warehouse, racing against time to rescue Zhang Xiaoqian. Zhang Xiaoqian was carefully placed onto a stretcher and carried into the ambulance. Juju and old Wang insisted on following along. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqian had already slipped into unconsciousness. The police immediately cleared a green corridor for the ambulance, preparing to escort him to the hospital. The medical team planned to stabilize Zhang Xiaoqian first before taking detailed statements from Juju and old Wang. The doctor hinted at internal organ damage, calling it a critical situation. Instead of hastily intervening, they monitored his vital signs closely, fitted him with a ventilator, and ensured he remained stable while awaiting further treatment. Zhang Xiaoqian, wake up! Juju stared anxiously at the unconscious Zhang Xiaoqian lying on the stretcher. Guilt weighed heavily on his mind, though he struggled to express it. Juju, are you okay? I'm sorry. Zhang Xiaoqian's weak voice trembled with remorse as it escaped his lips. A thin layer of condensation formed on his oxygen mask. Don't say that, Xiaoqian. This isn't your fault. Focus on recovering, Juju said gently but firmly, his words dispelling the dark clouds hanging over Zhang Xiaoqian's heart. He didn't blame Zhang Xiaoqian. Zhang Xiaoqian had already given him more than enough warnings. The mystery was far from over, and the truth still awaited revelation. Moreover, if Zhang Xiaoqian hadn't called him but instead brought people over to ambush him at home, things would have turned out much worse. Zhang Xiaoqian knew where he lived but chose not to disclose it. That was loyalty enough. Thinking about his residence, Juju frowned as if some realization had just dawned on him. That person wants to kill you. You must be careful. Zhang Xiaoqian's voice grew fainter and fainter. I know. Don't talk anymore. Keep your eyes open, don't close them. We're almost at the hospital, Juju reassured him in a low voice. The journey went smoothly, without any incidents interrupting Zhang Xiaoqian before he could finish his warning. Finally, Zhang Xiaoqian was rushed into the emergency room. "Tell us everything you know," the police officer said, ushering Zhu Ju and old Wang into a police vehicle to take their statements. "It's Lin Nantian. He hired Wang Chang to kill me to avenge Lin Feng. He also wanted to steal my sword," Zhu Ju stated clearly, naming both the culprit and the motive. The officer, pen in hand, asked, "Do you have any solid evidence to back this up?" Zhu Ju pulled out his phone, found the recording, and hit play. "Ah, you're too modest. No more words needed. One leg is way too lenient for him. Leave it to me, I'll make him disappear completely. Problem solved. Alright, it's in your hands. Remember, succeed or fail, it has nothing to do with me, Lin Nantian. But I must get that sword. Rest assured. About that supply of qi and blood pills." After carefully reviewing the evidence Zhu Ju provided, the police took down his contact information and left for the time being. Everything now rested on what the investigation would uncover. Zhu Ju and old Wan returned to the emergency room's waiting area. By this time, Zhang Xiaoqian's mother and younger brother, having received old Wang's urgent call, were already waiting outside the emergency room, anxious for any updates on Zhang Xiaoqian's condition. "Mr. Wang, how did this happen? Xiaoqian has always been so well behaved. He never got into trouble. How could this?" Zhang Xiaoqian's mother broke into tears the moment she saw old Wang. "Mrs. Zhang, don't worry. He'll be fine. The police have already identified the suspects and will give you justice," old Wang said softly, trying to comfort her. Zhu Ju stood silently by the emergency room door, unable to find words. Zhang Xiaoqian's younger brother held his mother's hand tightly, his eyes full of fear. Zhang Xiaoqian's father had once been a martial artist, but he died in the subterranean world several years ago. That loss had nearly shattered the family. Now, if something happened to Zhang Xiaoqian too, no one dared to imagine what would become of this family. Zhu Ju furrowed his brow, lowering his head in silence. 2 hours later, the emergency room light finally went out. The lead surgeon emerged, and everyone quickly gathered around, desperate for news about the operation. "Who here is a family member of the patient?" the surgeon asked, scanning the crowd. "I'm Zhang Xiaoqian's homeroom teacher. His mother is here too. Doctor, just tell us, we're all family." Old Wang stepped forward, taking responsibility. The surgeon glanced at Zhang Xiaoqian's mother, who nodded her approval. He then said, "The patient will be transferred to the ICU shortly, to room 302. I'll explain his condition to you in detail there." With that, the doctor hurried off. The ICU, intensive care unit. Only patients in extremely critical condition would be sent there. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. Zhang Xiaoqian was still not out of danger. Just then, Zhang Xiaoqian was wheeled out of the emergency room, and the crowd instinctively stepped aside. "Xiaoqian, my son," Zhang Xiaoqian's mother cried as she saw her unconscious child, her heart breaking into pieces. Big brother, Zhang Xiaoqian's younger brother, who had been silent this whole time, finally broke down in tears. The group followed closely as the stretcher was wheeled toward the ICU. When they reached the door, they were stopped and had no choice but to go to room 302 to find the lead surgeon. "Does Zhang Xiaoqian practice martial arts?" The lead surgeon, holding a set of CT scans in hand, glanced at the group and asked directly while carefully examining the images under the light. "Yes, he's a student at Gaowu No. 1 High School," old Wang replied with a nod. "Take a seat." The surgeon gestured toward the nearby chairs and benches, signaling everyone to sit down. "Since he's a martial artist, I'll explain his condition in terms you're familiar with." He placed the scan onto the light box and pointed at several fractured bones. The right humerus, scapula, and 3 ribs are broken, the left fibula and tibia are fractured. These injuries involve muscle and bone damage, mostly incomplete fractures. These are not the major issues. There's no internal bleeding or organ damage, but, he pulled out another scan. The situation is still extremely grave. As you might say, it's an injury to the internal organs and the meridians are severed. Every word from the doctor weighed heavily, as if a mountain pressed against the hearts of those present. "Normally, meridian rupture only occurs when the internal organs are severely injured," he said, displaying a colorful CMI scan. "Look here, the meridians in the chest are completely shattered." The meridians are vital pathways for the body's flow of energy and blood. This condition means that the patient's life signs will gradually fade within 1 to 2 months, and the process will be excruciatingly painful. "Doctor, please, you must save him. He's everything to me." Zhang Xiaoqian's mother collapsed upon hearing this, crying uncontrollably and falling to her knees. The others quickly helped her up. "His internal organs are intact, yet his meridians are shattered beyond repair. Surgery will have limited effect, do you understand?" The surgeon's tone was grave. "Is there any other way?" Zhu Ju seemed to grasp the doctor's implication and asked urgently. No need to beat around the bush. Do you know of the rejuvenation pill? The doctor fixed his gaze on the group, speaking each word slowly and deliberately. If you can find this elixir, it might save his life. If not, he sighed, shaking his head. Both Zhu Ju and Old Wang froze in shock, as if their vital energy had been drained in an instant. The rejuvenation pill among martial artists, even those who had never seen it knew of its legendary reputation. This was no ordinary medicine that common people could easily obtain. Doctor, how much does this pill cost? Please start treating my son first, we'll figure out a way to raise the money. Zhang Xiaoqian's mother, unfamiliar with martial arts or the significance of such an elixir, cried as she asked. The hospital doesn't have such a rare pill. You'll have to find it yourselves, and it must be administered within 3 days. The doctor's voice trailed off, growing softer. Even for the wealthy and powerful, acquiring such an elixir was an almost impossible task. Zhang Xiaoqian's fate seemed sealed. The room fell into a heavy silence. The lead surgeon, having nothing more to add, instructed them to pay the hospital fees and then slowly left the room. Teacher Wang, how much does that rejuvenation pill cost? Tears streamed down Zhang Xiaoqian's mother's face. Though she already knew the answer in her heart, she still refused to give up, a glimmer of resolve burning in her eyes. Xiaoqian's mom, don't worry. The police will solve the case as quickly as possible. They'll cover the medical expenses. You just stay by Xiaoqian's side and help him recover. Don't overthink it, I'll keep following up on the investigation. Old Wang's voice was steady and firm, comforting Zhang Xiaoqian's mother, though he carefully avoided any mention of the rejuvenation pill. Bringing it up would only cause more chaos. As for the pill, even Old Wang had no confidence. He couldn't make reckless promises. Teacher Wang, you must help Xiaoqian. I've raised him all alone. If he doesn't make it, I won't survive this either. Zhang Xiaoqian's mother wept bitterly, her voice hoarse. Don't be upset, this situation still needs. Old Wang faltered, unable to find the words, his own heart heavy with uncertainty. At that moment, Zhu Ju spoke up, his tone resolute. Auntie, don't worry. I will find the rejuvenation pill. Zhu Ju, you. Old Wang was momentarily at a loss for words, seeing Zhu Ju's unwavering confidence. He didn't know how to respond. Xiao Ju, Auntie remembers you. You were Xiaoqian's classmate in middle school, right? You have to help Xiaoqian. If you don't, I really won't be able to go on. Zhang Xiaoqian's mother clung to Zhu Ju like a drowning person clutching at straws, placing all her hope on a boy her son's age. Don't worry. Zhu Ju nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the ICU doors before he turned and walked away. Staying here any longer was meaningless. He had to figure out a way to save Zhang Xiaoqian. He wasn't doing this out of blind compassion. He felt responsible. Wang Chang's target had been him, yet Zhang Xiaoqian had taken half the blow for him. Zhang Xiaoqian had lured him into a trap but had secretly warned him. His intentions were clear to anyone, he wasn't trying to betray him. If betrayal had been his aim, Zhang Xiaoqian could have easily led the attackers to ambush him at his doorstep, catching him completely off guard. But Zhang Xiaoqian hadn't done that. More importantly, they had shared a 7-year bond of deep friendship. Zhang Xiaoqian had repeatedly extended a helping hand. His loyalty and reliability were beyond doubt. If Zhu Ju remained silent now, could he still call himself human? He had to save him. The two men stepped out of the hospital and onto the street. The traffic in front of the hospital was congested, making it hard to hail a cab, so they decided to walk a bit further. Raindrops began to fall from the sky, a soft pattering sound filling the air. You don't have to take all of this on yourself, said Old Wang, puffing on a cigarette. Zhu Ju looked up at the street lamp without responding. The police will handle everything. Whether or not you can get the money back, there will be a resolution. Giving a guarantee like that, it's unreliable, Old Wang continued, trying to persuade him. This promise you're making, only you will have to bear the consequences for it. You know that, right? Getting a rejuvenation pill in 3 days? It's impossible. Do you understand? He took a deep drag from his cigarette and added, that thing is extremely rare. Even if you have the money, you can't just buy it off the shelf. You'd have to reserve it 6 months in advance. Zhu Ju remained silent. Do you even know how much a rejuvenation pill costs? Seeing Zhu Ju's silence, Old Wang grew more agitated. 1 million. 1 million. I know, Zhu Ju replied calmly. Oh, so you know? And now that you've won 50,000, you think money is easy to make? Old Wang stubbed out his cigarette and stared at Zhu Ju from the corner of his eye. Zhu Ju suddenly stopped in his tracks, spun around, and fixed Old Wang with a cold, piercing gaze. Old Wang grew even more agitated, torn between his own helplessness and his frustration at Zhu Ju's recklessness. Do you even understand what 1 million means? Old Wang's emotions boiled over. Without waiting for Zhu Ju's reply, he continued, It's more than a regular office worker could save in 10 years. It's what a laborer earning 3 or 4,000 a month couldn't accumulate in 20 years, even if they didn't eat, drink, get sick, or get scammed. It's a number that people living on welfare wouldn't even dare dream of in their entire lives. And now, just because you've won 50,000, you're getting cocky? Think it'll be easy to win another 50,000? Do you think there are many people as rich as Zhao Zihan? Do you think just anyone would put up a $50,000 bet against you? Do you think? Teacher, give me Lin Nanshan's phone number, Zhu Ju interrupted coldly, cutting him off. Why do you need his number? Old Wang took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. I have a way, Zhu Ju said calmly. What way could you possibly have? Didn't you hear me? A rejuvenation pill costs $1 million, and even then, you'd have to order it 6 months in advance. Old Wang grew more worked up as he spoke, as if old wounds were being reopened. I know. Just give me the number, Zhu Ju said with unwavering determination. Fine, fine. Let's see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. Old Wang pulled out his phone and made a call. Hey, can you get me Lin Feng's number? I need it urgently. The two of them squatted by the roadside, waiting for a reply. Not long after, Old Wang received a text message. He handed his phone to Zhu Ju, who immediately redialed. Don't use my phone to make the call. Old Wang nearly exploded with frustration. Hello? The call connected, and Old Wang could only watch helplessly. Zhu Ju turned on the recorder and played an audio clip of incriminating evidence. Only after it finished did he speak. Lin Nantian? There was silence on the other end of the line, accompanied only by heavy breathing. This is Zhu Ju. Zhu Ju introduced himself. Speak, came the curt reply. I need a rejuvenation pill, Zhu Ju said calmly. Oh, and then? The voice on the other end let out a cold chuckle. 1 rejuvenation pill in exchange for your life. Deal or no deal? Zhu Ju's voice was resolute. Old Wang's jaw nearly hit the ground. What do you mean? The voice on the other end wavered, clearly unsettled. Wang Chang severely injured my classmate. I have a recording of your conversation with him. It's enough to convict you, Zhu Ju said bluntly. Oh, and then? The other man tried to stay calm, but his breath was growing noticeably faster. I've already handed the evidence over to the police, Zhu Ju admitted. Then what's the point of this call? Lin Nantian sounded both confused and increasingly furious. I can withdraw the report, prove the recording is fake, or find another way to clear your name. But the condition is 1 rejuvenation pill. Do you understand? Zhu Ju's tone was firm and unyielding. Old Wang finally understood Zhu Ju's plan, and his expression turned complicated. So this kid had been calculating all of this from the start. What he said to Zhang Xiaoqian's mother wasn't a kind-hearted lie, it was the truth. He was genuinely doing everything in his power to resolve the problem. Damn it, I really judged him unfairly, thinking like a petty man about a noble one. I don't have one, Lin Nantian replied after a brief hesitation, his tone resolute. Both Zhu Ju and Old Wang frowned. The other end of the line fell into a dead silence. Though neither side hung up, the conversation was suspended, each waiting for the other to speak first. A minute passed. Lin Nantian couldn't hold back and broke the silence first. I can't give it to you. If you want to call the police, go ahead. I'm hanging up. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party was about to hang up the phone. Wait. Zhu Ju's mind raced. What else? I'll send the recording to Zhao Chaoyu. Zhu Ju's tone was firm, unwavering. The other end of the line fell silent again. If Lin Nantian truly wasn't afraid of the recording being leaked, he must have someone powerful backing him, someone no one would dare touch. Or, even if he was targeted, the price he would pay would be far less than the value of a single rejuvenation pill. If that's the case, it meant he had a formidable patron behind him. And this patron would never let Lin Nantian have an easy time. But if Zhu Ju handed over evidence of Lin Nanshan's crimes to Zhao Chaoyu, how much would it cost Lin Nantian to climb back up? Could he even regain his footing? That was an unknown. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhu Ju was betting on this card. A minute later, Lin Nantian spoke up again, this time on his own. Interesting. Give me your account number. I'll transfer 1 million to you, and from now on, we're even. Hearing this, Old Wang almost dropped his jaw in disbelief. He questioned reality. Money, was it really this easy to make? You didn't understand me, did you? I want the rejuvenation pill. Zhu Ju was resolute. 1 million yuan couldn't even buy a rejuvenation pill these days. Don't have it? I'll add another 100,000. Take it or leave it. The tone on the other end was aggressive. I only want the rejuvenation pill. Zhu Ju didn't budge. 1,200,000. That's my final offer. Lin Nantian roared. I'll fight you to the end. I said, I only want the rejuvenation pill. Zhu Ju gritted his teeth and held his ground. Zhang Xiaoqian's life was now in his hands. Even if Lin Nantian threw out 10 million, without the rejuvenation pill within 3 days, it was all just worthless paper. The line went silent again. Zhu Ju broke the silence first. Here's the real question. Lin Feng's future or your own fate in the second half of your life, pick one. On the surface, Zhu Ju appeared calm, but inside, he was sweating bullets. His clothes clung to his body, perhaps from the rain. Old Wang couldn't tell. Zhu Ju knew his odds. Without the treatment fish in hand, ruling out other remedies, Lin Nantian would most likely pull some strings to secure a rejuvenation pill for Lin Feng. Zhu Ju couldn't be 100% certain, so he had to take a gamble. If he bluffed correctly, there was hope for the rejuvenation pill. If not, he'd immediately turn to Zhao Chaoyu for help. After all, weren't they all part of the same big family in Jiaxiang City? Zhu Ju didn't believe they couldn't get their hands on a rejuvenation pill. 3 minutes passed. Neither side spoke. The 3 minutes felt as long as a year. Zhu Ju was tormented. Yet 3 minutes also felt fleeting, as Zhang Xiaoqian's fate hung by a thread. Deal. A harsh voice came through, and the call was abruptly cut off. Zhu Ju collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Old Wang's jaw dropped completely, like it would never lift again. Was this really just a kid who had barely reached adulthood? Old Wang shook his head in disbelief. Step by step, calculating every move, these two phrases perfectly described Zhu Ju, without exaggeration. From the moment he received Zhang Xiaoqian's call to the moment he found a way to save her. Every step, every move, was Zhu Ju's way of holding the reins. Even a single misstep could have sent the situation spiraling out of control. Old Wang lit a cigarette and handed one to Zhu Ju. Without hesitation, Zhu Ju took it and lit it himself. Old Wang took a deep drag, rapidly piecing together the events in his mind. Zhu Ju had long suspected someone was targeting him. The recording was proof. He didn't choose to alert the authorities in advance. Instead, he waited patiently for the other party to make the first move. Was this the right choice? Old Wang concluded, absolutely. If he had gone to the police early, the other party hadn't committed any crimes yet, and it would have been difficult to prosecute them. Would the other party have stopped after the fact? Unlikely. Would reporting it ensure Zhang Xiaoqian's safety? Could it guarantee no one else would get hurt? None of these could be guaranteed. When Wang Cheng kidnapped Zhang Xiaoqian, Zhu Ju personally stepped in to save her. Was this move right? He could have chosen to call the police and avoided putting himself in danger. Whether Wang Cheng killed her or escaped, Zhu Ju wouldn't have been held responsible. But he didn't do that. He acted personally, stabilizing the situation and giving Zhang Xiaoqian a chance to survive, while cleverly calling the police halfway through. This not only avoided exposing his location due to early police intervention but also allowed him to leverage the police to intimidate the opponent at the critical moment. Of course, all of this relied on his strength as a peak-tier martial artist. Was his decision to proceed on dual fronts, overt and covert, wise? If both had entered at the same time, Wang Cheng would have undoubtedly used Zhang Xiaoqian as a bargaining chip, putting them in a passive position. The result would have been no different from the police intervening directly, entirely losing the upper hand. Zhu Ju skillfully made himself the center of attention, drawing the enemy's focus and creating the only chance for Zhang Xiaoqian to survive. Looking back now, this move was undoubtedly the most reliable strategy. As for the later negotiations with Lin Nantian, even old Wang had to admit his admiration, utterly impressed by Zhu Ju's tactics. Lin Nantian had already been targeted by the police, effectively cornered with no way out, and his plans for the rejuvenation pill had turned to dust. Yet Zhu Ju managed to turn the tables using the evidence in his hands, striking a deal to temporarily ensure his own safety while also securing a precious rejuvenation pill for Zhang Xiaoqian. This move earned silent applause from old Wang. But what about the future? Would Lin Nantian let Zhu Ju go? The answer was obvious, absolutely not. The confrontation between them was now set in stone. So long as Zhu Ju lived, Lin Nantian would always have a lingering threat hanging over him. The question was, what would Zhu Ju's next move be? Let's head back, Zhu Ju said, handing the phone back to old Wang and waving down a taxi. Old Wang scratched his head, at a loss for words. He felt a strange awkwardness, as if he were the one needing care and guidance, not the other way around. When it came to Zhang Xiaoqian's predicament, old Wang believed he had done all he could. The rest, he thought, should be handed over to the police, a stance that was both indifferent and passive. He was Zhang Xiaoqian's teacher, yet he couldn't offer any real help. In contrast, Zhu Ju was risking his life to solve problems while old Wang merely spouted hollow wisdom. Reflecting on his earlier words and actions, old Wang wished he could bury himself in shame. Back at the stadium, Zhu Ju had lashed out at him for his apathy, and old Wang had retorted out of spite. Now, it was clear that Zhu Ju had been entirely in the right. He faced challenges head-on, fought back when attacked, forgave those who admitted their mistakes, and risked his life to save a friend in trouble. When one path was blocked, he would find another. One thing after another, old Wang felt himself falling short in every comparison. Could this truly be an 18-year-old? Was he somehow possessed by a master of strategy? Old Wang's mind spiraled into confusion. Since waking up at noon, Juju had been tirelessly busy until now, completely worn out. As soon as he got into the car, his head tilted to the side, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep, snoring softly. Old Wang had countless questions he wanted to ask but couldn't bring himself to disturb him. The rest of the ride was silent. Before long, the car pulled up in front of the residential complex. Old Wang scanned the QR code to pay and gently nudged Juju to wake him up. "Juju, we're here. Wake up." Juju slowly opened his eyes to see the words Jiaxiang City Martial Arts High School Faculty Housing Compound on the plaque before him. The residential area was quiet in the dead of night. The calligraphy on the plaque was bold and powerful, glowing faintly under the moonlight with a mysterious silvery sheen. A few dim lights flickered at the entrance, accompanied by the occasional chirping of insects, adding to the tranquil atmosphere. The school was only 2 traffic lights away from here, very close by. This housing compound was the designated residence for the staff of Jiaxiang City Martial Arts High School and also served as an exclusive housing area for the city's Public Security Bureau. Armed police patrolled the gates around the clock, maintaining extremely high levels of security. Juju followed Old Wang to the security checkpoint for registration. Old Wang retrieved a temporary access card and helped Juju activate it. After nearly 10 minutes of procedures, Juju was finally allowed into the compound. Just as the two stepped inside, a black sedan slowly pulled to a stop across the street from the complex. The armed police immediately locked onto the vehicle, signaling for it to leave at once. "Damn, the security here is tight." A cold snort came from inside the car, followed by the driver hurriedly pulling away. The man in the car was none other than Wang Chang. After escaping the warehouse, he hadn't gone far but instead trailed Juju all the way from the warehouse to the hospital, and then to the housing compound, searching for the perfect opportunity to strike. With a peak first-rank martial artist by his side, it's hard to make a move, he muttered to himself. His original plan was simple: eliminate Juju tonight, report back to Lin Nantian immediately, and hand over the expensive rejuvenation pill he had purchased. But Juju had unexpectedly found a peak first-rank expert to assist him so quickly. Wang Chang had clearly underestimated his opponent. His first assassination attempt had failed due to his lack of experience and miscalculations. Were it not for the goal of opening a distribution channel for medicinal pills in Jiaxiang City, who would willingly take such risks? With the situation suddenly shifting, Wang Chang decided to report back to Lin Nantian tomorrow instead. At that thought, he pulled out his phone and dialed several numbers in succession, but no one answered. Frustration surged within him like a rising tide. Slowly, he got out of the car, opened the trunk, and carefully retrieved a black suitcase. The case gleamed with a mysterious, cold light under the faint illumination. Placing the suitcase on the ground, he skillfully opened the lid with both hands. Inside were various equipment components, which he began assembling with practiced precision. Time ticked by, and a sophisticated device gradually took shape, a high-tech drone. This was the very tool he had used to monitor the warehouse in secret. Just then, his phone slipped from his pocket and hit the ground with a sharp clack. His heart tightened as he quickly stepped back and bent down to pick it up. Amid the chaos, he accidentally stepped down hard, and instantly, a sharp cracking sound echoed. **T. Wang Chang glanced down at the shattered phone, a wave of frustration surging through him. The screen was completely destroyed, beyond repair. Without the ability to monitor through his phone, he let out a resigned sigh. Swiftly, he began dismantling the drone, his movements hurried but still methodical, carefully packing each part back into the box. His brows furrowed tightly, anxiety clouding his mind like a dark storm. He had to find a way to continue this invisible battle, one without smoke or fire. The Lin family villa. Zhao Chaoyu, are you insane? What did I ever do to provoke you? When will this nonsense end? Lin Nantian stood on the second-floor balcony, his voice as sharp as a blade as it lashed out toward Zhao Chaoyu, who was standing outside the villa gates. Outside, Zhao Chaoyu led a force of over 100 men, their collective presence like a tidal wave, completely surrounding the Lin family villa. You vile scoundrel! How dare you poison my son? I swear, I won't rest until I strip the skin off your bones. Zhao Chaoyu roared, gripping a D-grade alloy dagger tightly in his hand, pointing it straight at Lin Nantian. When did I ever harm your son? Stop spewing nonsense. Your pathetic son could choke on his own spit. Why would I even need to do anything? Lin Nantian retaliated without backing down, his gaze sharp and his anger blazing within. Inside the villa, more than 100 Lin family men had gathered, their formation intimidating. Lin Nanshan's eyes locked onto the dagger in Zhao Chaoyu's hand, his fury growing even stronger. "You venomous snake! So you did try to drown my son. Men, charge!" With a loud command from Zhao Chaoyu, his men began hammering at the door, determined to fight to the bitter end. "Bring it on! Whoever steps up today, I'll take them down!" Zhao Chaoyu snarled through gritted teeth. Lin Nanshan's heart grew colder. The day before, Zhao Gan's lifeless body was discovered, bloated and covered in water blisters. The sight ignited a volcano of hatred. Suddenly, a lackey rushed over in a panic. "Report! The police are here!" Zhao Chaoyu's expression shifted drastically, his eyes blazing with anger. "You shameless coward, calling the cops? You've disgraced the entire high-ranking martial families of Jiaxiang City. Retreat!" He stormed off with his men, their loud commotion gradually fading. The air finally began to flow again. Lin Nantian watched their retreating figures, but his face showed no relief. It wasn't him who called the police. The cops were here for him. Since the establishment of the three major families of Jiaxiang, countless conflicts had erupted, but never before had anyone involved the authorities. The thought made his face burn with embarrassment and helplessness. Nearby, a lackey tried to flatter him eagerly. "Brother Tian, your tactics are incredible. Just a few moves, and you sent the Zhao family running." "Shut up!" Lin Nantian snapped furiously, kicking the lackey to the ground. The lackey scrambled up in a sorry state, retreating to a corner without daring to speak again. Not long after, two police cars, their red and blue lights flashing, screeched to a halt at the villa's entrance. The wail of sirens shattered the silence, and the atmosphere grew tense in an instant. All eyes turned to the police cars, the air seemingly frozen. "Lin Nantian, what do you think you're doing?" One officer, stepping out of the car, immediately assumed the gathering inside was a sign of resistance. He reached for his radio, ready to call for reinforcements. "Don't misunderstand, officer. We're just having a team-building event, that's all." Lin Nantian hurried to explain, quickening his steps toward them. The officer studied his expression and slowly lowered his guard. With a cold voice, he pulled out his badge. "We received a report. You're suspected of attempted murder. Come with us for questioning." Lin Nanshan's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly composed himself. Of course, I'll cooperate. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm good friends with Director Zhao." He forced a smile, but it was stiff and unnatural. Obediently, he climbed into the police car. As the red and blue lights flashed and the sirens wailed once more, the car slowly drove away from the villa. The villa returned to its previous stillness, as though nothing had happened, though the tension lingered in the air. The gathered men exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of what to do. After a brief, awkward silence, as if an invisible signal had been given, everyone quickly dispersed. Standing quietly by the first-floor window, Ruijin frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the direction of the departing police car. Deep in thought, his mind weighed heavy. Inside the police car, Lin Nantian instinctively reached for his phone, intending to return Wang Chang's call. But the screen remained dark, it was out of battery. "The principal personally arranged this apartment for you. You'll stay here until the college entrance exams," said old Wang, pushing the door open as he stepped inside first. As the door swung open, Zhu Ju's eyes lit up, captivated by the room's design. A two-bedroom apartment, about 80 square meters, spacious and comfortable. The place was fully furnished with tasteful decor. Every detail was carefully considered: soft sofas, neatly made beds, and all essential appliances in their proper places. Zhu Ju stood in the center of the room, glancing around with gratitude swelling in his chest. "Thank you so much, Teacher Wang. This apartment is amazing. How much does a place like this cost?" Though satisfied, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. With 750,000 yuan left in his account, he was reluctant to spend carelessly. Every penny had to be used wisely, in the right place. Not to mention, the 750,000 yuan might not even be enough to ensure his progress bar for devouring reaches full capacity. Funding still seemed tight. "The houses in the family compound are not rented out to outsiders," said old Wang as he moved toward the refrigerator. He opened the fridge door, and a wave of cold air brushed against him. He took out 2 bottles of mineral water and lightly tossed one into Zhu Ju's hand with precision. Zhu Ju caught the bottle steadily. The icy sensation seeped into his palm instantly, bringing a refreshing coolness. "This is a room the principal prepared specifically for his daughter, Xiao Wei. She's returning after the college entrance exams, so you can use it in the meantime. Just don't forget to replenish anything you use before you leave, and keep the environment clean." Old Wang's tone was filled with reminders and admonishment. Zhu Ju nodded slightly, but deep down, he was well aware, there's always a heavy debt of gratitude hidden behind something that comes for free. As the saying goes, the cost of something priceless is often the highest. That said, this arrangement did solve his immediate problem, a secure refuge amidst his current troubles. As for old Wang's instructions, he already had a plan. True to his meticulous nature, when he left, he would hire professional cleaners to restore the room to its original state, leaving no trace behind. "Thank you, Teacher Wang, and please thank the principal on my behalf," Juju said respectfully, his voice carrying genuine gratitude. This house might appear to have been borrowed with ease, but in reality, it left old Wang indebted to the principal with a favor of significant. Wait, and the principal? He had offered his daughter's newly prepared room for Juju to stay in. That kind of kindness was as heavy as a mountain. Juju understood that given his current capabilities, the only way he could repay such kindness was to get into a top-tier martial arts academy and earn respect through strength. Old Wang continued giving detailed instructions about the daily do's and don'ts, every sentence filled with care. Once he was done, old Wang turned and left. The room fell into silence, leaving Juju alone. He let out a long sigh, emotions churning inside. After freshening up, he lay down on the bed. Yet, deep within his heart, there was still something that lingered, refusing to be dispelled. In Juju's old rental apartment, Huang Xiang stood silently by the window. His shadow stretched long and lonely under the dim light. Boredom and irritation intertwined in his chest like a thick fog, refusing to dissipate. After Mrs. Lin and that female student had escorted Juju to check out the new room, they had left, leaving him alone to stake out the place. He pulled out his phone to check the time. Each glance sent his heart racing, his agitation growing. 1 a.m. 6 hours had passed in the blink of an eye, with not a sound. Huang Xiang's gaze was fixed like a nail on the entrance of the residential complex, but Juju never appeared. He finally withdrew his gaze and let it fall on the photo on the table. In the picture, a pair of parents held a baby in their arms. Though Juju's features couldn't be made out, the textbook on the table clearly had the name Juju written in bold characters. There was no doubt this was his room. But why hadn't Juju returned? What could a high school student possibly be doing, staying out so late? Huang Xiang was puzzled, though his hands played absent-mindedly with a sharp amate piercer. In the ink-black room, the tip of the piercer caught the faint gleam of the streetlights outside. Its cold glint pierced through the darkness like his eyes, icy, sinister, and profoundly deep. The Lin family villa. Madame Lin sat dazed on the sofa, one hand massaging her temple, her face etched with fatigue and worry. She had just returned from the Zhu household, hurriedly dropped Wang Wenqing at school, and then rushed to the hospital to collect medicine for Lin Feng. The relentless hustle wore her body and spirit thin. Just as she stepped through the door, Lin Feng informed her that Lin Nantian had been taken away by the police. It was said he was suspected of being involved in an assassination attempt, his whereabouts exposed. Useless trash, always more harm than good. Madame Lin cursed under her breath, anger flaring in her chest. Though she didn't know who Lin Nantian had targeted, it was certain that smoothing this over would cost her a fortune. Thinking of money only made her more irritable. Just yesterday, 3 million had mysteriously disappeared from her account. When confronted, Lin Nantian had mumbled evasively, refusing to explain, telling her to stay out of it. That was her hard-earned money. How dare that old fool transfer such a sum from her account without so much as an explanation? Before she could press him further, he had the audacity to ask for another 1.5 million, claiming it was for some outrageously expensive rejuvenation pill for Lin Feng. 4.5 million gone in just 2 days, and now, both money and results were nowhere to be seen? The more Madame Lin thought about it, the angrier she became. She grabbed a sofa cushion and hurled it hard against the coffee table. Crash! The tea set toppled, shattering into pieces. Ruijin rushed out of Lin Feng's room upon hearing the noise. In a soft voice, she asked, "Madame Lin, are you all right? Am I all right? Are you hoping something happens to me?" Seeing it was her, Madame Lin's temper flared even hotter. After spending so much money, the hospital had sent an intern to care for Lin Feng. What an insult. "I didn't mean it like that. I just..." Ruijin faltered, her words trailing off in embarrassment, a deep sense of grievance welling up inside her. These days her tears seemed to fall so easily, as if her tear glands had been magnified. "Just what? What are you doing out here? Aren't you supposed to be watching Lin Feng? Who told you to wander around?" Madame Lin exploded, directing all her pent-up fury at her. Tears rolled down Ruijin's cheeks, her heart filled with sorrow and indignation. "Get back in there. Don't leave Lin Feng's door for even a second. If you wander off again, I'll break your legs." Madame Lin's wrath was unrelenting as she grabbed another cushion and threw it at Ruijin. "Madam, if you think I'm not..." Summoning her courage, Ruijin tried to suggest replacing her with someone else. She could no longer bear this unjust treatment. Her family wasn't wealthy, but she had always been her parents' cherished gem. Now, Being unjustly reprimanded like this felt like a knife to her heart. Think what? Cry, 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 that's all you know how to do. Watch out, or I'll report you. Madame Lin panted heavily. Get out. Bai Ruijin had been about to propose a replacement, but at the mention of being reported, she froze in fear. If she were reported, her internship would be over. Years of hard work studying medicine would go to waste in an instant. I'll go back right away. Please, don't report me, don't report me. Wiping her tears, her face full of grievance and heartbreak, she turned and walked back to the bedroom, her frail figure shrouded in endless sorrow. From the bedroom came Lin Feng's furious shouting, sharp and grating. Madame Lin ignored it, her attention focused entirely on her phone. Initially, she had planned to call Huang Xiang but hesitated. Instead, she opened an encrypted communication app called Devour, carefully sending out a message. This app was secure, with messages self-destructing after being read, leaving no trace. The other party responded quickly. The target has not yet appeared. Madame Lin frowned, her reply still unsent when another message came through. Do not contact me during the operation. She set down her phone, unease and agitation flickering in her eyes. Would tonight's operation against Juju succeed? And what about that useless Lin Nantian, what was his situation now? Jiaxiang City, high-level martial artist residential compound. Juju sat quietly in his room, his gaze slightly unfocused. Perhaps it was the nap he'd taken in the car, but now he couldn't sleep. His brows furrowed, his face clouded with worry. What should have been a rewarding day had instead been overshadowed by the unexpected disaster involving Zhang Xiaoqian. His close friend had been unjustly caught in a dire situation, his life hanging by a thread. His family must be plunged into unspeakable pain. The heart-wrenching cries of Zhang Xiaoqian's mother echoed in Juju's mind, prompting him to press his lips tightly together as if suppressing his own pain. It felt as though a blade was carving into his heart. He couldn't help but imagine if his own mother were still alive, seeing him in such a state, wouldn't she be just as devastated and heartbroken? Thinking of family stirred 1,000 emotions within Juju. Today's incident with Zhao Zihan had arisen precisely because he'd been moved by compassion. Although the Zhao family possessed immense wealth, he himself valued the mementos left by his mother above all else. At this thought, a glimmer of light flashed in Juju's eyes. He sat up abruptly, his movements urgent and resolute. That's right, he too had something left behind by his parents. A photograph. That photograph was still lying quietly in his old rental apartment. Should he retrieve it now? His face was filled with a tangle of emotions he couldn't hide. He lowered his head slightly, unconsciously fiddling with the hem of his shirt. Now that he had finally attained safety, how could he dare take another risk? But he had already promised Lin Nantian. Wang Chang shouldn't make another move after all, the police were now involved. For Wang Chang to act again would be tantamount to seeking his own destruction. His gaze wavered, teetering between resolve and hesitation. He stood up and began pacing the room, his hands alternately clenching and releasing. Should he wait for another day? But danger lurked everywhere and at all times. Moreover, it was already late at night. Here in the residential compound, Wang Chang could at most linger at the gate, watching. There was no way he'd be waiting at the old rental apartment. Wang Chang didn't know his old address. Otherwise, he would have already had Zhang Xiaoqian taken to an abandoned warehouse to ambush him. It would have been far more convenient than staking out at his current home. If he climbed over the wall now, could he shake off any potential surveillance? Weighing the options over and over again, he finally decided to retrieve the photograph immediately. Should he ask Teacher Wang to accompany him? He pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. It was 1 a.m. Would it be inappropriate to disturb Teacher Wang at such a late hour? Then again, no matter when he set out, it would be difficult to come up with a suitable reason to ask Teacher Wang to join him. After much deliberation, he determined it was unnecessary. Satisfied with his decision, he got dressed quietly and slipped out. The rain continued to fall softly, a persistent pitter-patter against the ground. The droplets struck the pavement, producing faint yet hurried tapping sounds. Under the streetlights, fragmented shadows swayed, the dim yellow light flickering through the rain, hazy and eerie. The residential compound was utterly deserted, the silence chilling, an inexplicable tension hanging in the air. Juju tightened the soft sword at his waist, a newfound determination swelling in his heart. He believed Wang Chang wouldn't cause trouble again, but he still scanned his surroundings with caution, his sharp eyes as vigilant as a hawk's. He originally planned to climb over the wall to avoid being seen at the main gate, but the barbed wire atop the walls and the dense web of surveillance cameras quickly extinguished that idea. If he attempted to jump the wall, not only Wang Chang but also others keeping tabs on him would catch wind of it. That would lead to even bigger problems. When he reached the compound's gate, Juju was subjected to a thorough 2-minute security check before being allowed to leave. His residence was in the outskirts of the city, 10 kilometers away from his current location. Taking a taxi was his only option. The moment he stepped out of the residential compound's gate, Juju quickly ducked behind a small tree, his eyes scanning his surroundings intently. His furtive behavior drew a side-eye from a nearby armed police officer, who rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I'm not spying on the compound, I'm watching the main road. What's it to you?" Juju chuckled inwardly. In the shadows, a black sedan sat quietly parked. The tinted windows rendered the car's interior pitch black. Only the driver's cold, focused eyes were visible through the windshield, fixed unwaveringly on the compound's gate. "Damn, what luck! I was planning to make my move in the morning. If he wants to die tonight, so be it," Wang Chang muttered, grinning to reveal a set of ghastly white teeth. He had originally intended to sleep in the car tonight and ambush Juju when he left in the morning. Just as he was about to light a cigarette, his gaze unintentionally drifted to the compound gate and noticed a figure acting suspiciously. Startled, he immediately extinguished his lighter, his body tensing up. Lowering himself in his seat, his eyes locked onto the figure. As the image became clearer, he was shocked to recognize it was Juju. His face froze in astonishment, his eyes widened, and his mouth hung slightly open in disbelief. Chaos erupted in his mind. He hadn't expected Juju to appear at the compound gate at this hour. Doubt clouded his thoughts, and speculations swirled in his head. His brow furrowed deeply, and unease flickered in his eyes. He feared Juju might be coordinating with the police to lure him out. But since his identity hadn't been exposed and the car he was using was unregistered, he felt confident there was no evidence that could trace back to him. Wang Chang adjusted his posture, leaning slightly back in his seat, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. His eyes, a mix of fatigue and ruthlessness, burned with intensity. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to take a gamble. Juju, however, had overlooked one crucial detail. He hadn't realized that his arrangement with Lin Nantian had unintentionally left Wang Chang out of the loop. When Wang Chang had tried to call Lin Nantian, Lin had been locked in a heated confrontation with Zhao Xiaoyu. And when Lin Nantian had tried to call Wang Chang back, Wang Chang's phone had accidentally been crushed underfoot. At this moment, Juju, Lin Nantian, and Wang Chang seemed to be caught in a bizarre maze of misunderstandings, the wheels of fate beginning to spin in strange and unpredictable ways. After ensuring the area was safe, Juju pulled out his phone and quickly hailed a cab. Even at this late hour, finding a ride in the city was relatively easy. As his car pulled away, the black sedan in the shadows suddenly flicked on its headlights. Two piercing beams of light cut through the night. Its engine rumbled lowly as the car began to trail behind, maintaining a distance of about 2 blocks. The streets were desolate at this hour, with only the occasional vehicle breaking the silence. Wang Chang was confident he wouldn't lose track of his target. Sitting in the back seat, Juju frowned slightly, his gaze cautious as he observed his surroundings carefully. So far, he hadn't noticed anything unusual. "Yo, brother, it's you." The taxi driver suddenly spoke up. Juju was startled. Sitting in the back seat, he couldn't see the driver's face. It was only when the driver turned around that he recognized him. It was the same guy who had once helped him pursue Lin Nantian. What a coincidence. Juju sat up straight, his face still tinged with unease. He responded politely, though traces of panic lingered in his eyes. The driver, curious, asked, "So, how's that scumbag doing now?" Juju froze for a moment, memories of the lies he had spun that day flashing through his mind. He steadied his expression and played along, sentenced. "Whoa, really?" The driver casually maneuvered the car, giving Juju a thumbs up before furrowing his brow in confusion. What was he sentenced for? "Kidnapping and murder," Juju replied calmly, though a trace of helplessness slipped through. "Ha, that's way too harsh." The driver widened his eyes in disbelief and launched into a rant. "Not really," Juju muttered, frowning as he massaged his temples, closing his eyes to avoid further discussion. "Man, what a mess. How could your sister get involved with someone like that? You, as her brother, should have kept a closer eye on her," the driver lamented, shaking his head and intruding into a conversation that wasn't even on the same wavelength. "You're not wrong," Juju sighed softly. "From now on, you should really pay more attention to your sister," the driver advised earnestly. "Got it," Juju nodded in agreement. "Goodness, kidnapping and murder. That's the end of the line for him," the driver muttered, clicking his tongue. "Who would argue with that?" Juju replied coldly. "How long was he sentenced for?" the driver pressed on. "Death by 1,000 cuts," Juju said flatly. "Never heard of that one." Before long, the taxi came to a slow stop. The large characters Wang Yuan came into view, a residential complex Juju had temporarily rented after his college entrance exams. Meng Qing also lived here. Back then, the two of them had gone to school together, squeezed onto crowded buses, and walked home from class side by side. Those memories surged back like a tidal wave, submerging Juju's heart in an instant. He shook his head vigorously, trying to drive them away. Annoying. Absolutely maddening. After paying the fare, Zhu Ju quickly got out of the car and hurried into the complex. He hadn't asked the driver to wait. Taxis were easy to find in the city, and he had no intention of being anyone's sidekick. Building 3, Unit 201. Zhu Ju walked briskly into the building, his only thought being to grab his things and leave immediately. A sense of unease knotted in his chest, impossible to ignore. When he reached the door to Unit 201, his eyes landed on the lock and his heart skipped a beat. Cold sweat broke out on his back. The lock wasn't in the position he habitually left it in. Someone had been here. His body tensed instantly. Without a second thought, Zhu Ju turned to retreat down the stairs. But what made his scalp tingle even more was the figure lurking in the shadows at the stairwell. Wang Chang, silent and motionless. His hand gripped a cold, gleaming military knife, waiting patiently. Zhu Ju's eyes widened in shock, fear washing over him like a tidal wave. He stood frozen in place, paralyzed by terror. The air seemed to solidify, leaving only the overwhelming fear that filled every corner of his mind. His heart pounded as his brain raced desperately, searching for a way out. Wang Chang approached step by step, his footsteps echoing like the relentless beat of a death knell, each one striking Zhu Ju's nerves. The once fawning smile on Wang Chang's face had twisted into a devilish, grotesque snarl. Cold, murderous intent poured from his eyes, sending shivers down Zhu Ju's spine. "Didn't Lin Nantian tell you?" Zhu Ju stammered as he backed away, his voice trembling. Wang Chang paused, raising an eyebrow as he stared at him, but he said nothing and continued his advance. Zhu Ju's chest tightened. Could it be that Lin Nantian really wanted to silence him? No, it didn't make sense. The evidence was already in police hands. Killing him would only worsen the situation. Lin Nantian wasn't the type to act recklessly. Zhu Ju continued to retreat until his hand brushed against the door of Unit 201. His back pressed against the wall, he had nowhere left to go. No way forward, no way back. He was cornered. Just as despair began to take hold, the door suddenly swung open with force. Zhu Ju darted behind it. From the doorway emerged Wang Chang, holding the military knife as he stepped inside. Both men froze in mutual shock. Huang Xiang exclaimed, "What's going on here? Did Zhu Ju figure it out and send someone to ambush me?" His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, as his hand tightened around the Amei dagger he held. Wang Chang sneered, "Another peak-level fighter? Is Zhu Ju trying to outmaneuver me again?" A flicker of panic crossed his eyes as his body tensed like a bowstring. The two men faced off, their gazes sharp as blades, each trying to read the other's intentions. Wang Chang's knuckles turned white as he gripped his military knife. Huang Xiang's veins bulged as he clenched his Amei dagger. Sweat glistened under the dim light, and the hallway was deathly silent, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Both were peak-level fighters, their strengths almost evenly matched. Neither dared to make the first move, leaving them locked in a tense stalemate. Huang Xiang was Lin Nantian's secret assassin, specializing in underground missions with a highly concealed identity. Wang Chang, on the other hand, was Lin Nantian's distributor, stepping into the world of killing for the first time. The two had never met before, but now they stood face to face, tension crackling like a drawn blade. Zhu Ju hid behind the door, his heart pounding like a drum, praying desperately that neither of them would notice him. The more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Suddenly, a phone rang abruptly. Ring, ring, ring. The sound shattered the silence of the hallway, piercing through like thunder. Zhu Ju almost broke down, silently cursing himself for ever turning off silent mode. The ringing snapped the assassin's taut nerves like overdrawn strings. "Ah!" Huang Xiang yelped, trembling uncontrollably. "Whoa!" Wang Chang jumped, almost dropping his combat knife. Within seconds, the two clashed like titans, their weapons colliding with resounding clangs that sparked in the darkened hallway. Huang Xiang held the upper hand, gradually suppressing Wang Chang as their battle moved downstairs. Zhu Ju remained hidden behind the door, holding his breath and staying perfectly still. The phone's ringtone blared on, deafeningly loud. The two assassins battled their way farther and farther away until they fought their way out of the building. Only then did Zhu Ju quietly slip out from behind the door. He pulled out his phone. It was old Wang calling. What on earth could old Wang want at a time like this? Zhu Ju dashed back inside, locked the door, and answered the call. "What the hell are you doing? Open the door." Old Wang's voice roared furiously over the line. "Sir, I'm not home. I'm at Building 3, Unit 201 in Wanyuan. Someone's trying to kill me. Call the police. Hurry." Repeat, Building 3, Unit 201 in Wanyuan. Zhu Ju's words tumbled out in a panicked rush, his voice trembling. "What are you doing there at this hour? Did you take something to amp yourself up?" Old Wang barely finished his sentence before Zhu Ju decisively hung up. There was no time for chit-chat. the killers could finish their fight and come back at any moment. The top priority was to grab what he came for and escape at once. Juju darted to the small table, ensuring the photo on it was intact. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Securing it tightly, he pulled the door open and sprinted upstairs. The building wasn't tall, just 5 floors, and the sounds of the fierce fight downstairs were deafening. Going down would be suicide. He decided to hide on the rooftop and wait for help. The rooftop was connected to neighboring buildings, providing an easier route for escape. Upon reaching the rooftop, the clash of weapons below was still sharp and intense. Clutching the photo tightly, Juju crawled to the edge of the rooftop and peered down. Huang Xiang and Wang Chang moved with agility, their footwork precise, clearly skilled in combat techniques and martial arts. Wang Chang, Vitality, 190. Huang Xiang, Vitality, 192. The two were evenly matched, locked in a battle so fierce neither could claim a quick victory. In a split second, their weapons pointed straight at each other's throats, both hesitant to strike. Even though they were top-tier fighters, their necks and abdomens remained vulnerable weak points. The stalemate froze the air around them. Juju's palms were slick with sweat, and his heart pounded like a drum. Old Wang should have already called the police. This was the outskirts, the police would likely arrive within 10 minutes. As long as they showed up, he would be safe. But before Juju could exhale in relief, the two below had already resumed their intense confrontation. Juju's heart tightened as he leaned over, straining to catch every word of their exchange. "Brother, what's your target?" Huang Xiang's voice was hoarse, his eyes tinged with doubt. "You first." Wang Chang was as alert as a wild beast. "I asked you first," Huang Xiang retorted sharply. "I don't care." Wang Chang's voice was cold, his stance firm. "Neither do I," Huang Xiang shot back, equally unyielding. Their teeth clenched as they stared each other down, their blades pressing against each other's throats, the tension palpable. "You're not the teacher?" Wang Chang's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "You're the teacher. Your whole family are teachers," Huang Xiang snapped, his anger flaring. Grinding his teeth, Wang Chang growled, "You." The blade at his throat nicked his skin, drawing blood that mixed with spat-out saliva. "If you're not the teacher, why are you helping Juju?" Wang Chang demanded through gritted teeth. Huang Xiang looked utterly confused. "Speak clearly." Wang Chang's voice rose sharply. "I'm here to kill Juju." Huang Xiang's gaze was firm, unflinching. Wang Chang sneered coldly. "Oh, and you think I'd believe that? Are you out of your mind?" Huang Xiang's fury surged, nearly bursting out of him. Their weapons pressed even tighter against each other's throats, blood dripping steadily along the blades. "Then what are you here for?" Huang Xiang countered. "I'm here to kill Juju too." Wang Chang's tone was icy, like a bucket of cold water poured over the scene. Huang Xiang stared at him, then burst into laughter. "Oh, you think I'd believe that? Don't mock me." Wang Chang barked angrily. Blood soaked through their collars as their breaths became labored. "If our target is the same, how about we both back off?" Huang Xiang's voice carried a hint of exhaustion. "Fine. You first." Wang Chang hesitated, his eyes flickering. Together, Huang Xiang insisted. "All right, I'll count to 3, Wang Chang said, his voice trembling slightly. 1. Huang Xiang jumped in, cutting him off. "I said I'll do the counting." Wang Chang snapped back, unwilling to back down. "Then just do it already." Huang Xiang's voice suddenly rose to a shout. 1. Wang Chang barked, his tone sharp and forceful. The two men slowly released some of the tension in their grips, and their weapons began to ease away from each other's throats. "Just hurry up and count already." Huang Xiang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Under the pressure, Wang Chang's hand trembled, and his weapon accidentally jabbed forward again. Huang Xiang reacted immediately, refusing to show weakness, and thrust his weapon forward as well. The blades had already pierced half a finger deep into each other's flesh. "I knew you were a liar." Huang Xiang's eyes were wide with rage. His weapon quivered slightly in his hand, poised to pierce through his opponent's neck at any moment. "That's nonsense. What are you yelling for? Trying to scare me to death?" Wang Chang's face turned red as a beet, veins bulging on his forehead, his fury almost erupting. "You're the one who took so long to count." Huang Xiang grit his teeth in frustration. "Then you do the counting." Wang Chang puffed out his chest, gripping his weapon tightly, defiance written all over his face. Huang Xiang spat back. "Fine. 1, 2, 3. A gust of wind swept through. Neither man moved a muscle. Huang Xiang's anger flared again. "See? I told you you're a liar." Wang Chang's face darkened with frustration. "You counted too fast. I didn't even have time to react." "Excuses." Huang Xiang sneered, his teeth clenched as his muscles tensed. "Why didn't you let go after you counted?" Wang Chang retorted arrogantly, his breath quickening as his chest heaved. "Because you didn't let go first." "What, you think I'm stupid?" Huang Xiang's lip curled in disdain, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. This is getting ridiculous. Let's swear on it, both of us are here to kill Zhu Ju. Whoever's lying will die. Wang Chang proposed. Fine. Whoever's lying will have kids born without. Huang Xiang's agreement came quick and sharp. Wang Chang's face twitched, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. What? Don't have the guts to swear now? Huang Xiang smirked, triumphant. A rare softness appeared in Wang Chang's gaze. I do have a kid. I don't want to swear on them. Oh, please. You expect me to believe that? You think you're so clever, huh? Huang Xiang rolled his eyes, full of scorn. You're insane. Wang Chang exploded with rage, his weapon inching forward again. Huang Xiang didn't back down. The two fell silent, the air between them thick with tension, sharp enough to cut. A battle between masters would be decided in an instant. Their gazes locked, neither daring to blink. Yet, wordlessly, their weapons began to ease back, slowly withdrawing from each other's flesh. From his vantage point, Zhu Ju saw everything clearly. The two were trapped in a web of mutual suspicion, each mistaking the other for an enemy. Just as the truth was about to surface, Zhu Ju panicked. No, he couldn't let them come to an understanding. Wang Xiang, what are you waiting for? Attack! Zhu Ju roared from the rooftop. Both men turned their heads sharply toward Zhu Ju, eyes filled with astonishment. Huang Xiang thought to himself, what the hell? How does Zhu Ju know my name? Wait, does this guy in front of me also go by Huang Xiang? Wang Chang was equally stunned, what the hell? How does Zhu Ju know my name? Could this guy in front of me also be Wang Chang? The two exchanged a look, then shouted in unison, so you two know each other, huh? Liar! Their fury reached a boiling point, and their weapons lashed out simultaneously. But they both sidestepped in time, quickly pulling back and creating some distance before resuming their fight. Just look at your face. You're obviously a liar. Huang Xiang slashed furiously, his expression twisted with rage. You're the liar. That scar on your face, what, did some widow scratch you up? Wang Chang sneered, his words biting as his strikes grew sharper. Your kids will be born without. Huang Xiang shouted, his anger blazing. Shut up. Wang Chang's face turned stormy, and his weapon swung even more ferociously. Liar. Huang Xiang taunted, claiming the moral high ground. I'm not lying. Wang Chang's gaze was firm, his offense unrelenting. Zhu Ju, watching the two entangled in combat once again, let out a breath of relief. He lay back, staring up at the sky, only to find the stars obscured by thick clouds. A light drizzle began to fall. It's raining. No more stars. Suddenly, Huang Xiang stepped back, lowering his weapon. If we're both here to kill Zhu Ju, why are we fighting? Let's team up and finish him off. Fine. Whoever doesn't kill Zhu Ju, their whole family dies. Wang Chang agreed, his eyes cold and ruthless. And whoever doesn't kill him will have kids born without. Huang Xiang added, yet again emphasizing his peculiar obsession. Wang Chang's eye twitched. Do you have some weird fixation on? Doesn't matter. Let's go, kill Zhu Ju. Huang Xiang pointed at the rooftop. Let's do it. Wang Chang's response was resolute. The two stormed toward the rooftop side by side. Zhu Ju, overhearing their conversation from afar, froze in shock. Wait, what? They reconciled? He quickly turned, crawling to the edge of the rooftop to peer down. But there was no one in sight. Oh no! Zhu Ju leapt to his feet, sprinting toward the nearest stairwell door, only to find it locked. He rushed to the next door. Locked. Every door was locked. Is the heavens really intent on destroying me? Last time, while putting up advertisements for a part-time job, I was chased by the property management. Did I forget to lock the door back then? Zhu Ju froze in place, his fists clenched tightly in panic, his body trembling slightly. His face was pale, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. At that moment, Wang Chang and Huang Xiang ran up to the rooftop side by side. Their eyes were icy cold, weapons firmly gripped, and their stares locked onto Zhu Ju like an unrelenting predator. The three of them stood there, and the atmosphere turned suffocatingly awkward. Zhu Ju's heart raced as he nervously watched them. Huang Chang, what are you waiting for? Make a move. Zhu Ju's voice quivered as he resorted to his old trick. But both Huang Xiang and Wang Chang shifted slightly, pointing their weapons at each other instead. They exchanged a knowing smile, then continued closing in on Zhu Ju. It's over. They didn't fall for it. Zhu Ju felt utterly helpless, as if he could cry but no tears would come. You hear that? He's trying to bluff us again, Wang Chang sneered, his tone full of disdain. Only an idiot would believe him. Huang Xiang nodded, his expression as cold as ice. But how does he know our names? Wang Chang's brow furrowed, puzzlement written all over his face. Yeah, that's really strange, Huang Xiang muttered, lost in thought. The two of them suddenly stopped in their tracks, staring at each other in suspicion. "Your name's Huang Xiang?" Huang Xiang asked, a flash of doubt in his eyes. "You're Huang Chang?" Huang Chang's eyes lit up, his tone tinged with surprise. "No, you're the one named Huang Chang, aren't you?" Huang Xiang's voice dropped low, laced with skepticism. "So your name is Wang Xiang?" Huang Chang's eyes glimmered with sudden realization. "Then here's the question, how does he know you're called Huang Chang?" Huang Xiang's brows knit tighter, his face deep in thought. "I was about to ask the same thing. If you're Wang Xiang, how does he know?" Huang Chang looked utterly bewildered. "You must be working with him." Huang Xiang's gaze turned sharp as he stared at Huang Chang with newfound wariness. "So you're finally dropping the act?" Huang Chang's voice turned icy with fury. "Swear it's all lies, or else. May I never have kids if I'm lying." Huang Xiang's face turned red with anger, his eyes blazing like fire. "You're such a..." Huang Chang was on the verge of losing it. Seeing that the two were about to start a fight again, Juju quietly let out a sigh of relief, a trace of gratitude appearing on his face. "No matter what, we should kill Juju first." Wang Chang's gaze turned frosty and sharp. "Agreed." Huang Xiang nodded firmly. Both men turned simultaneously, their gazes piercing like daggers, locking onto Juju. Juju swallowed hard, despair surging within him like a dark tide. "There's no way out." He stepped forward, his eyes resolute as iron, and said, "Do it then." Huang Xiang and Wang Chang exchanged a glance, paused for a moment, then both made a surprising gesture. They extended their hands in a "please go ahead" motion. The air froze, suffused with a tension so thick it was suffocating. The two men squinted at each other, suspicion and caution flickering in their eyes. Though they had run up the stairs side by side earlier, they had been secretly on guard against one another. Whoever made the first move to kill Juju would expose their back to the other. Who would be foolish enough to take that risk? Huang Xiang furrowed his brow and said coldly, "You go first." Wang Chang snorted, "You go." Huang Xiang's eyes darkened. "You're up to something, aren't you?" Wang Chang's voice turned frigid. "Enough nonsense. The kid might have already called the cops. Why don't we strike together?" Huang Xiang's eyes darted as he considered, then he gave a deep nod. The two of them turned their gazes back to Juju at the same time. Juju swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and called out in his mind, "System buddy, save me." Relax, just live well in your next life. This system was useless at the critical moment. Juju had no choice but to draw his soft sword, preparing to fight to the death. The moment the sword left its sheath, Huang Xiang's eyes lit up. "I want that weapon. No objections, right?" Wang Chang immediately retorted, "I want it too." End of discussion. "Then let's settle this." Huang Xiang's voice turned cold. Wang Chang was about to argue, but Huang Xiang struck first. "You were hiding something all along. Juju, you're sly." Wang Chang hastily parried, alarmed. Tonight, he felt as though he'd been tricked by Juju twice and humiliated. He couldn't let this slide. But Huang Xiang didn't even regard Juju as a threat. He saw him as nothing more than a weakling, someone who could be taken down in a single glance. His priority now was eliminating Wang Chang. Whether or not Wang Chang was working with Juju, the mere existence of that sword guaranteed future conflict between the two. Better to strike first than regret later. True to his plan, Huang Xiang's ambush succeeded. Although Wang Chang defended himself, he was a fraction too slow. In battles between experts, victory or defeat often comes down to a split-second decision. Huang Xiang's dagger plunged viciously into Wang Chang's side, sending a chill straight to the bone. Wang Chang, though injured, retaliated swiftly. His military dagger angled toward Huang Xiang's waist, slicing flesh and spraying blood. Both men cried out in pain and kicked each other away in unison. As first-tier martial artists, their bones might have been tempered, but their waists remained vulnerable. The piercing pain from being stabbed was unbearable. Furious, Wang Chang launched another attack. The military dagger excelled in 3 moves: thrust, lift, and slash. At close range, lifting the blade was particularly effective. Wang Chang's dagger arced upward, aiming directly at Huang Xiang's jaw. The distance was too short, there was no way to dodge. Huang Xiang gauged the move, realizing there was no way to evade. He executed one of Piercing's 3 ultimate techniques: lifting, pointing, and piercing. Abandoning defense, he launched a desperate assault, forcing Wang Chang to go on the defensive. Wang Chang, seeing Huang Xiang's life-risking attack, felt a jolt in his heart. But there was no retreating now. Their weapons were less than half a meter from each other's vital points. Whoever took a step back would lose the upper hand. Both men held their breath, tension mounting, preparing to dodge at the very last moment. This was a battle of sheer determination and nerve. Just as their weapons were about a fist's distance apart, the sudden wail of police sirens shattered the tension. Startled, both men flinched, but it was too late. Their blades simultaneously pierced each other's throats, emerging from the napes of their necks. Shock and terror filled Huang Xiang and Wang Chang's eyes. Zhu Ju, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to conceal his astonishment. 3 seconds later, both Huang Xiang and Wang Chang collapsed to the ground. Zhu Ju's nerves were taut as a bowstring. His eyes were locked onto the two fallen figures, and his body trembled slightly. After a moment, confirming the two were lifeless, Zhu Ju let his body collapse to the ground. He panted heavily, his face etched with the relief of narrowly escaping death. The police car screeched to a halt beneath the third building. The hurried footsteps of officers racing into the stairwell were clear as day. Zhu Ju's eyes darted to the two convulsing bodies on the ground. According to the unspoken rules of the underworld, before the police arrive, any valuable items on the deceased are fair game. With this in mind, Zhu Ju sprang into action, rushing toward the bodies to search them. He reached Wang Chang first, cursing as he searched, "You bastard! Hurting the innocent, you deserve to die." Just as his hand slipped into Wang Chang's jacket pocket, Wang Chang's hand shot out, grabbing Zhu Ju's wrist. Zhu Ju froze, his heart pounding wildly, his face turning deathly pale. "He's not dead yet. Devour!" Zhu Ju roared silently in his mind. A surge of vital energy flowed from Wang Chang's hand into Zhu Ju's body. Wang Chang's eyes snapped open, realizing something was amiss, but it was too late. As Zhu Ju absorbed his life force, Wang Chang's grip weakened and finally released. Zhu Ju hurriedly extracted a bottle of pills from Wang Chang's pocket, stashing it away without a glance. After thoroughly searching Wang Chang and finding nothing else of value, Zhu Ju turned to Huang Xiang. This time, he was cautious, first using Devour on Huang Xiang. Huang Xiang, apparently struck in a vital area, showed no response to Zhu Ju's absorption. Breathing a sigh of relief, Zhu Ju quickly retrieved a bottle of pills from Huang Xiang, again concealing it hastily. Suddenly, the rooftop access door burst open. A police officer stepped through. The beam of the officer's flashlight landed squarely on Zhu Ju. The officer's expression shifted instantly, his gaze sharp and wary. He quickly drew his firearm, aiming it at Zhu Ju. His body lowered slightly into a defensive stance as he shouted toward the stairwell, "Someone's here. Get back up now." His voice sliced through the tense silence like a blade. Moments later, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the depths of the stairwell. 3 officers rushed to the rooftop, their flashlights cutting through the darkness, illuminating Zhu Ju and the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground. The officers' faces turned grim, their sharp eyes scanning the scene, taking in every detail. The air grew taut with tension, ready to snap at any moment. Soon, Zhu Ju was taken to the local police station for questioning. The interrogation room was narrow, the dim lighting amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. The air was thick with tension, suffocating and heavy. Zhu Ju forced himself to recall every detail, answering the officers' questions with calm precision. Half an hour later, Lao Wang arrived in a rush. It was already 3 a.m. Anxiously, he stormed into the station. Seeing Zhu Ju unharmed, his rigid expression softened, and he let out a long sigh of relief. "Zhu Ju, my little troublemaker," Lao Wang called out, his tone dripping with affection. Zhu Ju's face flushed with embarrassment. After dragging Lao Wang through an entire day of chaos, Zhu Ju felt a pang of guilt. Once the police concluded their questioning, they cross-referenced Zhu Ju's statements with a previous case he had reported, consolidating the investigations. After thorough analysis and examination of the evidence, the initial conclusion was that the 2 deceased had killed each other during a fight. Zhu Ju was determined to have no involvement in their deaths. As the victim, Zhu Ju provided every detail he could. Finally, he signed the statement and was allowed to leave. Fearing for Zhu Ju's safety, the police personally drove him and Lao Wang home. The car ride was silent, the atmosphere heavy, as the 3 occupants were lost in their own thoughts. Under the dim streetlights, the vehicle slowly pulled into the residential complex. Zhu Ju and Lao Wang stepped out, watching the police car disappear into the distance, their hearts still racing. Back in Zhu Ju's room, Lao Wang finally exploded. He grabbed Zhu Ju by the collar and roared, "Where the hell did you go in the middle of the night? Are you tired of living? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Lao Wang's face was etched with exhaustion, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Zhu Ju like daggers. "Wasn't it you who called me?" Zhu Ju's voice was soft, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Hearing this, Lao Wang released him with a sigh, walking to the fridge. He irritably grabbed a bottle of water, downing it in one gulp, his breathing heavy. "Why did you run so far? Give me a damn explanation," he said, coughing twice, his tone a mix of blame and resignation. Zhu Ju no longer concealed the truth. Slowly, he pulled a photo out from his chest pocket. "I miss Mom and Dad," he said softly, his voice tinged with sorrow. Old Wang froze, his gaze drifting to the photograph as a complex mix of emotions flickered across his face. Clearing his throat, his tone softened. "Do you really have to go so late at night? Can't it wait till daytime, or let me go with you? Zhu Ju knew better than to dwell on the past and chose to change the subject. Why did you come looking for me this late? Is something wrong? Old Wang's expression turned serious. Your agreement with Lin Nantian. I'm afraid it's off the table. Zhu Ju's brows knitted tightly. What happened? Did Lin Nantian go back on his word? Back then, the phone call was made using Old Wang's cell phone, and Lin Nantian only contacted Old Wang directly. Zhu Ju had no involvement in the details. Old Wang shook his head and grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge, taking a long swig. Lin Nantian has been taken into police custody. Zhu Ju wasn't surprised. He had been the one who reported Lin Nantian to the authorities. It would have been shocking if they hadn't acted. Their agreement had been that once Lin Nantian obtained the pills, he would admit to fabricating the recording. But now that Lin Nantian had been arrested, their deal seemed null and void. Old Wang gulped down half the bottle of water in one go, his voice low. He's not getting out. Your agreement, it's not happening. Zhu Ju rubbed his eyes, lost in thought for a long while. Was it because of Wang Chang's second assassination attempt? That was the only plausible explanation that came to mind. Although Wang Chang was dead, the police had yet to connect the two incidents as one case. Zhu Ju had been exploiting this gap in information. But he had been with Old Wang the entire time and hadn't heard any updates from the police. What exactly was Old Wang hinting at? Sure enough, Old Wang leaned against the fridge, locking eyes with Zhu Ju. That's precisely why I came to see you in the middle of the night. The principal knows. What? Zhu Ju's frown deepened. A student being attacked was something the principal should indeed be informed about. However, Zhu Ju had planned to inform him only after obtaining the rejuvenation pill. This premature revelation would do more harm than good. He looked at Old Wang suspiciously. Old Wang spread his hands in resignation. Not informing the principal about something this serious would have gotten me pinned for negligence. I had no choice. Just 2 days ago, during the competition, the principal and vice principal had already accused Old Wang of negligence and labeled him as inattentive to his students. Now that the situation had escalated, withholding information from the principal would only spell more trouble. Zhu Ju gripped the back of a chair and sat down, closing his eyes in deep thought. So, the reason you came to me was for this? Scratching his head, Old Wang's tone grew heavier. The principal has already rushed to the hospital tonight and is personally urging the police to expedite the investigation. He also knows about the assassination attempt on you. Lin Nantian, he's done for. Zhu Ju understood the implications. Jiaxiang High Martial Academy was one of the schools in Jiaxiang City with the largest number of martial artists, known for its formidable strength. This storm was far from over. For this reason, Jiaxiang High Martial Academy wielded significant influence. The martial arts community of the entire city was firmly under their control. Lin Nantian's offense this time wasn't just against an individual, it was against the entirety of Jiaxiang High Martial Academy. Threats, hiring assassins, and even murder. He had committed unforgivable crimes. No one could save him now. Not even Zhang Shaoqian could hold out hope. You should rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll report to the principal together, Old Wang said, leaving without further delay. After all the turmoil of the day, he needed to rest, even if only briefly, to prepare for the battles ahead. Zhu Ju was equally exhausted. He didn't stop Old Wang and instead headed straight to the bathroom. Splashing his face with cold water, the icy droplets jolted his nerves awake. His mind grew clearer. Lin Nantian's fate didn't concern him, he deserved it. But what about Zhang Shaoqian? He was innocent. Everyone was focused on capturing the culprit, yet no one seemed to care about the rejuvenation pill. If he couldn't obtain the pill within 3 days, Zhang Shaoqian would be left to die. Once Lin Nantian was convicted, the matter of the rejuvenation pill would likely be forgotten altogether. What should he do? Zhu Ju knew he couldn't rely entirely on others. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His eyes lit up as he reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 bottles of medicine. New hope was now in his hands. These 2 bottles had been scavenged from Huang Xiang and Wang Chang. Zhu Ju's gaze sharpened, locking onto the bottles with unwavering determination. One contained 3 small red pills, each roughly the size of a fingernail. Zhu Ju recognized them immediately. Blood vitality pills, incredibly valuable. Each pill was worth 100,000 yuan. He had seen wealthy students at school flaunt them before. The other bottle held a single pill, jet black like ink, about the size of a marble, resembling a black sesame ball. Zhu Ju wasn't familiar with this pill. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and used an image search. The screen quickly displayed 3 results. When he saw one of them, Zhu Ju's breath hitched sharply. Without thinking twice, he bolted toward Old Wang's room. Mr. Wang, open the door. I know you're in there. Juju pounded on the door with heavy knocks, the loud bang, bang, bang echoing through the hallway. Old Wang had once told Juju his apartment number, so Juju found his place with ease. Moments later, the door was yanked open with a loud creak. Old Wang stood there shirtless, fatigue and exasperation written all over his face. "Did I owe you something in a past life?" he groaned. Juju ignored the complaint and hastily handed over a small black pill, urging Old Wang to take a closer look. "Mr. Wang, please, take a look at this. What exactly is this medicine?" Old Wang's eyes fell on the pill, and they widened instantly, as round as copper bells. His mouth parted slightly, as if he could swallow a whole egg. He froze in place, as if struck by a spell that locked him in time. For a long moment, he didn't move. Then, slowly, he raised a trembling hand and rubbed his eyes as if doubting his own vision. Finally, he slapped himself hard across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the silent hallway. "God damn it! This isn't a dream, is it? Please don't let this be a dream. Please don't let me wake up." His howl shattered the quiet of the dim corridor, resonating like rolling thunder. Where did this come from? Where? His voice trembled with excitement and disbelief. He grabbed Juju's shoulders tightly, shaking him so hard it seemed as though he wanted to extract answers through sheer force. His eyes brimmed with shock, joy, and bewilderment, like someone witnessing an impossible miracle. "First, can you confirm, is it really that?" Juju asked cautiously, suppressing the surge of emotion in his chest. "Yes. Yes, yes, yes." Old Wang stammered, his hands trembling as he opened the bottle. He brought the pill to his nose and inhaled deeply. His lips quivered uncontrollably. "No mistake. Not a chance. It's absolutely the real thing. I'd stake my life on it." Tears began streaming down Old Wang's face uncontrollably. Overwhelmed, he abruptly turned away and burst into loud, unrestrained sobs. Watching the scene unfold, Juju felt a storm of questions arise within him. There had to be a story behind this pill. If its only significance was saving Zhang Xiaoqian, Old Wang's reaction seemed far too extreme. But this wasn't the time to dwell on it. Juju gently nudged Old Wang. "Old Wang. Mr. Wang, are you certain this will work? If so, I need to get it to the hospital immediately. Every second we save means less suffering for Xiaoqian." Old Wang snapped out of his daze, hastily wiping his tears with his sleeve. He turned and ran back into his apartment, fumbling to get dressed. Locking the door in a rush, his hands trembled so much that he nearly missed the keyhole. The two of them bolted out the building, heading straight for the hospital. At the security checkpoint, the on-duty officer looked at them with a face full of resignation, on the verge of breaking down himself. How many times had these two come and gone tonight? If not for recognizing Old Wang, he would have suspected them of being trespassers in disguise. The pair had no time to explain. After signing in, they called for a ride online and sped toward the hospital. Inside the car, Old Wang couldn't stop crying. His sobs were gut-wrenching, filled with sorrow and regret. Juju reached out to pat his shoulder gently, trying to offer comfort. Gradually, Old Wang began to calm down, though his emotions seemed to teeter on the edge of collapse. Finally, his walls crumbled, and long-buried memories came flooding back like an unstoppable tide. His voice was hoarse and trembling as he started to speak, laden with grief and emotion. 16 years ago, in 2012, I wasn't a martial artist then. My pregnant wife and I were living in the Shigu district. Life was simple, but we were happy. That year, on December 21st, at 3 p.m., the 7th Earth Core entrance suddenly appeared. Shigu district collapsed in an instant. The entire area turned into a massive sinkhole, hundreds of thousands of square meters, big enough for 14 football fields. You can't imagine it. It was hell on earth. Our home was right on the edge of the pit. We didn't fall in. The good news was, we survived. The bad news was, we survived. I wish I had died. It would have been easier. Old Wang choked on his words, his sobs rising once again. His cries echoed through the car, raw and painful, cutting through the hearts of everyone listening. Even the driver was affected, silently passing him a tissue. Juju continued to pat his back, offering quiet support. Taking the tissue to wipe his tears, Old Wang made an effort to compose himself. After a moment, he continued, his voice breaking with emotion. I was useless. I stood there, frozen, as my wife was dragged into the pit by some kind of monster. I was terrified out of my mind. I'd never seen anything like it before. Thank God the soldiers arrived in time. They risked their lives to save me and my wife. But they couldn't save the baby. My wife was critically injured. The doctor said only a rejuvenation pill could save her. Oh, God, a rejuvenation pill? What even was that? I'd never even heard of it before. I asked anyone who'd listen. Finally, I found out. A single rejuvenation pill cost 1,000,000 yuan. And even if you had the money, you needed connections to get one. Plus, it would take at least 6 months. As he spoke, old Wang began pounding his head with his fists. The dull thuds were the physical manifestation of his inner torment. His emotions spiraled out of control, plunging into utter chaos. His eyes went vacant, consumed by despair. His body trembled slightly, as though every ounce of strength had been drained. At that moment, he was no longer the strong, resilient man he once was. The Pandora's box in his heart had been pried open, unleashing a torrent of pain, regret, and longing that battered his very soul. Tears streamed down his face in an unending flow, each droplet carrying the weight of his anguish. Promise me you'll make something of yourself. That one day, you'll venture into the Earth core and slaughter those monsters, wipe out every last one of them. Promise me. Old Wang suddenly turned to Zhu Ju, gripping his shoulders with both hands and shaking him with all his might. Zhu Ju's gaze was resolute, his voice low and unwavering. I promise, not just for you, but for myself as well. I have my own vengeance to take. The vehicle came to a slow halt. Accompanied by the faint click of the door unlocking, Zhu Ju decisively pushed it open and stepped out, his stride firm and purposeful. Old Wang stayed seated inside, his expression dazed, his bloodshot eyes swollen with grief. The pain lingered heavily on his face as he stared blankly ahead, his gaze hollow and lost. Standing outside the car, Zhu Ju's eyes burned with determination. Grasping old Wang's slowly outstretched hand, he pulled him out with a firm tug. Old Wang's body was stiff, but with Zhu Ju's support, he managed to stabilize himself and stand upright. The past was irretrievable, but the future still held hope. Every second they delayed meant another moment of suffering for Zhang Xiaoqian. The two quickened their pace, their steps turning into a brisk jog as they hurried through the empty hospital corridor. The sound of their footsteps echoed around them, sharp and urgent. Moments later, they arrived at room 302. Pushing open the door in haste, they were greeted by an empty office. It was deserted. The dim yellow lights of the hospital corridor cast a faint, flickering glow. It was late, far too late. The doctors had long since gone off duty. Let's go to the emergency department. There'll still be doctors on call there. Zhu Ju's voice was tense with urgency, his worry plain in his eyes. Old Wang nodded hurriedly, and the two rushed toward the emergency wing, their hurried footsteps cutting through the silence of the hallway. Halfway there, they encountered Zhang Xiaoqian's mother and younger brother outside the ICU. The mother looked utterly worn out, her hair disheveled and streaked with tear stains. Her frail body curled slightly as she clung to the last threads of hope. The younger brother clung tightly to her arm, fast asleep, his small face serene despite the turmoil around them. Zhu Ju's heart clenched at the sight, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Though family members weren't required to keep vigil outside the ICU, Zhang Xiaoqian's mother insisted on staying, her devotion deeply moving. Zhu Ju approached quietly, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder to wake her. She opened her bloodshot eyes, fatigue and anxiety written all over her face. When she saw Zhu Ju and old Wang, she scrambled to her feet in a panic, accidentally waking her sleeping son. Mr. Wang, what's going on? She asked, her hoarse voice tinged with confusion. Zhang Xiaoqian can still be saved. We've found the revitalization pill. We just need to find a doctor. It may require your signature, old Wang said excitedly, helping her to her feet. Hope flickered in her tear-filled eyes, her voice trembling as she choked out, "This isn't a dream, is it?" Her mind was still clouded, afraid this was just an illusion. "It's not a dream. Let's go," old Wang replied firmly. The four of them dashed toward the emergency department. Along the way, Zhang Xiaoqian's mother mentioned that the principal had been there earlier but had gone to the police station. Zhu Ju and old Wang exchanged a glance. It explained why they hadn't seen him. At the emergency department, they explained the severity of the situation, emphasizing that only the revitalization pill could save Zhang Xiaoqian. The on-duty doctor quickly reviewed the information, confirming that there was no time to waste. He requested Zhang Xiaoqian's mother to sign informed consent and authorization forms. Without hesitation, she signed, clinging to her last shred of hope. The ICU was staffed around the clock, and the doctor, wasting no time, hurried off with the revitalization pill. His figure disappeared down the corridor, leaving the group finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The pill had been delivered. All that was left was to wait. Where exactly did this pill come from? Old Wang asked, his voice raspy as he regained his composure. I took it from Wang Chang, Zhu Ju admitted honestly. There was no point in hiding it. This concerned Zhang Xiaoqian's condition, which in turn exposed Lin Nanshan's crimes. The sudden appearance of the revitalization pill, leading to Zhang Xiaoqian's recovery, would inevitably attract scrutiny. With the Lin family missing a crucial pill, the police would surely investigate. But now that the pill had been administered, Zhu Ju was prepared to stick to the story that he had merely found it. As for the remaining 3 vitality pills, he kept their existence a secret, holding them back as a final trump card. "Mr. Wang, do you know the ingredients in the vitality pill?" Zhu Ju asked, curiosity flashing in his eyes. "If I knew, I'd be rich by now," old Wang snorted lightly. The formula for the pills was a tightly guarded secret, unknown to anyone. But Zhu Ju was confident that the vitality pills didn't contain any beast materials. He was certain because the system hadn't flagged anything. He didn't know what effects the vitality pills would have when consumed, but he was sure they wouldn't increase his blood vitality limit. Zhu Ju turned to look out the window. The sky was beginning to brighten. At 7 a.m., in the central police station of Jiaxiang City. "Officer, I've told you everything I know. Can I at least make a call to my child?" Lin Nantian clung to the bars of the holding cell, his voice filled with anxious desperation. His phone had been confiscated, and after 2 hours of interrogation, he was detained. He had thought that reaching an agreement with Zhu Ju meant he wouldn't need a lawyer. He firmly believed that as long as he could speak with Zhu Ju or Wang Chang, everything would be resolved. But the police ignored his pleas, leaving him utterly puzzled. He had an agreement with Director Zhao, so why was everything going so wrong now? A vague sense of dread crept into his heart. He had no idea whom he had offended. It wasn't Zhang Xiaoqian. It wasn't Zhu Ju. It was Jiaxiang High School for Martial Arts. The nation's power structure is organized into one office and 4 courts. The office refers to the presidential office, the highest authority. The 4 courts are the legislative court, the executive court, the judicial court, and the high martial court. In the era of high martial arts, the high martial court holds the greatest power, controlling key domains such as education and training, resource allocation, assessment and certification, and the management of martial artists. All martial artists across the nation are under the jurisdiction of the high martial court. Furthermore, martial artists hold prominent positions in the other 3 courts. The authority of the high martial court surpasses that of the other courts. Although termed a court, its highest leader is the president, who wields absolute authority. Jiaxiang High Martial First School is worlds apart from Jiaxiang First School. The latter is managed by the Ministry of Education under the Executive Court, while the former is directly overseen by the Martial Arts Department of the High Martial Court. In the hierarchical system, Jiaxiang High Martial First School is on the same level as the city's Bureau of Education and Public Security Bureau. The principal of High Martial First School personally monitored the city's Public Security Bureau's handling of the case. Lin Nantian, at this moment, still had no clear understanding of the magnitude of his mistake. Although the Lin family is one of Jiaxiang's 3 major families, in the face of real power, they are nothing more than ants. Lin Nantian's blatant assault on a student from High Martial First School was an act of provocation akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. If the school failed to impose severe punishment, the prestige of High Martial First School would be utterly destroyed. Lin Nantian sat slumped on the ground, his gaze empty. As the head of one of the city's top families, he found himself utterly helpless at this moment, left with no choice but to quietly await the police's decision. Within the city's Public Security Bureau's meeting room, the atmosphere was heavy. Director Zhao sat at the head of the table, with Principal Du of High Martial First School beside him. The meeting had begun at 4 a.m., with all senior officials of the Bureau in attendance. Still no clarity in the investigation? Director Zhao furrowed his brow, glaring at the Minister of Criminal Investigation. The Criminal Investigation Minister, having just ended a phone call, quickly reported, "Director Zhao, Principal Du, here is the current progress. The Zhang Xiaoqian kidnapping case and the martial artist mutual combat death case, after investigation, have been identified as part of the same serial kidnapping murder incident, with the perpetrator being Wang Chang. As a result, the police have decided to merge the 2 cases for handling. Wang Chang is deceased, but a review of the clues has revealed several points. First, Lin Nantian instructed Wang Chang to assassinate Zhu Ju, a student of High Martial First School, resulting in Zhang Xiaoqian's severe injury during the process. Lin Nantian, acting as an accomplice, is implicated in the crime of incitement to kidnapping. Second, even after being summoned by authorities, Lin Nantian did not cease his criminal activity and continued to send Wang Chang to kill Zhu Ju. Although Wang Chang died in a fight with another individual, this does not negate Lin Nantian's identity as an instigator. Third, the other deceased individual has been identified as Huang Xiang. According to information provided by Zhu Ju, Huang Xiang also plotted to assassinate Zhu Ju, which led to a conflict and mutual fatality with Wang Chang. Huang Xiang's background is highly suspicious, and the true mastermind is still under investigation. The Criminal Investigation Minister spoke clearly and firmly, leaving everyone present deeply shocked. They couldn't help but marvel at the sheer number of enemies Zhu Ju had accumulated. Director Zhao turned to Principal Du with a respectful tone, Principal Du, the situation has been reported. Please advise. Despite sitting at the head of the table, Director Zhao's attitude was extremely humble. This was because Principal Du's martial rank surpassed his by half a level, and he was also a former mentor from Zhao's alma mater, commanding immense respect. Principal Du's face darkened as he spoke coldly. There are a few critical issues that must be addressed. First, Zhang Xiaoqian's medical expenses must be promptly covered by the Lin family. Second, the Lin family dared to openly attack a student of High Martial First School. A satisfactory explanation is required. Third, the identity and background of the unknown assailants must be thoroughly uncovered to prevent similar incidents in the future. Slamming the table for emphasis, Principal Du declared, if the Bureau fails to produce satisfactory results within 3 days, I will escalate this directly to the High Martial Court. Director Zhao broke into a cold sweat, fully aware of the weight such a statement carried. Martial artist status was regulated by the High Martial Court, and losing that qualification would mean the complete loss of dignity and resources. Rest assured, Principal Du, we will deliver results within 3 days. Director Zhao vowed resolutely, his tone firm and unwavering. After sharing a meal with Zhang Xiaoqian's family at the hospital, Zhu Ju and Old Wang hurried back to the school. The principal had called, urging them to report to his office immediately. The three of them worked tirelessly through the night, leaving no time for rest. This incident was unprecedented since the establishment of High Martial First School. While injuries during on-campus martial contests were common, they were always lawful and properly handled by the school. However, an off-campus assassination attempt was an entirely different matter. This was a grave criminal offense. Just as Juju and Old Wan were about to knock on the principal's office door, they saw him coming up the stairs, having just returned from the Public Security Bureau. The three sat together and engaged in a deep discussion. The principal realized that he had overlooked several crucial details. Zhang Xiaoqian needed a rejuvenation pill within 3 days, Juju's address had been leaked, and Huang Xiang's motives and background remained unclear. Immediately, the principal called Director Zhao to provide supplementary information, aiding the police in expediting their investigation. After wrapping up, the principal instructed Juju and Old Wang to finish their tasks and then go home to rest. Returning to his residence, Juju carefully washed his soiled clothes, took a thorough shower, and then collapsed into bed, utterly exhausted. For now, he left the future developments aside. In the afternoon, Juju woke up and hurriedly called Zhang Xiaoqian's mother. Upon learning that Zhang Xiaoqian had been moved out of the ICU, could not only walk but was also set to be discharged the next day, Juju was so shocked that he was nearly speechless, his jaw practically hitting the floor. The Hui Chun pill, its effects were nothing short of miraculous. Last night, Zhang Xiaoqian was on the brink of death, unconscious and fading fast. Yet a single pill had brought him back to health so swiftly, it was nothing less than a miracle. Juju silently vowed to stock up on a few more of these life-saving pills in the future. However, he was well aware that the Hui Chun pill was not a medication to be used casually. Its price was astronomical, and it was something one would only rely on in the most desperate of situations. Nowadays, even a simple brain surgery could cost hundreds of thousands. Who would easily shell out money for a Hui Chun pill? The only circumstances where one would use it were these: first, when there was absolutely no other option, or second, when the cost of the pill was actually cheaper than the alternative treatment. Of course, the prerequisite was that you actually had a Hui Chun pill to begin with. Now that Zhang Xiaoqian was nearly fully recovered, Juju finally breathed a sigh of relief and redirected all his focus back to his cultivation. The bonus round of the martial arts competition was just 5 days away. Although the extra points weren't a decisive factor for him after all, his qi and blood value was already high enough to secure admission to a top university. The lucrative rewards were too tempting to ignore. The top 3 winners wouldn't just earn direct admission to the 5 elite schools, they would also receive half a Hui Chun pill as a prize. In the past, Juju hadn't known much about the Hui Chun pill. When he saw the phrase half a pill, he would scoff and roll his eyes. But now, things were different. A single Hui Chun pill could save a life, and even half a pill could instantly heal someone who was gravely injured. Paired with his secret self-healing technique, it practically meant having an extra life. The top 3 Juju's goal was set. Juju was brimming with confidence, but he wasn't arrogant. His fight with Zhao Zihan had completely reshaped his understanding of the so-called prodigies at school. Zhuanggong, roots dance training, bone tempering, martial techniques, these were skills he had thought were exclusive to universities, yet the geniuses in high school had already mastered them to perfection. While Zhao Zihan hadn't been able to defeat him with these advantages, what if it were Zhao Gandhi instead? In terms of qi and blood value, Zhao Gandhi was on par with him. As a member of the Zhao family, one of the 3 great clans of Jiaxiong, would Zhao Gandhi lack access to Zhuanggong, bone tempering, or martial techniques? Zhao Gandhi was about the same age as him. Was it possible he'd also participate in the bonus round? If they crossed paths, what would he do? Zhu Ju furrowed his brows, pondering deeply. After a long time, he made a firm decision. He couldn't afford to be careless. He had to improve as fast as possible. It wasn't just for the martial arts college entrance exam. In these chaotic times, even a first-grade martial artist from the Lin Nantian sect had nearly succeeded in assassinating him. If he continued to linger in comfort, he'd eventually end up as a frog boiled alive in warm water. His great revenge was still unfulfilled. He couldn't allow himself to sink into complacency. Clenching his fists, Zhu Ju stood up, walked to the balcony, and grabbed his dried school uniform. Quickly, he put it on. I must get stronger immediately, he vowed to himself. The fastest way to grow stronger was to consume meat from magical beasts. With that thought, he pulled out his phone, opened the Gongfa Pawnshop app, and began browsing the latest auction items. Earth's core treasures 3-star. As he scanned through the auction theme for tonight, a flicker of excitement appeared in Zhu Ju's eyes. It turned out that the Earth's Core Treasures series had added 2 more themes, likely due to the overwhelming success of the previous auctions. These must have been last-minute additions. He knew that Lin Nantian and Zhao Xiaoyu were definitely behind this. He had attended the first day, missed the second, which was yesterday, and tonight would be the final day. Zhu Ju began reviewing the auction items from all 3 days in order. The items from the first day were already familiar to him, so he skipped over them. When he reached Earth's Core Treasures 2, he slowed down to take a closer look. There wasn't much difference from the first day. The highlight of the auction was a D-grade alloy treasure blade, which had fetched a staggering price of 800,000, a wildly inflated figure. In comparison, the D-grade soft sword he had auctioned off had only sold for 500,000. Judging by the current market trends, his soft sword, with its superior quality and design, should have been worth at least $1 million. Looking at that gilded treasure blade, Zhu Ju felt little interest. As he continued scrolling, a mysterious subterranean plant appeared. Poison Cluster Immortal. The description read, the Poison Cluster Immortal has no medicinal value. Its leaves are bare, covered with densely packed black holes. The appearance alone would make anyone with trypophobia break out in goosebumps. Despite its lack of medicinal or ornamental value, it had sold for an astonishing 100,000. Zhu Ju's curiosity was immediately piqued, and he began to examine the description in detail. The poisonous thicket fairy coexisted symbiotically with a type of highly venomous insect. The fairy provided food and shelter, while the insect emitted toxic gases to protect it and helped spread its pollen. The black holes on the leaves were the nests of these insects. These venomous insects were colorless and odorless, with an anesthetic effect and extremely potent toxicity. For martial artists below the 3rd rank, staying in such an environment for more than 3 minutes would result in complete paralysis and loss of bodily control. Though these insects had no formal rank, their vast numbers and widespread distribution made them as dangerous as 2nd or even 3rd-grade magical beasts. Zhu Ju, however, had little interest in these insects. Without a rank, consuming even a ton of them would barely move the needle on his devouring progress, rendering them essentially meaningless to him. The 2 most dazzling items from last night's auction had already been reviewed by Zhu Ju. Without hesitation, he swiftly scrolled to tonight's auction showcase. The first item to catch his eye was a C-grade alloy armor, a training belt. The belt was a deep, profound black, and under the lighting, a mysterious green sheen faintly shimmered across its surface, as if it were a magical shield, exuding an air of noble elegance and allure. Without a doubt, this headline item was the focal point of tonight's auction. Zhu Ju's gaze remained fixed on it, his amazement growing with each passing second, unable to resist examining it repeatedly. He recalled the fierce duel between Huang Xiang and Wang Chang. For martial artists below the 4th rank, their primary focus was tempering their bones through cultivation. The parts of the human body that lacked the protection of bones naturally became fatal weak points, with the abdomen being particularly fragile. This training belt perfectly compensated for that critical vulnerability, making it the most practical piece of armor for anyone below the king realm. Its reputation was well-deserved. Martial rankings were categorized as follows. Ranks 1 to 3 were known as the Spirit Realm, while ranks 4 to 6 were termed the King Realm. People often referred to martial artists by titles such as Spirit Realm Rank 1, Spirit Realm Rank 3, or King Realm Rank 6. A 4th-rank martial artist, for instance, was honored with the title Golden Rock, a mark of King Realm status. Zhu Ju, fully aware of his own strength and financial limits, suppressed his inner desire and rationally skipped over the belt, continuing to browse the auction items. Suddenly, a specific image leaped into view, causing Zhu Ju's eyes to widen instantly. The image depicted a vividly lifelike subterranean magical beast. Its body, roughly the size of a rat, was unusually robust. Though its limbs were short, they were tightly packed with muscle, with sharply defined contours that exuded raw power. Its entire body was covered in short, dark purple fur, sleek, tough, and glinting with an eerie, mysterious sheen under the light. Its head was shaped like a sharp triangle, with two small but razor-sharp ears standing erect, radiating a chilling aura that made one's heart tighten. Its pointed mouth revealed a row of dagger-like teeth, with the two front fangs being particularly terrifying, resembling the saber-like canines of a saber-toothed tiger, jutting cruelly out of its mouth in a display of savage ferocity. Juju's eyes shifted to the description below the image, and his breath hitched as his heartbeat surged. Three bold characters stood out on the page. Blood-eroding beast. Juju was all too familiar with this name. The venom of the blood-eroding beast was the same ruthless toxin used to poison him in his past life by some despicable woman. And in this life, this venom was the critical key to activating his golden finger. When Juju turned to take another look at the beast's form, he immediately understood the purpose of those two sharp fangs. Like a snake, the fangs housed miniature injectors within. Once they bit into their prey, a single muscle contraction would instantly inject venom into the target's body. The system once mentioned that devouring an entire subspecies of a core Earth creature could unlock its corresponding illustrated entry. What skills would the blood-eroding beast's entry bring him? Driven by curiosity, Juju swiped through the interface and glanced at the starting bid, 20,000. Not expensive. Based on Juju's experience, if Lin Nantian was absent and Zhao Chaoyu didn't show up, the final hammer price for this auction item would most likely fall between 30,000 and 60,000. He switched to his banking app, which displayed a clear balance, 760,000. No problem acquiring it. Of course, Juju no longer entertained the idea of robbing it halfway. This was a society governed by law, and getting caught meant going to jail. Last time, when he managed to snatch the healing fish from two top-tier experts, it was sheer dumb luck. This time, with such a rare opportunity, he planned to play it safe and secure the item legally. Stretching with a yawn, he prepared to freshen up and eat, conserving energy for tonight's auction. By chance, his eyes fell on the medicine bottle beside his pillow, the chi blood pills he had confiscated from Huang Xiang the night before. Doubts lingered in Juju's heart. If he consumed the chi blood pill, would there be some unusual effect? He unscrewed the cap, pouring out a glossy, red pill about the size of a fingernail. A rich medicinal aroma immediately filled his nose. The system remained silent. "Hey, system buddy, wake up and analyze the pill's components," Juju probed tentatively. Ding! Host is still alive. Congratulations! Magical beast tissue detected, first-tier healing fish gelatin. Would you like to devour it? The system's notification startled Juju so much that he nearly jumped out of his skin. What the hell kind of random gibberish is this? He nearly collapsed. The system had gone silent ever since the battle between Huang Xiang and Wang Chang. Juju had assumed there was no magical beast tissue in the rejuvenation pills or the chi blood pills, only to discover that the lazy system thought he was dead and had gone into hibernation. Furious, he threw a tantrum on the bed. If the system had a physical form, he would have given it a good thrashing. Host, don't be mad. I'll tell you a secret. Not listening, not listening. A turtle is chanting scriptures. Juju pretended to cover his ears. The chi blood pill's components have been analyzed. Would you like to hear the results? He paused, his eyes lighting up as he stopped his tantrum. Speak. Do you really want to know? Do you really want to say it? Do you really want to know? Do you really want to say it? Do you really want to know? Get out of my body, go find someone else. Don't stick around with me anymore. Juju's tone was firm as he got up and walked toward the bathroom, ignoring the system entirely. If I give you respect, you give me attitude? Fine, I won't use you. No need to endure this nonsense. Anger boiled within. The system apologizes. Host, please don't be angry. The pill recipe will be presented immediately. The corners of Juju's mouth lifted slightly, but he said nothing as he picked up his toothbrush and began brushing his teeth earnestly. The system was like a woman. If you gave her a smile, she'd think you were fawning over her, and her attitude would shift faster than flipping a book. But if you acted indifferent, she'd cling to you even more. Juju knew this game all too well. Chi blood pill recipe: ginseng, lingji, deer antler, astragalus, angelica, healing fish gelatin, prepared Rehmannia, lungan, red dates. Stop. Hearing the system ramble on for 3 minutes without pausing, Juju immediately interrupted. This recipe, no need to keep listing. Other than the healing fish, is there anything else from magical beasts in this? He focused on the key point. Yes, there are tissues from 18 other Korith magical beasts. Whoa! Juju exclaimed in amazement. No wonder such a tiny pill was so expensive. It was practically a stew of magical beasts from the core and surface layers of the earth. How much will my devour progress increase? He waited eagerly for an answer, but silence followed. Why so quiet now? He sighed, exasperated. Rolling his eyes, he decided not to press further. Every time he asked a critical question, the system would clam up. After bumping into this wall repeatedly, Juju finally understood the game. Shaking his head helplessly, a flicker of determination gleamed in his eyes. He could only rely on himself to figure things out. After finishing his morning routine, he took out a chi blood pill and stared at the tiny pill with regret. Tilting his head back, he swallowed it in one gulp. Self-verification was the only reliable path. What's 100,000 yuan, anyway? No big deal, sob. Your bro has eaten chi blood pills before too, he muttered to comfort himself. Chewing thoughtfully, its taste reminded him of the Monkey King pills he ate as a child, quite pleasant, actually. Licking his lips, the 100,000 yuan was now gone. System buddy, display my stats. With an expression of pain, he spoke slowly. Name, Juju. Talent, Devour, SSS. Level, non-martial artist. Martial skills, boxing, proficient. Techniques, stake stance, beginner. Passive secret art, self-healing, beginner. First tier Devour progress, 10.3%, 10% usable. Blood energy value, 50 calories, 100 calories, ***. Upgrade threshold, 12 ***. Blood energy value, 50.1 calories, 100 calories, ***. Blood energy value, 50.2 calories, 100 calories, ***. Juju stared at the panel, his brows slightly furrowed, clearly dissatisfied. Devour. Devour activated, ***. Devour successful, ***. Blood energy value, 90 calories, 100 calories, ***. Juju's eyes were sharp like an eagle's, locked tightly onto the panel. His slightly raised eyebrows revealed a thoughtful expression. One blood energy pill could restore 40 calories of blood energy. Through the system's devouring function, the restoration was swift and effective, by no means a useless tool. But Juju was well aware that he couldn't afford to use it recklessly. This wasn't just any ordinary pill. It was a treasure worth 100,000 yuan. Juju summarized the advantages of the blood energy pill. Used wisely, the blood energy pill could rapidly restore health during battle, compensating for the drawback of not being able to eat during combat. After all, who could afford to munch on food mid-fight? There was another quick way to regain blood energy, devouring an opponent's blood energy. But this method had strict conditions. It required close combat, zero-distance contact. Just like that time on the rooftop, when Juju and Wang Chang were locked in close combat, he managed to devour a considerable amount of blood energy. However, in real battle scenarios, this kind of close-range devouring was extremely difficult to execute. Too dangerous. In close combat, weaknesses were fully exposed, leaving no room for defense. One tiny mistake could lead to instant death at the hands of an opponent. In regular wrestling, there were rules to ensure safety, but in high-level martial combat? No restrictions whatsoever. When you're choking someone's neck, they could easily counter with a move like stealing the peach under the moon. How would you block that? Thus, close-range blood energy devouring was nearly impossible to pull off in real combat. The blood energy pill perfectly compensated for the shortcomings of the other two recovery methods. This lesson, Juju reflected, came at the cost of 100,000 yuan. But Juju wasn't upset, a lie. After all, mastering a new healing technique was worth it. He glanced at the bottle of blood energy pills, which now contained only 2 pills, and carefully tucked it into his pocket. What's next? Training? Out of the question. Training only raised the upgrade threshold. The quickest ways to improve the threshold were twofold: stance training and fighting. Bang for buck, fighting was far more efficient. So why bother training? Time to eat. Looking at the time, there were still 30 minutes until mealtime. His blood energy was nearly full, but his stomach was growling. This wasn't some immortal cultivation world who could live without food. Might as well head there early. With a super premium dining card, he wouldn't be caught dead at one of those dingy hole-in-the-wall eateries. Juju stepped out, his movements light and quick as he bounded up the stairs. He stopped in front of Lao Wang's door and raised his hand to knock. The knocking was even and rhythmic, not too urgent, not too soft. Lao Wang. Teacher, wake up. Time to go. His voice echoed down the hallway. From inside came Lao Wang's groggy reply, tinged with a lazy and drowsy tone. Juju waited patiently at the door. Moments later, the door opened, revealing Lao Wang with messy hair, bleary eyes, and bloodshot Scara, still half asleep. But he quickly straightened his clothes, trying to appear more awake. You called me baldy yesterday, and I let it slide. Don't think you can make a habit of it. Lao Wang swung a playful slap in Juju's direction, pretending to be annoyed. Juju didn't dodge, flashing a grin of pearly teeth. "Teacher Wang, hungry? Let's go eat." "Wait a moment, I need to freshen up." Lao Wang turned back into his room. Seeing Juju still standing at the door, he called out, "Come in, have a seat." Juju stepped inside. The room was about the same size as his own. As soon as he entered, a pungent mix of cigarette smoke and the stench of dirty socks assaulted his nostrils. The overwhelming odor made Juju instinctively cover his nose, his brows knitting into a frown. This was unbearable. Just as he was about to step out and wait in the hallway, his peripheral vision caught sight of a yellowed photo in a frame on the desk. It was a picture of Lao Wang and his wife, their faces beaming with joy, their eyes radiating love and happiness. Now, though, things were different. The people in the picture were no longer the same. "All right, let's go." In less than a minute, Lao Wang emerged from the bathroom. His speed surprised Juju. With a quick freshen up, Lao Wang looked noticeably less fatigued. The two locked the door behind them and walked shoulder to shoulder towards the school cafeteria. Wang Chang was dead. Lin Nantian had been arrested. Major threats had been eliminated, but an unknown assailant still loomed. The situation remained delicate. Juju stayed as vigilant as ever, cautious with every step. Lao Wang, naturally, was a walking bodyguard. Juju wasn't about to let his guard down. Though he wasn't entirely sure of Lao Wang's exact strength at the first grade level, his observations and judgment suggested that Lao Wang could probably hold his own against a peak first grade opponent. After all, being a teacher at High Martial School No. 1 wasn't just for show. Who in their right mind would dare target a teacher? If caught, a martial artist's qualifications would be revoked, and they'd face a nationwide manhunt. With such high stakes, who would risk assassinating a teacher? As they walked, Juju's eyes scanned his surroundings, his vigilance unwavering. Old Wang appeared to be relaxed, but in reality, he remained vigilant. When they arrived at the restaurant, it was peak dining time. The air buzzed with chatter, and the rich aroma of food filled the room. As for the matter of the premium restaurant's serving table being consumed by him, Juju didn't dwell on it. At least for now, no one seemed to be targeting him, which meant his actions hadn't been exposed. The restaurant today was unrecognizable compared to yesterday. In front of the serving table stood a sharp-eyed young woman in a sleek, formal suit. Her gaze was as piercing as a blade, her eyes scanning each diner with the intensity of searchlights. When her eyes landed on Juju, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat poured like a spring, as if she had seen through some unspeakable secret of his. He looked around. Electricians were busy along the walls, installing a dense array of surveillance cameras. What shocked him even more was that the legs of the serving table had been secured to the floor with heavy iron screws. The welding marks, glaringly out of place, were fresh and unmistakable, clearly a job completed just today. Luckily, his blood and energy were abundant now, unlike yesterday's desperate state of consumption. He forced himself to stay calm. Juju's throat moved slightly, and the sound of his swallowing was unusually loud in the hushed atmosphere. It immediately drew the sharp gaze of the woman in the suit. The serving table mysteriously disappeared yesterday, so the cafeteria upgraded its security right away, Old Wang said, noticing Juju's uneasy expression and offering a friendly reminder. Juju managed a strained smile, but his heart felt hollow, as if something had been scooped out. He swallowed the words he had intended to say. "Don't you think it's strange?" Old Wang asked, his voice low as he stared at Juju with suspicion. Juju forced an awkward laugh, stammering, "Of course it's strange. Who would steal a serving table to eat it? Ha ha! Eat a serving table?" Old Wang's face was filled with confusion, his eyes fixed on Juju, brimming with curiosity and disbelief. Juju cleared his throat and quickly tried to cover his awkwardness. He hurried to his seat and began eating without saying another word. Since he didn't need to frantically replenish his energy today, Juju only took a typical portion for an ordinary person. His tray held 2 steaks, 4 seabass, a pot of lion's head meatballs, and 20 skewers of lamb. It was slightly less than Old Wang's portion, an amount that appeared normal and wouldn't arouse suspicion among the cafeteria staff. Around him, the restaurant was abuzz with lively conversations about yesterday's theft. Voices rose and fell in waves. "Hey, did you hear? Something happened in the cafeteria yesterday. Stuff got stolen. This morning, the cafeteria manager was staring at me as soon as I walked in. It felt so weird. What was stolen? I heard it was tables and plates or something. Who knows? Maybe the thief had some bizarre fetish. The cameras didn't catch anyone? The cameras were broken, they couldn't rotate, so they didn't capture anything. I heard they've all been replaced." Juju felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He practically buried his head in his plate, focusing on eating and doing his best to avoid drawing attention. Old Wang squinted, his sharp eyes scrutinizing Juju's unusual demeanor. A flicker of doubt crossed his face as he leaned in and whispered, "It wasn't you, was it?" What cameras? What does this have to do with me? Are you suspecting me? Zhu Ju's voice was hurried, his gaze evasive, his tone flustered, an obvious attempt to cover the truth with panic. Hearing this, old Wang felt 70 to 80% sure that Zhu Ju was involved. After all, in their class, there were only 2 students who couldn't lie: Zhu Ju and Wang Wenqing. Having taught them for 3 years, old Wang knew them inside out. However, old Wang chose not to expose him. After all, it wasn't his business. He simply lowered his head and continued eating. When the meal was over, old Wang set down his utensils and wiped his mouth. I'm heading to see the principal. I still need to push forward on Zhang Xiaoqian's matter. He glanced at Zhu Ju and added, "You've got the bonus competition coming up soon. Don't follow me around, focus on your training and don't get distracted." With that, he stood up, ready to leave. Zhu Ju watched him, wanting to ask if he could serve as a bodyguard for the upcoming auction. But seeing how busy old Wang was, he swallowed his words again. He'd have to think of another way. He nodded in response. "Got it, Teacher Wang. I'll focus on my training. Don't worry." The 2 parted ways at the cafeteria entrance. With nearly 4 hours left until the auction began, Zhu Ju decided to head to the gymnasium to practice his stance training. The stance training room was eerily quiet and empty. Familiar with the space, Zhu Ju quickly located the same room he used yesterday and stepped inside. He adjusted the stance frame to a fixed position and climbed onto it. Recalling the guidance of his martial arts instructor, his gaze became resolute, his focus unwavering. Every movement he made was deliberate, striving for precision and discipline. He could clearly feel that his internal energy was more perceptible than the day before, and his blood and energy levels were steadily depleting. With controlled breathing and careful adjustments to his movements, he pursued perfection in every detail. After half an hour, Zhu Ju closed his eyes, relying on muscle memory to sense the gathering of energy in his dantian. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes wide open, his face full of confusion. Lowering his head, he glanced at his body. What's going on? At some point, his qi and blood levels had abruptly plummeted unnaturally fast, far beyond normal. "System buddy, did you steal my qi and blood?" Zhu Ju asked suspiciously. "Don't go throwing baseless accusations." Nothing of the sort happened. Frowning, Zhu Ju scratched his head while staring at the panel for clues. Qi and blood, 75 units, 100 max. He hadn't allowed the system to devour any just now, so his qi and blood should have been around 90. Losing 15 units after half an hour of practice was within the normal range. Could it all have been his imagination? Zhu Ju shook his head and resumed practicing. A minute later, he opened his eyes again, noticing the qi and blood consumption had significantly accelerated. "System buddy, show me the panel. Qi and blood, 74 units, 100 max. System buddy, explain this. Losing 1 unit of qi and blood in just 1 minute? And you're still claiming you didn't steal anything?" Zhu Ju's face was filled with mockery, as if he had caught the system red-handed. "I'm speechless, you win. You retempering your bones, so it's normal for qi and blood consumption to spike. You know nothing, this is exhausting." Zhu Ju was stunned. Tempering bones? He was just practicing stance work. How could he be tempering bones? Isn't that something only achieved with the bone tempering method? Closing his eyes again, he focused on sensing his body. The qi and blood flowed along his meridians, breaking through blockages, and gradually increasing the qi and blood circulation within the pathways. This was the conventional method of improving qi and blood through stance practice. However, Zhu Ju noticed that as the qi and blood surged through certain meridians, some of it escaped under high pressure, seeping into his muscles to enhance their strength. The muscles absorbed as much as they could, but the excess qi and blood penetrated deeper into his bones. The surface of his bones, normally stable and tightly enclosed by muscle, had limited capacity to absorb the excess qi and blood. Yet, the relentless influx of qi and blood, like a torrential flood, shattered the fragile barrier on the outer layer of his bones and began to crazily infiltrate them. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans quickly formed on Zhu Ju's forehead, gathering and multiplying until they cascaded down like broken strings of pearls. The process of tempering bones was far from gentle or easy. It brought with it excruciating, heart-wrenching pain. The agony felt like it would tear him apart, pushing his willpower to its very limits. If the pain from tempering the bones in his arms or legs was barely tolerable with sheer willpower, then the torment from areas like his fingers, toes, or even the delicate auditory ossicles in his ears, dense with nerves, was almost unbearable. Each sharp, needle-like stab of pain felt like a blade slicing through his nerves, penetrating deep into his marrow, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Tempering bones was akin to a caterpillar breaking free of its cocoon to become a butterfly, a process of unimaginable suffering. But if endured, the rewards would be earth-shattering. Zhu Ju gritted his teeth, his lips turning pale, but his eyes burned with unwavering determination. No matter how intense the pain, he would not back down. Sweat soaked through his clothes, clinging to his skin. His reddened skin looked as though it had been scorched by flames, and heat visibly steamed off his body. He resembled a steaming crab freshly pulled from a boiling pot. Despite the searing pain, Juju continued to practice his footwork relentlessly on the stance. Every movement was distorted by the agony, his muscles spasming and his entire body trembling. With each step he took, sweat poured down like rain, leaving damp patches on the floor tiles. The glory of the strong is built upon torment that ordinary people cannot endure. Only by enduring pain that others cannot bear can one become truly powerful. Juju pushed through for over an hour, his chi and blood nearly depleted. Finally, he collapsed from the stance, trembling, a heap of exhaustion, gasping for air. Chi and blood, 1 unit, 100 max. Bone tempering progress, 0.1%. Upgrade threshold, 15. Looking at the progress, Juju's anticipation turned to dismay, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. All that effort, and it's only 0.1%? You've got to be kidding me. His face was clearly etched with disappointment. He couldn't accept the fact that after enduring such agonizing torment, the improvement was so minuscule. But in truth, Juju had already surpassed most people. Ordinary practitioners tempered their bones cautiously, calculating every unit of chi and blood. Bone tempering progress for most would increase by only 0.1% over several days. Reaching 100% was the hallmark of a third-rank peak expert. Juju, however, had achieved this progress in just 1 hour, an astonishing feat. He simply hadn't realized it. Activating Devour core metal to convert into bone tempering progress mode. The host can devour D-grade or higher alloys to directly convert them into bone tempering progress, eliminating the need for painful tempering. D-grade metal detected. Initiating Devour sequence, confirm. Juju, host unresponsive for an extended period. Auto-devour initiated. Devour sequence activated. Juju froze instantly, a bad premonition washing over him. He tried to stop it, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the soft sword at his waist began to dissolve bit by bit. Hey! No, stop. That thing's expensive, he shouted in a panic, his voice filled with heartbreak and desperation. He hastily reached out to cover the spot where the sword had been, but it was futile. His hand swiped through the air, grasping at nothing, catching only emptiness. He stood frozen in place, disbelief etched on his face. That precious, soft sword had vanished, just like that, without a sound. Devouring successful. Bone refinement progress, 14%. Upgrade threshold, 15%. The numbers flashed across the interface, and Juju's entire body jolted as though struck by a surge of electricity. A rush of power coursed through him, sweeping away all exhaustion. A strange, invigorating sense of renewal surged through his heart, even sharpening his sense of hearing. Suddenly, every sound around him became clear, the faintest of noises amplified. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, his emotions a whirlwind of complexity. The urge to curse at the system was suppressed. Though he had lost a sword worth more than 500,000 credits, those resources were ultimately being invested into himself. If the host wishes to continue upgrading bone refinement progress, higher-tier alloys must be devoured. There are 7 alloy tiers remaining. The host needs just 6 more to achieve complete bone refinement. Keep it up. Juju stared blankly at the ceiling, his anger simmering. This system was an absolute scam. The 7 alloy tiers, SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D. Just a D-tier alloy alone was worth tens of thousands, let alone an SSS tier. It was outrageously expensive. Would he even manage to break through the 4th refinement stage in this lifetime? Give my sword back. I'd rather endure the pain myself for bone refinement. His voice quivered, tinged with tears. His reddened eyes brimmed with grievance and unwillingness. Bone refinement conversion activated. Irreversible. Condolences. No. Apologies. You just said it. You accidentally said it out loud. Juju was overwhelmed with grief and rage, banging his head as he wept bitterly. You're doing this on purpose. You're not human. His cries echoed throughout the room, filled with despair and helplessness. Half an hour later, utterly drained and sorrowful, he collapsed onto the floor, motionless. Ultimately, he had no choice but to accept reality. After all, there were no alternatives. Devour, he muttered softly, his tone heavy with weariness and resignation. His blood energy was dangerously low, and his body weak. He planned to first digest the food in his stomach to recover his vitality. Devouring successful. Blood energy, 31 calories, max, 100 calories. Bone refinement progress, 14%. Upgrade threshold, 15%. Juju suddenly shot to his feet, his eyes sharp as lightning as they swept over his phone screen. Less than 2 hours remained until the auction, and the cafeteria would close in just 10 minutes. Clenching his teeth, he didn't hesitate. He bolted out the door, sprinting straight toward the cafeteria. At this moment, only one thought roared in his mind. Everything I've lost, I'll take it all back. Mei Yun had been on edge all day, her gaze filled with vigilance and unease, her nerves stretched taut like a string about to snap. Finally, as the cafeteria approached closing time, she let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing had gone wrong. She instinctively glanced around the now empty dining hall, then raised her hand to check the time. The timing seemed right. She called out to the staff to begin wrapping up. There were plenty of leftover ingredients today. The thought of everyone getting an extra meal brought a faint smile to her lips, and the shadow of last night's scolding from her supervisor began to lift. As Mei Yun stepped into the kitchen, Juju suddenly burst in, rushing. The cafeteria's access system allowed only one swipe per person, but this time, he hadn't swiped his card, he simply ran in. Most people wouldn't dare sneak in without swiping, as the system relied on voluntary compliance. Swiftly scanning his surroundings, Juju noted that everyone had already left. Only then did his gaze settle on the wall. The exposed wires of the security camera confirmed it wasn't powered. The one working camera hadn't been repaired yet and still wasn't aimed at the serving table. Only then did he nod slightly, his confidence restored, and stride toward the serving table. With his hands behind his back, he roared inwardly, "Devour!" In an instant, the chicken, duck, fish, meat, and soup on the table were swept up like a tornado tearing through a parking lot, surging into his mouth at breakneck speed. Juju casually slapped away the now empty serving trays to prevent the school from incurring further losses. The serving table was bolted to the ground and couldn't be devoured, no risk of it being uprooted. Fine, he'd give the setup a good review. Devour. Devour activated. As he ate and devoured simultaneously, his blood energy skyrocketed. Blood energy, 38 calories, max, 100 calories. Blood energy, 56 calories, max, 100 calories. Blood energy, 72 calories, max, 100 calories. The last drop of soup slipped into his mouth. Juju wiped his lips with satisfaction and strode away. Not long after he left, Mei Yun emerged with the kitchen staff, smiling brightly. Her face beamed with the joy of offering extra meals to everyone. Waving her hand, she declared, "All right, let's dig in. There's plenty left, take whatever you like. No need to waste." Her words cut off abruptly as she approached the serving table and froze. The trays were scattered everywhere, completely emptied, not a single drop of soup remaining. They were cleaner than after a run through the dishwasher, spotless to an absurd degree. Mei Yun stared blankly at the scene before her, her eyes beginning to redden. Uncontrollable tears spilled down her cheeks. Her eyes were filled with confusion and grievance as she murmured to herself, "Why? I was only in there for less than half a minute. Why? Who's behind this? Didn't Dad say this school serves meat at every meal and life here would be so enjoyable? Are we eating soybeans again today? This is even worse than an ordinary school cafeteria." As she spoke, she squatted on the ground and burst into tears, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. The nearby staff, already displeased by the lack of extra servings, saw her like this and quickly gathered around to comfort her. One patted her shoulder, saying, "It's okay, the food tray is still here." Another chimed in, "Yeah, and the serving table is still there too. It's bolted to the ground." Someone joked, "Should we bolt the food trays down too?" Another tried to console her, "Soybeans aren't bad, actually." And yet another pointed at the tray, adding, "At least you don't have to wash it, it's so clean already." But no matter how they tried to comfort her, it was useless. Mei Yun cried even harder. 2 streams of tears fell down her cheeks as a series of absurd remarks filled the air. Her sobs echoed rhythmically through the cafeteria, spreading like ripples. Evening. In the Lin family villa, Mrs. Lin sat by Lin Feng's bedside, her face full of worry. Her brows were tightly furrowed, her expression laden with concern. Her hands were clenched together as her mind raced with unease. Lin Nantian had been out of contact all day, and she had a bad feeling about it. She kept dialing her contacts at the police station, but no one answered. Her face darkened, and her anxiety grew more intense with each passing moment. Huang Xiang had replied to her message last night, but since then, there had been no updates. She hesitated, unsure whether to call Huang Xiang again. Though just an ordinary woman who didn't understand the unspoken rules of contact among assassins, she was clear about one thing: taking the initiative to message him yesterday was already a serious breach of etiquette. But with no news forthcoming, her heart burned with panic. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly called out, "Mom, has the rejuvenation pill arrived yet?" His face was full of anticipation as his eyes locked onto hers. His injuries weren't severe. Some rest for a month or so would suffice. But with college entrance exams around the corner, taking the rejuvenation pill would speed up his recovery significantly. Mrs. Lin, clueless about Lin Nanshan's situation and equally unaware of the pill's whereabouts, could only sigh helplessly. She only knew that the pill cost 1.5 million yuan, a sum withdrawn from her own account. She sighed again, unsure how to respond. "Say something, Mom." Lin Feng's temper flared when she stayed silent. "It's almost here. I'll make another call to my friends at the police station to ask about your dad." "Don't worry," Mrs. Lin said softly, stroking his forehead to calm him. "Is Zhu dead yet?" Lin Feng pushed her hand away impatiently, his gaze burning with urgency and his tone betraying his agitation. Mrs. Lin froze, her voice faltering. "Almost. Almost? Did you even hire anyone?" Lin Feng's face darkened upon hearing her ambiguous response, and his anger surged. "I haven't heard back from them yet," Mrs. Lin replied helplessly, her voice filled with exhaustion. "Then why aren't you asking them? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and find out. Stop wasting time." Lin Feng roared, his tone urgent and thunderous, filling the entire room in an instant. Standing to the side, Bai Ruijin's eyes flickered with surprise. The usually domineering Mrs. Lin looked utterly flustered and at a loss in front of her son. Her lips parted slightly, and she appeared unusually vulnerable. "What are you looking at? Get out of here." Mrs. Lin noticed Bai Ruijin's gaze and immediately darkened her expression. Fury churned within her as she shrieked sharply, her voice cutting like a blade. Bai Ruijin lowered his head, not daring to retort, and hurriedly stepped out. The door closed heavily behind him as Mrs. Lin pulled out her phone and, without hesitation, dialed Huang Xiang's number. Her fingers trembled slightly as she stared intently at the screen, then firmly pressed the call button. The sky had not yet fully darkened, but the city police department building was already brightly lit. In the Criminal Investigation Squad's main office, the air was so heavy with tension it felt almost tangible. The captain of the squad stood at the front of the room, his expression as hard as steel, dissecting the key points of the Zhang Shaoqian case one by one. All eyes were fixed on him, following his words as he delved deeper into the core of the case. The focus, without a doubt, was on the suspect identified by the principal, Huang Xiang. However, as Huang Xiang's profile was meticulously examined, it left everyone stunned. His identity was so clean it was almost absurd. Every single piece of information pointed to the conclusion that it was fabricated. What appeared to be a flawless background concealed a fragmented truth. From his date of birth to his educational history, from his work experience to his social connections, every detail had been deliberately crafted to perfection, yet none of it felt real. Investigators scrutinized the data repeatedly, their brows furrowed deeply. None of it offered any real value. Huang Xiang's phone had been wiped clean, no call or message records remained. Even inquiries with the telecom provider about his contacts yielded no results. All of his communications relied on encrypted networks, akin to the dark web's Tor network, with layers of encryption, relay forwarding, self-destructing messages, and the utmost anonymity. The police attempted to recover the data from the phone, but once again, their efforts yielded nothing. The methods used by the perpetrator were so sophisticated that they left everyone speechless. The investigation hit a dead end. A heavy silence enveloped the room, and an oppressive tension filled the air. Whose pawn could he possibly be? The trail had gone cold, leaving no clues to follow. Just then, the phone connected to the computer suddenly rang, its sharp tone piercing through the stillness. Everyone's eyes immediately locked onto the phone. It was Huang Xiang's phone. Standing at the school gate, Zhu took a deep breath. His vitality was at its peak, his blood energy brimming and surging through his body. He glanced down at his phone. With plenty of time to spare, he decided to take the bus to the pawnshop. Take a cab? That was something only the extravagantly wealthy would do. The bus ride would take 30 minutes, not much longer, and more importantly, there would be crowds. He wasn't out of danger yet, there were still unidentified enemies lurking in the shadows. If the killer wanted to make a move, they would hesitate in a crowded place. The streets were bustling with people, cars streaming by non-stop, and the cacophony of the city acted like a shield, surrounding Zhu. Yet his mind remained razor-sharp, his vigilance unwavering. He squinted slightly, contemplating all the possibilities. An ambush in the crowd? It was possible. But he was already a half-step martial artist. If anyone with a higher blood energy level approached him, he would sense it. As for enemies with lower blood energy, they posed virtually no threat. This much confidence, he had. At the bus stop, Zhu's gaze occasionally swept toward the distance. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, lifting the hem of his shirt and causing his hair to flutter slightly. One step at a time, he was determined to visit the pawnshop. He shrugged his shoulders lightly, his expression relaxed as he patiently waited for the bus. It was a summer evening, and although the sun had not yet set, the bus stop was gradually filling with passengers, mostly students from the school and elderly residents from the nearby neighborhood. The roar of an approaching engine interrupted the ambient noise. A bus slowly came into view, its tires screeching faintly against the pavement as it braked. The doors opened, releasing a wave of cool air that dispelled the stifling heat at the stop. Zhu Zhu boarded the bus with the crowd, his alertness undiminished. This was the same bus he had taken every day during his rented stay for the college entrance exams. Nostalgia began to wash over him. Back then, he used to ride with someone named Xing. Ugh, so annoying. Zhu Zhu shook his head, furrowing his brows as he closed his eyes, forcing those distracting thoughts away. The bus started moving slowly. He chose a seat at the back near the window, a spot that allowed him to observe the entire vehicle. When the bus stopped at a red light, a familiar voice echoed outside. How much did this car cost you? Curious, Zhu Zhu tilted his head to look out the window. A pink two-door sports car had pulled up beside the bus, the occupants a young man and woman chatting and laughing. The boy wore sunglasses, his jet-black, shoulder-length hair cascading like a waterfall in an effortlessly chic manner. His demeanor exuded the air of a wealthy heir. As for the girl, Zhu Zhu recognized her instantly, so familiar it was almost unbearable. Wang Wenqing. She was dressed in a pale yellow dress with a daringly low neckline, her fair skin faintly visible. Heavy makeup accentuated her features, giving her a mature air that seemed out of place for a student, leaving an unsettling impression, even a sense of discomfort. Zhu Zhu's gaze lingered on her momentarily before his brows knitted tightly together. Why was she everywhere he went? What bad luck! Without hesitation, he turned away and pulled the window shut. At that exact moment, Wang Wenqing's eyes happened to glance toward the bus. She froze instantly, her expression one of utter shock, as if she had seen a ghost. Her face turned deathly pale, her lips trembling slightly, and her eyes filled with terror like an unstoppable tide. Why is he still alive? He didn't die last night? The police cars were there last night, I even saw them take away the body. How could he possibly be fine? Could he really be a ghost? The thought struck her like lightning, sending her heart racing wildly. Her breathing grew so rapid it felt as though she might suffocate. Her strange expression didn't escape Zhu Yu's notice. He frowned slightly, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes as he followed her gaze. On the bus, Zhu Zhu sat quietly. Zhu asked softly, "Is that your ex-boyfriend?" The question hit Wang Wenqing like a thunderclap, snapping her back to reality. She hurriedly denied it, her voice frantic. "Impossible. How could I ever know someone like that loser?" Her words tumbled out hastily, her tone flustered, as if it were an instinctive reaction. But deep down, the fear coiled around her like a venomous snake. The more she struggled, the tighter it gripped, refusing to let go. "Kiss me," Zhu commanded coldly. Wang Wenqing froze, unable to process what he had just said. "What MMPH?" Before she could finish, Zhu leaned in and kissed her forcefully. She gently pushed him away, her cheeks flushing faintly as she lowered her head, pretending to be shy. But inside, her heart was pounding like a frantic drum, her panic impossible to quell. Zhu turned his gaze back to Zhu Zhu, his eyes filled with provocation and disdain. "Are you sure he's not your ex-boyfriend?" he asked Wang Wenqing again. "It's really not." Wang Wenqing frowned and immediately raised two fingers to swear. "If I'm lying, my whole family dies. Happy now?" The traffic light turned green. Zhu nodded in satisfaction and slammed on the gas pedal. The car roared forward with a deafening burst. As he drove off, he didn't forget to turn his head and shoot Zhu Zhu a fierce glare. Wang Wenqing, too, couldn't help but steal a glance at Zhu Zhu, her eyes filled with fear. From start to finish, Zhu Zhu didn't spare them a single proper look. After tempering his bones, his hearing had become exceptionally sharp. Every word they said landed clearly in his ears, without a single omission. Hearing her swear on her family, Zhu Zhu felt a wave of disgust surge in his chest. How absurd that he had once been fond of someone like her. It left him utterly speechless. Yet, out of the corner of his eye, he still caught sight of Wang Wenqing's terrified gaze. That look, what secrets was it hiding? Zhu Zhu's brows furrowed deeply. What kind of vile scheme was she plotting this time? The bus slowly approached the station. The brakes hissed softly, a muffled sound, as the vehicle came to a steady halt. Zhu Zhu jumped off the bus with practiced ease. His feet hit the ground, and his gaze instinctively lifted, looking straight ahead. On both sides of the street, buildings were bathed in the glow of the setting sun, as colorful neon lights flickered to life one after another. Their shimmering brilliance stood out vividly against the gradually darkening sky. Zhu Zhu's eyes swept past the bustling traffic on the street in front of him and settled on an antique-style building across the way. Gongfa Pawn Shop. His expression was calm, his steps steady, as he crossed the lively street market and headed directly toward the pawn shop. As he stepped inside, the heavy doors closed behind him with a slow creak, cutting off the noise of the outside world in an instant. Zhu Zhu glanced around the interior and quickly noticed that the crowd was noticeably larger than during his last visit. Along the aisles, Bidders were packed shoulder to shoulder, and the buzz of conversation centered on a single topic, the core treasure. It seemed that the C-Series alloy belt up for auction today was indeed a hot commodity. Without lingering, Juju made his way straight to the service counter. Effortlessly, he pulled out his phone, scanned the QR code, and paid the 20,000 yuan deposit before methodically completing the registration for his bidding credentials. Well, if it isn't your ex-boyfriend. A mocking, arrogant voice suddenly rang out behind him. Juju's brows knit as he slowly turned his head. You stood there, arms crossed, staring smugly at Wang Wenqing? Wang Wenqing frowned, her confusion evident as her gaze shifted to Juju. But then she turned back to Du and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think my standards are that low?" "Exactly," Du replied with a smirk, his sunglasses barely concealing the disdain in his eyes as he glanced at Juju. Unable to hold back, Wang Wenqing asked, "What are you doing here?" The fact that Juju was still alive left her utterly shocked. Just yesterday, Madame Du had ordered him to be eliminated, to retrieve Lin Feng's soft sword, yet here he was, standing unscathed. How could this not astonish her? Juju didn't spare her so much as a glance, let alone an answer. He accepted the bidding credentials handed to him by the service desk attendant, nodded politely in thanks, and turned to head toward the auction hall. "Wait a minute." Du quickly stepped in front of him, rudely blocking his path. "Didn't you hear Qingqing calling you?" Juju acted as though Du didn't exist. His eyes stayed focused, his pace unwavering as he adjusted his steps to sidestep him and continue forward. Unwilling to let it go, Do you move to block him again, this time directly in his path? "Your name's Juju, isn't it?" Juju shook his head slightly, his face showing a flicker of impatience. "I have no interest in knowing you. Move." "What did you just say?" Duyu's eyes widened in fury, his veins bulging as anger overtook him. "Do I need to spell it out?" Juju's gaze grew colder as he stared down at him. "Move, got it? You think you're tough, huh? Do you have a death wish?" Duyu roared, jabbing a finger at Juju's face in fury. Juju's eyes darkened, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped him. Smack! The sharp sound of the slap cut through the air, loud and resounding. Duyu froze, clutching his face, disbelief written all over his expression. This was the pawnshop, and yet Juju had dared to strike him, publicly humiliating him in front of everyone, even in front of a woman. Wang Wenqing stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape in utter shock. Duyu's status was lofty, far surpassing that of someone like Zhao Zihan. He had always been untouchable, high above others, and no one had ever dared to offend him outright, let alone slap him across the face. This scene shattered her understanding of the world, but after a brief moment of surprise, her heart surged with glee. Juju's days were surely numbered now. Juju took 2 steps back, his body tense as he prepared for Duyu's retaliation. Duyu's chest heaved with rage, his expression dark as he spat out coldly, "Even my father has never hit me. Call me dad, and I'll go easier on you next time," Juju replied with a shrug. "You're asking for it." Duyu roared, completely losing control. He positioned himself aggressively, his fists clenched, ready to strike. "Who dares to start a fight here?" A crisp voice, as clear as a silver bell, rang out, accompanied by the sharp click of high heels against the floor. Both Juju and Duyu turned their heads. A woman dressed in a dark navy qipao approached gracefully. The qipao hugged her figure, accentuating her curves, while the high slit along the side revealed a glimpse of her fair, slender legs. Every movement exuded an air of elegance and authority. "Sister Ling," Duyu quickly suppressed his anger, his expression shifting as he greeted her sweetly. Although Jean Ling wasn't particularly powerful herself, Duyu held her in high regard. Her father, after all, was a formidable figure, a 4th-tier warrior. In this world, strength was paramount, but a strong backing was just as important. "The auction is about to start. Don't cause trouble here," Jean Ling said with a faint smile, her gaze sweeping over the two men. Despite her smile, there was an undeniable air of authority in her presence. "Oh, no trouble at all. I was just joking around with a friend," Duyu explained with a forced laugh, though he shot a venomous glare at Juju as he spoke. "I don't know him. He's the one causing trouble," Juju said coldly, his tone sharp and unyielding. He would not tolerate any misunderstandings, nor would he allow you to evade responsibility so easily. Duyu froze, his expression shifting into something far more complicated. Jean Ling raised her eyebrows slightly, casting a cold glance at Juju before turning to Duyu. Her tone was icy. "Want to join the auction? Get certified first. Stop causing trouble here." Yes, of course." Duyu forced a grin, obediently turning around and heading towards the service desk. As he passed by Juju, his expression suddenly darkened. His gaze turned sharp as knives, and his lips moved slightly, spitting out 4 cold words, "Just you wait." "Fine, I'll wait." Juju's voice was firm and resonant, showing no sign of backing down. Jean Ling's brows furrowed tightly, her voice sharp as she reprimanded, how much longer are you planning to make a scene? Was immediately thrown into disarray, his composure unraveling into utter embarrassment. Yu's mind exploded with a sudden what the hell. In that instant, his brain went completely blank. Staring dumbfounded at Juju, he couldn't recover for a long time. He never expected Juju to be so blunt. Anger surged in his chest, but he dared not lose his temper in front of Jinling. Clenching his teeth, he jogged over to the service counter. In the pawnshop, no one dares to lay a finger on you. But once you're outside, you'd better watch yourself, Jinling warned, her gaze sharp but her tone tinged with concern. Thank you, sister, Juju replied steadily, his voice crisp and clear. The word sister seemed to explode in Jinling's ears. She froze for a moment, a flicker of surprise flashing across her face. However, her pause lasted only a heartbeat. She quickly regained her composed elegance, lightly pressing her red lips together before turning to leave. From behind, her figure appeared even more enchanting. Her slender waist swayed gently with each step, like a serpent weaving its way through the air. The hem of her cheapao swayed faintly, reminiscent of a blooming red lotus trembling in the wind. Unconsciously, Juju's gaze locked onto her retreating figure. He inhaled sharply, the faint scent of her perfume invading his senses and momentarily clouding his mind. A femme fatale indeed. He shook his head, quickly dispelling the fleeting daze. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he adjusted his focus and strode toward the auction hall with firm steps. Wang Wenqing stood silently aside, observing everything that had just unfolded with sharp eyes. She said nothing, but her gaze sparkled with a keen light, her mind calmly analyzing. Her eyes fixed on Juju, and she noticed something amiss. The soft sword that had always hung at Juju's waist was gone. That sword was one she knew all too well. Its blade was as flexible as silk, able to bend into a perfect circle with ease. The hilt was cleverly designed as part of a belt buckle, making it both inconspicuous and portable. Lin Feng had worn it for half a day, during which Wang Wenqing had examined it up close. Later, Juju had taken it from Lin Feng and had kept it by his side ever since. In the past few days, Wang Wenqing had run into Juju several times, and the sword had always been securely strapped to his waist. But now, it was gone. A bold thought flashed through her mind, growing increasingly vivid. Could Juju have traded the soft sword for his life last night? But could it really be that simple? He hadn't spent money to save himself? Madame Lin had made it clear before, the sword or his life. Besides, given that Juju had shown up for the auction, it meant he still had enough money. If he had come to some agreement with the person who wanted him dead, why had the police cars shown up afterward? Wang Wenqing frowned deeply, her thoughts tangled like a messy skein of thread. No matter how she tried to unravel them, clarity eluded her. Finally, she shook her head in resignation, deciding not to dwell on it further. She simply concluded that Juju had exchanged the sword for his life. With this thought, a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes as she glanced at Juju's back. "Xing, let's go," Diu said, having retrieved the necessary credentials. He grabbed Wang Wenqing's hand and led her toward the auction hall. The frustration of holding back earlier in front of Wang Wenqing left Diu simmering with anger. He was already plotting how he might teach Juju a lesson. "Come here, I need to tell you something," Wang Wenqing whispered, pulling Diu close. Diyu's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smirk. Meanwhile, Jinling retreated backstage to prepare for the auction. Though she had hosted hundreds of auctions, that familiar wave of nervous anticipation still quietly bubbled up before each event. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to a photograph on the table. In the photo, a young Jinling nestled in Jinba's arms, standing next to a little boy. Her eyes softened, filled with cherished emotion as she touched the photo, as if trying to feel the warmth of past memories. "If only you were still alive, you could have enjoyed a good life with Dad," she murmured, her voice heavy with sorrow and longing. Behind her, a figure approached soundlessly, footsteps light as a feather. Jinling remained utterly unaware. "What are you thinking about?" The dark silhouette gently patted her on the shoulder. Startled, Jinling shivered slightly and turned to scold, "Dad, stop scaring me." Although her tone was reproachful, it couldn't hide the affection in her voice. Jinba scratched his head sheepishly, all traces of a powerful fourth-rank warrior's authority replaced with pure fatherly love. "Still thinking about your little brother? You should let go of the past," he said, his voice steady and gentle. Jinling shook her head silently, the sadness in her eyes deepening. Being called sister earlier by that young man had struck the softest chord in her heart. Shuju entered the auction hall, his eyes sweeping across the spacious venue. He quickly located his assigned seat, sat down, and waited patiently for the auction to begin. Scanning the room, he noticed that nearly every seat was filled, but Zhao Caoyu was nowhere to be seen. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. If Zhao Caoyu had shown up and set his sights on the blood-eating beast, Juju knew he wouldn't stand a chance against him. But with Zhao Caoyu absent, Juju felt confident. He was ready to pay in full to secure the item he had his eyes on. Du and Wang Wenqing entered shortly after, taking seats just ahead and to Zhu Ju's left. Du kept standing up now and then, glaring at Zhu Ju with an expression full of provocation. Zhu Ju didn't even spare Du a glance, treating him like thin air, utterly beneath his notice. Du, vitality, 95, far weaker than himself. Since the man was weaker, Zhu Ju didn't mind teaching him a harsh lesson if necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. Before we start, let me briefly explain the rules, announced Jinling as she stepped onto the stage. Her voice was clear and melodious, like a babbling brook in the mountains, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Zhu Ju, intrigued, listened quietly as she detailed the auction rules. It didn't take long before Jinling finished her explanation. The auction officially begins now, she declared with a graceful wave of her hand. First item, please bring it to the stage. Staff members carefully carried a glass display case covered with a crimson cloth onto the platform. Their expressions were solemn, their hands steady, as if even the slightest mishap would be disastrous. The audience held their breath, their eyes glued to the stage. Jinling, dressed in a sleek navy blue qipao, moved gracefully. With her slender fingers, she lifted a corner of the red cloth and slowly unveiled the contents beneath. A massive ore was revealed, its surface shimmering under the lights with a cold, mysterious brilliance, like a dazzling gemstone from the depths of the earth. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 10-kilogram block of grade D alloy ore, specially used for forging grade D weapons. With its weight, you could craft multiple small to medium-sized alloy weapons. Not only is it a prime material for creation, but it also holds significant collectible value. Starting bid, 100,000. Each increment must be no less than 10,000. Verbal bids must increase by at least 30,000. Now, let the bidding begin. Her voice was crisp and magnetic, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the room. One by one, bidders raised their paddles, their offers overlapping in a frenzy of excitement. The auction hall came alive with energy. Jinling moved lightly across the stage, her sharp eyes tracking every bid while skillfully guiding the pacing of the auction. Zhu Ju squinted slightly, recalling the last auction he attended. Back then, a 10-kilogram block of grade D ore had sold for just over 30,000. He calculated silently. The fair price for 50 kilograms of ore should be around 150,000 to 180,000. Yet to his surprise, the final bid skyrocketed to 220,000, far exceeding expectations. Clearly, the value of subterranean ore increased non-linearly with weight, even commanding a premium. However, Zhu Ju refrained from bidding. Just as his interest was piqued, the system warned him. This system only consumes weapons with a purity of 99% or higher. Raw ore is not consumable. The warning instantly quelled his desire. He understood that only alloy weapons coated with a light membrane, a symbol of high purity, could meet the system's requirements. As several more items were unveiled, their quality and specifications surpassed those of the previous auction. Prices climbed steadily with each passing item, the competition thrilling and intense. Finally, the highlight of the auction arrived, a grade C alloy training belt. Jinling, now wearing white gloves, gently held up the belt. Though it was sizable, its lightweight material made it easy to lift. Many of you may have heard of this belt before, but allow me to explain it in detail. Crafted entirely from grade C alloy, it features an adjustable clasp for a customizable fit. It's aesthetically pleasing, but that's not its main selling point, Jinling said, her tone suddenly playful as she gestured for assistance. Holding the belt for so long had clearly tired her out. She pouted slightly, her delicate lips forming a soft, aggrieved expression, not unlike a child seeking comfort. The audience burst into laughter, charmed by her display of vulnerability. Amid the laughter, many couldn't help but focus on her slender figure, feeling a twinge of pity. Jinling pointed to the belt and continued, "This belt reduces the impact of strikes by 25% to 30%. When worn, it can withstand the full-force attack of a fourth-grade martial artist. What's more, it slows the depletion of vitality during training sessions. Hence the name, Training Belt. Starting bid, 500,000. Each increment must be at least 50,000. Verbal bids must increase by no less than 100,000. Now, let the bidding begin." Without hesitation, Zhu Ju called out firmly, 700,000. His voice was resolute, and it instantly drew the attention of the crowd. Even Jinling couldn't help but glance in his direction. Wang Wenqing and Du exchanged disdainful smirks, convinced that Zhu Ju's finances were limited. But Zhu Ju remained calm. He wasn't expecting to win the belt at 700,000. If he could, it would be ideal. He could use the belt to refine his bones. After all, even a grade D alloy weapon was priced at 700,000 to 800,000. A grade C belt like this would undoubtedly sell for no less than 1.5 million. Before long, someone in the front row raised a red paddle and offered 2 million. The room fell silent, the crowd stunned by the sudden leap in price. Jin Ling remained composed, confident that the price would climb even higher. "Do you?" turned his head with a sneer, his voice laced with scorn. "See? That's how you put on a show. If you don't have the means, don't even try to." Before he could finish, a voice from the back shouted, 3 million. Everyone looked toward the source. The bidder was a stranger, his expression calm, his paddle raised decisively. The atmosphere in the auction hall grew tense as suspense surged unexpectedly. This auction seemed unusually lively, with numerous unfamiliar faces from outside the city pouring in. While most people didn't recognize these newcomers, Jin Ling's eyes lit up instantly. They were representatives from a prestigious family in Jining. Before Yu could continue his ostentatious performance, he was rendered speechless by an unexpected bid. "Go on, let's see how much longer you can keep showing off." Juju smirked coldly, his mocking gaze fixed on Yu. Yu's face turned an alarming shade of red, but he couldn't utter a single word. His pretense of grandeur had collapsed halfway through, leaving him in utter embarrassment. "If you don't have the means, stop pretending." Juju's voice wasn't loud, but it rang sharp and clear in Yu's ears, piercing his self-esteem and piling on the pressure. "You!" Yu clenched his teeth in frustration, his anger choking him into silence. Swallowing his pride, he forced himself to shout, 3,500,000. "All right, this gentleman has bid 3.5 million. Is there anyone willing to go higher?" Jin Ling's voice rang out, solid and assertive. The room erupted instantly. "Keep your voice down. Who is that? Starting with a bid of 3.5 million, how extravagant." "That's Du Yu. He's the young master of the Du family, one of the three great families in Jiaxiang. No wonder he can throw out astronomical sums like it's nothing." "That's it, game over. The Du family just sealed the deal in one move." 3 days of auctions. Day 1 had two maniacs driving up the prices, Day 2 was dull, and now the Du family ends it with a single bid. Sigh, all the good stuff ends up in the hands of these elite families. When will we ever have the means to compete? Maybe when your dad becomes the headmaster of High Martial No. 1 school. The chatter rippled through the hall like a tide, filling the air with a tense and complicated mood. Juju, seated in the audience, furrowed his brows slightly, his sharp gaze scanning the commotion below. In an instant, he pieced it together. Du was the son of Principal Du, and the Du family was one of Jiaxiang's three great families. This caught him off guard. After Du's bid, no one else dared to make an offer. Du stood tall among the crowd, exuding an air of dominance befitting a king. Wang Wenqing's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she couldn't resist planting a kiss on Du's cheek. Du stood up, casting a smug glance at Juju, his lips curling into a provocative sneer. "Idiot!" Juju didn't hold back, spitting the insult bluntly without a shred of politeness. "What did you just say? Say that again if you dare." Du's face flushed crimson, and his fury bubbled over. "Juju, don't go too far. If you're broke, whose fault is that? Don't insult people." Wang Wenqing quickly chimed in, her face full of indignation. "TCH and a dog, what a perfect pair. One's an idiot, the other's ugly." Juju stood akimbo, refusing to back down, his words sharp as knives. Du's bravado crumbled instantly, his arrogance extinguished. Rolling up his sleeves, he stormed toward Juju in a fit of rage. But before he could take more than 2 steps, Jin Ba suddenly appeared. Like a wolf, he grabbed Du by the neck and yanked him back forcefully. "Uncle Jin, let me go. I swear I'll kill this punk today." Du's voice was filled with anger, but his tone carried a deep respect. "Fight if you want, but don't cause trouble here. If you do, I'll beat you up myself," Jin Ba replied coldly, unrelenting. What did it matter if it was one of the three great families? Even Lin Nantian and Zhao Xiaoyu had to play the grandson in front of Jin Ba. Du didn't even qualify? Forced back into his seat, Du seethed with rage and spat out a string of threats at Juju. Juju, spotting Du's weaknesses, stared at him with a taunting smile. Unable to hold back, Du cursed again, only for Jin Ba to slap him hard across the face. After several rounds of this, Du finally swallowed his anger and sat quietly. Juju, for his part, didn't stir the pot further. His expression grew distant, and he turned away, ignoring Du altogether. Jin Ling quickly stepped in to restore order, cutting off the argument and decisively announcing the ownership of the C-grade alloy training belt. Du no longer wore his smug expression. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to get back at Juju. The auction continued, but the subsequent items were lackluster, their appeal significantly diminished. Many attendees began to leave the venue one by one. But Juju knew the real climax was still to come. Not long after, the item he had been waiting for was brought onto the stage. The blood-eroding beast. Staff members carried a cage draped in a red cloth and placed it carefully on the platform. Jean Ling lifted the cover, and the creature inside immediately lunged at the bars, gnawing at the iron with the frenzy of a wild beast. The blood-eroding beast wasn't large, slightly bigger than a rat, with dark purple fur covering its muscular body. Its two protruding fangs sank into the iron bars, secreting toxic venom that staff members cautiously collected from the sides. Upon hearing the name of the creature, Wang Wenqing couldn't help but steal a glance at Zhu Zhu. Zhu Zhu's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and a sudden surge of murderous intent filled the air. Wang Wenqing was so startled that she quickly turned away and hid in Du Yu's arms. The next item up for auction is extremely dangerous. A friendly reminder, this item is only suitable for professional researchers to bid on, Jean Ling announced with a grave expression, her voice serious and commanding. Although this magical beast is only at the first tier, its venom is extraordinarily toxic and cannot be resisted by warriors below the 4th rank. Currently, there is no medicinal precedent for this toxin. Its primary value lies in academic research. Once the auction is concluded, any accidents or consequences are no longer the pawnshop's responsibility. Bidders, please exercise caution and accept the risks involved, Jean Ling stressed firmly, repeatedly emphasizing the safety warning. A buzz of murmurs arose from the audience below. Who would want a poisonous beast like this? It's neither ornamental nor medicinal. Probably just a ploy by the pawnshop to make a profit. These things are common in the subterranean world. Research institutions have more than they can handle. To be honest, it's just a showpiece, likely to go unsold. Zhu Zhu's smile carried a hidden sharpness, and a flicker of joy crossed his heart. Jean Ling, though slightly embarrassed, maintained her professionalism with an unruffled demeanor. The starting price for this item is 20,000. Each bid increment must be at least 2,000, with verbal offers no less than 3,000. Let the bidding begin. The room fell silent the moment she finished speaking. Zhu Zhu lowered his voice, deliberately holding off on bidding. He planned to act at the last moment and snatch up the item at a bargain price. No one responded, and the atmosphere grew tense. Jean Ling, unperturbed, patiently guided the auction forward. Is anyone interested in this remarkable treasure? If so, don't hesitate. Once this auction is over, it might be impossible to acquire this item again. Her tone brimmed with confidence as her sharp gaze swept across the room. Some attendees chuckled softly, their words laced with barbs, but Jean Ling remained unfazed, as if the mockery simply didn't exist. Jean Ling, stop dragging this out. Move on to the next item already, Du interjected, his voice tinged with a casual arrogance, the kind of ostentatious familiarity meant to provoke. Jean Ling's lips tightened slightly, but her movements were crisp and decisive as she quickly regained her composure, coldly retorting, is there anyone willing to place a bid? If not, this treasure will be declared unsold. Zhu Zhu swiftly raised his green paddle. Alright, this gentleman has bid 22,000. Does anyone have a higher offer? A glimmer of gratitude flashed in Jean Ling's eyes, as though she believed Zhu Zhu was merely doing her a favor, a school uniform-clad teenager making a symbolic gesture at most. Zhu Zhu's paddle was raised quickly and discreetly, aiming to avoid Du Yu's notice and interference. But Du Yu's eyes never left Zhu Zhu. He kept glancing back, like a predator eyeing its prey, making Zhu Zhu itch to storm over and punch him. 759,800. Du Yu bellowed without hesitation, raising his red paddle high. His voice thundered through the room, exuding an air of overwhelming dominance. The room froze at once. 759,800? What's with the odd number? A decimal in an auction? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. What the hell? How did the price shoot up so high all of a sudden? Shock and disbelief were written on every face. Is the Du family catching the same lunacy as the Zhao family? Someone quipped, prompting a burst of laughter. Even Jean Ling was momentarily stunned by the astronomical bid, but seeing as someone had offered a price, she motioned for the staff to record it immediately. Zhu Zhu's gaze turned icy, his eyes fixed on Wang Wenqing with a piercing chill. Others might not understand the meaning behind that bid, but Zhu Zhu knew all too well. All his savings amounted to just over 760,000. Du Yu left him precisely 2,000 in bidding room, the minimum increment for the auction? If he wanted to win this item, he'd have to risk everything he had. That money wasn't just his school prize funds, it included confiscated cash from Zihan and his friends, Zhao Zihan's money, every last bit. And Wang Wenqing knew it all. She had leaked this information. Zhu Zhu's eyes narrowed dangerously as he fell into deep thought. Should he place another bid? If he did, it would mean betting his entire fortune, an excruciating decision. If he didn't, was he really going to let Du Yu win? This wasn't a lawless society where he could always get lucky, like he had when snatching Lin Nanshan's prize. A cold gleam flashed in Zhu Zhu's eyes as he stared at Du Yu and Wang Wenqing. His gaze was as frigid as frost. Du Yu, meanwhile, looked utterly triumphant, his expression as sweet as if he'd just tasted honey. He swayed back and forth, radiating smug satisfaction. The corners of his mouth turned up so high they nearly reached the heavens. To him, 70-some thousand was pocket change. If Shuju chose not to bid, the money would go to waste, no big deal. If Shuju did bid, then it was a duel to the bitter end. Let's see who had deeper pockets, Juju's life savings or Duyu's allowance. No matter what, Duyu was determined to keep raising the stakes. Every item Juju bid on, Duyu would push him to his limit. Money was no object for him. Wang Wenqing let out a faint, derisive hum, her lips curling into a smug smile. Her eyes sparkled with admiration for Duyu, while her gaze toward Juju was filled with disdain. The two men silently assumed that Juju wouldn't dare to cross the line. After all, Duyu was the son of Principal Du, while Juju was just a poor nobody. What could he possibly do to challenge him? Would Juju really disregard everything and fight for it? This time, it seemed Juju was destined to suffer a major loss. However, Juju remained as calm as ice. The moment he revealed any intention of competing, Duyu would undoubtedly jack up the price. Juju had already noticed this tactic earlier with the C-class alloy belt. Now, should he follow or not? Juju fell into deep thought. Seconds ticked away as Jinling began the countdown. She knew the price had become outrageous and could tell Juju might impulsively raise his bid again at any moment. Jinling had a favorable impression of Juju and didn't want to exploit him without reason. When the countdown reached 1, Juju finally raised his paddle calmly. 760,000. His voice wasn't loud, but it was resolute. Jinling was stunned. She hadn't expected Juju to be this determined and was momentarily at a loss for words. The other bidders in the room couldn't help but burst into laughter. Damn, there's actually someone more reckless than Zhao Kaosu. Who is this guy? Never seen him before. Could he be from some powerful family out of town? Powerful family? Who wears a school uniform to an auction? Maybe he's just keeping a low profile. He might actually have deep pockets. The audience buzzed with speculation. Juju knew very well that spending 760,000 on this item was a loss on the surface, with no profit to be gained. But he didn't believe Duyu would let it go so easily. And if Duyu wouldn't let it go, Juju certainly wouldn't either. As long as Duyu kept bidding, Juju would make sure he paid dearly for it. Are you raising your bid? Jinling glanced at Juju's steep offer and, thinking Duyu still had room to maneuver, turned to ask him. Duyu froze for a moment, sensing that Jinling seemed to want him to bid higher. He shook his head. Jinling looked back at Juju but didn't start the countdown immediately, attempting to encourage others to bid. In the end, no one responded. The gavel fell. Juju had won his first auction item in life, leaping from modest comfort straight to being penniless. As the auction neared its end, Jinling briefly introduced the theme for the next day before the meeting wrapped up hastily. Juju didn't linger. He followed staff members to the back to pay and claim his item. The staff were dumbfounded when he handed in his credentials to barely scrape together the payment. All he had left was enough for a bus fare. Carrying the cage, Juju looked at the small creature inside, its energy vibrant and full of life. He didn't plan to consume it on the spot for a simple reason: there were too many eyes around. If the magical beast were to disappear halfway home, it could cause widespread panic. Should the beast escape into the city, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially with so many civilians around. No one could afford to bear the responsibility. These live magical beasts were all registered with the pawnshop. If the city discovered such creatures, the auction winner would inevitably be investigated. This was precisely why most people avoided bidding on magical beasts unless they were non-aggressive and had medicinal value. Juju stepped out of the pawnshop into the bustling and lively streets. Right next to the shop was the bus stop for his return route, but Juju wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to try fishing for trouble. Before long, the target appeared. Well, if it isn't Big Spender Zhu. What a coincidence, Duyu sneered from behind, his tone dripping with mockery. You're not seriously about to take the bus, are you? A multi-millionaire who just dropped 760,000 still rides public transit? That's really down to earth. Wang Wenqing, standing beside him, laughed so hard she almost doubled over. Duyu, why aren't you leaving yet? What are you blocking the door for? A crisp voice interrupted them. The three turned to look. It was Jinling. She had changed into casual attire, a fitted white shirt that was simple yet stylish, paired with deep blue skinny jeans that hugged her long, slender legs. On her feet were clean white sneakers, their minimalist design standing out against her youthful and lively demeanor. She exuded freshness and ease, a stark contrast to her commanding presence earlier on stage. Jinling Jie, off work already? Duyu greeted sweetly, his tone full of cheer. Jinling's expression remained indifferent as she nodded in response. Her cold and commanding aura was back, making her seem like a completely different person from moments ago. What are you up to? Jin Ling walked over, glancing at Zhu Zhu before raising an eyebrow at Du Yu. Just wanted to teach him a lesson, Du admitted bluntly, showing no hesitation in his words. Now that they weren't inside the pawnshop, Du felt free to act however he pleased. Take it back to your school. Don't cause a scene in front of my house, Jin Ling said, giving Du a side eye. Then, turning her back to him, she faced Zhu Zhu and blinked. Hurry up and leave. Don't just loiter around here. Zhu Zhu looked at Jin Ling, nodded in thanks, and headed toward the bus stop, but he deliberately slowed his pace. Jin Ling noticed and was momentarily puzzled. Someone who didn't even blink while spending 760,000 was now taking the bus? When Zhu Zhu was paying earlier, she had secretly checked his background. She found no records of any prominent family with the surname Zhu in the surrounding cities, which left her puzzled. Now, she was even more astonished. Hey, who said you could leave? Sure enough, Du stepped forward, blocking Zhu Zhu's path. He then turned to Jin Ling's sister Ling. I haven't offended you lately, have I? Why are you always siding with this kid? You have, Jin Ling replied coldly, leaving no room for negotiation. How did I offend you? Du asked, utterly baffled. You've ruined my business, disturbed my peace, and wasted my breath, Jin Ling said crisply, her lips curling in disdain as she listed his offenses. Du forced a bitter smile, biting his lip to suppress his anger. Sister Ling, I've always shown you respect, haven't I? Can't you see that? But you're being way too biased. If you fancy this pretty boy, just say the word, and I'll leave immediately. Smack, a slap landed squarely across Du Yu's face. He clutched his cheek, his head tilted to the side as he stared at Jin Ling in stunned disbelief. It seemed like everyone was slapping him in the face today. Clearly, he was supposed to be the one showing off, so how did he end up being humiliated instead? Clenching his teeth, he growled, You dare hit me? Do you even know I could crush you with just one finger? Jin Ling crossed her arms, a smug smile playing on her lips, and pointed behind Du. Du turned to look. Jin Ba had appeared silently, leaning against the bus stop sign, his cold gaze fixed on Du. Who exactly are you going to crush? Jin Ba's voice was icy, carrying an overwhelming sense of authority. Zhu Zhu's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Jin Ba to appear so silently. Jin Ba stood just 2 steps from the bus stop sign, yet in the blink of an eye, a towering figure had materialized out of nowhere. Jin Ba's close-cropped haircut was neat and precise, every strand standing upright, exuding a sharp and straightforward energy. His muscular build was astonishing, with biceps that bulged like twin mountain peaks. Every move he made caused his muscles to contract and ripple, radiating an unparalleled sense of power. Standing at an imposing height of nearly 1.9 meters, his very presence was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Though in his 50s, the signs of age etched into his face only added to his commanding aura, rather than diminishing it. Du was dumbstruck, shock flashing across his face as he stammered, Uncle, I misspoke. Today, I was targeting this guy. You two don't need to get involved. I asked, who exactly are you going to crush? Jin Ba cut him off, his tone brooking no excuses. Step by step, he advanced, each stride steady and forceful, as if treading directly on Du Yu's nerves. His gaze was as frigid as ice, sending chills down Du Yu's spine. I made a mistake. Before Du could finish, Jin Ba grabbed a fistful of his hair, ignoring his cries for mercy, and yanked him off the ground. Du Yu's feet dangled as he clutched at his head, terror and pain filling his eyes. His voice cracked in a sobbing plea, Uncle, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Jin Ba slapped him hard across the face 3 times, the sound ringing out loud and clear. Even your father wouldn't dare act this arrogant. Who the hell do you think you are? Arrogant? This was the epitome of arrogance, beating him so badly he had to beg for forgiveness. Not only humiliating him, but even dragging his father into it. And there was nothing Du could do about it. Jin Ba flung Du to the ground like a ragdoll, spitting disdainfully at him. Du held his face, grinding his teeth in fury but not daring to retaliate. His gaze, however, shot daggers at Zhu Zhu. Speak up, who exactly are you going to crush? Zhu Zhu chimed in, his tone filled with genuine curiosity. Hearing this, Du felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Pfft, he spat out a mouthful of blood in sheer frustration. Jin Ling couldn't help but laugh at Zhu Zhu's remark. Jin Ba, on the other hand, twitched at the corner of his eye, secretly cursing inwardly. Asterisk really? Riding on someone else's coattails to this extent? Just how full of yourself can you get? This has absolutely nothing to do with you, asterisk. Du was on the verge of questioning his entire existence. How had it come to this? He was supposed to be the one showing off, yet he ended up being humiliated instead. He had money, power, and influence, so why couldn't he pull it off? This wasn't fair. Pointing a trembling finger at Zhu Zhu, Du roared, if you're a man, fight me in the ring. Do you dare? Could this be his chance to turn things around and reclaim his pride? Juju was secretly thrilled but kept a composed front, shaking his head lightly. Feigning weakness first, let him raise the stakes. Both Jinba and Jinling turned to look at Juju. "Do you?" sneered, his lip curling as he pressed his hand to his swollen cheek. Wang Wenqing, who had been silently observing from the side, now looked at Juju with open disdain. To her, his refusal to accept the challenge only confirmed his cowardice. Jinba's face remained impassive, but internally, his evaluation of Juju plunged even lower. Jinling, however, didn't overthink it. She stepped closer to Juju, nudging him gently as she whispered, "You'd better leave now. Do you isn't someone you can afford to cross?" In her mind, someone who took the bus like Juju couldn't possibly stand a chance against Du Yu. "The bus hasn't arrived yet," Juju replied feebly. Jinling was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing this, Du Yu's fury erupted. Pointing at Juju, he roared through gritted teeth, "Juju, you're such a coward. And you dare to compete for a spot in the bonus round? Fine. I'll let you off today. Hand over your spot." Jinba's gaze sharpened as he turned to Juju. The bonus round spot. Jiashanghai Military Academy, Jiaxiang City's premier martial arts school. A spot in the bonus round was incredibly prestigious. And this seemingly timid guy actually had one? Jinling might not practice martial arts, but with a father who was a seasoned martial artist always by her side, she naturally had an eye for such matters. Her gaze was filled with astonishment. Practicing martial arts was costly, something an average person simply couldn't afford. Those who managed to secure extra points or direct admission were all from families worth at least tens of millions. To say this boy came from a poor family? She didn't believe it. But then, why would someone wealthy take the bus? A personal quirk? The more Jinling thought about it, the more puzzled she became. She turned her bewilderment into a sharp retort aimed at Du Yu. "Do you? Didn't you already get a direct admission? Why are you still fighting for an extra point slot? Are you just here to stir up trouble?" Although Jinling was willing to associate with people of influence, she absolutely despised second-generation elites like Du Yu, who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Du Yu stood up, panting heavily, ignoring Jinling and staring directly at Juju. "Oof, what a coward, hiding behind a woman. Can you even call yourself a man?" Wang Wenqing seized the opportunity to sneer. "You might have someone backing you today, but your backer won't always be there." Du Yu stepped closer to Juju, his tone full of malice. "Du Yu, don't you think you're going too far?" Jinling started to speak, but before she could finish, Juju gently stepped forward, shielding her. With a cold look, he stared at Du Yu and said, "You keep talking about fighting, but where's the wager? Don't expect me to move without a proper bet." Du Yu froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. He lifted his shirt, revealing the alloy belt around his waist, a C-grade series. "Is this enough?" He pointed to the belt. Juju's heart leaped with joy, but he restrained himself from showing it. Jinba, standing nearby, watched with interest, curious to see whether Juju would actually fight or just rely on his sharp tongue. Juju glanced at the blood-corroding beast he was holding and then looked meaningfully at Du Yu. "All I have is this blood-corroding beast. It's not an equal wager to your belt. I can't fight you under these terms." Du Yu squinted, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. Pointing to his belt, he sneered, "This belt? I bought it for 3.5 million. That pathetic rodent of yours, even with the extra point slot you're fighting for, doesn't come close to 1 million. How about this? If you lose, you bow 250 times each bow worth 10,000. Consider it me going easy on you. Deal?" "Du Yu, can you stop being so disgusting? Your father's the principal, yet he raised someone as worthless and arrogant as you." Jinling's voice was filled with disdain as she glared at Du Yu, her disgust growing by the second. She hated nothing more than these privileged second-generation elites, whether wealthy or politically connected, who used their background to bully ordinary people. "Are you going to answer me or not? Stop dodging and face me." Du Yu ignored Jinling and roared at Juju. "Don't bother with him. I'll take you out of here," Jinling said, not wanting to waste any more time arguing with Du Yu. She was determined to help Juju escape this situation. "Big sister," Juju turned to Jinling, his eyes soft yet resolute, carrying a warmth that was both comforting and firm. "Trust me, I'll win this." Jinling was momentarily stunned. That gentle big sister felt like a small pebble dropping into the lake of her heart, sending ripples through her emotions. Juju stepped forward, standing face to face with Du Yu. His voice was calm but carried an unshakable determination. "Stop wasting time. Forget bowing. Du Yu, I'll bet my life against yours." Du Yu blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter, covering his face as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. "Are you under some kind of delusion about what it means to be a direct admission student? Du sneered, his eyes filled with arrogance and disdain as he stared down Juju. Indeed, I was mistaken, Juju replied evenly, his tone carrying a faint trace of mockery. I thought direct admission students were supposed to be smart. Ha ha. Jinba couldn't help but laugh. This kid was amusing. Jinling shot Jinba a playful glare before turning back to Du. My car is worth 3.5 million. I'll pledge it to Juju. You two can have your fight, but make it a sparring match, no serious injuries. Juju froze, his gaze fixed on Jinling, stunned. What? Why is she being so nice to me? He felt an odd discomfort in his heart. Though confused, Juju didn't have the time to dwell on it. Du closed his eyes, clearly infuriated by Jinling's blatant favoritism. When he opened them again, he fixed his gaze on Juju, waiting for a response. Without hesitation, Juju nodded in agreement. Jinba, seeing that the terms had been settled, clapped his hands. Well, since I've got nothing else to do today, I'll be the referee. There's an open yard behind the pawnshop, how about we settle this there? Still upset about Jinba siding with Juju, Du didn't respond, but Juju nodded politely. Thank you, Master Jin, for your trouble. You're quite the polite one, Jinba chuckled, finding this student increasingly interesting. Before long, the group arrived at the pawnshop's backyard. The space wasn't large, about the size of a basketball court, but more than enough for a duel. Juju handed the blood-corroding beast to Jinba, while Du removed his alloy belt and passed it over as well. With Jinling's 3.5 million luxury car added to the wager, Du even threw in an extra 1 million for good measure? The extravagance of the wealthy truly knew no bounds. For someone Juju had only just met, Jinling had wagered her $3.5 million luxury car without hesitation, all because of his simple words, trust me. Even if Juju lost, she'd likely never ask him to repay her. She wasn't just betting money, she was betting on his life. Juju couldn't fathom her intention, it was utterly absurd. But could anyone truly believe in themselves, knowing that losing meant death? In this match, Juju had only one option, win. Losing was not an option. Jinling regretted her impulsiveness, but the words were already spoken, and there was no taking them back. Even she couldn't understand why she was so willing to help Juju. They had just met, they were strangers with no ties. Why did she feel this way? Jinba understood. Juju's simple word, sister, had reminded Jinling of her younger brother. If it meant her brother could come back, she'd give not just her car, but her life. And now, in a sense, her brother had returned, even if it was just through a soft sister. Juju and Du completed the wager handoff and walked to the center of the arena. If you can leave here standing today, I'll take your last name. Du snarled, his fury blazing. Shuyu? That's awful. Juju waved dismissively, feigning disdain. You're asking for death. Du roared, throwing a punch straight at Juju's face. Juju didn't retaliate and let himself fall to the ground. Do you even know the rules? Jinba shouted, grabbing Du and shoving him aside. Neither of you has saluted yet, and I haven't called for the match to begin. Who told you to act first? Do you even understand the rules? Jinba slapped Du sharply across the face, the sound echoing loudly. Du's head tilted from the impact, his teeth gritting in rage as he glared at Juju. If looks could kill, Juju would have died 100 times over. Go. Give him one punch, then come back. Jinba said, glancing at Juju and signaling toward Du. Juju rubbed his cheek but didn't move. Seeing Juju remain still, Du assumed he was afraid? A sneer of contempt crept across his lips. Come on, hit me, if you dare. Before he could finish his sentence, Juju suddenly lunged forward and delivered a punch straight to Du's nose. A sickening crack echoed as Du's nose collapsed in an instant. Juju had thrown his full weight behind the punch, and Du, caught completely off guard, hadn't even braced himself. It was a devastating blow. Du staggered back, falling to the ground and rolling in pain. No bone tempering? The sensation in Juju's fist sent a wave of confusion through his mind. His opponent hadn't even tempered his bones, how could he act so arrogantly? What was it that earned him a guaranteed spot in the academy? Jinba glanced at Du, who was writhing on the ground, his eye twitching. He looked over at Juju but said nothing. Sneaking an attack like that? No honor. Wang Wenqing hurried over and helped Du to his feet. Du's face twisted in agony as he roared at Juju. Did I hit you that hard earlier? Juju nodded solemnly. You did. It hurt like hell. Du was so furious that blood gushed from his nose. Watching Juju's playful antics, Jinling covered her mouth and burst into laughter. Jinba scanned Du and said, both fighters, perform the fist salute. Juju saluted graciously. Du, breathing heavily, also saluted, though his hand, stained with blood from his nose, made for a grisly sight. Both fighters, step into the ring. Life and death are at your own risk. Remember your shared camaraderie as classmates, keep it to the point. The match begins. Jinba delivered the customary reminder before stepping off the stage. The arena battle officially began. Jujue had been waiting for this moment. The second Jinba's words fell, Jujue launched his attack without hesitation. His body moved like lightning, closing in on Duyu at incredible speed. Leaping high, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Duyu's head. Despite being a guaranteed admission student, Duyu's strength was undeniable. He reacted swiftly, crossing his arms and tensing his muscles to block the flying kick with ease. But before he could counterattack, Jujue twisted midair with remarkable agility. Using the momentum, he spun like a whirlwind, sending a fierce kick toward the side of Duyu's face. Caught off guard, Duyu had no choice but to abandon his defensive stance momentarily, pulling one arm away to desperately parry the unexpected attack. Yet Jujue's relentless assault didn't stop there. The very foot Duyu had just managed to block shifted in an instant, transforming into a series of rapid kicks. Each strike was like the spinning blades of a windmill, hammering relentlessly toward Duyu's face. Duyu barely managed to block the first strike, but the second came crashing down with even greater force, leaving him staggering under the impact. Instinctively, he tried to raise his arms again to defend, but his movements were too slow. Jujue's latest kick struck him cleanly on the side of his face, sending him reeling backward, his balance completely destroyed. Duyu! Wang Wenqing screamed from the sidelines, her voice trembling with panic. Use your abilities. Abilities? Hearing Wang Wenqing shout, Jujue's expression immediately hardened. Without hesitation, he pushed off the ground, turning into a streak of lightning as he charged toward the retreating Duyu. He couldn't afford to give Duyu even a moment to catch his breath. Suddenly, Duyu stopped retreating. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, as if they had fused with the arena floor. His gaze locked onto Jujue, his eyes burning with intensity. In an instant, an eerie ripple of light burst out from Duyu's eyes, radiating outward. This was no ordinary light, it was an invisible, yet tangible, wave of energy, surging toward Jujue with overwhelming force. A psychic attack. Juju's movements suddenly froze, inertia propelling him right toward Duyu's side. What's going on? He hadn't anticipated that Duyu would possess such an ability, catching him off guard. His heart tightened, he had underestimated him. Jinba, standing nearby, drew in a sharp breath. Duyu has awakened his innate talent. His qi and blood levels didn't even break 100, and he still got a guaranteed placement? It's all because of this move. Juju was now in a precarious situation. Jin Ling, who disliked the fierce battles between martial artists, couldn't help but focus intently on the arena, her hands clenched in nervousness for Juju. Seizing the opportunity, Duyu unleashed a swift and ferocious whip-like kick, slicing through the air like a sharp lash. The kick carried all his fury and resentment, as unstoppable as a tidal wave, and struck Juju with brutal force. Juju felt a tremendous impact, his body flung uncontrollably through the air by the sheer power of the blow. At that precise moment, the mysterious binding force suddenly dissipated, as if an invisible shackle had been torn apart. Reacting swiftly, Juju utilized the momentum from being kicked into the air, spinning his body mid-flight to adjust his posture. He landed steadily, his feet planting firmly into the ground like nails, immediately stabilizing himself. Upon landing, Juju narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression heavy with contemplation. From the start of the battle until now, Duyu hadn't used any advanced stances, bone-tempering techniques, or martial arts skills, clearly showing weaknesses in those areas. But what had caused that earlier immobilization? Could it be that his opponent's ability was to paralyze others with a mere gaze? Ding! The system has detected the host's first encounter with a mental attack. Mental value activated, ***. Mental value, 0. Juju's heart leaped with joy, eagerly anticipating the follow-up. Juju? What are you waiting for? Juju, what the hell? Activation is all I get? And the value is 0? What's the use of this? Good luck to you. Juju, you're not even human. Just as he was cursing the system in frustration, Duyu charged at him again, a fist aimed directly at Juju. A hint of determination flickered in Juju's eyes. Facing the incoming whip-like kick, he didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, using the momentum of Duyu's strike, he surged forward with all his strength, throwing a powerful punch back at Duyu. It was a gamble, injury for injury, life for life. Duyu's heart skipped a beat but quickly steadied himself. His eyes emitted a deadly gleam again, locking onto Juju. Juju anticipated another mental attack and immediately shut his eyes. Yet, an invisible mental force swept over him like a tidal wave, engulfing him completely in an instant and binding him tightly. Closing his eyes didn't work? Juju gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled with all his might to break free from the invisible shackles. But the power was overwhelming, and in the end, he remained frozen in place. Deyu, seeing this, didn't hesitate. His fist slammed into Juju's chest with a loud bang. The impact sent Juju flying like a cannonball, tracing a long arc through the air. The binding vanished again after a second, and Juju adjusted his posture midair, landing firmly on his feet once more. Pain radiated from his chest, his face pale, but the fighting spirit in his eyes didn't waver one bit. In terms of chi and blood, stances, or bone tempering levels, Juju was in no way inferior to Deyu. But this mental attack, it was a real headache. Mental attacks were like a dimensional reduction strike, completely disrupting the balance of the fight. For instance, in the age of thermal weapons, you might be an archer with perfect accuracy and impenetrable armor. But if your range wasn't sufficient, even the strongest cold weapons were rendered useless. Mental attacks were akin to those advanced, unreachable, and deadly weapons impossible to guard against. From the fierce battle just now, Juju had gleaned a few insights. First, closing his eyes was ineffective. The mental attack bypassed visual perception and struck directly at his spirit. Second, the attack wasn't continuous, it seemed to dissipate after meeting certain conditions. Deyu's face was now visibly fatigued, his breathing heavy. Evidently, the mental attacks consumed a significant amount of his energy. But how could Juju counter this? Neither offense nor defense seemed capable of harming Deyu. What should he do? The system was out of the question, it would never intervene with divine assistance, ending the scene on a cliffhanger, leaving the reader eager for Juju's breakthrough. Just like with Wang Chang and Huang Xiang back then, the system would never lend a hand on the spot, it might even choose to abandon him entirely. Asking it for help was a waste of time. What now? Juju clutched his aching chest, his gaze locked firmly on Deyu. Deyu was still gasping for air, his mental strength slowly recovering. Deyu, mental strength 10/20ths. A status panel suddenly appeared before Juju. His heart jolted, and he quickly calculated. Deyu's maximum mental strength was 20, with 10 points remaining. Each mental attack consumed 5 points, meaning, Deyu could attack twice more. If that's the case, then let's have a fight to the end. Juju and Deyu stood on the stage, their gazes sharp as blades, glaring at each other with unyielding hostility, but neither made the first move. The crowd below held their breath, eyes fixed intently, as if the very air had turned so dense it could be wrung into water. Deyu has just grasped the concept of mental force attacks, and his application is still clumsy. His coordination between mental force and blood energy isn't seamless yet. But even so, Juju won't survive his next lethal strike, and defeat is inevitable, Jinba commented with a seasoned tone, his voice steady and sure. Wang Wen cast a cold glance at Juju, relishing his impending failure. Her heart brimmed with schadenfreude, and she couldn't resist sneering. Trash is still trash. With those pathetic skills, you dare to mimic others and put on airs? Go look in the mirror and see if you're even worthy. Trying to act cool, huh? The fish I baited, you battered it, now it's your turn to taste what it feels like to be ground into the dirt. Jinling frowned deeply at Wang Wen's words and couldn't help but reprimand her. How can such a young girl have so little restraint? What's the point of all this mockery? Saying something like that, does that even reflect proper upbringing for a student? Wang Wen was taken aback by the scolding and was about to retort, but when she turned her head and saw Jinba's cold, piercing glare, she immediately fell silent, turning away without another word. Jinling shot her a frosty glance before refocusing sharply on the tense situation unfolding on the stage. Every time Juju exchanged blows, Jinling's heartbeat quickened with anxiety. Though clearly at a disadvantage, his face etched with despair, Juju gritted his teeth stubbornly, refusing to admit defeat. Inwardly, she couldn't help but curse, idiot. If you can't win, just surrender. Why are warriors always so damn pig-headed? Though frustrated, she remained fully engaged, fearing that any outburst might disrupt Juju's rhythm. On stage, Deyu wasn't rushing to deliver the final blow either. Mental force drained extremely quickly, and his physical strength was nearing its limit. He needed a moment to recover. Mental force was unlike blood energy. With blood energy, even if it depleted rapidly, as long as it didn't drop below 5 points, one could still maintain their form. But with mental force, every single point consumed brought immediate fatigue. This was why low-tier warriors rarely focused on mental force, it simply wasn't cost-effective. However, against non-warriors, mental force attacks were still overwhelmingly dominant. Yet bitterness filled Deyu's heart. His plan had been simple: wait for Juju to surrender, maybe even kneel and bow his head, and revel in the thrill of humiliating him. But Juju said nothing, his resolve as unyielding as stone, refusing to yield. Damn it, how utterly infuriating. Deyu had almost recovered and was done with waiting? His gaze turned icy, and he charged forward fiercely. This time, I'll take your life. His 5 fingers curled into claws, nails extending nearly half a centimeter. His palm turned into a stabbing weapon as he lunged at Juju. Just surrender already. Jinling finally couldn't hold back, shouting anxiously as she watched Juju. She didn't understand the intricacies of martial arts or the nuances of techniques, but from the way the fight was going, it was clear that Juju was pinned down. If Diu exploited his weak points again, it would be disastrous. Even Jin Ba was on high alert, ready to intervene at any moment. Before the match began, Jinling had used her prized card to set the rules: no fatal strikes, only to the point of incapacitation. This was her insurance policy for Juju's life. Juju's gaze was locked firmly onto Diu. He made no reckless moves, waiting silently for the perfect moment. Diu closed in, now just 2 steps away from Juju. As Duyu's eyes widened, preparing to unleash his immobilizing technique, in a split second, Juju suddenly extended his hand, meeting Duyu's palm with precision, gripping it tightly, refusing to let go. Freeze! The moment Juju grabbed him, Diu unleashed his mental attack. He sneered coldly, raising his hand to strike Juju's arm, growling viciously, "I'll cripple this hand of yours and teach you a lesson you won't forget." "Father!" Jinling cried out in panic, looking toward Jinba for help. But Jinba remained motionless. Duyu's attack had not yet reached a life-threatening level, and he couldn't act impulsively. Bang! Duyu's strike landed on Juju's arm, but his expression of triumph vanished instantly. Juju had tempered his bones. This revelation shocked Duyu. It was exceedingly rare for a non-warrior to achieve bone tempering. At High Martial Academy, only 2 students in this generation had managed it, Juju and Zhao Zihan. Juju was a prodigy, practically a cheat code in human form. Zhao Zihan, by contrast, relied on the resources and influence of the Zhao family to attain bone tempering. As for Qian Zihan, though he'd mastered foundational post-training, his family's modest circumstances had prevented him from advancing to bone tempering. For a non-warrior to temper their bones early on, it was a feat far beyond the reach of an ordinary household. Juju had no money, no resources. How could he possibly achieve bone tempering? Though stunned, Diu quickly regained his composure. Time was running out. That earlier strike had cost him 8 points of mental force, successfully immobilizing Juju for 3 seconds, and he had just 1 second left to decide the outcome. Duyu's eyes turned cold. "Fine, I'll give you the bone tempering, but you couldn't have possibly tempered your joints, right?" His gaze shifted downward toward Juju's lower body. "Living off women? I'll make sure you'll never rely on women again in your life." Without hesitation, Duyu's hand shot downward in a sharp, merciless strike. "Father!" Jinling cried out anxiously, calling for Jinba's help. Jinba's eyes narrowed slightly, his muscles tensed, ready to spring into action at any moment. At that instant, the immobilization spell binding Diu wore off, and the restriction vanished abruptly. "What?" Diu exclaimed in shock, his composure shattered. Juju's eyes widened, his pupils contracting sharply. In the critical moment, he swiftly pulled his right leg back in a motion as quick as a shooting star, employing a bow stance technique from his martial arts training. Duyu's hand shot out like lightning, aiming for Juju's lower leg with blinding speed. Suddenly, a sharp rip sound pierced the air. His hand had forcefully plunged into Juju's pants pocket. A perilous moment. Juju felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He barely had time to process the bizarrely awkward scenario. Using the momentum, he spun gracefully to the side, his arm whipping out to firmly lock around Duyu's neck. Devour activated. Diu, Chi blood value, 80. Diu, Chi blood value, 70. Diu, Chi blood value, 60. Diu, Chi blood value, 50. Juju's arm tightened around Duyu's neck like a vice, while his other hand was awkwardly stuck in the torn fabric of his pants, rendering it useless. Diu, helpless, could only use his free hand to desperately pry at the arm choking him. His Chi blood value plummeted at an alarming rate. What the hell is happening? Duyu's heart sank in panic. Could this be some aftereffect of mental overexertion? He had never heard of such a thing. As his Chi blood continued to drain, Diu felt his strength ebbing away. In desperation, he unleashed his immobilization ability once more, depleting the last of his mental energy. A tidal wave of weakness washed over him, and his struggles grew feeble. Although Juju was immobilized, the arm choking Duyu's neck remained steadfast, unmoving. Duyu's face turned crimson, his eyes bulging as he roared and thrashed, twisting his body with all his might to break free. He raised his free hand, hammering and clawing frantically at Juju's arm with every ounce of strength he had left. But Juju's grip held firm, tightening even further. Breathing became increasingly difficult for Duyu. His chest felt as though a massive stone was pressing down on it, suffocating him. The two remained locked in a tense stalemate, as if time itself had frozen, until Duyu's Chi blood value hit 0. His struggles weakened, his gaze grew unfocused, and his body went limp like a puppet with its strings cut. With a dull thud, he collapsed onto the ground, completely unconscious. Do you, chi blood value, 0? Only then did Juju slowly release his grip. Do you slid from Juju's arms like a sack of wet clay? The audience below the stage was stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief at what had just unfolded. The entire exchange had lasted less than 3 seconds. Du had launched a humiliating attack against Juju, but in an instant, Juju had turned the tables? How is this possible? Someone murmured in shock. Du had clearly held the upper hand, how could he suddenly pass out? Could it be asphyxiation? But the time frame was too short for that to make sense. The reality was undeniable, and questioning it seemed pointless. Wang Wenqing stood frozen, then suddenly crumpled to the ground. Why? Am I really cursed to bring bad luck to every man I care about? Why does every relationship of mine end before it even begins? And it's all because of Juju. She clenched her fists tightly, her teeth gnashing in frustration, unable to accept the reality before her. Jean Ling was also left dumbfounded. She had never believed Juju could win. In a moment of impulsivity, she'd bet on him, but now she was filled with regret. Even though she had no martial arts training, she understood the harsh realities of the martial world. Du's status as a guaranteed admission student spoke to his formidable strength. Meanwhile, Juju had no significant backing, and his demeanor had always been ordinary and unremarkable. Yet this unassuming individual had just defeated the top student of Jiashan High School. It was a shocking turn of events. She glanced toward her father. Jinba's expression remained calm, but subtle ripples of emotion flickered in his eyes. The match had been so unexpected that even he had to admit Juju's performance was extraordinary. As for Duyu's collapse, Jinba concluded that it was likely due to a combination of mental exhaustion and Juju's man-locking technique, which had rendered Duyu unconscious, a reasonable explanation. The rapid decline in chi blood was also logical. With his mental energy completely drained, Duyu's desperate resistance would naturally lead to such an outcome. But for Juju to defeat an awakened talent like Duyu, it was clearly no mere stroke of luck. This young man has limitless potential. Jinba suppressed his excitement and was just about to announce the results when Juju's movements on stage abruptly changed. He quickly moved to stand beside Duyu's legs, gripping them firmly with both hands. With a sudden burst of strength, he hoisted Duyu into a handstand, facing himself. Duyu was completely powerless to resist. Juju, what are you doing? Jinba shouted in alarm, hastily attempting to stop him. Juju tilted his head slightly, casting a cold and meaningful glance at Jinba from the corner of his eye. A glimmer of intent flickered in his gaze. His movements suddenly froze. Then, with a swift lift of his leg, he viciously kicked towards Duyu's groin. Jinba's expression changed drastically. Panic-stricken, he tried to intervene. But everything happened too quickly, leaving him no time to stop it. Left with no choice, he unleashed an overwhelming aura of dominance, attempting to suppress Juju. A vast oppressive force erupted from Jinba, surging like a spiritual tidal wave, crashing down again and again in waves. Jinba's brows furrowed deeply as he locked his gaze on Juju, waiting for the young man to submit. He deliberately controlled the intensity of the pressure to avoid causing Juju severe harm. Juju felt the impact like a mountain crashing down on him. His chest felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, his blood boiled, and his knees buckled involuntarily. If it weren't for his unyielding willpower, he would have already collapsed to his knees. The oppressive force was like an iron shackle, binding him tightly, rendering him immobile. But relying on his physically powerful body, honed through relentless training, Juju gritted his teeth and fought back with all his might, resisting the mountain-like pressure bearing down on him. His body swayed precariously, but he refused to fall. In a flash, he raised his leg again, swift as lightning, and without hesitation, delivered another ruthless kick to Duyu's groin. Pa! Pa! Too dull, explosive sounds echoed through the air. Duyu's eyes widened in shock. Jinba's pupils also shrank instantly, almost as if they were about to pop out of his skull. The double impact left everyone in stunned silence. Duyu's delayed reaction followed, as the excruciating pain tore through his body like a blade. He fainted instantly, unable even to cry out in agony. Jean Ling covered her face and turned away. Wang Wenqing's mouth hung agape, her eyes fixed on the scene, too shocked to speak. Even Jinba stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Shuju placed his foot on Duyu's body, pressing down slightly. After confirming that Duyu was thoroughly finished, he finally retracted his foot with satisfaction. He released Duyu's legs and turned his cold gaze toward Jinba. Announce the result, Juju said flatly, his voice devoid of emotion. Jinba took a deep breath and hurriedly stepped onto the stage to examine the situation. You're in big trouble now, kid, Jinba muttered helplessly as he shook his head. Taking out his phone, he began dialing for emergency services while addressing Juju in a stern tone. Duyu may be an unlikable brat, but his father is the school principal, and his influence is no joke. Do you have anyone backing you up? How dare you go this far? Principal Du has only one son and one daughter. With this single kick, you've cut off the Du family's future. Do you think they'll let this slide? Standing nearby, Wang Wenqing sneered, her gaze filled with schadenfreude. Zhu Ju, you're dead meat. Your good days are over. Jin Ling shot Wang Wenqing a glance and walked over to Zhu Ju. She asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" Zhu Ju shook his head, signaling that he was fine. She sighed. Was this really necessary? Zhu Ju shrugged without responding. Do you think he'll let you off now? Why provoke him like this? Jin Ling's tone carried a hint of reproach, but her concern was evident. If I didn't act, would he have spared me? Zhu Ju countered. Jin Ling was momentarily stunned. Deep down, she knew he was right, so she fell silent. Someone like Du, a spoiled rich kid and the heir of a powerful family, cared deeply about his pride. If someone didn't stomp him down hard, he would never give up. Zhu Ju wasn't wrong. But now what? Jin Ling sighed softly and turned her gaze toward Jinba. After finishing his inspection of Du, Jinba shook his head and sighed. There was no saving him. That area was the most vulnerable point for any man. Even a fourth-rank powerhouse like Jinba would be utterly defeated if hit there. He had already lost the ability to fight. Why did you have to strike so ruthlessly? Jinba stood up and questioned Zhu Ju. An eye for an eye, Zhu Ju replied blandly. Du had clearly intended to cripple him? Why should he play the saint? Sparing Duyu's life was already a concession to Principal Du. Respected King-tier referee, can we officially announce the result now? Zhu Ju asked. Jinba sighed, raised Zhu Ju's hand, and solemnly declared, Zhu Ju wins. The announcement ignited an explosion of outrage from Wang Wenqing. She pointed at Zhu Ju and screamed, Zhu Ju, are you insane? What is wrong with you? Why do you keep ruining my plans? Are you doing this on purpose? If you like me, just say it. Stop using these underhanded tactics. All eyes turned toward Wang Wenqing, and the atmosphere became unbearably awkward. Respected King-tier referee, may I trouble you to hand over my reward? Zhu Ju ignored Wang Wenqing and addressed Jinba directly. He knew that saying anything to Wang Wenqing would only disgust him to the point of losing sleep. Fine. Jinba said no more. He scanned the payment code on Zhu Ju's phone and transferred to use 1 million yuan prize to him. Then, he handed over the C-class alloy training belt that Du had won. Wang Wenqing, left out in the cold, was on the verge of losing her mind. There's nothing more ruthless in this world than being completely invisible to the person you care about. He didn't even have the slightest interest in looking at her. Wang Wenqing completely broke down. She had always believed that Zhu Ju might still love her, that his recent behavior was just a means to get her attention, jealousy, revenge. After all, so many wealthy heirs had fallen for her effortlessly, how could Zhu Ju possibly be immune? He had pursued her for 3 years, but the cold indifference he showed just now shattered her illusions into pieces. Zhu Ju had truly given up on her. This wasn't some game of playing hard to get. Realizing this, Wang Wenqing's tears streamed down uncontrollably. Crying bitterly, she turned and fled, not even sparing a glance at Du, who was still lying on the ground. The 4 others present ignored her entirely, including the unconscious Du. Zhu Ju, having received the money, turned to Jin Ling's sister. I'll transfer this 1 million yuan to you first. Give me your payment code. Jin Ling froze. Being called sister? No one had addressed her that way since her late younger brother. She was only ever called Sister Ling, which felt entirely different. This simple sister almost broke down the walls around her heart. Sister? Zhu Ju called again, seeing her stunned expression. Jin Ling snapped back to reality, her voice tinged with confusion. To me? Zhu Ju nodded, his tone humble. You bet on the race car for me earlier, and I won. This money is yours. By rights, I should repay you 3 million yuan, or even more, but I don't have that kind of money right now, and I still need this C-grade alloy training belt. Let's consider it a debt I owe you. Once I've made something of myself, I'll repay you in full. Is that okay, sister? Jin Ling was stunned for a long moment, her eyes welling up slightly. She gazed at Zhu Ju, as if seeing the brother from her dreams, the one who used to call her sister every day. Seeing her silence, Zhu Ju, worried she might refuse, chose not to linger. He quickly found Jinba's number, transferred the 1 million yuan, handed back the training belt, picked up the blood corrosion beast lying on the ground, and left with a casual grace. Though poor, Zhu Ju had his principles. He would never haggle with someone who had helped him. 1 million yuan and a training belt, he considered the matter settled. Zhu Ju's departure was carefree, but it left Jinba and Jin Ling frozen in place. Jinba looked at the belt in his hands and the payment notification on his phone, then exchanged a bewildered glance with Jin Ling. With a soft sigh, Jin Ling took the belt and quickly chased after Zhu Ju. Jean Ba, hearing the sharp wailing of an ambulance siren in the distance, glanced at the unconscious Du on the ground and then at Jean Ling, who had just run off. His brows furrowed deeply. Slowly raising his hand, he gave a slight wave of his fingers, signaling someone. From the shadows, a figure swiftly emerged. Cloaked in black, with their face deeply hidden beneath a hood, they seemed like the embodiment of the night itself. The person approached Jean Ba silently and bowed slightly. "Your Excellency." Jean Ba's gaze was sharp as he issued a cold order. "Follow Jean Ling, protect her in secret." "At your command." The cloaked figure responded firmly before vanishing into the surrounding darkness without a trace. "Wait." Jean Ling, clutching the gleaming C-grade alloy training belt, quickened her pace to catch up with Zhu Ju, grabbing his sleeve. "Sister?" Zhu Ju turned back in confusion, his eyes filled with questions. That word, sister, struck Jean Ling like a hammer, shattering her defenses. Her heart felt as soft as if it had fallen into a cloud. Zhu Ju noticed Jean Ling's head lowered, silent, her toes lightly kicking at the stones on the ground. His heart tightened instinctively. "What's going on with this woman?" She shook her head and turned to leave, but Jean Ling grabbed his sleeve again. "Sister, what do you want?" Zhu Ju asked, his voice tinged with impatience. Jean Ling kept her head down, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, as though 1,000 sheep were stampeding through her heart, leaving her irritable and speechless. A ripple of warmth spread through her heart, intoxicating her, trapping her in its embrace. That single sister was a long-lost comfort to her, a redemption for years of yearning. Even though she knew she was deceiving herself, she was willing to indulge in it, even if it was just fleeting solace. Zhu Ju sighed in exasperation and turned to walk away quickly. Jean Ling hurried to follow, once again grabbing his sleeve. "Sister, please don't do this." Zhu Ju was on the verge of breaking down, his voice filled with helplessness. Jean Ling remained silent, leaving only a soft sigh in the night air. 9 p.m., City Police Department, Criminal Investigation Unit. Two police officers stared at the woman in front of them, their faces clearly displaying impatience. "Why did you call Huang Xiang?" one officer demanded, slamming the table, his voice sharp and intimidating. Mrs. Lin trembled from head to toe, hurriedly reciting the excuse she had prepared long ago. He's just a servant in my household. Why wouldn't I call him?" "A servant in your household? Do you know he's committed murder?" the officer pressed coldly. Mrs. Lin swallowed hard, shaking her head in denial. "We called you in because we have evidence of your crimes. Huang Xiang has already confessed." "Are you still going to deny it?" The officer leaned in, his tone relentless. Mrs. Lin's face turned ashen, fear spreading like a chilling wind. Just as she was about to beg for mercy, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. No, something was off. If Huang Xiang had truly confessed, why would the police still need to rely on tracking her location? 3 hours ago, under Lin Feng's relentless questioning, Mrs. Lin had secretly used an encrypted communication app to call Huang Xiang. On the other end of the line, there was only stammering silence and unusually eerie stillness. Realizing something was wrong, Mrs. Lin quickly hung up. Half an hour later, the police had stormed into the Lin family villa. They interrogated her, Bai Ruijin, and every woman in the house, eventually taking them all back to the station. Mrs. Lin understood that it was that phone call that had exposed her. But if the police still needed to rely on location tracking, how could Huang Xiang have confessed as they claimed? She hurriedly changed her tune. "I know nothing about any of this." The officer stared into her eyes, his silence stretching for a long moment before he finally lowered his head to jot something in his notebook. Mrs. Lin exhaled quietly, relieved that she had just narrowly avoided a slip-up. "You asked on the phone, how did it go? What exactly were you referring to?" The officer raised his head and asked. Mrs. Lin's throat felt dry. Trembling, she stammered, the housekeeping issues at home." Her mind went blank, and she could only respond haphazardly. But she clung tightly to her denial, refusing to admit any involvement. The officer continued writing, his pen scratching against the paper. Mrs. Lin couldn't make out what he was noting down. "You need such a sophisticated encryption app just to discuss housekeeping?" The officer sneered coldly. Mrs. Lin gasped sharply, her heart sinking. No matter how carefully she calculated, it was impossible to withstand this relentless interrogation. "I want a lawyer. I refuse to answer any more questions," she blurted out. "Relax, we're not pressing charges against you. What are you so afraid of?" The officer's smile was icy, cutting through her defenses like a blade. That smile made her resolve crumble in an instant. The police lacked sufficient evidence. As long as she adamantly denied everything, they had no way to proceed. "To avenge Lin Feng, you ordered Huang Xiang to murder Zhu Ju. Do you know how many years that would get you?" The officer leaned forward, his gaze sharp as a knife. The police had already conducted a thorough investigation. Mrs. Lin's motive was evident, but they lacked hard evidence. The current pressure was all a ploy to force her to confess. Mrs. Lin's teeth clicked together unconsciously, the sound sharp and grating. She wanted to stop, but she couldn't. This fear was deeply rooted, a profound despair for her future. She lowered her head, trying to clear her thoughts. Had her secrets been exposed? Impossible. On the day of the transaction with Huang Xiang, she had equipped the passenger seat with a signal-blocking device. The surveillance cameras only captured an empty seat. She had dropped Huang Xiang off in a secluded area with no cameras. Her phone messages were set to self-destruct after reading, leaving no trace. She had disclosed nothing incriminating during their call. From these 3 points, there was no way the police could link the assassination to her. The bottle of poison bore no fingerprints. She had thought this through long ago. Even if the police somehow got their hands on the poison, there was no evidence tying it to her. That is, as long as Huang Xiang didn't betray her. Would he? Huang Xiang was the Lin family's longtime professional hitman. He had been in and out of the house countless times and knew that as long as he kept his mouth shut, the Lin family would find a way to protect him. Why would he confess? If he had confessed, would the police still be questioning her like this? Mrs. Lin's eyes suddenly widened. The police were trying to deceive her. I don't know what you're talking about. I know nothing. Mrs. Lin gritted her teeth, her voice firm as steel. I'm telling you, we have evidence. The smartest thing you can do now is to come clean and turn yourself in, the officer said, his hawk-like eyes sharp and his tone chilling. I said I don't know. If you have evidence, then arrest me. Mrs. Lin sneered coldly, fully abandoning her pretense of cooperation and refusing to admit anything. The officer nodded slightly and continued scribbling rapidly in his notebook. Then, all of a sudden, he looked up, his voice low and commanding. You know Bai Ruijin, don't you? The moment that name was spoken, it was as if Mrs. Lin had been struck by lightning. Her scalp tingled, and her entire body froze. Sis, what on earth are you trying to do? Zhu Jue's voice was filled with despair. With every step he took, she grabbed him, questioning him, but he remained silent. One step, one question, no reply. It was all an endless torment. Jinling, what do you want? Stop playing these tricks. Zhu Jue finally lost his patience, his tone sharp and cutting. Why are you yelling? Jinling broke free of the sister spell, casting him a cold glance. Her lips pouted slightly as she gestured toward the red sports car parked not far away. I'm giving you a ride home. No need. Zhu Jue refused, his gaze icy and as sharp as a blade. His heart had long been scarred by women, and he would no longer let down his guard so easily. Women only slowed down the speed at which he devoured the world. The buses are done for the night. Get in, Jinling said, not even turning her head as she stepped into the sports car. The hazard lights blinked, and her eyes locked firmly on Zhu Jue. Zhu Jue glanced down at the time on his phone. The buses weren't done yet, but his wallet was already empty. The transfer fee from earlier had drained the last of his measly few bucks. The residential compound was far away, and running back would waste too much time. Not to mention, the world was a dangerous place. Who knew if someone might be eyeing his life? With a long sigh, Zhu Jue reluctantly approached the red convertible. Where to? Jinling asked, her gaze sharp. Jiaxiang City, High Martial Artist Residential Compound. Zhu Jue held the blood erosion beast tightly in his arms, his voice steady as he gave her his address. Jinling started the engine, her lips remaining still, yet her mind silently confirming her suspicions. So, his family wasn't ordinary after all. Living in the High Martial Artist Residential Compound wasn't something just anyone could do. Beating up the son of High Martial First High School's principal and still staying so calm and composed, this Shu family background was anything but simple. Sitting silently in the car, Zhu Jue stared intently out the window at the rapidly passing scenery. It was his first time riding in a sports car. To be honest, it was far more comfortable than a bus. The adjustable seats, the spacious legroom, the low chassis that delivered an intense road feel. So, this was what they called the driving experience in the ads? The convertible weaved through the bustling city streets, the neon lights glittering like a galaxy. His mood unexpectedly lifted. If he ever got the chance in the future, he'd definitely get himself a convertible, too. He lowered his gaze to the blood erosion beast nestled in his arms. It's all up to you now. Sensing the pressure, the blood erosion beast shrank into the corner of the cage, trembling. The ride remained silent, the atmosphere tense. Jinling was clearly intrigued by Zhu Jue but didn't dare to ask too directly. Zhu Jue, on the other hand, was completely focused, his only thought being to get home as quickly as possible. As the car passed by the gates of High Martial First High School, Zhu Jue couldn't help but glance up. The sight of parents picking up their kids in flashy sports cars had always made him wonder what would it feel like if his family came to pick him up like that. He glanced at Jinling. Her nose, her chin, her ears, every feature was sharp and defined, like a sculpture. He had never had a sister before and didn't know what it felt like. Perhaps it wasn't always about being gentle and caring, maybe there'd even be times of teasing and bullying, but if given the choice, he'd still want a sister. That way, he wouldn't feel so alone. His thoughts wandered as the car passed the school gates and soon arrived at the entrance of the residential compound. Jinling slowly brought the car to a stop, still a short distance from the gate. This wasn't her first time here. She knew parking wasn't allowed in front of the gate. Here, take this. Jinling released the parking brake and handed him a C-grade alloy training belt. Zhu Jue looked at her, puzzled by her gesture. Earlier, when discussing terms, she hadn't responded, leaving him to think she found his offer too little. He hadn't expected her to actually give him something now. Sis? Zhu Jue asked tentatively. Eat? Jinling instantly dissolved into a sweet, blissful daze, her whole body feeling as though it were floating on clouds. Zhu Jue suddenly noticed every time he called her sis, she would change, becoming bashful, coy, and oddly flustered, which made things both strange and awkward. Sis. Jinling's head spun as if the world were tilting. She nearly foamed at the mouth before hastily reaching out to clamp her hand over Zhu Jue's mouth. Zhu Jue's face turned bright red, his breathing rapid beneath her hand. They were so close now that he could clearly see the pores on her face, even feel the faint pulse in her hand. Or maybe it was his own heartbeat. Gulp! Seeing Jinling's aggrieved yet smoldering gaze, Zhu Jue instinctively swallowed. He had no other intentions toward Jinling, but still, she wasn't family, and she was undeniably beautiful and fragrant. The atmosphere in the car suddenly grew awkward. Don't call me that again. Jinling scolded, still covering his mouth, her voice tinged with playful annoyance. Zhu Jue nodded, and only then did she let go. Sis. Zhu Jue couldn't resist being cheeky. Jinling unfastened her seatbelt, leaned forward, and choked him by the neck. The two burst into laughter, playfully tussling in the confined space of the car. In the pitch-black shadows behind the car, a figure cloaked in black emerged slowly, like a ghost drifting out of the darkness. Suddenly, the sports car ahead began to shake violently, emitting a harsh, grating screech. The man in the black robe nearly stumbled, but his reflexes were swift. He bent down, picked up a stone, and with a sharp flick of his arm, sent it flying through the air. The icy trajectory of the stone sliced through the silence, heading straight for the trembling vehicle. Bang! The sharp, jarring sound of impact shattered the stillness of the night. Inside the car, the laughter came to an abrupt halt. Zhu Jue and Jinling froze in place, their smiles stiffening into alarm. Zhu Jue reacted instinctively. He pressed Jinling's head down protectively, shielding her with his body. Jinling, startled by the sudden noise, obediently lowered her head and curled up slightly. 10 seconds passed in utter silence. Inside the open-top car, Zhu Jue felt a growing unease. He released Jinling, unbuckled his seatbelt, and leapt nimbly out of the vehicle. Crouching beside it, his eyes narrowed sharply, scanning the surroundings like a hawk. The man in the black robe had already melted back into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Zhu Jue's gaze remained fixed on the patch of darkness. It had returned to its tranquil state, as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. His body tensed like a coiled spring. He activated his system to locate any nearby threats. Black robe, vitality, 380. A third-rank martial artist. The hairs on Zhu Jue's arms stood on end. He stared unflinchingly into the darkness. The system's alert hovered over a tree nearby, but there was nothing else in sight. What now? Zhu Jue quickly retreated, his eyes locking onto the armed security guards at the gates of the residential compound in the distance. He shouted loudly for help. Under the streetlights, 2 armed guards began to appear. One of them spotted Zhu Jue in his school uniform and, suspicious, immediately broke away from his post to approach him. What's going on? The guard's tense demeanor and wary voice betrayed his readiness for anything. Through the system's interface, Zhu Jue discerned that the man wasn't a martial artist, his vitality was below 100. Still, the authority of the uniform gave him a small sense of relief. I'm from the residential compound, Zhu Jue said calmly, hiding the specifics of the third-rank martial artist. There may have been an attack. We need support. Time was of the essence, there was no room for long explanations. The guard, hearing that Zhu Jue was from the compound, immediately began assessing the situation. Just hearing a strange noise and assuming it's an attack, don't you think that's a bit of a stretch? No. Zhu Jue shook his head firmly, pointing toward the nearby sports car. Look over there. The guard followed his gesture, his eyes landing on the vehicle's fuel tank area, where a basketball-sized dent was glaringly obvious. The guard's expression shifted instantly, his alertness spiking. He quickly drew a short, black, hook-like weapon from his belt and cautiously approached the vehicle. This place was anything but ordinary. The dent in the car was the size of a basketball, and embedded deep in its center was a thumb-sized stone. This was the work of a martial artist. The guard's first thought was definitive. Though the car's exterior might be soft, for someone to cause such damage with just a small stone, this was beyond the capability of any ordinary person. You two, come with me to the compound entrance. There's surveillance there. It'll be safer for now. I'll call for backup right away, the guard said decisively, scanning the area with sharp eyes as he pulled out his phone, his finger hovering over the emergency call button. Wait! Jean Ling's urgent voice rang out as she stepped out of the car. Both Zhu Zhu and the guard turned to her, puzzled. Why was she stopping them from calling for help? Is it one of our own? Jean Ling shouted loudly, her eyes sweeping the area. Her voice echoed into the stillness, but no response came. It was as if her words had been swallowed by the night. In the distance, a lone tree stood silently. Beneath its shadow, a branch swayed ever so slightly, rustling in the absence of any wind, a chilling, unnatural movement. It was the very spot the system's alert had indicated. Zhu Zhu's eyes narrowed sharply as he stared at the shadow, his heart growing heavier by the second. Jean Ling and the guard had also noticed the movement and turned their gaze in the same direction. They stared intently for a long moment, but no figure appeared. The guard sucked in a cold breath, a chill running down his spine as his muscles tightened instinctively. Black robe? Jean Ling called out, waving her hand. Was that you who hit my car? Once again, the branch in the shadow swayed without wind, trembling lightly as though nudged by an invisible hand. It's fine. He's my bodyguard, Jean Ling said with a sigh of relief, hastily explaining to Zhu Zhu and the guard. Though Jean Ling wasn't trained in martial arts, she was always surrounded by discreet protectors. Among them were Jean Ba, who operated boldly in the open, and Black Robe, who worked in secret. She instinctively recognized this as Black Robe's handiwork. Even if someone were impersonating him, the truth would inevitably come to light. Hearing this, Zhu Zhu and the guard finally relaxed their tense nerves. Zhu Zhu couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the Jean family. A third-rank martial artist as a bodyguard? In Jiaxian, a third-rank martial artist held a status akin to that of a deputy-level official, a position of immense prestige. The Jean family's strength ran deep, so deep that they could recruit a third-rank powerhouse as mere security. Truly, they were no ordinary family. Alright, you can head back now. My father should have already transferred the money to you. Take this belt as well. Jean Ling spoke as she retrieved a belt from the car and handed it to Zhu Zhu. Be careful from now on. If you need help, look for my father. Whether he'll help or not depends on your ability. I'm leaving. With that, she pushed open the passenger door, walked around to the driver's side, started the engine, and sped off without hesitation. Thank you, sister. Zhu Zhu called out loudly, holding the belt in his hands, his voice echoing across the empty space as he watched the sports car disappear into the distance. The car swerved slightly before stabilizing, accelerating swiftly until it vanished from sight. Turning to the armed police, Zhu Zhu gave a sincere nod of thanks before politely motioning for them to proceed first. Internally, he resolved to first devour the blood-eroding beast to avoid any complications during future inspections. As for the pawnshop's registration process, as long as nothing went wrong, it wouldn't trace back to him. Even if it did, he could present the dried carcass of the blood-eroding beast to the authorities, which would likely resolve any issues. Once the armed police had moved out of sight, Zhu Zhu quickly removed the red cover from the blood-eroding beast. Without hesitation, he reached out to grab the beast, simultaneously commanding the system to activate the devouring process. Devouring initiated. The moment he made contact, the blood-eroding beast lunged to bite him. But its teeth, upon sinking into Zhu Zhu's hand, felt as though they were piercing into a void, finding no purchase. Zhu Zhu gripped the beast tightly as its life force drained at an alarming rate. Sensing imminent danger, the beast struggled violently, but its strength quickly dissipated as its body shriveled into a dried husk. Devouring successful. Instantly, a refreshing sensation, like a clear spring, spread throughout his body, coursing like delicate threads and washing away fatigue and discomfort. The extraordinary feeling made every pore on his body open up greedily, absorbing the energy. Just as Zhu Zhu was immersed in this blissful sensation, a crisp notification sound abruptly rang in his ears, snapping him back to reality. Host has successfully devoured the entire blood-eroding beast. Blood-eroding beast entry unlocked in the compendium. Passive arcane ability acquired. Passive arcane ability, Blood Erosion, entry level 0. Blood Erosion, all close-range attacks by the host now inflict a blood erosion effect, causing enemies to lose 2% of their health every 10 seconds, lasting for 10 minutes. Zhu Zhu stared coldly at the new ability's description and let out a faint sneer. From a conventional combat perspective, this ability was practically useless. In arena battles, how many matches lasted a full 10 minutes? In most cases, victory or defeat would be determined within 3 minutes. Such an effect seemed utterly redundant. But suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and a sinister application came to mind. Assassination. A subtle touch on the opponent, then retreating to wait for the next 10 minutes to take action. Take Lin Nantian, for example. His health was at 282 points. With this effect, his health would drop to 0 in about 8 minutes. Even if he consumed health-restoring pills, the recovery rate wouldn't be able to match the decay rate. Zhu Ju's heart skipped a beat, and he drew in a sharp breath. Upon closer inspection of the ability's description, he was shocked to discover that it was a percentage-based health erosion. Regardless of how high the opponent's health was, it would inevitably reach 0 after 10 minutes. This wasn't some useless ability, it was a divine skill. In martial arts, stances, and arcane techniques, levels were classified as entry-level, proficient, mastery, and supreme. This passive arcane ability was only at entry level, and its potential power at supreme could be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Zhu Ju's heart raced, his breathing quickened, as though a heavy hammer had struck his chest. Martial technique, boxing, proficient. Stance, basic stance, entry level. Passive arcane abilities, self-healing, entry level, blood erosion, entry level. First tier devouring progress, 20%, 10% usable. Health points, 48 calories, out of 100 calories. Upgrade threshold, 16. The devouring progress had increased by another 10%. The last time he devoured the therapy fish, it had also increased by 10%. It seemed that to fully level up the first tier, he needed to devour 10 first-tier beasts. 8 more were still required. Zhu Ju released his grip on the withered blood-eroding beast, carefully withdrawing his hand. He gently closed the cage door and covered it with the red cloth. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his state of mind and began walking toward the residential compound. The armed police conducted a routine inspection of the items in the cage, meticulously recorded the details, and sternly reminded him that creatures from the geocentric world, even in dried form, were strictly prohibited from being brought into the residential area to prevent potential outbreaks. They confiscated the withered blood-eroding beast on the spot. The geocentric world had been open for quite some time, and many creatures had been brought to the surface. While no one had been infected yet, rules were rules, and Zhu Ju had no choice but to comply. In any case, the devouring process was complete, and handing over the dried beast saved him further trouble. This minor episode delayed his registration process by a full half-hour. While Zhu Ju was grateful for the strict security measures of the residential compound, he couldn't help but grumble about the tedious procedures. The daily registration requirement for temporary residence permits consumed significant time and energy. He silently pondered whether he should consider moving away if the authorities managed to trace the mastermind behind Huang Xiang's plot. Now that Principal Du had taken the fall for him, though unspoken, staying at the principal's home seemed increasingly inappropriate. All done. Thank you for your cooperation. Have a safe journey. After the armed police completed their report, they allowed him to leave. Zhu Ju dragged his heavy steps back to his room, exhaustion washing over him like a tidal wave. Slamming the door shut behind him, he couldn't wait to strip off his clothes, tossing each piece onto the chair by the bed, and headed straight for the bathroom. Standing under the showerhead, he tilted his head up, grasped the faucet, and gave it a gentle twist. With a sudden whoosh, warm water cascaded down like a fine rain. The stream flowed over him from head to toe, washing away his tension and soothing his body and mind. He closed his eyes slightly, and his thoughts began to drift. He thought of Principal Du, the benefactor who had always looked out for him. Though it was a small favor, it had benefited Zhu Ju immensely, and he felt deeply grateful. But as his thoughts shifted to the principal's son, his brows furrowed tightly. Time and again, the son had provoked him, his condescending glares, venomous words, relentless pestering, and even a despicable attempt to poison him. Zhu Ju clenched his fists tightly as the water streamed through his fingers, unable to wash away the anger burning within him. If it weren't for the system's help, he might be the one lying in a hospital bed right now. He had no regrets. Principal Du's kindness was something Zhu Ju vowed to repay. But as for the principal's son? What did that have to do with him? Why should gratitude extend to the undeserving? Why should benefits be passed down like some hereditary right? This disgusting, archaic feudal tradition filled Zhu Ju with nothing but contempt. He had already tried to tolerate it, spending over 700,000 yuan in hopes of ending things peacefully with Du. But Du refused to let it go, resorting to poison and pushing things too far. He was courting death. If Zhu Ju didn't teach him a harsh lesson, wouldn't that be a disservice to Du's malicious intent? In Zhu Ju's heart, only one phrase rang clear: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. For every injustice done to him, he would repay it tenfold. Cold water droplets mercilessly slid down his face, piercing his skin and heart like countless needles. In that moment, the faint trace of guilt in Juju's heart completely dissipated, transforming into a sharp blade aimed directly at the path of vengeance. He stood under the shower for a long time, the sound of water drowning out all his scattered thoughts. His fury slowly cooled, replaced by a calm and resolute determination. He reached out, grabbed a bottle of body wash, and began to methodically and decisively clean himself. Just then, the phone in his pants pocket, hanging on the clothes rack, suddenly vibrated, shattering the quiet of the bathroom. On the other end of the line, Principal Du stood outside the emergency room, his face ashen as he redialed Juju's number over and over. No one answered. In a fit of rage, he swung his fist toward the wall with all his might. Before his fist could make contact, a large hand intercepted it effortlessly. You trying to punch a hole through the wall? Use your head a little, will you? Principal Du turned his head to see the man who had stopped him. Taking 2 deep breaths, his voice choked with emotion, he said, I'm almost 60. He's my only son. Beside him, a burly man with a crew cut patted him on the back. Each pat was so heavy it seemed to rattle Principal Du's insides. All right, President Du, calm down, the burly man said with exaggerated emphasis. This crew-cut giant was Jin Ba, president of the Jiaxiang City Advanced Martial Arts Association, responsible for managing all local martial artists. Any activities involving high-level martial arts required the association's approval, including the operation of martial arts schools. Principal Du was also the vice president of the association, making him Jin Ba's subordinate. How is he? The sound of high heels clicking down the stairs approached swiftly, accompanied by a sharp, feminine voice calling out from a distance. Jin Ba simply shook his head, his lips pressed into a thin line, offering no reply. Hearing the voice, Principal Du looked up, recognized the approaching figure, and urgently asked, Xiaoling, where is Juju? His voice was tinged with complex emotions that were hard to suppress. Jin Ling, having jogged all the way from the parking lot, had cheeks flushed from exertion and a sheen of sweat on her forehead. As she drew closer, she bent over slightly, hands on her knees, catching her breath. After a moment, she straightened up and replied, he went back to the staff housing. Principal Du, this was a fair match, there's no need to demand a confrontation with Juju. Principal Du's eyes went vacant at her words, his gaze unfocused as he stared blankly ahead, murmuring, a fair match, a fair match. His voice grew softer and softer. This was Du Yu's provocation from the start. He was the one who initiated the challenge. Jin Ling couldn't help but remind him, seeing his dazed expression. She wanted him to understand the full story and not let Juju be unjustly blamed. So what if it was a match? Winning or losing doesn't matter. Why did he have to go so far? Principal Du muttered to himself, as though he hadn't heard her. As he spoke, he slowly tilted his head back, his eyes tightly shut. 2 streams of tears escaped uncontrollably, trailing down past his ears. He tried to suppress his emotions, his body trembling slightly. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. It was Du Yu who first tried to poison him. Juju only retaliated in kind, Jin Ling said helplessly, but she remained firm in her explanation. Fine. Principal Du nodded slowly, swallowing hard as he forced down the unspoken turmoil in his heart. He nodded repeatedly, muttering under his breath, fine, an eye for an eye. I fed him, sheltered him, and this is how he repays me. Fine, just fine. Jin Ba and Jin Ling exchanged a glance, both puzzled by the closeness implied in Principal Du's words. Is Juju related to you? Jin Ba couldn't help but ask, trying to confirm if this was a family matter they shouldn't interfere with. Principal Du shook his head, taking a few deep breaths before speaking. He's an orphan, unrelated to me. I saw potential in him and wanted to support him in applying to martial arts university, but how can someone be so ungrateful? The words stunned both Jin Ba and Jin Ling. An orphan? The two had always assumed that Juju had a powerful force backing him, which was why he dared to bid extravagantly and act with such ruthless decisiveness. But now, they realized Juju's only connection was with Principal Du, and even that relationship wasn't close. Did you fund Juju's participation in the auction? Jin Ling asked, her voice tinged with doubt. Fund? What money? I never gave him any money. Principal Du looked bewildered, clearly not understanding why this question had come up. Jin Ling and Jin Ba exchanged glances, their minds already drawing conclusions. If Principal Du had merely provided Juju with basic necessities like food and shelter, his support was far less substantial than they had imagined. Both grew increasingly cautious and reserved in their assessments. Chairman Jin, what should I do? Principal Du suddenly stood up, his voice choked with emotion as he struggled to articulate his feelings. Jin Ba remained silent, unable to offer a response. How could anyone from the outside understand? The lack of adequate protection had already led to this point, saying more now would make no difference. Principal Du, as the head of a school, surely you wouldn't abuse your authority for personal vendettas, would you? Jean Ling raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp and her tone pointed, a subtle reminder. She firmly believed Zhu Ju was not in the wrong. Their brief interactions had allowed her to see that Zhu Ju was not the kind of person to forget kindness or betray others. In moments of crisis, the truly selfish only think of preserving themselves. But earlier, when the man in the black robe attacked, Zhu Ju's first instinct had been to shield her head and use his own body as a barrier, not to push her aside as a scapegoat. This sense of responsibility stirred deep respect in Jean Ling's heart. A person who valued relationships and knew how to protect others, how could such a man possibly be ungrateful? If it weren't for Du Yu's repeated provocations, and even his vicious, underhanded tactics during the fight, Zhu Ju would never have resorted to such a merciless counterattack. Principal Du's expression darkened at Jean Ling's words, his eyes filled with confusion and doubt. He understood very well that Jean Ling was defending Zhu Ju, but he also knew, deep down, that this wasn't the time to dwell on minor details. As Jean Ling had said, as the principal, he bore significant responsibilities. He couldn't let his son's injury drive him to irrational actions or acts of revenge. That would not only be unworthy of his position but also a betrayal of the principles he had upheld throughout his life. You should leave now. I need some time alone to think, Principal Du sighed softly, his tone devoid of the usual courtesy and warmth he showed toward Jinba. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. How could he find the energy to care about formalities? Jinba observed the scene, his heart full of understanding. He knew Principal Du was now engulfed in the overwhelming grief of a parent burying their child. It was a weight no one could easily bear in such a short time. Everything that needed to be said had already been said. Zhu Ju's fate going forward no longer had anything to do with him. With this thought, Jinba stepped forward, gently patting Principal Du on the shoulder. Then, he led Jean Ling away, leaving Principal Du standing alone, consumed by endless sorrow. Father and daughter walked in silence, neither speaking first. Their minds were filled with questions, and the atmosphere was as heavy as a boulder pressing down on them. Principal Du had mentioned that Zhu Ju was just an orphan and that he had never given him any money. So, where did Zhu Ju get the money for the auction? It wasn't a trivial amount. And more importantly, why had Zhu Ju spent such a fortune to purchase the bloody rotting beast? Du was the only student in Jiaxiang City this year to be directly admitted to martial arts university? That alone testified to his exceptional abilities. Not to mention his early awakening, which was proof of his extraordinary talent. And yet, someone like Du had been defeated by Zhu Ju. Even if Principal Du had helped Zhu Ju before, it was highly unlikely that his support for Zhu Ju surpassed what he had given his own son. They had witnessed the entire duel. Every move, every strike was real, a testament to raw skill and effort. Zhu Ju's victory was solid and undeniable. But how had Zhu Ju achieved this? At such a young age, with seemingly no background, how had he reached such an astonishing level? Jinba, who had climbed his way up the ranks through sheer effort, understood deeply how grueling the martial path could be. Zhu Ju's accomplishments were practically a fairy tale. It was as absurd as a piano master emerging from a remote, impoverished village. Jinba's interest in Zhu Ju grew stronger. They reached the parking lot and climbed into their striking red convertible sports car. As Jean Ling started the engine and prepared to reverse, she turned to ask, "Dad, should we help Zhu Ju?" Jinba froze for a moment, turning to look at Jean Ling with surprise in his eyes. He didn't respond immediately, instead, he quietly observed her. Feeling awkward under his gaze, Jean Ling quickly composed herself and added, "I think Zhu Ju has good character, great potential, and no burdensome background. He's worth investing in." Jinba furrowed his brows, pondering her words for a long moment before finally nodding. Currently, Du was considered the top young martial artist in Jiaxiang City, but since he'd been defeated by Zhu Ju, that title rightfully belonged to Zhu Ju. If forming a connection with the martial arts champion of Jiaxiang City, this deal would be a guaranteed win. What's more, Zhu Ju was an orphan. Adopting him as a godson would be a significant advantage for the Jin family. The Jin family was the most powerful force in Jiaxiang City, yet they weren't part of the city's three major families. The main reason? They didn't have a male heir. Jean Ling, the family's only child, had long delayed finding a partner, leaving the situation awkward. If they could adopt Zhu Ju as a godson, Jinba's eyes narrowed slightly, his thoughts wandering far. But what about Principal Du? He was torn, unable to come up with a solution, so he decided to stop thinking about it altogether. Jinba didn't like worrying over hypothetical troubles. He pulled out his phone and began searching for Zhu Ju's number. Whether for transferring money or bidding in auctions, finding a phone number wasn't hard. Soon enough, he found the number and quickly composed a text message before sending it. After finishing his shower, Zhu Ju felt refreshed. He swiftly dried off, then threw himself onto the bed in one smooth motion. Just as he lay down, his phone's notification light blinked. Lazily, he picked up the phone and tapped the screen to check. 2 text messages and several missed calls. All the missed calls were from Principal Du. Juju wasn't surprised. After all, he had just turned the man's son into his daughter. Who could handle that without losing their temper? A few angry calls? That was to be expected. Still, Juju hesitated and didn't call back right away. He knew Principal Du must be furious. Calling him back immediately would not just end in a scolding, it could escalate and lead to words being said that couldn't be taken back. Better to let him cool off first, to calm down and regain his composure before they talked. Setting aside the missed calls, Juju checked the text messages. The first was a bank transfer notification, 1 million yuan. Instinctively, he opened his banking app to check the sender's profile picture, a Buddha making an OK gesture. It was Jean Ba's transfer. The avatar was so unique he recognized it instantly. Next, Juju opened the second text, sent from an unfamiliar number. His eyes lit up, and his heart tightened as he read the short but weighty message on the screen. If you face difficulties, call me. Jean Ling will protect you. Jean Ba. Juju's fingers trembled slightly, his eyes locking onto the screen like sharp blades. That one simple sentence seemed to carry infinite strength and promise. The Jean family wants to back me? Juju's heart leapt with a jolt, as if a blinding light had suddenly pierced through the darkness, flooding him with unspeakable excitement. In Jiaxiang City, Jean Ba was a towering figure. With his protection, Juju would no longer be a nameless nobody, easily bullied by others. But after the initial excitement, Juju quickly calmed himself. In this world, no one helps you for no reason, and Jean Ba was no exception. He had just defended Jiaxiang City's most powerful family, Principal Du's family, a major force and a critical gatekeeper for his academic future. Although Jean Ba was the city's top martial artist, even he wouldn't risk offending such a giant for the sake of an unknown junior. The only plausible explanation was that Jean Ba had recognized his potential. Smart move. And that line, Jean Ling will protect you, might mean Jean Ba wanted Jean Ling to remember him, or maybe Jean Ling herself had asked Jean Ba to step in. Juju set his phone down and closed his eyes. Jean Ling's image surfaced in his mind. What a wonderful sister. If only she were my real sister. A warm feeling spread through Juju's chest. Gradually, he relaxed and drifted into sleep. On the screen, a final notification flashed, battery at 1%. Shutting down in 10 seconds. The faint glow flickered in the dark before vanishing completely. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, gently illuminating Juju's face. He slowly opened his eyes, still groggy. Reaching for his phone, he found it had long since powered off. Sighing, he plugged it in to charge, then got up to wash up in the bathroom. Bang! 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 Urgent knocks suddenly echoed from the door. Who is it? Juju mumbled, his toothbrush still in his mouth, foam spilling as he spoke. Do you think it's summer break already? Why aren't you in class? Roared old Wan, his voice booming like thunder. Juju froze, a jolt of panic shooting through him. He quickly set down his toothbrush and rushed to open the door. The moment he cracked it open, old Wang barged in, his fury palpable. He jabbed a finger at Juju's nose and bellowed, "What's gotten into you? Skipping class, are we?" I just woke up," Juju stammered, overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught. He thought to himself, these past 2 days have been intense, too much stress, too many emotions. It's only natural I'd want to slack off a little today, You can still sleep? At your age, you can sleep? Do you even know what time it is? Do you realize how close the martial arts exam is? And you're sleeping? Old Wang unleashed a torrent of words, his scolding as relentless as a machine gun. Seeing the hallway outside clogged with onlookers, Juju panicked. This would cause a scene if it got out. He quickly pulled old Wang into his room, shutting the door behind them. "Let me in? You want to sleep a bit longer, don't you? Hurry up and get to class." Old Wang wasn't having it. He yanked Juju by the ear, muttering under his breath, "You don't answer calls, don't reply to texts, what, is your face made of gold? Wait, Mr. Wang. I haven't even finished brushing my teeth yet." Juju winced in pain, baring his teeth, but he didn't dare pull away. All he could do was stumble along, trying to explain his predicament. "Don't call me old Wang again." Mr. Wang misunderstood and grew even angrier, twisting harder. The two tussled in the hallway, Juju looking utterly disheveled. In the end, Juju couldn't resist old Wang's iron grip and was forcibly dragged out of the residential compound, heading straight to school. By the time they reached the classroom, it was the mid-morning break. The students were laughing and playing around. As Juju entered the room, all eyes immediately turned to him, curious, surprised, expectant. It felt as though a spotlight was shining directly on him. Before he could react, Zhang Xiaoqian suddenly lunged at him like a small cheetah, wrapping him in a tight hug. The force of the impact made Zhu Ju stagger back a couple of steps. Judging by the strength and build, he instinctively concluded Zhang Xiaoqian was not a girl. Frowning slightly, he gently pushed the person away and, upon recognizing who it was, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Zhang Xiaoqian," he blurted out, his tone filled with shock. Zhang Xiaoqian's face lit up with childlike excitement, his eyes sparkling as if he were wagging his tail in joy. He looked at Zhu Ju with unrestrained admiration. "Zhu Ji, my mom said you found some magical elixir for me overnight. The doctors couldn't save me, but one pill and I'm good as new. You're amazing." Zhu Ju felt a bit embarrassed by the praise and waved his hand modestly. "It was nothing, really. Oh, by the way, do you have more of that, spring awakening pill? The whole class wants to buy some." As soon as Zhang Xiaoqian finished his sentence, he stepped aside, revealing a group of classmates peeking curiously from behind him. Their eyes sparkled with greedy anticipation as they stared at Zhu Ju. "Ha!" Zhu Ju forced a smile, silently cursing in his head. Spring awakening pill? Are you kidding me? Do you think I dare sell you that? Let alone let you take it? Don't even joke about it. Even if he had any, they couldn't afford it. Judging by the state of their class, including himself, the entire group combined wasn't worth $1 million. Still, seeing Zhang Xiaoqian looking so lively and full of energy finally eased the heavy weight in Zhu Ju's heart. He let out a silent sigh of relief. He brushed off their questions with a few vague remarks and turned toward his seat, intending to focus on his studies. But Zhang Xiaoqian wasn't about to let him off so easily. He trailed after Zhu Ju, chattering nonstop like a rapid-fire machine gun. "Zhu Ji, what VE you been up to these past couple of days? Zhu Ji, where's your sword? Zhu Ji, what's with the toothbrush in your mouth? Zhu Ji." Time flew by amidst Zhang Xiaoqian's relentless questions and the playful banter of their classmates. Before they knew it, the mid-morning break was over. Wang Wenqing's seat remained conspicuously empty. Zhu Ju didn't ask about it, he saw no need to. The next class was history. The martial arts college entrance exam consisted of 3 main components: a chi and blood value test, an interview, and a written exam. The written exam score was factored into the interview results, and the overall score was calculated with a specific weight. Chi and blood value and interview scores had a 5-to-1 ratio, while the written component accounted for 40% of the total. Zhu Ju's written scores were solidly above the threshold, so his focus was entirely on the chi and blood value test and the interview. His chi and blood value now stood at 100 points. While he couldn't guarantee a top rank, he was firmly in the first tier. With that level, getting into a martial arts university wouldn't be an issue. But to gain admission to one of the top 5 martial arts universities, the key would lie in the bonus competition and the interview. Zhu Ju pulled out his notebook, filled with densely packed historical notes. The interview was all about rote memorization, so it wasn't realistic to rely on it to pull ahead. He knew deep down that the only way to make a significant difference was through the bonus competition. Still, since the bonus competition hadn't started yet, he needed to study hard for the interview material. Failing the interview would mean not even qualifying for a top martial arts university, which would be utterly humiliating. As he was making these calculations in his mind, the history teacher arrived right on time. The familiar chime of the class bell rang out as the teacher walked into the room with his usual steady gait. He wore the same old, worn-out outfit as always. It was unclear whether he owned any other clothes, as he didn't seem to change even in the scorching summer heat. It was an odd sight, but after 3 years, everyone was used to it. "Class, the exams are just around the corner. Just hold on for another 2 weeks, and a bright future awaits you." The teacher's opening words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly boosting the classroom's energy. The students straightened up in their seats, their eyes gleaming with hope for the future. "Today, we'll be covering," the teacher had barely started when the classroom door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. The principal stood at the doorway, his face dark as a storm cloud. His icy gaze swept across the room, silencing everyone in an instant. Finally, his eyes locked onto Zhu Ju like a predator targeting its prey. "You, come out," the principal said, pointing directly at Zhu Ju. His voice was low and heavy, carrying a suffocating pressure. The entire class froze. The history teacher exchanged a glance with the principal, his tone cautious and probing. Could this wait until after class? The principal ignored him and barked angrily, "Get out here, now!" Zhu Ju frowned slightly, closed his notebook unhurriedly, stood up, and walked toward the door. When he reached the doorway, the principal was already at the stairwell, gesturing impatiently for him to follow upstairs. Zhu Ju sighed lightly, knowing he couldn't escape this time. He resigned himself to the situation and followed without hesitation. Once inside the principal's office, the principal's face was twisted with anger. he demanded sharply. Why haven't you been answering your phone? Why didn't you reply to my messages? Juju remained calm, meeting the principal's glare. What do you need from me? He asked in an even tone. The principal sat down, fixing Juju with a cold, hostile stare. The silence was suffocating. 3 long minutes passed without a word, the tension in the room mounting with every second. Finally, the principal erupted. Juju, tell me, how have I treated you all this time? You've treated me well. I won't forget your kindness, Juju replied sincerely. Good, good, good. The principal waved his hand dismissively, cutting him off. His tone shifted to one of accusation. You know you as my son, don't you? I do, Juju replied, his face unreadable. Then why did you cripple him? The principal slammed his palm on the desk, rising to his feet in fury. Juju looked directly at him and countered. Did you know what he did to provoke me? No matter what he did, you had no right to cripple him. The principal's voice roared, echoing through the room. Did you know he tried to cripple me first? Juju shot back. Did he succeed? No, but you actually went and crippled him. The principal's eyes burned with rage, blood vessels bulging in his reddened eyes. Juju fell silent, realizing there was no use in reasoning. The principal was determined to lay all the blame at his feet, so he chose not to argue further. For the next half hour, the principal berated him mercilessly. Juju remained silent throughout, not uttering a single word in response. Finally, the principal demanded coldly, do you feel no guilt for betraying me? Guilt? For what? Juju's voice was sharp and cutting, as if it could slice through the air. The principal's eyes widened in disbelief. He pointed a trembling finger at Juju's face and roared, you ungrateful wretch! What kind of monster have I raised? You've been good to me, and I will repay that kindness, Juju said, his gaze unwavering and piercing. But that has nothing to do with your son. He bullied me, so I retaliated. If it happened again, I would do the same. Utter nonsense. The principal's fury boiled over. You've ruined the entire Du family, and you still think I should treat you well? You bastard. Juju narrowed his eyes, his tone turning icy. Mind your words. His gaze grew colder, all traces of respect gone. Slowly, he reached into his pocket and took out 2 cards, placing them calmly on the desk. I'll pack my things today and vacate the house immediately. Before the principal could respond, Juju turned and strode toward the door. So, after freeloading for days eating my food, using my gym, living in my house, you're just leaving like this? The principal sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Is this your idea of gratitude? I didn't freeload, Juju replied evenly, his voice steady but resolute. In less than 3 days, I've spent over 700,000 yuan. Utter nonsense. Why not say it was 1 billion? The principal scoffed. At the auction, I could have secured that item for 22,000 yuan. But your son drove the price up to 760,000. You knew that, didn't you? Juju's voice was calm, though his anger simmered beneath the surface. He forced you to bid? You couldn't just stop bidding? The principal dismissed the explanation entirely. If your son had won that item, he might already be dead, Juju said coldly. How dare you? The principal slammed his hand on the desk again, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He scammed you out of 700,000 yuan. What does that have to do with me? I've been good to you, and this is how you repay me? Your kindness to me has nothing to do with him. Why should I hold back because of you? Juju pressed the point. The principal slumped back into his chair, covering his face with his hands. He groaned in frustration, then shouted, Get out! Just get out! Juju didn't hesitate. He stood and left, closing the door softly behind him. From inside the office came the sound of the principal's anguished roar. Juju said nothing. In his heart, he knew he had done nothing wrong. Du had tried to destroy him. Juju had almost ended up in the hospital because of him. If not for the critical timing of his counterattack, it would have been him lying in that hospital bed instead. If their roles were reversed, what would the Du family have done? Paid a bit of compensation and moved on. To them, it would have been pocket change. He would have lost his future, and they wouldn't even feel a shred of remorse. Could he accept such an outcome? So, just because they were rich, they were people? And because he was an ordinary person, he deserved to suffer? To take the blame? To be scorned and humiliated? To hell with that. Juju didn't return to the classroom. He pulled out his phone to book a cleaning service but suddenly realized he had left his phone at home. With no choice, he headed back to the school's residential complex. He needed to vacate the Du family's house as soon as possible. Not another second under their kindness. He might have nothing left, but he still had his dignity. Juju sprinted back to the residential complex, climbed the stairs, and unlocked the door with his key. As he opened the door, he froze. Inside the house stood a girl, and she was unclothed. The girl stared at him in shock and fear. Then, a loud slap landed on Juju's face, leaving a bright red handprint. He was still in a daze. Who was she? Why are you in my room? Why aren't you wearing clothes? Why did you hit me? Why didn't I defend myself? Why am I the one locked out of the room? Juju was questioning his very existence. Before he could make sense of the situation, the door creaked open again. A girl peeked out. Her damp hair cascaded down her shoulders, a few strands clinging to her face. Her narrow eyes bore a striking resemblance to Principal Dew's. A high-nose bridge and slightly upturned eyes gave her an air of sharpness, but her expression was a complex tangle of emotions. She wore loose-fitting loungewear with a subtle floral pattern, though the elegance of the design couldn't mask the tight press of her lips and the furrowed brow that screamed of suppressed frustration. Her gaze shot straight to Juju, who was squatting in the hallway, clutching his face in grievance. Her eyes burned with fury. Her cheeks were faintly flushed, a sign of her anger, but beneath the anger lay a trace of humiliation and embarrassment born from the fact that Juju had seen her completely exposed just moments ago. She looked like an enraged, cornered beast, disheveled but defiant. The two locked eyes, silently confronting each other. Neither spoke first. After what felt like an eternity, Juju couldn't help but mumble, "Even my mom's never hit me this hard." If you want to call me mom, I might go easier on you next time," the girl snapped back without hesitation, her tone sharp and unyielding. "Why the hell did you come into my room?" They both blurted out at the exact same time, their voices overlapping. The words hung in the air, leaving both of them stunned. "Are you shall we?" Juju's eyes reflected his growing confusion. "You know me?" Du Hui's surprise was evident, her gaze filled with disbelief. Old Wang had mentioned before that this house was a gift from Principal due to his daughter, shall we, and that Juju was only temporarily staying here. But why had she suddenly returned? Mentioning the Du family sent a chill through Juju's heart, instantly killing his interest in continuing the conversation. With a cold snort, he stood up and shoved past Du Hui without saying another word, heading straight into the room. "Hey, what are you doing in my room?" Du Hui protested, quickly grabbing his arm to stop him. "Let go. I'm just grabbing my stuff and leaving," Juju said icily, shaking off her hand without even turning to look at her. "I'll scream for help." "You pervert." Du Hui's face turned red as she shouted angrily. "If you're not afraid of everyone knowing you were seen naked, then go ahead and scream," Juju replied fearlessly, his tone calm but tinged with mockery. "You!" Du Hui was so furious she stomped her foot, but she couldn't come up with a retort. All she could do was glare at him helplessly. A short while later, Juju emerged from the room, holding his now fully charged phone. He spoke in an icy tone as he passed by Du Hui. "I've already scheduled a cleaning service for this afternoon. They'll come to tidy up the place. Give me your phone number so they can contact you directly." "Ha, what a cliché excuse to get my number. How original," Du Hui scoffed, standing her ground like an immovable iron statue. "Then tell me, how should I ask for your number?" Juju's expression darkened, his tone sharp as a blade slicing through the air. Du Hui began to speak, but halfway through her sentence, she froze, as if suddenly struck by a realization. Her eyes widened in fury as she glared at Juju. "For the record, I have a boyfriend, and I absolutely do not like your type, got it?" A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Juju's lips. "Oh, does your boyfriend know you've been seen naked?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he darted away like an arrow released from a bow. "You arrogant jerk! How dare you talk to me like that?" Du Hui stood frozen for a split second before exploding with rage. Without hesitation, she bolted after him. As Juju sprinted down the hallway, he glanced back over his shoulder, astonished at how relentless she was. "Wow, didn't expect her to be this fierce," he muttered to himself. He quickly checked the display on his phone. At the top of the screen, a clear message stood out. Du Hui, vitality level, 336. "Holy crap!" Juju exclaimed, his voice filled with shock. Du Hui was a third-tier martial artist. A cold shiver ran down his spine, and sweat poured from his back, soaking his shirt in seconds. Fear gripped him as he realized the danger he was in. Without a second thought, he picked up his pace, sprinting as fast as he could. The elevator? No time for that. The stairs it is. What followed was an intense game of cat and mouse through the narrow stairwell. "Stop right there, you perverted scumbag!" Du Hui roared, her voice booming like thunder and reverberating through the stairwell, making Juju's ears ring. "Why don't you yell a little louder? Let the entire residential complex, no, the whole city of Jiaxiang, hear it while you're at it." Juju shot back without missing a beat, his tone dripping with sarcasm and defiance. "You bastard!" Du Hui's face turned crimson with rage. Her eyes burned with an almost tangible fire as she glared at Juju's retreating figure, her anger threatening to explode. The two of them sped out of the residential building like a whirlwind, racing toward the school. They moved so quickly that the guards at the entrance barely had time to react. All they felt was a gust of wind rushing past, leaving the gate eerily empty in their wake. Oddly enough, throughout the chase, Du Hui maintained a deliberate distance from Juju, neither too close nor too far. By all logic, a third-tier martial artist should have no trouble catching up to an unranked individual. But hesitation lingered in her mind. Should she really beat him up? With her strength as a third-tier fighter, she could crush him like an ant. But what if she accidentally killed him? Even if she didn't kill him, if word got out, how could she show her face in public again? On the other hand, if she didn't hit him, her rage would never subside. The only option left was to keep chasing him until he collapsed from exhaustion, if necessary. While running, Juju noticed that Du Hui was deliberately keeping her distance, which made him suspicious. He slowed down at times and sped up at others, trying to test her intentions. Du Hui, however, matched his pace perfectly, sometimes faster, sometimes slower, but always maintaining that subtle distance between them. Seeing this, Juju couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out laughing. Hearing his laughter, Du Hui's face turned ashen. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could rush up and tear him to pieces. Suddenly, Juju came to a halt, leaving Du Hui caught in an awkward dilemma. She stomped her foot in frustration, utterly regretting her impulsive decision to chase this boy so far, only to end up stuck in such an awkward situation. Juju took a couple of light steps forward, noticed Du Hui wasn't following, and taunted, "A mere third-rank trash like you. No wonder you got seen naked. You're such a pathetic loser." Du Hui was so enraged her face turned crimson, and she nearly spat blood. She roared, "You stop right there. I swear I'll skin you alive today." Her fury boiled over. How could Juju dare to say such shameless things? The incident of being seen naked, wasn't it all his doing? This guy was utterly shameless. A new round of chasing began, as if a whirlwind were heading straight for the gates of number 1 high school. Juju, wearing his school uniform, was instantly recognized by the security guard, who let him pass without hesitation. Du Hui, however, wasn't so lucky. She wasn't wearing a school uniform. The security guard stepped out of the booth, frowning as he barked, "Which class are you from? Why aren't you in uniform? Get out of my way." Du Hui was so furious she almost fainted. In her heart, she cursed the guard for being blind. What did he mean by not in uniform? Was he implying she wasn't wearing anything? Hearing this, Juju laughed so hard it was piercing, driving Du Hui's anger to the point that her face turned as red as an apple. But Juju's smugness didn't last long. He had thought that running into the school would be enough to shake Du Hui off his tail. To his surprise, this girl was relentless, clinging to his trail with unwavering determination. If he slowed down even slightly, Du Hui would immediately close the gap, sticking to him like glue. Juju cursed inwardly. If he got beaten up by a girl on school grounds, where would he put his pride? What made matters worse was the reputation of the Du family. They were known for being unreasonable. Even if he got beaten up, he'd have no place to appeal for justice. And if something happened, the upcoming bonus points competition would be ruined. What should he do? "You lunatic! Are you done yet?" Juju finally snapped, shouting as he ran. "I won't stop until I see you dead today." Du Hui had completely lost it, her eyes locked onto Juju, filled with nothing but rage. "Somebody help! A third-rank martial artist is trying to kill me." Juju threw all dignity aside as he sprinted towards the teaching building, yelling at the top of his lungs. His shouts drew countless curious heads peeking out of the windows of the teaching building. Several teachers stepped out of their classrooms upon hearing the commotion, intending to intervene. But Du Hui, as a third-rank martial artist, commanded a status far above them, even higher than the principal of the school. On this campus, she was the ultimate boss. No one dared to approach her lightly. Seeing the teachers hesitant, standing to the side without daring to say a word, cold sweat dripped down Juju's back. He quickly pleaded, "Sister Hui, I was just joking. I swear I won't tell anyone about today's incident. Please stop chasing me. I can't take responsibility for this. You die today." Du Hui's eyes burned with fury, showing no intention of backing down. Her gaze locked firmly on Juju, and her steps were as sharp and relentless as blades. Just as the situation reached a critical moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance. "Stop!" The voice was like thunder, carrying an undeniable authority. Juju and Du Hui froze in place, their steps coming to an abrupt halt. Principal Du strode towards them with the force of a mountain, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two of them before he pointed a finger directly at Juju's nose, yelling angrily, "Are you done yet?" Du Hui's eyes lit up as soon as she saw Principal Du. She rushed over, her voice crisp and sweet. "Dad." She had just heard about her younger brother being injured and rushed back overnight in a panic, not even having time to inform her family. But Principal Du completely ignored her, instead directing his sharp finger in piercing glare at Juju, shouting, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Du Hui froze, disbelief filling her eyes. She hadn't been home in so long, and yet her father was treating her like this? Principal Du stepped closer to Juju, his voice cold as he spat out a harsh warning. "If you don't want to stay here and study, then get out." Juju's eyes narrowed, his tone equally icy as he shot back, "Do you ever stop? You're the principal, what gives you the right to expel a student? Using your position for personal vengeance? I wasn't going to argue with you, but now you're pushing it?" The moment those words left his mouth, the surrounding teachers were so shocked their jaws nearly hit the floor. Even though Du Hui was a third-rank martial artist with greater composure, she almost dropped her own jaw in astonishment. Principal Du seemed struck by lightning. He stood there stunned for a full minute, 3 questions racing through his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? The scene fell into a dead silence, with no one daring to make a sound. Juju took a deep breath to suppress his anger, then turned to Du Hui, his voice cold and firm. "Our score is settled. If you dare give me trouble again, don't blame me for being rude." Du Hui was still in a daze, staring blankly at Juju. "Listen carefully and answer me." Juju's gaze was as sharp as a blade, exuding an almost suffocating pressure. Du Hui instinctively nodded, her voice trembling. "Oh, okay?" Juju turned to Principal Du, his tone icy. "Stop scheming against me all the time. I'm a product of 12 years of compulsory education. You have no right to interfere with my studies. If you keep bothering me, don't blame me for going straight to President Jean to report you." With that, he turned on his heel and strode away without a backward glance, leaving behind a stunned crowd of spectators frozen like statues. What on earth just happened? Don't ask, don't ask. I heard Juju hit the principal's son. Stop joking. Du's a guaranteed admission student, incredibly strong, he can even hold his own against a first-tier martial artist. How could Juju possibly take him on? Then why was Principal Du so harsh toward Juju? Don't spread baseless rumors, just don't. The teachers, sensing the tension, wisely dispersed, whispering amongst themselves as they walked away. After a long while, Du Hui finally snapped out of her daze, her face full of confusion. "Dad, who is he, really?" Principal Du's expression darkened, his voice weak. "My ancestor." After this incident, Juju's reputation among his peers skyrocketed, propelling him to an entirely new level. Tales of his heroic deeds spread like wildfire through the campus, and rumors about him began circulating everywhere. His classmates began giving him one grandiose nickname after another: the savior of the oppressed, the slayer of assassins, the principal and teacher's nemesis, the terminator of bullies, the man even senior martial artists can't catch. The stories grew increasingly mythical. Years later, when these classmates became parents, they would still regale their children with the legendary exploits of Juju. But good fortune never comes without its share of challenges. From that point on, the teachers' attitudes toward Juju took a drastic turn. They deliberately distanced themselves, treating him with an unusual coldness. Take Mr. Wang, for example. He used to get along well with Juju, but now, whenever they crossed paths in public, he barely acknowledged him. It wasn't until Mr. Wang privately explained that they were all avoiding trouble with Principal Du that Juju realized even Mr. Wang hadn't truly abandoned him. But Juju didn't care in the slightest. Graduation was just around the corner. Let them act however they wanted, as long as they didn't interfere with his ability to graduate, he couldn't care less. Yet, as the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. 2 days before the bonus point competition, Mr. Wang secretly approached Juju, his face filled with helplessness, and delivered a piece of terrible news. Juju's spot in the competition had been revoked. This revelation ignited a blazing fury in Juju's eyes, his anger nearly uncontrollable. The moment he learned his spot was taken, his mind raced with responses, but confronting Principal Du was not one of them. Mr. Wang explained that Principal Du's justification was serious violations of school rules and regulations. Moreover, he had instructed that the announcement not be made until the day before the competition. Fortunately, Mr. Wang's conscience got the better of him, and he secretly informed Juju. Otherwise, by the time registration closed, Juju would have been completely blindsided by the principal's scheme. Juju understood clearly that confronting Principal Du at this point was utterly pointless. After school that afternoon, he returned to his rented room, locked the door, took out his phone, and dialed Jean Ba's number. At this moment, the only person who could help him was the president of the Advanced Martial Arts Association. "Hello?" A cold voice answered on the other end of the line. "Respected Wang Realm expert, this is Juju," he greeted with a mix of reverence and urgency. "What is it?" Jean Ba's tone remained curt and unyielding. "I have a matter I need your assistance with. Do you have a moment?" Juju asked cautiously. "Speak." Jean Ba's voice was calm, devoid of any warmth. My spot in the bonus point competition was unjustly revoked by Principal Du, Juju said, his voice tinged with grievance. What reason did he give? Jean Ba asked, as if he had already anticipated this. Violation of school rules, Juju replied honestly. Humph, alright, I'll look into it. Wait for my update. Jean Ba's voice was steady and reassuring, like an immovable anchor in a storm. Thank you, sir. A glimmer of hope flickered in Juju's eyes, his gratitude unmistakable in his tone. After the call ended, Juju's heart sank to the bottom. His brows furrowed tightly, and anxiety washed over him like an unstoppable tide. If even Jean Ba couldn't resolve this, how could he possibly turn the situation around? The bonus points from the competition were his only chance to get into a top-tier martial arts university. His entire future hinged on this. Not to mention the half-pill of the revival elixir, his last lifeline. If he lost it, his life would hang by a thread. Juju felt as though he had been thrust back into the dire straits of his previous life, isolated and besieged on all sides. Even with his extraordinary abilities, seeking fairness seemed harder than scaling the heavens. Those in power always managed to manipulate the intricate web of rules, wielding legal and justifiable pretexts to ruthlessly oppress ordinary people. This world devours every weak soul. Unless Juju can defy fate and swallow this cruel world whole, he will eventually be consumed by it. City Hospital. Do you lay on the hospital bed, his tongue weakly sticking out, his tear-filled eyes blurred with despair, his entire being drained of vitality? Brother, are you okay? Du Hui sat by the bedside, her gaze filled with heartache. Don't mention those two words again. Du Yu's voice was hoarse, a tear slipping down his cheek. Why did you provoke him? Du Hui sighed softly, her mind conjuring up the image of Juju's cold, mocking face, and anger instantly flared. You know him? Du Yu turned his head to stare at Du Hui, confusion in his eyes. Know him? How could I possibly know that scoundrel? Du Hui gritted her teeth, her voice icy. Scoundrel? Du Yu frowned deeply. Du Hui cleared her throat, covering her awkwardness, and explained, breaking your lifeline, who wouldn't call that person a scoundrel? Don't bring that up. Du Yu wailed, his emotions collapsing completely. Alright, I won't mention it. Du Hui relented helplessly. At that moment, Principal Du pushed the door open and entered. Seeing his father arrive, Du Yu cried even harder. Enough, stop crying. What kind of behavior is this? Principal Du walked in empty-handed, crossed his arms, and sat down with a furrowed brow. Dad, you'll never get to be a grandfather now. Doesn't that bother you? Du Yu wailed in despair. Principal Du took a deep breath, the shadow of Juju flashing through his mind. Be a grandfather? At this rate, I'm about to become someone's grandson. I've contacted top doctors in the country. They'll fit you with a prosthetic when the time comes, Principal Du said, massaging his temples. A prosthetic? How am I supposed to use that? Du Yu banged his head against the pillow, his pain erupting. Seeing this, Du Hui silently picked up the thermos and left to refill it. Why did you provoke him? Principal Du frowned, his face full of worry. I don't care. I want revenge. Du Yu gritted his teeth, forcing himself to sit up, his bloodshot eyes blazing with rage. Principal Du remained silent, staring at his son with a complicated mix of emotions swirling in his chest. Just then, a young nurse pushed the door open, carefully carrying in 4 bag. She gently hung it on the 4 stand and, before leaving, thoughtfully tucked Du Yu's blanket. Principal Du's eyes lit up immediately, and he asked, Nurse, where is your head nurse? I'd like to hire a private nurse to take care of my son. The young nurse politely replied, the head nurse is doing her rounds and will be in this ward shortly. Before her words had fully settled, the head nurse entered the room, followed by a group of leaders and doctors. Principal Du, hello. The leading doctor extended his hand in greeting. Director Zhang, hello. Principal Du stood up and returned the handshake. I'm deeply sorry for what happened to your son, Director Zhang said with regret. No need for that. Actually, I have a request, Principal Du interrupted, getting straight to the point. Go ahead. We'll do everything we can to assist. Director Zhang adjusted his glasses, his tone firm. He felt guilty for being unable to reverse Du Yu's condition. Although it wasn't a technical failure, the medical limitations were there, and the hospital had reprimanded him the previous night. I have a busy job and can't be here every day. The child has no mother, so I'd like to hire a private nurse to look after him, Principal Du stated his wish. Of course. We'll arrange for the most suitable nurse right away, Director Zhang assured, treating the matter with utmost seriousness. No need to make it too complicated. I think that young nurse is quite attentive. I wonder if she'd be willing, Principal Du said, glancing at Bai Ruijin, the nurse who had just been in the room. Director Zhang followed his gaze and then turned to Bai Ruijin, saying, Bai Ruijin, Principal Du is giving you an opportunity. Seize it. Perform well, and I'll recommend you for a permanent position. Without waiting for her response, he immediately addressed Principal Du again. Principal Du, you have a keen eye. Though this nurse is relatively new, she has considerable experience in patient care. We'll assign her full-time to look after your son. If there's anything unsatisfactory, you or your son can let us know anytime, and we'll make adjustments. Thank you, Principal Du nodded. You're too kind, Director Zhang quickly replied. After discussing Du Yu's condition in detail, the group left. However, no one had asked for Bai Ruijin's opinion. Was she willing? No. She had worked so hard to escape her past and had no desire to return to being a private nurse. All she wanted was to serve ordinary patients, do her job well, and live a simple, dignified life after securing a permanent position. She didn't want to serve the privileged. She looked down on those people. If it hadn't been for the police taking them away, she even doubted whether she would have made it out alive. She knew too many of their secrets. She could never forget the insults Lin Feng hurled at her on the day she left. Even though she had completed the handover diligently, carefully explaining every caregiving detail, and fulfilled her responsibilities, she was met with nothing but verbal abuse. She didn't feel she owed the Lin family anything. The Lin family's crimes, she had no recordings, no evidence, and simply answered the police's questions truthfully. She had no obligation to help the wrongdoers, nor should she conceal the truth for them. That would be unfair to the victims. She had done nothing wrong, yet the hospital issued her a penalty for negligence. That penalty carried an unspoken rule: once her internship was over, she'd undoubtedly be dismissed. She felt lost, completely unaware of the truth behind it all. For now, the task of taking care of Du Yu had become crucial. She didn't know much about Principal Du's family background, but given their scholarly lineage, they were likely people who valued etiquette and propriety. It was this thought that stopped Bai Ruijin from outright refusing the assignment. She was eager to secure a permanent position, unwilling to let the Lin family incident result in her being pushed out after the internship ended. Since she was assigned to guard this place, Bai Ruijin decided to take it seriously and committed herself fully to assisting with the care. As Director Zhang stepped out of the room, Du Hui walked in hurriedly, carrying a glass of water. Principal Du let out a long sigh of relief, as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His sharp gaze landed on Du Hui. I assume you're here because you took on the security task for the bonus competition? Du Hui nodded lightly, emotions welling up inside her. At last, Father is acknowledging me. The moment he finished speaking, an awkward silence fell over the room, as if no one knew what to say next. Du Hui quickly picked up the conversation. If I hadn't taken on this task, I wouldn't have been able to come back to check on my brother. Don't say those two words. Du Yu suddenly cried out in anguish, his voice piercing and heart-wrenching. Bai Ruijin froze in shock, her heart skipping a beat as an ominous feeling surged within her. Principal Du sighed deeply. These 2 days, stay here and take good care of him. Go where you need to, but remember to return to school to continue your training. Understood. A fleeting look of satisfaction crossed Du Hui's face as she nodded resolutely. Silence fell again. Principal Du glanced at the time, stood up, and headed toward the door. He left behind a single sentence: take good care of your brother. At those words, Du Yu completely broke down, burying his face in the pillow as sobs echoed through the ward. Du Hui nodded in response, then turned to look at Du Yu, her expression filled with helplessness. She could only repeatedly murmur soft words of comfort. Bai Ruijin didn't know what to say either. She imitated Du Hui's actions, gently murmuring along. Du Hui cast a puzzled glance at Bai Ruijin, thinking to herself, what's wrong with this nurse? I was specifically assigned by Director Zhang to take care of him, Bai Ruijin explained quickly, noticing Du Hui's confusion. Oh, Du Hui replied softly, but a pang of bitterness rose in her heart. Is it because Father doesn't think I can take care of my brother? Is that why he arranged this? Am I really so incapable? He doesn't even want to talk to me. Is it because he looks down on me? Seeing Du Hui lost in thought, Bai Ruijin asked with concern, is there anything I can help you with? Du Hui's eyes turned cold. Get out, she snapped. Bai Ruijin froze, stunned, her face full of confusion. At that moment, Principal Du stood just outside the ward. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Director Zhao. Principal Du, how can I assist you? There's something I'd like to discuss. Just as Juju was growing suspicious, his phone chimed with a message from Jean Ba. Come to the pawn shop. For simple words, impossible to decipher. But if Jean Ba was summoning him, there must be hope. Juju didn't hesitate. He rose immediately. This time, he didn't take the bus. Instead, he hailed a taxi. Though he had amassed a fortune of 1,000,000 yuan, Juju was frugal by nature, only opting for a taxi in urgent situations. Now, with the stakes so high, there was no room for hesitation. Half an hour later, Juju hurriedly entered the pawnshop. It was early morning, and the auction hadn't begun yet. Only a few sellers were bustling at the windows. Juju headed straight for the service desk, intending to ask for Jinba's office location. The receptionist smiled and said, "You'll need to contact him directly." Helpless, Juju pulled out his phone and dialed Jinba. Before the call connected, a voice called out, "Over here." Juju turned toward the sound to find Jinba already seated in a corner of the hall. He hadn't noticed him at all earlier. "Master Wang," Juju hurried over and greeted him respectfully. "Just call me Uncle Ba," Jinba said, standing up and motioning for him to follow. "Uncle Ba, why did you call me here?" Juju began, but before he could finish, Jinba was already leading him downstairs. The two pushed open a door, and the air was thick with the salty tang of sweat. From somewhere in the distance came the intermittent sounds of combat and the cheers of an audience. The space wasn't large, but it resonated with the intense energy of battle. As Juju descended step by step, he found himself facing tiered seating packed with fervent spectators. A step further down, the arena unfolded. Descending a few more steps, the entire venue came into view. At the center, several standard fighting rings were arranged side by side. Around them, towering metal columns stood high, their tops fitted with dazzling spotlights. The lights beamed down fiercely, illuminating the rings as if it were broad daylight. The pawnshop's basement was, in fact, an underground fighting arena. At this moment, the venue was roaring with life. Every seat was filled, and the deafening chatter formed a stark contrast to the empty, desolate hall upstairs. "This place opens during the day," Jinba explained with special emphasis. "The ones who come to fight here are mostly members of the High Martial Association. No gambling, just pure competition of skill." With that, he led Juju to seats near one of the rings. The two sat down. "Uncle Ba, this." Juju's face was filled with confusion, unable to understand Jinba's intentions. "I've already spoken to old Du about it," Jinba said loudly, his voice cutting through the noise. "As for your bonus match quota, it's not happening." Juju's heart sank, a wave of disappointment washing over him. It wasn't because of his ability, someone's simple no was enough to shut him out. "You're still his student, after all. It'd be inappropriate for me to interfere too deeply on the school's level. I hope you understand," Jinba said, patting Juju's shoulder in an attempt to console him. "Is there another way?" Juju's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope, grasping tightly onto any possibility. He knew deep down that Jinba wouldn't have gone out of his way to bring him all the way here just to watch a match. There had to be some hidden plan, some secret method. Jinba wouldn't act without purpose. Jinba stared deeply at Juju, his gaze brimming with approval, openly showing his recognition. In his heart, he thought, "This kid, as sharp as I expected." "Get in the ring," Jinba said, extending a finger toward a ring that had just been vacated after an intense battle. "I've arranged an opponent for you. Fight him, and we'll talk after." Juju's fists clenched tightly, his fighting spirit igniting in an instant. He knew this fight would be decisive. For a brief moment, Juju hesitated, but he quickly understood his only hope lay in Jinba's hands. At this moment, he had to prove to Jinba that he was worth the effort. Without hesitation, he stood up and strode toward the ring. The school uniform he wore immediately drew an uproar from the crowd below. The noise surged like a tidal wave, deafening and chaotic. Juju paid no attention to the jeering. He stood calmly in the ring, his gaze fixed firmly on the opponent Jinba was about to send his way. Before long, a burly, towering man stepped onto the ring with steady steps. Standing at an imposing 6'3", he was nearly on par with Jinba in stature, but his presence lacked any oppressive aura. Wei Hao. Vitality 111, bone tempering 20%, mental strength 2. No abilities. Juju's eyes locked onto the data displayed on the panel in his mind. He knew this fight wouldn't be easy, but he refused to back down, brimming with determination. "Last 10 minutes, Jinba shouted from below. He didn't think Juju had much of a chance to win, all he hoped was that he could hold his ground for 10 minutes. Juju gave a slight nod. According to the rules, both fighters raised their fists to touch in a gesture of acknowledgement. The crisp sound of the bell rang out, and the battle officially began. Wei Hao raised an arm slowly, hooking his fingers in a provoking gesture. "Your move first, **. Juju didn't hesitate. He lunged forward like an arrow, throwing his arms around Wei Hao's waist and channeling all his strength into a sudden backward shove. The crowd erupted with laughter, the sound nearly shaking the entire ring. Even Jinba furrowed his brows. Does this kid even know how to fight? This is nothing like how he performed against Du last time. But Juju was unfazed by the laughter. He clung tightly to Wei Hao's waist, activating his devouring technique while keeping a close watch on every subtle movement of Wei Hao's latissimus dorsi. When the latissimus dorsi tensed, it meant the arms would move. Juju would retreat immediately at the first sign. Wei Hao, on the other hand, was at a loss. He had only received one instruction from Jinba, don't hurt Juju during the match. Just go easy. At first, Wei Hao had been worried about how to hold back, but the moment he saw Juju's performance, he immediately understood. To him, Juju was just an inexperienced kid, completely clueless about how to fight in a real ring. With that thought in mind, Wei Hao relaxed, planting his feet firmly in a solid stance, allowing Juju to push him without resistance. To the audience, it looked like Juju was using all his might, but Wei Hao didn't budge an inch. The sight triggered another wave of uproarious laughter. Jinba sighed, his eyes filled with disappointment. Last time, Juju's victory over Devour had caught my attention, but that was just a petty skirmish between students. Devour had relied on his ability to secure a spot, but his actual strength was weak. In the early stages of martial arts, no one focuses on cultivating abilities. Abilities require mental strength to activate, but mental strength grows slowly before the third rank, making abilities impractical for most. Devour had paid the price for this weakness? This time, Jinba had arranged for Wei Hao to fight Juju to eliminate any variables from abilities and test Juju's real combat capability. But seeing Juju's current performance, his vitality clearly outmatched, making a fool of himself in the ring, Jinba couldn't help but question, what's the point of this? To move his opponent with pity, Hey, kid, Wei Hao said with a chuckle, lowering his voice. If you can't win, just admit it. I won't hurt you. Get off the ring yourself. Juju's heart trembled, his opponent was completely unaware that his vitality was plummeting at a terrifying rate. Wei Hao, vitality, 56. Wei Hao, vitality, 54. Wei Hao, vitality, 52. Half of Wei Hao's vitality had already drained away, yet he remained oblivious, utterly underestimating the situation. Juju feigned exhaustion on purpose, his goal being to mislead his opponent. Jinba had sent him into the ring for a bonus match, strategically dispatching a strong opponent to secure the win. But Juju refused to believe that Jinba had sent Wei Hao to fight him to the death. By deliberately exposing weaknesses, Juju aimed to lull Wei Hao into a false sense of security, while secretly siphoning away his vitality. Once Wei Hao's vitality reached a critical low point, Juju would strike decisively and end the fight in one swift blow. He knew full well that with the bonus match approaching, he couldn't afford to get injured or waste too much energy. His premium meal card at the cafeteria was already used up, he couldn't afford to bleed recklessly or fight to the bitter end. If a problem could be solved with brains, why resort to brute force? To Juju's surprise, everything was going even smoother than expected. Wei Hao smirked, watching Juju struggle to hold him around the waist, his whole body trembling as if on the verge of collapse. The sight made Wei Hao burst into laughter. Wei Hao mistook the anomaly in his vitality for the effects of Juju's apparent struggle, which only deepened his arrogance. Cheers and laughter erupted from the audience below the ring, their excitement so intense it seemed to ignite the very air. Wei Hao's gaze began to blur as he became utterly lost in the illusion of imminent victory. Humph, Jinba snorted coldly. He slammed his chair into pieces with a single strike, his fury blazing as he turned abruptly and stormed toward the stairs without a word. His mind was filled with curses. What kind of nonsense is this? Making a fool of yourself out there and still expecting me to save you, Without looking back, Jinba strode decisively toward the first floor. But just as he pushed open the doors to the first floor lobby, an eruption of shocked cries came from the arena behind him, crashing like waves and shaking everyone to their core. Jinba's brows furrowed, his anger flaring instantly. That brat Wei Hao must have gone overboard and injured Juju, he growled through clenched teeth. He spun around sharply, his steps quick and determined as he rushed back to the arena. When he finally caught sight of the scene on the ring, his eyes widened in disbelief. Wei Hao lay sprawled on the ground, motionless like a pile of wet mud. Meanwhile, Juju sat leisurely on top of him, his head bobbing slightly as he stretched lazily, yawning like he was bored. Hey, Xiao Hao, what the hell happened here? Jinba hurried to the ring and grabbed a young man nearby, demanding answers. The young man, Xiao Hao, looked dazed, still struggling to process what he had just witnessed. This is insane. Stop beating around the bush. Spit it out. Jinba snapped impatiently. Xiao Hao scratched his head, thinking for a moment before replying. At first, that guy in the school uniform just kept pushing Wei Hao. I know that. Then what? Jinba pressed, his frown deepening. Then, all of a sudden, he stood up straight and gave a light shove. Wei Hao, Wei Hao just crumpled like paper and hasn't gotten back up since. What? Jinba was utterly stunned, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. Wei Hao was a famed warrior, renowned for his invincible strength, robust physique, and overflowing vitality. His participation in the bonus match was a testament to his unmatched capabilities. Yet now, within less than 3 minutes, he had been reduced to a lifeless heap? Jean Ba's gaze shifted from Ju, still perched casually on Wei Hao, to the surrounding spectators. He questioned them one by one, but the answers were all the same utter confusion. Climbing onto the ring, Jean Ba fixed Ju with a piercing stare. "What the hell did you do?" Ju's lips curved into a faint smile. "Didn't you watch the match?" he asked in return. Caught off guard, Jean Ba froze, his face flushing slightly as he found himself at a loss for words. "You told me to last 10 minutes. I didn't make it that long, so my apologies. I'll take my leave now," Ju said calmly. He stood up, dusted off his sleeves, and walked off the ring without a hint of urgency. "Wait!" Jean Ba was so furious that he nearly passed out, his face turning ashen. "I told you to last 10 minutes because I didn't think you could win. And now, in less than 3 minutes, you flattened the opponent and dare to act smug? You little brat, follow me." Jean Ba barked, his tone laced with irritation as he stormed off the ring, instructing his men to take good care of Wei Hao. Ju knew well enough that sometimes, when showing off, it was crucial to gauge the situation and stop at the right moment. Acting too aloof and leaving without a word would only backfire. So, he followed Jean Ba. The two ascended the stairs back to the pawnshop's dimly lit lobby. Compared to the lively chaos of the underground arena, the atmosphere here was eerily quiet. Jean Ba didn't stop, leading Ju straight to the elevator and pressing the button for the second floor. The elevator arrived shortly, and the two stepped into Jean Ba's office on the second floor. The rich essence of Chinese style enveloped the room. Dark wood dominated the decor, grounding the space with its weighty and stable presence. A rustic chandelier, engraved with intricate cloud patterns, hung elegantly from the ceiling. To one side stood a full set of traditional Chinese hardwood furniture, its lines fluid and graceful, with the edges carved in a classic meander motif. The tabletop, polished to a mirror-like sheen, hosted a set of blue and white porcelain teaware, each piece painted with vivid landscapes. An open display shelf on the wall showcased various trophies of different shapes and designs. Beside it hung a framed university graduation photo, with bold characters inscribed at the top, Taihe Martial University. So, Jean Ba was an accomplished graduate of Taihe Martial University. "Sit." Jean Ba entered without any airs, walking directly to a cabinet. He opened the door and retrieved a box of tea leaves. He moved to the seating area and began brewing tea methodically. Ju sat by the guest table, silently watching him, saying nothing. "Try this." Jean Ba handed a teacup to Ju, took a small sip himself, and then pulled out a box of celestial sticks from his pocket, a type of high-end cigarette. He lit one for himself and casually offered another to Ju. Ju accepted without hesitation. Picking up the lighter nearby, he lit the celestial stick. The two men smoked and sipped tea, neither speaking first. This was, perhaps, the unspoken understanding between adults. Whoever spoke first would cede the upper hand. Although Ju was there to seek Jean Ba's assistance, it was Jean Ba who had summoned him. If Jean Ba remained silent indefinitely, the situation would undoubtedly become unbearably awkward. At this moment, a taut string seemed to stretch in both their hearts, the atmosphere so tense it could almost spark into flames. Finally, Jean Ba chuckled softly, breaking the silence with a calm yet powerful voice. "So, what's your plan?" Ju took a sip of tea, set the cup down steadily, and replied with unwavering determination, "I'll follow your lead, Uncle Ba." Jean Ba's lips curled into a faint smile. He picked up the teapot and refilled Ju's cup with steaming tea. "This matter won't be easy," Jean Ba said slowly, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. Ju removed the celestial stick from his mouth, holding the freshly refilled teacup with steady hands. His voice was resolute. "Uncle Ba, you've seen my abilities. If I succeed in the future, I will never forget your great kindness." Jean Ba felt a surge of satisfaction. This kid's sharp. He knows exactly what I want to hear. Seeing Ju's sincerity, Jean Ba chuckled and asked, "How much do you know about the bonus match?" Ju hesitated briefly, pondering the deeper meaning behind Jean Ba's question. Still, he answered honestly, "I know that exceptional participants can earn bonus points for the college entrance exams, and the winners receive rewards." Jean Ba laughed heartily, took a drag from his celestial stick, and turned to Ju. "What you know is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm all ears." Ju's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to learn more. Jean Ba sipped his tea and began to explain. "The bonus match is indeed a competition to select outstanding candidates, but this format has only emerged in recent years." "Recent years?" Ju furrowed his brows, puzzled. Jean Ba nodded and continued, "In the early days of the high martial era, there was no such thing as a bonus match. Back then, martial talents were scarce, and there were only 5 martial universities nationwide. A bonus match would have been meaningless. But in The past decade, as martial education expanded and more martial universities emerged, the bonus match was introduced to select top-tier talents. In reality, it's more like a preliminary round held by the elite martial universities, but that's just the surface. He paused, giving Juju a moment to process, then continued, the bonus matches are typically held near the entrances to the inner Earth world, a forbidden zone. Before the matches were established, those regions served as training grounds for newcomers. Low-tier inner Earth creatures still linger there, and their dangers are beyond what ordinary people can handle. Martial University students, in a way, are the vanguard of the future inner Earth expeditions. A flash of excitement lit up Juju's eyes. Asterisk inner Earth creatures. This bonus match might just be a rare opportunity, asterisk. Jinba had expected Juju to show trepidation, but instead, the young man looked as thrilled as if he had stumbled upon buried treasure. You're not afraid? Jinba couldn't help but ask. I am, Juju admitted candidly. Then why go? I must. Why did you bid for that blood erosion beast at the auction? Jinba pressed. That's none of your business, Juju replied coldly. After a moment of silence, he softened his tone, I just don't want to tell you. Jinba rolled his eyes but didn't push further. After all, everyone had their secrets, and this kid was full of mysteries. It wouldn't be wise to pry too much. What I've told you so far is just the basics of the bonus match. In truth, there's an official secret they don't disclose, Jinba said, leaning in with an air of mystery. And what's that? Juju's eyes burned with curiosity. The martial realm, Jinba declared, his voice firm and resonant. The martial realm? Juju repeated softly, savoring the words. After a moment, he asked, isn't that a place only accessible after entering university? The martial realm was a sacred land where martial artists awakened their special abilities. Each martial artist possessed inherent attributes within their bodies, and the martial realm activated these attributes, allowing their abilities to be unleashed freely. Duyu's ability to wield his power stemmed precisely from this? But had he ever entered the martial realm? Juju pondered for a moment before asking. Jinba replied, Duyu has never entered the martial realm but still awakened his abilities? Awakening doesn't solely rely on the martial realm. Some individuals with exceptional talent can activate their abilities on their own. Duyu's talent was rated as Grade A, which earned him automatic admission. On the other hand, talents rated S grade and above typically require awakening in the martial realm. These are stronger but much rarer. The martial realm is key to a martial artist's rapid rise in strength. Uncle Ba, what's the connection between the bonus points competition and the martial realm? Juju couldn't contain his curiosity. The martial realm exists only near the Earth's core entrance and opens twice a year. One opening is for freshmen from martial universities and eligible upperclassmen to enter in teams. The other is for teams of independent martial artists. The larger the number of entrants, the faster the energy in the martial realm depletes. However, during the bonus points competition, the rules are relaxed, allowing the martial realm to be opened once for individual use. With very few entrants, the energy within the martial realm becomes exceptionally abundant. The richer the energy, the more attributes within the human body can be activated. Naturally, the probability of high-level talents emerging also rises. Do you understand this now? Juju's eyes suddenly lit up, and his interest was instantly ignited. I currently possess an SSS grade devouring talent, the pinnacle of all talents. The martial realm, for me, seems rather meaningless. Jinba had thought that after explaining everything, Juju would be so excited he'd immediately pledge his loyalty. Yet, seeing Juju's indifferent demeanor, as if he was entirely uninterested, Jinba froze in place. Could it be this guy had a screw loose? After speaking, Jinba fell silent, waiting for Juju to ask more questions. But Juju just stared at him quietly without much concern, leaving them in an awkward silence. You're not interested in the martial realm at all? Jinba couldn't help but ask. I'm interested, Juju replied perfunctorily, his tone utterly flat. Then why aren't you excited? Jinba pressed further. I'm a deeply thoughtful person. I don't like to show my emotions, Juju said solemnly. Jinba was momentarily stunned, nearly swearing aloud. This kid is shameless. Uncle Ba, after saying so much, how exactly do I participate in the bonus points competition? Juju finally posed the critical question. After all, Jinba had previously mentioned that going through the school route was out of the question. So how could he break through this impasse? Join the Martial Arts Association, Jinba said succinctly and decisively. Join the Martial Arts Association? Juju repeated in astonishment. Yes, join the Martial Arts Association, Jinba emphasized again. But, how exactly does that work? Juju was full of questions. The bonus points competition will be broadcast live nationwide, with Marshall University instructors paying close attention. Each match is under their scrutiny. The key is, they're interested in the performance of each participant, not whether you're a student. Jinba threw out an answer that completely caught Juju off guard. But isn't the bonus points competition meant for Marshall University students? How can a non-student participate? Juju asked, puzzled. Non-students can't participate, only students can compete, Jinba replied resolutely. This logic was unconventional. The Martial Arts Association includes independent members who are not students, and they can also form teams to compete. The way how you just defeated is the captain of one such independent team. He never attended an advanced martial high school but possesses exceptional strength, so the bonus points competition gives people like him a chance, Jinba explained. Juju suddenly understood. Jinba intended for him to join an independent team to gain entry into the bonus points competition. As I said, these independent martial artists didn't take the cultural entrance exams. They're not competing for bonus points but using the competition as a chance to awaken their abilities and enter the martial realm. Once they awaken powerful abilities, it's like obtaining a pass to top universities. You're different. Once you join their team and enter the competition, you'll naturally earn bonus points. And if your abilities stand out, you might even be directly recruited by a prestigious university. Jinba laid out the plan in detail, leaving Juju thoroughly impressed. However, Juju still had some doubts. Uncle Ba, aren't independent martial artists generally much stronger than students? For example, Wei Hao's blood vitality reached an impressive 112. Which students can't match. How is it fair for independent teams to compete against student teams? As soon as he finished speaking, Juju waited quietly for Jinba's response. Strangely, Jinba didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared at Juju in shock. After a moment, he squinted and asked, "How do you know Wei Hao's blood vitality level?" Juju instantly realized he'd let something slip and inwardly cursed. His mind raced before he quickly came up with a response. "I overheard it from the audience. Not sure if it's accurate, but judging by the match, it seems about right." Oh, Jinba dismissed any attempt at denial and exposed the truth with a single sentence. The blood vitality values of the High Martial Association members were measured just the day before yesterday and haven't been made public. Other martial artists might sense it inaccurately by about 20 points at most. But you've pinpointed it down to the exact digit. How impressive. Unless my memory is wrong, what you said is completely spot on. His eyes glimmered with mockery. "Kid, I'd really like to see how you're going to talk your way out of this." "Fine, I admit it. I've got a rare talent and an exceptional perception. I can precisely sense an opponent's blood vitality," Juju confessed, appearing resigned. Jinba snorted lightly, clearly disgusted by Juju's smug self-assessment, but he didn't press further. Instead, he continued, "There are restrictions on High Martial Association members participating in the competition. For the bonus point rounds, there's a team match. Students from schools form teams of 5, while social teams consist of 3 members. In the individual matches, social teams are prohibited from using weapons or medicine. That's the key difference between the two. So don't be fooled by how strong the social teams look. Starting from the bonus point rounds, they've never had any particularly outstanding performances." Hearing this, Juju felt at ease. Those restrictions had absolutely no impact on him. Weapons? He didn't have any now. And even if he did, he wouldn't be able to use them. Medicine? He didn't need any. Those brats were his strongest supplements. Plus, he still had 2 chances left to trigger his super blood vitality recovery ability. After several days of training, Juju had finally broken through the upgrade threshold of 20 points. This meant his body could withstand the sudden surge of a 20-point increase in his blood vitality cap. As Jinba finished speaking, his gaze swept over to Juju. Not only did Juju show no trace of disappointment, but he even looked as if he'd just struck gold. His face lit up with a sly grin. This sight cemented Jinba's belief, this Juju, his brain was seriously wired wrong. He hesitated, starting to wonder in his heart if he should really hand this precious competition spot to this kid. "Uncle Ba, thank you so much. Once I make something of myself in the future, fix your brain first." Jinba cut him off irritably, standing up to grab his phone from the table. He quickly sent a text to Juju, "Here's Wei Hao's number. You two are in a team. Spend the next 2 days training properly at the pawnshop. If there's anything you're unclear about, just ask him. He's a decent guy. By the way, head to the Martial Arts Association to complete your membership registration. It's too late today for me to go with you, but I'll inform them in advance. Go and handle it yourself. Make sure to get it done today. The deadline for the bonus point round registration is tomorrow, and I'll expedite the process on my end. I'll text you the address in a bit. Zhu Ju immediately expressed his thanks again. If you really want to thank someone, thank Jinling. If she hadn't pleaded on your behalf, I wouldn't have bothered helping you. Jinba shifted all the credit to his daughter, leaving Zhu Ju in complete awe. At the same time, Zhu Ju couldn't help but feel a pang of envy toward Jinling. If only he had such a great father, how sweet life would be. In his mind, the image of the young lady in the cheongsam appeared once more. Zhu Ju couldn't resist his longing to see her again, imagining himself teasing her with a playful big sis. The conversation ended, the tea was finished, and the goal was achieved. Zhu Ju decided not to further disrupt Jinba, who still had official duties to attend to during the day. Zhu Ju pushed open the door and gently closed it behind him. Taking out his phone, he opened the text message and dialed Wei Hao's number. "Hello, brother Hao?" Zhu Ju initiated the call. "Who?" came a faint, weak voice from the other side. Zhu Ju's lips twitched slightly, a trace of guilt surfacing in his heart. Perhaps he had gone a bit too heavy-handed earlier. "It's me, the one who, hit you just now," Zhu Ju responded tactfully. On the other end, there was a faint sound of someone coughing up blood. After half a minute, a question came, "What do you want?" "I hit you too hard earlier. I wanted to check on your injuries." "Where are you?" Zhu Ju asked with concern. The other party took a few deep breaths before replying slowly, "Basement level 1, in the infirmary of the sparring hall." "Got it. I'll be there right away." Zhu Ju hung up and headed straight for the elevator, making his way to the infirmary. By now, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and the sparring hall was far less crowded than before. According to Jinba, the hall was bustling during the day, but it was the evening auctions that drew large crowds of martial artists and security personnel. The night shift staff were generally less skilled, so there wasn't much to see. Zhu Ju walked directly to a corner of the sparring hall, where a modest room with a sign reading infirmary was located. The infirmary was small, with only 2 hospital beds. It seemed that most sparring sessions ended with restrained force, so injuries were rare. After all, everyone here was a colleague in the Martial Arts Association. They knew one another well, and no one would truly go all out. This place mainly treated minor scrapes and the occasional accidental injury. Wei Hao was lying on one of the beds, hooked up to an 4 drip. He looked pale and fatigued, with sunken eyes, dark circles, and chapped lips. When he saw Zhu Ju, his lips trembled visibly. Zhu Ju felt a pang of anxiety, wondering if Wei Hao would even be able to compete the day after tomorrow. "Comrade, you've really been through a lot," Zhu Ju said helplessly, squeezing out a few words of comfort. Wei Hao's eyes brimmed with tears as he clung tightly to Zhu Ju's hand, refusing to let go. "How did you do it? Teach me, show me." Zhu Ju hesitated for a moment before saying, "We'll talk about it when you're feeling better. I'll recover soon. The doctor said I'm just low on blood and energy. They gave me a blood-replenishing acupuncture treatment, so I'll bounce back in no time." Wei Hao's eyes were filled with admiration, staring intensely at Zhu Ju as if that absorbing star technique he practiced held all the answers. "I'm not sure if you can master it. Let's focus on preparing for the bonus round first. We can spar after the tournament," Zhu Ju replied. "Bonus round?" Wei Hao's eyes lit up. "President Jin teamed us up?" Zhu Ju nodded. "Good, with you around, I feel at ease," Wei Hao said, forcing a twisted but genuine smile. "Should we practice together before the match?" Zhu Ju asked. After all, he knew nothing about bonus rounds or team training. "Not much to it, really. It's mainly about understanding each other's combat styles and strengths so we can support one another during the match," Wei Hao explained before asking, "So, what's your strength?" "I'm invincible," Zhu Ju answered without hesitation, brimming with confidence. A second of silence. "That's it?" Wei Hao blinked in disbelief, his face full of doubt. "What the hell kind of invincible are you talking about? Could you be more ridiculous?" Zhu Ju shrugged, showing no intention of elaborating. Seeing this, Wei Hao assumed he wasn't being taken seriously and took the initiative to explain. "Let me go first. I have an advantage in blood and energy reserves. I may not guarantee first place in the bonus round, but in a one-on-one fight, few can beat me." "What about you?" "I can beat you." Wei Hao was stunned for a long moment, feeling insulted. He pressed on, "I've already started tempering my bones, and I've made significant progress. Even without weapons, I can easily handle an armed opponent. Any weapon below grade C is no threat to me." "And you?" "I can beat you." Wei Hao took a deep breath, struggling to contain his anger. "I've also unlocked my mental energy pathways. I can block a few attacks from those with special abilities. With my strength, most ability users are no match for me." "And you?" "I can take you down. Do you have anything else?" Wei Hao gritted his teeth, his voice sharp like a knife. "I'm invincible," Zhu Ju said flatly, toning down his arrogance and feigning modesty. Wei Hao's blood boiled, and though he tried to suppress it, he couldn't hold back. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the pristine white sheets red. A nurse hurried in at the sound, nervously checking on Wei Hao and gesturing for Juju to leave. "I'll come back tomorrow. Take care of yourself and rest. If you can't make it, I'll compete alone. I'm invincible." Ugh, hey, you spat up blood again. Jiaxiang Martial High School, principal's office. Principal Du tightly gripped his phone, his brows furrowed in deep thought. Beside him stood old Wang, his heart racing as he prepared to report the latest developments. "Hello, Principal Niao? How many students is Modu Martial University planning to recruit from District 9? Yes, this is Du Zitong, principal of Jiaxiang Martial High. The bonus round spots have been submitted, and I assure you, our school will perform exceptionally. Please keep an eye on us. Rest assured, this year's students are much stronger than last year's." "Alright, I won't keep you. Goodbye." The voice on the other end barely finished saying okay before Principal Du coldly hung up. He slowly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, and fixed his eyes on old Wang. His tone was low and heavy. "You just said Wang Wenqing hasn't been to school for 3 days? "Yes, Principal," old Wang replied in a trembling voice, his head bowed. "I've tried calling her repeatedly, but her phone just won't connect. I even went to her house yesterday for a home visit. Her parents seemed clueless too, saying they had no idea where she went. Wang Wenqing almost never goes home, and her family barely pays attention to her." Old Wang stole a glance at Principal Du, his heart pounding even faster. Several incidents had occurred with students in his class, and his reputation was hanging by a thread. The competition is just 2 days away. Where could she have gone? Principal Du paced back and forth, his brows tightly knitted, his hands clasped behind his back, his footsteps echoed with weight. "I don't know, Principal," old Wang stammered, hesitating before cautiously suggesting, "If she can't make it to the competition, should we consider having Juju fill in? For the honor of the school." Sweat dripped down old Wang's forehead as he spoke, knowing well that his words were a blow to Principal Du's pride, but for the sake of the class, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Originally, his class had 2 participants in the bonus round, Juju and Wang Wenqing. Old Wang had been quite smug about it. But now, Juju had been sidelined, and Wang Wenqing was missing. If neither could compete, how could he, as the class teacher, save face? Principal Du halted in his tracks, his eyes narrowing to slits, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. He stared at old Wang for an uncomfortably long time. Old Wang felt a chill run down his spine, his back drenched in sweat, leaving him utterly miserable. "Did you report it to the police?" Principal Du finally broke his silence. He leaned back into his wide leather chair, holding a porcelain teacup. His demeanor was calm and collected as he gently blew on the tea leaves floating in the water, yet there was an unmistakable air of authority about him. "Yes, Principal," old Wang replied hastily, relief washing over him. "We reported it yesterday. The police are investigating, but there's no update yet." "Alright, then we'll wait for news," Principal Du said, taking a small sip of tea before setting the cup down. His tone was measured and cool. "As for the competition, it will proceed as planned. Even with 4 participants, they can still compete." Old Wang froze for a moment as the realization hit him. Principal Du had completely given up on Juju. He opened his mouth, intending to argue, but swallowed his words. He knew that saying anything more would be futile. The matter of Juju was one old Wang had only heard bits and pieces about, and his feelings about it were complicated. He couldn't bring himself to judge who was right or wrong. However, the situation was already beyond salvaging. As a mere homeroom teacher, the only thing he could do was try to fight for a chance for Juju. But Principal Du had clearly made up his mind to exclude Juju, leaving old Wang powerless. After all, Principal Du, now over 50 years old, had only one son. Juju's actions were nothing short of a disgrace to the family. Were it anyone else, they might have already flown into a rage and sought retribution. It was fortunate that Principal Du still displayed some restraint. Old Wang furrowed his brows and shook his head in resignation. "I'll check with the police again." With that, old Wang let out a sigh, his face clouded with disappointment as he trudged toward the door. Principal Du reclined in his chair, his narrow eyes slightly squinting, his gaze sharp and piercing as it followed old Wang's retreating figure. His stare was as cold and cutting as a blade, sending chills down one's spine. Old Wang was just about to place his hand on the doorknob when Principal Du's voice suddenly rose, his tone stern and commanding. "You haven't told Juju about this, have you?" Old Wang froze mid-step, as if rooted to the spot by some invisible force. His chest tightened. Forcing a calm demeanor, he avoided eye contact and replied in a low voice, "No." In truth, he thought to himself, what difference would it make even if Juju knew? That boy was too impulsive, lacking even a shred of patience. He acted like a wildfire, only to end up burning himself in the process. Old Wang sighed heavily, shaking his head in regret, his face etched with sorrow. The door closed softly behind him. Old Wang moved with deliberate care, as though afraid of disturbing something fragile. Principal Du straightened up in his chair, his expression growing more serious. He pulled out his phone, his fingers deftly dialing a number. The call was answered immediately. On the other end, a voice rang out, warm yet resolute. "Principal Du, what can I do for you?" Principal Du's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, the sharp tap-tap sound echoing in the room. His tone was steady, his words deliberate. "I'm not here to give orders. I just want to know how's the investigation on Wang Wenqing from the school coming along." The voice on the other end belonged to Director Zhao, who replied crisply, "Still under investigation. No substantial progress yet. Don't worry, as soon as we have something, you'll be the first to know." "Good. And what about Lin Nanshan's case?" Principal Du narrowed his eyes and dragged out his words slightly, pausing to let the other party fill in the gaps. "Handled according to your instructions. Lin Nantian and Zhang Xiaoqian's family have reached a settlement. The paperwork will be finalized tomorrow, and he'll be released," Director Zhao quickly reported. "Excellent." Principal Du nodded in satisfaction before continuing. "And what about Mrs. Lin's situation? She's been released too." "Insufficient evidence," Zhao replied succinctly, his tone firm, as though he had anticipated the question. Principal Du nodded again, his voice cold but decisive. "Make sure they understand who made this possible." "Understood. They've been informed and are well aware," Zhao assured him, his tone unwavering, clearly attuned to the undertones of Principal Du's message. As the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, Principal Du wielded far more influence than Director Zhao in these matters. "Good, that's all." With that, Principal Du hung up decisively. He leaned back into his chair, his hands clasped over his abdomen, his gaze distant as he sank into contemplation. The incident involving Du Yu was like a sharp thorn lodged in Principal Du's heart. There was no way he would let Zhu Ju off lightly. Principal Du knew full well that Zhu Ju was indeed talented, but no matter how skilled he was, he had crossed the line, he had hurt the family's interests irreparably. Though it pained him, Principal Du had resolutely cut off all support for Zhu Ju. The enmity between them was now too deep. Principal Du understood that he could not afford to sit idly by and watch as Zhu Ju rose in power. Lighting a slender cigarette, he took a deep drag. The room filled with wisps of smoke as he tried to envision a glimmer of hope for the future. Looking at the bigger picture, the greatest loss was borne by Principal Du himself. Not only had his family lineage come to an abrupt end, but he had also lost a student brimming with potential, a loss that pained him deeply. Worse still, his actions against Zhu Ju had drawn discontent from many of his subordinates, tarnishing the carefully cultivated image of impartiality he had spent years building. In the end, he had lost everything. But what choice did he have? Zhu Ju had single-handedly severed the Du family's future. How could he pretend nothing had happened and support someone who had become his adversary? That was impossible. No one in their right mind would make such a reckless decision. Old Du knew in his heart that his previous methods were far from perfect, but at this moment, he couldn't think of a better solution. Martial Arts Association Building. President's Office. "Hello, Shaoli, how's Wei Hao doing now?" Jean Ba had just wrapped up a mountain of work and urgently dialed the infirmary of the underground fighting arena. "Nothing serious, just persistent vomiting of blood," came the nonchalant reply from the other end of the line. Jean Ba froze, incredulous. For martial artists like them, muscle strains and broken bones were common, and bleeding wasn't unusual either. They rarely panicked. But for persistent vomiting of blood to be mentioned so casually, it left him feeling a bit unsettled. Explain his condition in detail, Jean Ba's brows furrowed, his voice turning stern. He wasn't about to let himself be brushed off. "His vitality levels are critically low, and there's insufficient blood and qi supply. The vomiting is a result of qi and blood attacking his heart. Other than that, nothing major." The nurse's voice was calm and crisp, but her explanation left Jean Ba with more questions than answers. "Low vitality can attack the heart?" His eyes widened in confusion. "They're not the same thing. Low vitality refers to the body's state, while qi and blood attacking the heart happens when someone gets enraged and overheated," the nurse patiently clarified. Jean Ba was speechless. He mulled over her words for a long moment, rubbing his chin before asking, "Exactly how low is his vitality? And what caused it?" "It dropped below 5 points, caused by excessive depletion," the nurse replied evenly. "Excessive depletion, huh? Did he show any abnormal signs?" Jean Ba's voice rose, laced with urgency. This nurse was speaking in circles, never getting to the point. Abnormal? For martial artists, it's pretty common to experience low vitality. Isn't that normal? Before the nurse could finish, Jean Ba couldn't take it anymore and abruptly hung up the phone. Sigh, these people, and their maddening way of talking. Just because they're on the payroll, they act so arrogant. This really needs to change. He had hoped to figure out how Juju managed to win, but after all that questioning, he didn't get a single useful detail. The only thing he confirmed was that Wei Hao's vitality had taken a shocking nosedive. For martial artists in combat, keeping vitality stable was critical. It was absolutely forbidden to let it drop to the brink of unconsciousness. But Wei Hao failed to do so. Jinba rubbed his temples in frustration, closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh. His brows were tightly knitted, and his face was full of vexation. This matter was truly giving him a headache. The Lin family villa was engulfed in a heavy, suffocating atmosphere. Lin Feng lay on the bed, his eyes bloodshot, tears streaming uncontrollably. He sobbed as he fixed his gaze on Lin Nantian and Madame Lin, who had just returned. His voice choked with emotion. "Dad, Mom, you're finally back. Where on earth have you been these past few days?" Lin Nantian's steps were heavy as he slowly entered the room. He looked as though all the energy had been drained from his body. His face was ghostly pale, his eye sockets sunken, and his gaze filled with exhaustion and helplessness. The once robust face now bore deeper wrinkles, stubble grew messily, and a sense of dejection and despair emanated from his entire being. He let out a soft sigh but didn't respond to Lin Feng right away. He knew that while they were now safe, the cost had been immense. They owed the Du family a massive debt of gratitude. The Lin family's control had fallen firmly into the hands of the Du family, leaving them as nothing more than puppets. Madame Lin's eyes were red with sorrow as she hurried over to Lin Feng. She threw her arms around him, her voice trembling. "Xiao Feng, are you feeling any better these past couple of days?" Hearing this, Lin Feng cried even harder. He flailed his arms in frustration and shouted emotionally, "Better? How could I feel better? That damned nurse ran off the moment you two were taken by the police, leaving me alone in the hospital bed. If I hadn't called Wang Wenqing to come over, I would have suffocated to death by now." He broke into another round of heart-wrenching sobs. Madame Lin froze, her face darkening instantly. She gripped Lin Feng's hand tightly, her teeth clenched. "Don't worry, I won't let that nurse off the hook." She wiped away her tears, her gaze suddenly turning icy and sharp. "You said Wang Wenqing came to help. Where is she now?" Lin Feng sniffled, his emotions slightly calming. He sighed. "She went to the practice room to train." Madame Lin scowled, her voice rising. "Did she come here to take care of you or to train?" She had never liked Wang Wenqing, and the recent incident with Bai Ruijin had only heightened her wariness. She knew all too well anyone privy to the secrets couldn't be allowed to remain. Her gaze turned so cold it sent chills down one's spine. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but shrink under the covers, trembling in fear. Seeing this, Madame Lin softened slightly. She patted Lin Feng's shoulder gently, muttered a few comforting words, then stood up decisively and strode toward the door. "Where are you going?" Lin Nantian, who had been silent all this time, finally snapped out of his daze. He spoke hurriedly as Madame Lin reached for the door. "Outside. We need to talk," Madame Lin said coldly, not even turning her head, and walked out of the room without another word. Lin Nantian's mind was in turmoil, his thoughts churning restlessly, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness and helplessness. Seeing that Madame Lin had already left, he hurriedly followed her. Outside the door, Lin Nantian gently turned the lock, then turned to see Madame Lin standing in the hall, arms crossed, her face filled with anger. Her chest heaved with fury. Lin Nantian instinctively swallowed, feeling a wave of unease in his heart. "Did you send someone to assassinate Juju?" Madame Lin cut straight to the point, her gaze sharp as a blade, piercing through him. The police interrogation had cleared her mind, wiping away the fog of doubt. "Why yes." Lin Nantian's voice trembled as his Adam's apple bobbed nervously. "Was it Wang Chang?" Madame Lin pressed on relentlessly, her brows furrowed tightly, her eyes as sharp as knives. "Yes." Lin Nantian lowered his head, avoiding her gaze. Madame Lin froze for a moment, then let out a cold, mocking laugh. There was no warmth in her laughter, only scorn and fury. Both of them had hired assassins, and in the end, the killers fought each other. The assassination failed, and the Lin family had nearly been destroyed. She stared at Lin Nantian silently, her gaze as if looking at a fool, sending chills down his spine and making him squirm uncomfortably. After a brief silence, Lin Nantian cautiously spoke. "Do you have any money? Lend me some. Get out." Madame Lin roared, flinging her sleeve as she turned on her heel, storming off toward the basement without looking back. Her footsteps rang out with force, her anger palpable. "What are you going to my treasure vault for?" Lin Nantian panicked, quickly chasing after her and shouting. 10 minutes later, Madame Lin emerged from the treasure vault, her face dark, clutching a box tightly. Without a word, she headed straight for the training room. From the basement came faint pleas, "Let me out." Madame Lin's face was ashen as she quickened her pace, arriving swiftly at the training room door. Low groans emanated from inside. Her expression shifted, and after taking a deep breath to suppress her anger, she shoved the door open. Inside, Wang Wenqing stood with her back to the door, steady on a training stake, focused on practicing her stances. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that her movements were far from standard. Her technique was amateurish, as if she had learned some broken form from who knows where. Madame Lin clenched her teeth, barely restraining the surge of anger in her chest. The muscles on her face twitched slightly, but she quickly forced a smile. Her voice, however, was as sharp as a blade as she coldly called out, "Xiao Wang." Wang Wenqing, wholly engrossed in her training, shuddered at the sudden call of her name. Startled, she quickly turned her head to look. At the door stood Madame Lin. Her eyes widened in shock, and she froze on the spot. Wasn't Madame Lin taken away by the police? How could she be here? Her confusion was fleeting. Wang Wenqing quickly snapped back to her senses, not daring to slack off. She hastily stepped off the stake and ran over, forcing a fawning smile onto her face as her voice trembled. "Hello, Auntie." "Oh, hee, not very good. How about you?" Madame Lin's lips curved into a cold, mocking smile. Her gaze was like a sharp dagger, and her tone dripped with sarcasm. I'm okay." Wang Wenqing's head buzzed, her heart pounding as she stammered her response. "Tired? Here you go." Madame Lin's face was expressionless as she coldly handed over the box in her hand, her eyes fixed intently on Wang Wenqing. "What is this?" Wang Wenqing stared at the box in confusion, her brows furrowing as she struggled to make sense of it. "Poison." Madame Lin smiled lightly, as though discussing something utterly mundane. In that moment, the words carried a chilling airiness that made one's skin crawl. "Ha ha! Auntie, you have such a sense of humor." Wang Wenqing laughed awkwardly, the sound more pitiful than cheerful. A deep sense of foreboding crept into her heart. "Eat it." Madame Lin's eyes narrowed, her tone laced with an unsettling anticipation, her gaze as sharp as a hawk's, locking onto Wang Wenqing. Her command was cold and deliberate. "Auntie?" Wang Wenqing's body swayed slightly. Instinctively, she lowered her head and opened the box. Inside lay a blood-red pill, its hue as vivid as fresh blood. Were it not for Madame Lin's earlier claim, she might have mistaken it for a rare qi and blood elixir. Madame Lin tilted her head in a mockingly cute gesture, but her disheveled hair and haggard face made the expression look grotesque. This is... Wang Wenqing's voice trembled as tears welled up in her eyes, her face filled with fear. "What do you think it is?" Madame Lin raised an eyebrow, her smile laced with hidden menace. "A qi and blood pill." Wang Wenqing lowered her head, avoiding Madame Lin's gaze as she answered softly, "Then eat it." Madame Lin's voice suddenly sharpened, her tone brooking no argument. Her eyes glinted like blades. "It's too precious." Wang Wenqing lifted her head in a panic, hurriedly searching for an excuse to refuse, her voice trembling. "Spare change." Madame Lin scoffed dismissively, her lips curling into a sneer. I'll eat it another day." Wang Wenqing took a step back, her body trembling, her eyes pleading. "Eat it now." Madame Lin's expression darkened instantly, her face as cold as frost, her voice chilling and resolute. "And no, I can't." Wang Wenqing's voice broke into sobs, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She felt like she was being pushed to the edge of a cliff. "I detest bargaining." Madame Lin's tone was icy, her face growing even darker, as if a storm was brewing. "Auntie, I was wrong. I'll change. Please, don't do this." Wang Wenqing broke down completely, sobbing hysterically. Tears poured down her cheeks, and her legs weakened, almost causing her to collapse to the floor. She knew all too well that Madame Lin was a top-level martial artist. She could never stand a chance against her. Even if she could, how could she possibly fight the entire Lin family? At this moment, under Madame Lin's oppressive dominance, Wang Wenqing was like a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly helpless. Madame Lin wasted no more words. She grabbed the pill, pried Wang Wenqing's mouth open with one hand, and stuffed it inside. Wang Wenqing's entire body trembled, but she was powerless to resist. The pill slid down her throat. Once Madame Lin released her grip, Wang Wenqing collapsed to her knees, choking and gasping for air. "Even if you spit it out, you'll swallow it again," Madame Lin said, her voice frigid, emotionless, like a devil devoid of compassion. Her words sent shivers down Wang Wenqing's spine. "Auntie, please, I beg you, let me go. I truly like Lin." Wang Wenqing's tear-filled eyes pleaded desperately, her voice trembling. Slap! Before she could finish, Madame Lin's hand swung down, delivering a fierce slap to her face. The crisp sound echoed through the silent training room. Wang Wenqing's head snapped to the side, a vivid red imprint marking her cheek, blood seeping from the corner of her lips. "If you dare say you like Lin Feng again, I'll kill you." Madame Lin gritted her teeth, glaring at her with a ferocity that could erupt like a volcano. She leaned in close, her voice dripping with venomous rage. She stared Wang Wenqing down with a piercing gaze, and coldly threatened, "From now on, come to me every week for the antidote. Do you understand?" Wang Wenqing felt as if her heart had been ripped apart, the pain making it hard to breathe. Her throat tightened, and she couldn't utter a single word. Her world crumbled in an instant, all her hopes reduced to rubble. Maybe she should never have come looking for Lin Feng in the first place. She had thought she was merely borrowing the training room to improve her skills, but she never imagined she'd end up in such a dire situation. Why is this happening to me? Why does the entire world insist on tormenting me? I know my life hasn't been easy, but I've been trying so hard. I've used every ounce of strength, fighting for even the slightest chance to improve. Why does fate have to be so cruel to me? Wang Wenqing felt utterly hollow inside, her emotions drained. Yet, no more tears came. Her gaze turned vacant and lost as she stared at the ants crawling on the ground. In their tiny, insignificant lives, she saw a reflection of herself. She even felt that, compared to an ant, her life was less free and far less genuine. This world, she muttered silently in her heart, coldly declaring, "Next time, I will never come back." Without warning, Madame Lin delivered a vicious kick, her voice cold and commanding. "Listen carefully. I'm giving you a task." Wang Wenqing had barely regained her composure when Madame Lin strode forward, grabbed a fistful of her hair, and yanked her up with brutal force. Leaning close to her ear, Madame Lin hissed in a low, menacing voice, "In the bonus match, I want you to kill Juju. Succeed, and you'll get the antidote. Fail, and you're as good as dead." Neither of them knew that Juju's slot in the bonus match had already been revoked by the school. Wang Wenqing's face was as cold as frost. She took a shallow breath, but her eyes betrayed a deep sense of helplessness and despair. She knew all too well that even the most skilled fighters had failed to defeat Juju. What could she possibly do against him? Madame Lin sneered coldly, as though she could read Wang Wenqing's thoughts. "Don't worry, you'll have plenty of help. It's not just me. Principal Du has his sights set on Juju's life as well." A flicker of light sparked in Wang Wenqing's eyes. "Yes, Du had been crippled by Juju. There was no way Principal Du would let him go unscathed. This time, the odds of killing Juju didn't seem so slim." Her despair was quickly replaced by a glimmer of hope. Forcing a smile, she said, "Auntie, I'll complete the mission. But, can you give me the antidote first?" Madame Lin shook her head, leaving no room for negotiation. Unwilling to give up, Wang Wenqing probed further. "Then, could you at least help me a little?" Madame Lin cast her a cold glance, then straightened up and tilted her head. "Follow me." With that, she turned and walked out without another word. Wang Wenqing's eyes lit up. Forgetting the torment of the poison in her body, she hurried to catch up. Soon, they reached the door of a treasure vault. Madame Lin pushed it open with force. As the door creaked open, Lin Nantian suddenly collapsed with a thud, falling heavily to the ground. The noise startled Wang Wenqing. Madame Lin, however, remained indifferent. She stepped over Lin Nantian's body and walked straight into the vault. Wang Wenqing glanced at Lin Nantian as she followed. Seeing that he was still breathing, she let out a small sigh of relief. The treasure vault was about the size of an ordinary classroom. But inside, it was filled with an astonishing array of specimens of subterranean creatures, each one lifelike and meticulously preserved. Weapons and armor crafted from the body parts of these creatures were displayed in abundance, dazzling and overwhelming in their variety. The air was thick with a pungent, acrid smell that made one's head spin and stomach churn. Even covering one's nose was futile. Lin Nantian had likely fainted from the stench earlier. "Take whatever you want," Madame Lin said dismissively, stepping aside to make way and gesturing with an indifferent wave of her hand. Wang Wenqing swallowed hard, her eyes widening as she took in the treasure-filled room. She was momentarily stunned. Could she really take anything she wanted? It felt like a dream. She turned to look at Madame Lin, her eyes filled with doubt, seeking confirmation that this wasn't some cruel joke. "Hurry up!" Madame Lin barked impatiently, her brows furrowed in irritation. Startled, Wang Wenqing snapped out of her daze. Not daring to waste any time, she quickly scanned the treasures and picked out a few of the most valuable-looking items. Finally, her hand landed on a bow and arrow. The bow was crafted entirely from the bones and horns of an unknown creature, its texture both solid and ancient, exuding a mysterious aura. The bowstring, woven from animal sinew, was incredibly resilient. Though she couldn't discern its true value, the craftsmanship alone was enough to convince her of its worth. Since Madame Lin had said she could take whatever she wanted, she wasn't about to hold back. As she grabbed the bow, she stole a glance at Madame Lin, her heart pounding in fear of provoking her anger. To her surprise, Madame Lin didn't even spare her a glance. Instead, she pinched her nose tightly, urging her to hurry. Seeing this, Wang Wenqing's apprehension dissipated. Her courage grew. She rushed to a nearby shelf, quickly scanning the items, and snatched a full set of imposing beast-hide armor. Still, Madame Lin didn't look up, her indifference unwavering. With this, Wang Wenqing fully relaxed. She boldly grabbed several bottles labeled poison from a nearby table. Not bothering to check what kind of toxins they contained, she stuffed them all into her pockets. After a whirlwind of activity in the treasure vault, she emerged with her arms full of treasures, looking like a bride returning to her family with a bounty of gifts. Her haul was nothing short of impressive. Madame Lin cast her a cold glance, her face instantly filling with disdain. She didn't bother saying a word. Without even looking at what Wang Wenqing had taken, she turned and walked out, not sparing another glance. Behind her, Wang Wenqing was practically jumping with excitement. Hugging her newfound treasures tightly, she followed Madame Lin carefully, her steps light and full of energy. The two of them once again stepped over Lin Nantian, who was still lying on the ground, and made their way downstairs. "Get out," Madame Lin said curtly, her lips curving into a faint, icy smirk. She gestured coldly toward the villa's front door. The meaning was clear, she wanted Wang Wenqing gone, and quickly, before she became an eyesore. "Thank you, Auntie, thank you so much," Wang Wenqing said repeatedly, bowing her head in gratitude. This time, the smile on her face was genuine. As soon as she finished speaking, she darted out the door with her treasures, completely forgetting about the poison in her body. Madame Lin watched her retreating figure, her expression hardening with barely concealed disgust. She let out a faint snort. "That poison has no antidote," Lin Nantian mumbled weakly, still lying on the floor, his breath faint and his voice barely audible. "I understand," Madame Lin replied coldly, unwilling to say another word. She acted as if she hadn't heard at all, turning away and walking upstairs without a backward glance. The Prosperity Pawnshop was a massive establishment, occupying the entire second floor of the Martial Arts Association headquarters building, not to mention its underground floor. This building served as the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association. The pawnshop was located on the northern side, while the southern main entrance served as the association's main gateway. The reason Prosperity Pawnshop could operate here was because it was directly affiliated with the Martial Arts Association. The pawnshop wasn't just a source of funding, it also served as a crucial bridge for martial artists to exchange and interact. Martial artists could pawn items here for cash, and the association used this connection to build relationships with heroes from all walks of life, expanding their network. In these financially constrained times, government subsidies were far from sufficient, making the pawn business the cornerstone of the Martial Arts Association's National High Martial Arts Initiative. In addition to this, the association had other revenue streams, such as martial arts tournaments, bonus point competitions, institutional inspections, and membership fees, ensuring a steady flow of funds. At this moment, Zhu Ju was heading straight to the fourth floor, following Jean Ba's instructions, to complete his membership registration. As soon as he entered, he noticed that the service window was unattended. Without hesitation, he walked directly to the service desk. "Hello, I'm here to register for membership," Zhu Ju said. The middle-aged woman behind the window glanced up at him with a look of utter displeasure. "Come back tomorrow. We're closed," she said curtly, not even bothering to lift her head again as she stared intently at her phone. Zhu Ju frowned and looked up at the clock. There was still half an hour before closing time. "Isn't there still 30 minutes left?" he asked. The woman rolled her eyes. "You think 30 minutes is enough to get it done? Stop joking. I need to finish this today, it's urgent," Zhu Ju explained patiently. The message from Jean Ba had been clear, the membership registration had to be completed that day, or he would miss the deadline to sign up for the bonus point competition. "Come back tomorrow. Can't understand human speech, can you?" the woman snapped, her voice rising sharply. "There are plenty of people ahead of you. It's not your turn." Zhu Ju glanced around the room. The hall was nearly empty. The only service window that was vacant was hers, while the other 9 had lines of people waiting. Fixing his gaze on her name badge, Zhu Ju calmly took out his phone and called Jean Ba. When the call connected, he said to the woman, "I'm in a hurry today. If there's someone ahead of me, I'm willing to wait for my turn." The woman exploded in anger. "Are you out of your mind? Can't you just come back tomorrow? You've got some nerve. If you show up tomorrow, I'll make sure you don't get registered." She spat the words venomously, then went back to fiddling with her phone, turning to chat with her colleague about a newly opened noodle shop. Unbothered, Zhu Ju remained composed. He raised the phone to his ear, speaking in a calm tone, "Uncle Ba, I called the wrong number earlier. My mistake." On the other end, Jean Ba's voice was filled with fury. "Who was that just now?" Zhu Ju answered without hesitation, "Nyo Bibi, employee number SB38250. The moment he finished speaking, Jean Ba hung up. "Who do you think you're talking to?" Nyo Bibi suddenly leaned forward, her face twisted in rage, her eyes wide with fury. "You think you can file a complaint against me? Do you know who I am? I have connections. As long as I'm here, you'll never get your membership. Go ahead, report me, see what happens. Juju remained unperturbed. Stretching lazily, he sat down and continued scrolling through his phone, entirely ignoring her threats. I've never seen someone so shameless. Nyo Bibi roared, consumed by anger. She abruptly stood up, hands on her hips, and shouted, "Fine. Hand me your ID card. Let's get this over with." Juju, still indifferent, kept his head down, focused on his phone. "Didn't you hear me? I said." At that moment, a supervisor emerged, looking puzzled. "What's going on here?" Nyo Bibi, smug and full of herself, declared, "This guy refuses to leave and even tried to complain about me." The supervisor glanced at Juju, noticing his school uniform. With a sneer, he said dismissively, "Don't waste your breath on him. Clearly, he's just trouble." It was evident that poor service had become the norm here, a rot that had seeped deep into the system. "Don't get worked up. I heard from the higher-ups that an important figure will be coming to register soon. This is our chance. Make the most of it," the supervisor said, patting Nyo Bibi on the shoulder with a knowing look. "Oh, thank you, Auntie." Nyo Bibi immediately changed her tone, her face lighting up with flattery. "When will they be here?" "They'll probably call me when they arrive. You can take them to the VIP room when they do. It'll give you a chance to build a connection," the supervisor replied loudly, completely ignoring Juju's presence. "Thank you, Auntie. I'll treat you to a meal sometime," Nyo Bibi said, her face plastered with an ingratiating smile. Then, she turned to Juju, her expression twisting into something grotesque and menacing, as if she were a devil. With sheer malice, she spat, "You lowlife. How dare you come here without status or qualifications? Just wait and see." Her words cut like knives, but Juju remained unfazed. The supervisor didn't even attempt to intervene, instead looking at Juju with contempt, as if he were nothing more than dirt beneath their feet. The shrill sound of a phone ringing abruptly cut through the room. The supervisor's face lit up with a tinge of surprise and excitement as she quickly pulled out her phone. She raised a finger to signal Nyo Bibi to lower her voice, and Nyo Bibi caught on immediately, nodding with a knowing smile. Clearing her throat, the supervisor composed herself before answering the call. "Hello, Chairman Jean? Is something the matter?" "Oh yes, we haven't clocked out yet." "Sure, that gentleman can come over anytime. We'll be ready for him." "What? Who? Nyo Bibi? This must be some kind of misunderstanding, right?" The smile on her face froze as panic slowly crept in. She cast an uneasy glance at Nyo Bibi, then nervously shifted her gaze toward Juju, who was casually scrolling through his phone by the window, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Swallowing hard, she continued in a shaky voice, "All right, I'll check on it right away. It's probably just a misunderstanding." Yes, no problem. I'll make absolutely sure Mr. Ju's membership application is processed today." Understood. The conversation continued with about 40 repetitions of yes. Once the call ended, the supervisor wasted no time. She patted Nyo Bibi on the shoulder and hurried to the window. Leaning forward, she forced a flattering smile onto her face and called out in an overly ingratiating tone, "Sir, you must be the gentleman Chairman Jean mentioned, here to process your membership, right?" Juju didn't even bother to lift his gaze. His eyes remained glued to his phone screen as he gave a faint nod. The supervisor felt a chill run down her spine and took a deep breath to steady herself. Clearing her throat, she continued, "Apologies for the earlier misunderstanding. Why did you come alone? Didn't anyone accompany you?" Her voice was laced with confusion. After all, clients with any sort of connections always had a mid-level manager or at least a staff member tagging along. But here he was, all alone, dressed in a school uniform. Anyone would assume he had no significant background. What kind of leader would bother accompanying a troublemaker? Juju shot back with a cold, sarcastic tone, his eyes fixed on his phone, clearly uninterested in engaging further. The supervisor's heart sank at his words. She hurriedly nudged Nyo Bibi with her elbow. Nyo Bibi immediately picked up on the cue and plastered on a bright, conciliatory smile. "Oh dear, sir, there seems to have been a bit of a misunderstanding earlier." Before she could finish, Juju slowly rose from the bench by the window, phone still in hand. His steps were unhurried as he made his way toward the exit. The supervisor and Nyo Bibi remained by the window, watching him leave. Panic gripped the supervisor as she realized she couldn't let him just walk away. After all, Chairman Jean had personally instructed her to ensure the membership was processed smoothly. If this got messed up, the consequences would be dire. Grabbing Nyo Bibi by the arm, the supervisor dashed out through the side door, craning her neck to search for Juju in the lobby. Finally, they caught up to him at the elevator. "Sir, aren't you here to process your application?" "Let's take care of it right now," the supervisor said, her face full of charm and her tone dripping with deference. "Didn't you say it couldn't be done today?" Juju replied without looking up, casually taking a seat on a bench near the elevator. He continued scrolling on his phone, his relaxed demeanor infuriating to behold. Well, now it can be done. Let's go handle it right away, Nil Bibi chimed in, her attitude flipping 180 degrees. She now spoke with the tenderness of an angel, her smile deliberately ingratiating. Moments ago, she had been the embodiment of arrogance. Now, she was a picture of humility. The transformation was almost comical. Juju, however, remained the same. The only difference was that he now had the leverage of one phone call from Chairman Jean. So this is the power of connections? Disgusting. Weren't you the one who said I wouldn't be able to process it as long as you were here? Juju leaned back on the bench, lazily lifting his eyes to question Nil Bibi. Fury boiled inside her, but she forced herself to suppress it, maintaining her composed smile. Well, now you can process it. As long as you're here, I won't, Juju retorted, his tone indifferent. He lowered his head again, engrossed in his phone. Two could play the game of dealing with bullies. Why not make her suffer a little? She deserved it. Fine, if he won't do it, let's go grab some food, Nil Bibi huffed disdainfully, letting out a cold snort. She pressed the elevator's down button, ready to leave with the supervisor. She hadn't overheard the earlier phone conversation and was utterly unaware that it was Chairman Jean who had made the call. Now, she was throwing a tantrum, assuming the young man had no real connections. To her, Juju was just a student in uniform, here alone, with no air of ambition or importance. He couldn't possibly have any backing, so why bother giving him any respect? The supervisor, however, was panicking. She shot Nil Bibi a frantic look, but the latter remained oblivious. Desperation mounting, the supervisor pulled Nil Bibi aside and whispered urgently, "We have to process his application today. It's an order from the higher-ups." "Which higher-ups? Supervisor Liu?" "Even if Director Wang said so, I'd still have a point. If he refuses to cooperate, why should we cater to him?" Nil Bibi retorted defiantly, her voice growing louder as she vented her frustration, even throwing in a few choice insults. "Stop shouting. It's from the very top. Chairman Jean himself gave the instructions. We must process it." The supervisor gritted her teeth and grabbed Nil Bibi's arm with such force that red marks were left in her wake. Nil Bibi froze as if struck by lightning. For a moment, she stood rooted to the spot, her mind blank. Having spent nearly a decade navigating the treacherous waters of the workplace, she was acutely aware of just how severe the consequences could be if she offended someone personally instructed by Chairman Jean. In her daily life, even when meeting a minor section chief, she had to bow and scrape, treating them with the reverence one might show to an ancestor. But now that someone personally assigned by the chairman had come, if she offended this person, her life would become utterly unbearable. Thinking of this, a chill crept into her heart. Before her supervisor could even finish speaking, Nil Bibi had already dashed toward Juju at a brisk pace. Her face bloomed into an overly bright smile, as dazzling as if she'd just won a $5 million lottery, her fawning behavior utterly flawless. "Leader, you must be tired. Let me massage your legs for you." Without waiting for Juju to respond, Nil Bibi dropped to her knees with a loud thud. She rolled up her sleeves and started massaging his legs with swift, efficient movements, her attitude turning so obsequious it was almost shocking. Juju was startled by her sudden actions. Instinctively, he recoiled, quickly standing up to distance himself, his face filled with disdain. "Leader, just pretend I was talking nonsense earlier. I was completely out of line," Nil Bibi exclaimed as she suddenly raised her hand and slapped herself twice with great force. Asterisk smack. Smack, asterisk the crisp sound echoed clearly. The loudness of the slaps left no doubt she hadn't held back. 2 red marks immediately appeared on her face. If she had such determination, why not just sincerely serve the people? Why resort to this absurd performance? Disgust welled up in Juju's heart. Watching her pitiful display, he felt not even a shred of sympathy. Seeing that Juju hadn't forgiven her, Nil Bibi raised her hand again, this time slapping herself lightly. All the while, she muttered, "Leader, please forgive me. Leader, please forgive me." She put heavy emphasis on the word leader each time she said it. The slaps sounded lighter now, just enough to maintain the illusion of sincerity. Juju observed her coldly, then slowly seated himself on a nearby chair. Leaning back against it, he spoke in a flat tone, "Fine, proceed with the paperwork." "Thank you, leader, thank you, leader." The moment Nil Bibi heard this, her face lit up with excitement, as if she'd just hit the jackpot. She scrambled to her feet and hurried toward Juju, eager to please. "Not you," Juju said coldly, shooting her a sharp glance before turning his head toward the supervisor. In a calm yet commanding tone, he instructed, "You handle it." Yes, of course." The supervisor responded immediately, her tone filled with deference. Normally, she would delegate tasks to others, but in this situation, she had no choice but to step in personally. She understood all too well, if she couldn't handle such a minor affair, her position here would become untenable. Nyo Bibi stood frozen, staring blankly at Juju, her mind a whirlwind of panic. Judging by Juju's demeanor, it was clear he hadn't truly forgiven her. Was he planning to report her to Chairman Jean once he returned? The thought made her even more anxious. She stood rooted to the spot, as if her soul had left her body, and then began to fake slap herself again. But the slaps were much lighter now, merely for show. Juju ignored her. He hadn't instructed her to slap herself. If she wanted to, she could. If she didn't, that was fine too. At that moment, the soft chime of the elevator interrupted the tense scene as its doors slid open. A small group stepped out, ready to conduct their business. But as they exited, their attention was immediately drawn to the bizarre scene before them. Two staff members in uniforms, their faces full of ingratiating smiles, standing deferentially before a teenager dressed in a school uniform. The comedic tableau quickly attracted the crowd's curiosity. People who had initially been in a rush began to pause, gathering to see what exactly was going on. "Leader, your ID card, please," the supervisor ventured hesitantly, forcing a smile as she stepped forward to make the request. "Don't have it," Juju replied curtly, shaking his head without hesitation. "Well, the supervisor's expression immediately turned awkward as her brows furrowed in anxiety. "Can't do it without an ID?" Juju raised an eyebrow, a faintly amused smile playing at his lips as he watched her. No, we can handle it," the supervisor stammered, her voice trembling slightly as she hurried to reassure him. Nowadays, with identity information networked, it was indeed troublesome to process things without an ID card, but it wasn't impossible. If it had been anyone else, she would have dismissed them without a second thought. But this young man had been specifically mentioned by Chairman Jean. There was no way she could afford to turn him away. She understood perfectly well that if she dared say no, he would leave, and she'd be left to face the consequences. "Leader, please come with me to the VIP room. The environment there is much better. I'll pour you some tea, and we can sit down and discuss things," the supervisor suggested obsequiously, gesturing toward a nearby private room. "Don't feel like moving," Juju replied lazily, sprawling into the chair with complete indifference, refusing to cooperate even slightly. "Well, the supervisor was once again rendered speechless, her face twisting into a bitter expression that perfectly encapsulated her predicament. "Can't do it?" Juju asked again, his tone unhurried. Yes, we can do it," the supervisor replied with a strained smile, though her heart was filled with helpless frustration. In this world, nothing was truly impossible, it just required extra effort. "Leader, could you please fill out this membership application form first?" The supervisor tried to smooth things over, cautiously suggesting the next step. "Can't read," Juju said nonchalantly, testing their limits to see if they'd crumble under pressure like so many others before them. "Well, the supervisor's face grew even more strained. "Can't do it?" Juju raised an eyebrow. Sure. Just tell me, and I'll fill it out for you," the supervisor hurriedly agreed, his voice full of urgency, as though terrified of offending Juju over something trivial. "Then, about this membership application fee. 20,000, the supervisor ventured cautiously. "How much?" Juju asked, confirming as though he hadn't quite caught the number. No. It's free. No cost at all." The supervisor was so startled that he quickly waved his hands with a nervous laugh. At this moment, her mind was entirely focused on one goal, ensuring that Juju would cooperate and that this matter would be handled smoothly. The supervisor quickly changed the subject, asking, "Sir, would you like something to drink?" "Not thirsty," Juju replied coldly, his tone indifferent. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, he added, "I am a bit hungry, though." "Sir, let's finish this up quickly, and then I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat." Nyo Bibi, who had been silent until now, immediately perked up at these words. A flicker of hope flashed across her eyes as she plastered on a wide smile, her face brimming with excessive enthusiasm. The eagerness practically spilled out of her. However, the clear marks of several slaps still lingered on her face, giving her an unsettling appearance. "Rice noodles," Juju responded languidly, crossing one leg over the other and leisurely swaying it. He then unhurriedly added, "I want it now." Just now, Nyo Bibi had been obsessing over that bowl of rice noodles, and now Juju's curiosity was piqued. Just how delicious is this rice noodle, he wondered. Enough to captivate her entire focus and make her forget her duties? "I'll go buy it for you right now. Nyo Bibi exclaimed, as if suddenly energized by an invisible force. With a loud whoosh, she sprang up from the floor. Without any regard for the people around her, she shoved through the crowd and bolted toward the elevator. In the blink of an eye, she had thrown herself inside and disappeared from everyone's sight. The department supervisor, seeing this, quickly stood up, whispered a few words to Juju, and then hurried off to retrieve her laptop. This left Juju reclining leisurely in his chair, watching the absurd scene unfold with cold detachment. The surrounding crowd erupted into murmurs, their voices buzzing like a hive. "What kind of background does this student have?" a bespectacled young man asked curiously, his gaze darting toward Juju repeatedly. "He must have some powerful connections," a middle-aged man sneered, his tone dripping with envy. "Otherwise, why are these two staff members treating him better than their own fathers? They seem to have had a falling out earlier." The whole vibe was pretty weird, a girl with a ponytail said, frowning as she tried to piece things together. "Dogs biting dogs," muttered an older man in worn work clothes, his tone laced with mockery. He let out a derisive snort, his face full of disdain. "Shush, keep it down. Don't stir up trouble." A small-framed man tugged nervously at the older man's sleeve, his eyes darting around with unease. "Let's just get our business done. It's almost closing time," sighed a woman clutching a stack of documents, urging the group to focus. "This place closes half an hour early anyway," chimed in an elderly man with graying hair, shaking his head slowly, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "How do you know?" a curious young man asked. "I just got kicked out earlier," the elderly man replied with a bitter smile, his face clouded with frustration. The onlookers continued their chatter, their complaints rising like a tide of discontent. If the department supervisor had overheard, what would she think? Perhaps nothing. No one would dare to criticize her so openly when she was present. After all, that layer of authority she wore like armor was enough to intimidate most people into silence. Not long after, the supervisor returned hurriedly, carrying a laptop. She approached Juju, ready to input his information. The laptop wasn't connected to the internet, and even if it were connected to Wi-Fi, it would still be isolated from the internal membership system. She was merely pre-entering Juju's details to expedite the process back in her office. Her goal was clear: resolve this tricky task as quickly as possible. "Sir, could you please provide your information?" The supervisor's face was plastered with a forced, saccharine smile, brimming with an eagerness for Juju's cooperation. Before Juju could respond, the elderly man with graying hair cautiously stepped forward. He glanced at Juju, then at the supervisor, and finally spoke in a low voice. "Could you help me with my case too? I've been waiting the entire afternoon." The supervisor's expression darkened instantly. Her eyes widened with fury as she glared at the old man, her gaze so sharp it seemed as if she wanted to devour him whole. After a long pause, she forced her features back into a semblance of a smile, turning her attention to Juju. "Sir, your information, please." Juju didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned his head and studied the elderly man carefully. The man's clothes were worn and frayed, with signs of heavy usage, a testament to his meager means. His hair was completely white, his skin weathered and bronzed from years under the sun. Deep wrinkles etched his face like carvings, each one a story of hardship and resilience. The old man, intimidated by the supervisor's hostile glare, shrank into himself and spoke with trembling humility. "Sir, you can finish his case first, but could you help me afterward? I have pressing matters at home, urgent ones." Before he could finish, the supervisor cut him off, her voice a low, venomous growl. "Get lost." Juju's gaze turned icy, and whatever leniency he had vanished in an instant. It was like a rotten apple. No matter how polished its surface appeared, its core was irreparably decayed. The elderly man, crushed by the supervisor's merciless rebuke, dropped his head in dejection, retreating from the crowd like a chastened child. His eyes dimmed, devoid of hope. "Help him first," Juju said sharply, his words slicing through the tension as he turned to the supervisor, who was still wearing that insincere smile. His tone was as cold as frost. "Sir, your matters are urgent. Perhaps we should," the supervisor faltered, trying to persuade him but falling silent under Juju's penetrating glare. "A leader's most urgent task," Juju said, his voice firm and cutting, "should always be the people's needs. That man is old enough to be your great-grandfather. Do you think what you just said to him was appropriate?" The supervisor's smile remained, but it was so fake it made one's skin crawl. She exhaled softly, nodding repeatedly as if dazzled by Juju's rebuke. Without missing a beat, she turned to the old man and shouted, "Come here. This leader is giving up his spot for you. Let's get your matter resolved." Juju watched the scene unfold, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He let out a deep sigh. It was all for show. On the surface, everything seemed in order, but beneath it lay a heart rotted to its core. The supervisor had never truly regarded the people with any respect. In her eyes, only so-called leaders were real humans. Ordinary citizens were nothing but invisible air. The elderly man, however, seemed long accustomed to this treatment. Perhaps all he wanted was to resolve this draining affair as quickly as possible. Dignity? That could wait until some drunken night of venting curses. Right now, he didn't have the luxury of caring. Why aren't you thanking this leader? The supervising officer frowned, her face full of impatience, her tone laced with irritation. Thank you, leader, thank you. The elderly man hurriedly turned to Juju, the leader who was 2 cycles younger than him and still wearing a school uniform. His eyes were a mix of awkwardness and urgency, eager to get things done as quickly as possible. Juju ignored him. He was not a leader at all. If it hadn't been for the call from Jean Ba, in the eyes of the supervising officer, he would have been no different from the elderly man. Moreover, his involvement in this matter was purely out of revenge and had nothing to do with the old man. That "thank you, leader" sounded incredibly ironic to Juju's ears. Less than 2 minutes later, the supervising officer spoke coldly. All right, go back and wait for the notice. The elderly man let out a sigh of relief, stood up, and left hastily, his steps flustered and hurried. The supervising officer frowned and muttered under her breath, how uncivilized. Not even a word of thanks. Her tone was full of disdain, and though her voice was low, it was piercing. As if you'd think it was genuine even if he did thank you, Juju retorted with a cold sneer. Oh, leader, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Shall we get started? The supervising officer, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm, maintained her fake smile, a smile so contrived it was almost painful to look at. Just as Juju was about to respond, a crowd of people had already gathered around, clamoring. Can you squeeze me in? It's urgent. I'm in a rush too, please help me out. I'm a member as well. Just 2 minutes, that's all I need. Please. I've been waiting for nearly 2 hours. I need this urgently. I've been here for 2 straight days, and tomorrow's the weekend. You guys won't even be working tomorrow. We all took time off to be here. My pay's already docked for this. No favoritism. Even that old guy got his done. I was here first. You have to do mine first. The noise was deafening, and the scene descended into chaos. This, the supervising officer remarked with a tone dripping with mockery, is human nature. Her words seemed like a jab directed at Ju, mocking his earlier actions. She then scanned the crowd with a cold gaze. Everyone, go get a number and queue up to be served. Seeing her icy glare, no one dared to speak up. They rushed toward the hall to take their queue numbers. Watching her sanctimonious demeanor, Juju felt a wave of nausea. She couldn't even do her basic job properly, yet she had the nerve to criticize the reasonable demands of the public. As he watched the backs of the crowd, Juju turned to the supervising officer and asked, roughly how many people come here to handle business each day? Leader, on average, about 50 martial artists a day, the supervising officer quickly replied, her eyes shining with an ingratiating light. How many service windows do you have? Juju asked, though the number of windows was right there in plain sight. He deliberately feigned ignorance, adopting the authoritative demeanor of a leader in asking questions he already knew the answers to. 10, the supervising officer answered immediately, her gaze full of flattery. You just said it takes 2 minutes to complete a transaction. Is that really the case? Juju's sharp gaze bore into her, his tone icy. No, leader, that's only for offline processing. I'll have to go back and input the information afterward, the supervising officer admitted, not daring to lie. She knew the rules of this field well enough not to blatantly fabricate. And how long does it take to input the information? Juju pressed further. Depends on the transaction. The simpler ones only take a few minutes, while the more complicated ones take longer. The supervising officer replied truthfully, silently praying that Juju wouldn't push her any harder. What's the longest it could take? Juju's eyes sharpened further, his tone deliberate and pointed. I'll be reporting this truthfully to Uncle Ba, so you'd better not lie. The longest, less than an hour, leader. Upon hearing the words reporting and Uncle Ba, the supervising officer immediately grasped the situation. Her expression shifted to one of fawning urgency, her smile so ingratiating it practically screamed desperation. Juju straightened his posture, pretending to calculate seriously in the air. 50 people, 10 windows, which means each window serves 5 people on average per day, correct? Correct, the supervising officer nodded quickly. Now, let's assume all 5 are handling complex transactions, each taking an hour. That's 5 hours per window. Multiply that by 1, and you get 5 hours total, isn't that right? Correct. The supervising officer nodded again, but her voice wavered, her confidence faltering. Then why are there still so many people left unserved? Juju furrowed his brows, his expression full of confusion, as if he genuinely wanted to uncover the mystery behind this inefficiency. He paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up as if he'd suddenly had an epiphany. With a cold sneer, he said, "Oh, I get it. You guys only work 4 hours a day? No, wait, that's just the theoretical number. In reality, you probably don't even manage 4 hours. This gig is too cushy. I think I'll talk to Uncle Ba about getting myself one of these jobs. Forget martial arts training, this lifestyle is way too good. Leader, we were wrong. Please don't tell President Jean about this, the supervising officer pleaded, her face plastered with an ingratiating smile. She quickly pulled a small red box out of her pocket with practiced ease and discreetly slipped it into Juju's pocket. This is for you. Please, just keep this between us. Juju slightly lowered his head, his eyes fixed on her series of actions, but he didn't step in to intervene. He slowly raised his wrist, glanced at his watch, and spoke with an indifferent tone. There are still over 10 minutes left until the end of the shift. Go organize the staff and expedite the transactions for those in the lobby who haven't finished their business. This request shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? The department supervisor immediately felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. She nodded eagerly and replied, yes, of course. I'll organize the team right away and make sure we speed things up for them. Sir, let's head to the VIP room to handle your business first. That way, I'll feel more at ease. Juju cast her a glance, pondered for a moment, then nodded and rose to follow her toward the so-called VIP room. He was curious to see just how VIP this room could be. The supervisor dared not delay. She hurried ahead cautiously to lead the way, barking orders at the other staff to work overtime, continue calling numbers, and complete the transactions. The employees, who had been ready to end their day, began to grumble. Their faces darkened, their movements became sluggish, and their disdain was palpable. Juju said nothing, quietly following the supervisor until they arrived at the legendary VIP room. As soon as he stepped inside, a sense of opulence overwhelmed him. The room was resplendent with gold and jade-like brilliance. Every surface was flawlessly clean, gleaming under the lights, and the sheer extravagance was almost blinding. The table was laden with an assortment of fruits, tea, and snacks, everything one could ask for. At the center of the table sat a finely crafted little red box, drawing particular attention. Instinctively, Juju reached into his pocket and retrieved the box that the supervisor had discreetly handed to him earlier. He held it up for comparison and found that it was identical. This is a gift for our VIPs. It's not particularly expensive, but I hope you won't mind. After handling your business, we'd like to invite you to dinner as an apology, the supervisor said ingratiatingly, clutching her laptop. Juju didn't say much. He simply opened the box. Inside was a small gold bar that sparkled under the light. This little gift is quite the indulgence, Juju thought to himself with a hint of sarcasm. What kind of people usually qualify as VIPs? Juju asked curiously as he casually shut the box and placed it back on the table. Typically, higher-ranking officials, the supervisor quickly explained. She grew a little uneasy when she noticed Juju setting the gift aside. As she poured tea for him, she added, when senior leaders come for inspections, we use this VIP room. Shouldn't the VIPs be the common people? Juju furrowed his brow, his expression full of puzzlement. You must be joking, sir, the supervisor said with an awkward smile that briefly faltered before she regained her composure. She carefully set the tea in front of him. Joking? Juju didn't touch the tea. He simply stared at the cup. The supervisor hurried to explain, please, try the tea, sir. It's premium quality, each pound costs tens of thousands. Juju, intrigued, picked up the teacup and took a sip. It's good, he said lightly. It's good, isn't it? I'll make sure to send some home with you. Before she could finish, Juju set the cup down, his face expressionless. The taste of the people's sweat and toil, it really is delicious. The supervisor's face turned pale. She took a deep breath and quickly said, Sir, please don't mention anything about this place to Chairman Jean. He's an elder and doesn't need the extra worry. Everyone's under a lot of pressure. How about we treat you to dinner later as an apology? Would that be alright? On the public's dime? Juju asked with a cold laugh. No, out of my own pocket. The association is strapped for cash. We don't have the budget for extravagant meals, the supervisor responded with an ingratiating smile. Juju glanced at the table, where the tea worth tens of thousands sat, and fell silent. Sir, let's handle your business, the supervisor gently prompted. Let's get it done, Juju replied, not forgetting why he had come in the first place. Of course. The supervisor let out a sigh of relief, half squatting in front of Juju. She swiftly opened her laptop, connected it to the internal network, and began processing his request with full concentration. In less than 2 minutes, the matter was resolved. Just as they were wrapping things up, the door to the VIP room creaked open. Jean Ba strode in, his face stern. The supervisor stiffened at the sight of Jean Ba. Her heart skipped a beat as she quickly rose to her feet, plastering a sycophantic smile across her face to greet him. But Jean Ba ignored her, heading straight for Juju. He asked coldly, how did it go? Quite well, Chairman Jean, Juju replied with a faint smile, his tone unhurried. The moment they heard I was connected to you, their attitude shifted dramatically. It was as if they were genuinely here to serve the people. Someone even ran off to buy me a bowl of rice noodles, and they gave me gifts too. As the end of the day approaches, they're now working hard to assist others with their transactions. They also mentioned treating me to dinner. Chairman Jean, will you be joining us? The supervisor's legs nearly gave out. She almost collapsed to the floor, her face ashen. No sense of propriety at all. Jean-Ba hissed through gritted teeth. He had only meant to check if Juju's business had been handled smoothly, but instead, he was met with a scathing rebuke. His expression darkened as he turned to glare at the supervisor, his eyes blazing with fury. The supervising leader was utterly terrified at this moment, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Tears welled up in his eyes, threatening to spill out at any moment. They're here! They're here! The tense atmosphere seemed to have frozen solid. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a bang. Nyo Bibi shouted as she lightly kicked the door open with her foot, her head lowered, clutching a freshly bought bowl of rice noodles tightly in both hands as she charged in without looking around. If nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected was about to happen. Sure enough, Nyo Bibi, in her carelessness, bumped straight into Jean-Ba, literally translated as Golden Overlord. The rice noodles in her hands spilled. Instantly, the steaming broth splashing everywhere, soaking Jean-Ba's clothes. The room erupted into chaos, as if a pot of porridge had just boiled over. What the, are you blind? Nyo Bibi instinctively let out a curse, but as soon as she raised her head and recognized that the person in front of her was Jean-Ba, the word blind got stuck in her throat. Her expression rapidly shifted from anger to shock. Her mouth opened so wide it seemed as though she could swallow a whole chicken, and she stared at Jean-Ba, now covered in rice noodles, utterly dumbfounded, nearly dropping her jaw to the floor. Snapping back to reality, she frantically searched around for tissues, desperate to clean up the mess on Jean-Ba. Jean-Ba, who now looked like a volcano on the verge of erupting, ruthlessly shoved her aside. Grabbing the tissues from her hand, he began wiping himself down with forceful movements. While cleaning himself, he took a deep breath to suppress his fury. Turning his icy gaze to Juju, literally translated as blessing decision, he asked coldly, "Is it done?" "Done." The supervising leader, for reasons unknown, suddenly blurted out an answer before Jean-Ba could direct the question at Juju, completely disregarding whether Jean-Ba had even been talking to her. "Good to know." Jean-Ba snorted, his voice laced with irritation. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Juju to follow him. Juju quickly pointed to 2 red boxes on the table and turned to Jean-Ba, saying, "Uncle Ba, the boxes on the table are filled with gold. They were gifts from them. Everyone who comes to the VIP room gets one. How about we split them 50-50? Hearing this, Jean-Ba nearly choked on his own breath. His face turned beet red with suppressed anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "I know. I'll investigate. Now shut up." Seeing that his words had hit their mark, Juju felt relieved and immediately followed Jean-Ba out of the VIP room. As they were leaving, Juju couldn't resist turning his head and shouting back, "Aren't you guys supposed to have powerful connections? Don't worry, President Jean won't let you off the hook. MMPH. Before he could finish, Jean-Ba clamped a hand over Juju's mouth and dragged him away, his arm wrapped firmly around him. The supervising leader and Nyo Bibi were left behind, paralyzed with fear, slumped on the floor like 2 wooden puppets, unable to recover for a long time. On the way back, the 2 men walked in silence, the tension between them palpable, until they reached the president's office. Jean-Ba strode in and went straight to his computer. Sitting down steadily, his fingers began flying across the keyboard, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. In no time, Juju's membership application was processed, and Jean-Ba even registered him for a slot in the bonus points competition. When everything was finished, Jean-Ba looked up and gave Juju a slight nod. Gratitude surged in Juju's heart. He quickly expressed his thanks, saying earnestly, "Uncle Ba, I really troubled you this time." "Thank you so much. It's fine. Just make sure you prepare well in the next couple of days. Come to the association tomorrow night, and we'll head out together early." The day after, Jean-Ba replied with a nod, sighing. His face still bore traces of anger, clearly still unsettled by what had happened earlier. "Uncle Ba, if the association keeps operating the way it did earlier, it won't work," Juju said seriously, expressing his deep distaste for the behavior of those people from before. "I'll take care of it. And thank you for your oversight," Jean-Ba said, a trace of a smile appearing on his face. His gaze carried a hint of approval. Jean-Ba had fully understood Juju's veiled remarks in the VIP room earlier. He knew that the young man had spoken up in such a manner because he feared Jean-Ba might turn a blind eye and ignore the problem. It was Juju's way of urging him to take action. Reflecting on this, Jean-Ba felt a twinge of shame. Honestly, he was aware of the shortcomings in the association's management. The incident earlier had exposed several glaring issues. This only strengthened his resolve to reform the High Martial Arts Association. He couldn't allow the chaos to continue. "You can head back now if there's nothing else. I still need to finish up here and check on the auction later," Jinba said. "Uncle Ba, let me go with you. I want to see if there's anything good at the auction and maybe buy something suitable," Juju suggested. "You go ahead first," Jinba waved him off. It was clear he had matters to deal with and didn't want to bring Juju along. Juju understood immediately. He knew Jinba was about to start dealing with the mess from earlier. Not wanting to intrude, he respectfully bid farewell and left. Afterward, Juju made his way to the pawnshop's main hall. He glanced around, found an empty seat, and sat down. Pulling out his phone, he opened the pawnshop's official account and clicked on the day's auction catalog. Today's auction theme was Global High Martial Arts, with most items originating from the inner world. There were also some from the surface world, but their quality was far inferior to the Inner Treasures series. Juju scrolled through the item list on his phone, his eyes scanning each entry carefully. The highlight of the auction was a small piece of C-grade alloy ore. There were no alloy weapons in the lineup. Series alloy weapons were exceedingly rare. A few days ago, the Inner Treasure auction had nearly wiped out the pawnshop's entire inventory of series alloy weapons. Such popular auction items were undoubtedly the grand finale of the event, the very soul and backbone of the entire gathering. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, the loudspeakers in the pawnshop's main hall suddenly crackled to life. "Only 1 hour remains before the auction begins. All bidders, please complete your certifications and prepare to enter." An hour. There was still plenty of time. Juju decided to take a quick glance at the auction items before deciding whether to make a move. At present, there were only two things that could significantly benefit him: the tissue of a geocore beast, which could accelerate his devouring progress, and a series of alloy weapons that could enhance his bone tempering after being consumed. With this thought, Juju instinctively lifted his lapel. Around his waist was a belt, precisely the C-grade alloy belt that Jin Ling had given him last time. Under the light, the belt emitted a faint black sheen, its surface coated with a pale green film that shimmered with a mysterious glow. Tang Zibao had attempted to devour this belt multiple times, but each time, Juju had firmly refused. Juju understood well, at this stage, the protection provided by the belt was far more crucial than the bone tempering value it could offer if devoured. After all, the opponents he faced generally had similar vitality levels to his own, and their bone tempering values weren't particularly high either. Currently, his bone tempering value was sufficient to withstand attacks from D-grade alloy weapons. However, his internal organs' resistance was limited, unable to endure powerful strikes. This was a common weakness among martial artists below the 4th rank. The tempering of internal organs couldn't begin until reaching the 4th rank. This C-grade belt was his talisman for overcoming challenges, an irreplaceable asset. Because of this, Juju would never casually devour it. He continued scrolling through the auction list on his phone, his gaze swiftly skimming over one item after another. Finally, he stopped, his finger hovering over the image of an unusual creature *, the Swiftfowl star. In the picture, the Swiftfowl's feathers were dazzlingly vibrant, its colors intertwined in a stunning display. Fiery red, deep blue, golden yellow, and jet black, its hues swirled together like a burning rainbow flame. Although it was covered in feathers, it was clearly not an ordinary bird. Upon closer inspection, its head lacked a beak. Instead, a long, curved nose protruded from the center of its face, taking up nearly a third of its visage. The nose was slender and curved, its flesh smooth and pinkish, with fine wrinkles lining its surface. Where a beak should have been, a row of uneven mammalian teeth was embedded. Its slightly open mouth revealed those teeth, exuding an eerie and unsettling aura. Compared to a regular chicken, its body was more elongated and muscular, its legs taut with solid muscle, sparsely covered in feathers. However, its claws had transformed into hooves, as sturdy as those of cattle or horses. Upon first glance, it was shocking. The longer one looked, the more unnerving it became. The auction description read, Swiftfowl, 1, Tier 1. Tender and flavorful meat, also suitable for ornamental purposes. Starting bid, 23,000. Juju read aloud the words tender and flavorful meat, and a craving arose in his heart. The last time he had encountered a healing fish, he had read similar words in the description. Unfortunately, circumstances had been chaotic, and he could only devour it hastily without savoring its taste. This time, he silently vowed, he would cook it in multiple ways: stewed, stir-fried, steamed, and even raw, to fully relish the flavor of this exotic beast. Coming to the auction was already proving to be worth it. He had 1 million in funds at his disposal, a fortune that would allow him to easily secure the item. Of course, that was assuming he didn't run into Lin Nantian, Zhao Xiaoyu, or Du Yu. Those guys were eccentric, and if he encountered them, there was no guarantee the bidding process would go smoothly. With this in mind, Juju made up his mind without hesitation and headed straight to the service desk to register for a bidding certificate. He rubbed his stomach, which had been growling with hunger for a while now. This morning, he had only eaten a single egg and drunk a cup of soy milk. After calling Jean Ba at noon, he had rushed here without having a proper meal. By now, he had gone nearly the entire day without eating properly. With over an hour left before the auction began, Juju pushed open the thick, heavy doors of the pawnshop, intending to find something to eat outside. As soon as he stepped out, he ran into Jinling. "Sis," Juju greeted warmly. Jinling was walking with her head down. Hearing his voice, she looked up, instantly recognizing Juju. The crisp sis tugged at her heartstrings, stirring an indescribable emotion as a playful expression flickered across her face. Somewhat exasperated, she asked, "Where are you off to?" "Getting food," Juju replied candidly. After speaking, he paused slightly before adding, "Have you eaten? Want to join me?" Jinling had been about to casually say, "I've already eaten," but suddenly remembered she had something to discuss with Juju. Changing her mind, she answered cheerfully, "Sure. All right, let's go. What do you feel like eating?" Juju asked as he started walking forward, glancing back expectantly at Jinling. "Whatever." Jinling's steps were steady as she followed closely behind Juju. Her voice was calm, yet carried a hint of defiance. The composed, indifferent expression on her face couldn't completely conceal the scheming thoughts churning within her. She was calculating how to seize this opportunity to probe for those critical answers. The two walked one after the other with firm strides, weaving through the bustling crowd. Before long, they reached the restaurant closest to the pawnshop. The air was heavy with the aroma of grease and spices. Under dim lighting, the neon signs outside flickered seductively, as if beckoning them into a trap layered within traps. As soon as they pushed the door open, they quickly chose a table by the window and sat down. A waiter approached promptly. "How many?" "Two," Juju replied calmly, raising two fingers. "What would you like?" "Here, you pick your own ingredients, and you can choose how they're cooked." Juju turned to Jinling and asked, "Any dietary restrictions?" It was only proper to consider the guests' preferences when hosting. "None," Jinling replied nonchalantly, her tone carrying a casual indifference. "Then let's have a stir-fried cilantro, some garlic-marinated raw pork intestines, and 2 bottles of ice-cold green beer." Juju rattled off his order like a rapid-fire cannon. The waiter struggled to hold back laughter and didn't even dare to jot it down. In all his years, he had never encountered such a bizarre combination. Jinling couldn't help but burst into muffled laughter. She discreetly kicked Juju under the table. "Are you nuts?" Juju tilted his head and handed her the menu. "Take it as a reference. This way, I'll know your preferences in the future." Jinling exhaled softly, took the menu, and after confirming that Juju had no dietary restrictions, ordered a few normal dishes. The waiter, still grinning, went off to prepare their meal. Juju noticed that the dishes Jinling selected were a mix of spicy and sweet, with a variety of sizes and flavors. She had even ordered a braised pork intestine dish, likely assuming he genuinely liked intestines. The moments before the food arrived were the most awkward for the pair, or at least, both Juju and Jinling felt that way. Juju hadn't intended to use the meal as a way to foster closeness. This dinner was purely an act of gratitude. Since they happened to be traveling together, eating together seemed natural. He hadn't overthought it, nor did he expend effort trying to make conversation. He simply lowered his head and began fiddling with his phone. Jinling, not accustomed to dining with unfamiliar men, appeared slightly reserved. She had initially intended to ask some questions, but after mulling them over repeatedly, she decided they weren't necessary. Each time the words reached her lips, she swallowed them back down. Eventually, she too started playing on her phone. Playing on one's phone can sometimes be bad manners, but under certain circumstances, it's an effective way to diffuse awkwardness. While the awkwardness didn't entirely dissipate, Jinling was clearly unaccustomed to men inviting her to dinner without taking the initiative to make conversation. Juju, on the other hand, was unfazed. His mindset was simple: if I'm not embarrassed, the awkwardness falls on others. He immersed himself in his mobile game. Finally, the dishes were served. Jinling let out a sigh of relief as the aroma of the food dispelled the stifling atmosphere. Naturally, she picked up her chopsticks to replace her phone. Juju had just lost a round in his game. With a furrowed brow, he set his phone aside and picked up his chopsticks. The large defeat message on his screen was glaringly obvious, and Jinling couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Just as Juju was about to take his first bite, her laughter caught his attention. He set his chopsticks down, locked his phone, and tucked it into his pocket, his tone icy. "Is that funny?" "Absolutely," Jinling replied concisely. So, you're the type who finds joy in others' misery, Zhu Ju remarked with a shake of his head. Who told you to be so bad at games? Jin Ling retorted defiantly. What's the point of being good at games? If I excelled at games, why would I bother training in martial arts? Zhu Ju dismissed her comment and calmly picked up a piece of pork intestine, placing it in his mouth. Truth be told, the pork intestines were delicious. Try it. It's good, Zhu Ju recommended. No, thanks, Jin Ling declined. Then why did you order it? Zhu Ju asked, puzzled. I just wanted to inform you that cooked intestines taste better than eating them raw, Jin Ling teased. Zhu Ju shook his head, clearly disagreeing. What? Are you seriously saying they're better raw? Jin Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. You're not telling me you've actually eaten raw intestines, are you? Faced with her challenge, Zhu Ju remained unruffled. He picked up another piece of pork intestine and said calmly, Are you sure you want to know? Jin Ling laughed, remaining silent. I have, Zhu Ju stated matter-of-factly before popping the piece into his mouth. Jin Ling's interest was piqued. She looked up, her gaze fixed on him. Crunchy, juicy with every bite, green fluids, red fluids, bursting everywhere. Ugh, Zhu Ju, EW. Jin Ling's composure shattered instantly. She had expected him to share a genuine story, but instead, he deliberately disgusted her. She hadn't been particularly hungry to begin with, and now, after hearing his description, she nearly lost her appetite altogether. A smirk played on Zhu Ju's lips. Mess with me again, huh? Just wait, I'll teach you a lesson. Jin Ling ordered a glass of juice, taking small sips as she tried to regain her composure. She glared at Zhu Ju indignantly. What's wrong with you? Sorry, I thought you'd be interested, Zhu Ju replied, feigning regret. Jin Ling initially wanted to argue further, but Zhu Ju's preemptive apology left her at a loss for words. She had no choice but to change the subject, skipping over the nauseating episode entirely. Is the matter with the additional competition settled? Jin Ling parted her lips to ask. Zhu Ju nodded, swallowing the food in his mouth. He looked at her calmly and asked, Sister, how did you know about this? My father told me, Jin Ling replied indifferently. Oh, it's settled. Zhu Ju didn't delve into why Jin Ba had told her but instead looked at Jin Ling with gratitude. Thank you for your concern, sister. He could sense her care, but her composed demeanor made him hesitant to probe further. A woman's care is sometimes like a thin piece of paper, poke through it, and it loses its flavor. That's good. Prepare well over the next couple of days. If you need anything, just come to me, or my father, Jin Ling said as she wiped her mouth. Sister, I have a question. Zhu Ju suddenly turned serious, his eyes fixed on her. Jin Ling put down the napkin and pulled out her lipstick to touch up her makeup. Why are you so nice to me? Zhu Ju asked curiously. Jin Ling's hand, holding the lipstick, paused ever so slightly, so subtly it was almost imperceptible, but she quickly resumed applying it. The vivid red gradually coated her lips, like flames spreading. She stared at Zhu Ju, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. Since you call me sister, as your sister, wouldn't it be wrong not to help my younger brother? Zhu Ju silently questioned in his heart, does that mean anyone who calls you sister gets your help? He deliberately softened his tone, pretending to be indifferent, while continuing to eat in big bites, leaving Jin Ling space to think. To Zhu Ju's surprise, Jin Ling only pondered for a brief moment before answering, there are only two people who call me sister. Everyone else calls me Lingjia. Does that mean sister is too childish? If you don't like it, I can change how I address you, Zhu Ju muttered, not daring to meet her gaze directly. He chewed his food but spoke with a certain weight. Hearing that someone else also called Jin Ling's sister, a strange tightness crept into Zhu Ju's heart, an inexplicable discomfort. That person better be your biological brother. Suit yourself, Jin Ling shrugged off the question, tossing it back to Zhu Ju. Zhu Ju realized she wasn't opposed to the term and pressed further. So, who's the other person that calls you sister? My biological brother, Jin Ling replied, a faint sadness flickering in her eyes. Zhu Ju, however, kept his head down, focusing on his meal and failing to notice. Is he still working at the pawn shop? Zhu Ju asked casually, popping the last piece of the nine-turn intestine into his mouth. His tone was light, but there was an undertone of curiosity. Jin Ling didn't respond. Instead, she turned to look out the window, taking a deep breath. Her fingers slowly combed through her hair. This uncharacteristic behavior immediately caught Zhu Ju's attention. From the side, he noticed her eyes were slightly red. Anyone with half a brain could guess what that meant. But Zhu Ju? He was the oblivious fool. Sister, are you upset because I ate the last piece of intestine? Zhu Ju quickly turned to wave down the waiter and ordered another plate. His tone was full of self-deprecation and innocence. You're impossible. Jin Ling burst into laughter at his comment. The mist in her eyes instantly cleared, like the sky after rain, bright and sunny. Sister, are you hosting the auction later? Juju's gaze was lively, and his tone casual, though there was a hint of inquiry. Jean Ling suddenly found this boy to be somewhat enigmatic. Outwardly carefree and thoughtless, yet inwardly sensitive and attuned to others' feelings. Yes, Jean Ling nodded. I want to discuss something with you. I want to bid on something later. Can you go easy on me? Jean Ling's brows immediately furrowed upon hearing this. She was visibly displeased. She could almost guess what Juju wanted to bid on. He'd been here twice, placed bids 3 times, and clearly expressed his interest twice, all for that subterranean demonic beast. Coming to an auction in a school uniform, how could she not remember him? Jean Ling hesitated for a moment before asking, what is it? I want to bid for the exclusive rights to call you sister, Juju said with a straight face, his tone as solemn as a binding contract. Jean Ling froze. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged in her heart, and her nose tingled with a sour ache. You little rascal, you're too much. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, like a dam breaking. Juju was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected such an intense reaction and was at a loss for how to comfort her. He only knew how to make people cry, never how to make them smile. Sister, I won't bid anymore, okay? Please stop crying. The tears were Jean Ling's, but he was like a helpless child, unsure how to handle the situation. It was clear that her younger brother was likely no longer in this world. To upset her like this, the wound must have been deep and unspeakable. Juju began to regret his playful remark. He shouldn't have teased her just now. He originally just wanted to divert her attention. Whether she agreed or not was secondary, at least he could pull her out of that heartbreaking topic. But the result backfired. Instead of calming her, it was like pushing her from a small pond into a raging sea. After more than 10 minutes of comforting, it was only the salvation of the phone's ringtone that finally stabilized Jean Ling's emotions a little. She cleared her throat softly, forcing her voice to sound calm as she answered the call. Hello? Jia Ling, you're not here yet? The auction's about to start, urged the voice on the other end of the line. I know, I'm on my way. I'll touch up my makeup, get the makeup artist ready. Alright, Jia Ling, your voice. Are you okay? The person on the other side seemed to notice something unusual. I'm fine. Jean Ling hung up the phone, then turned to Juju. Are you done eating? Juju nodded, pulling out a napkin to wipe his hands before standing up, ready to settle the bill. No need, sir. That beautiful lady already scanned and paid, the cashier confirmed after checking the transaction record. Juju froze. When did she pay? He turned to look at Jean Ling, who was holding up her phone, her smile barely restrained. So, there had been a payment QR code on the table. Fine, saved him a meal's worth of money. Without overthinking it, Juju accompanied Jean Ling out of the restaurant. I'll treat you next time, he said warmly as he held the door open for her. All right. Jean Ling's eyes, still bearing traces of unshed tears, were filled with a complex expression. In her gaze, there was gratitude, anticipation, and a trace of an indescribable emotion. The two walked in silence, one ahead and one behind, heading toward the pawnshop. Jean Ling needed to go backstage to prepare her makeup, so they parted ways as soon as they arrived. She headed directly to the backstage area, while Juju entered the auction hall, waiting quietly. For Juju, there wasn't much of interest in this auction, except for the final item, a rare magical beast. He sat quietly, waiting for the magical beast to appear. In the end, Juju successfully won the item he desired. Content and eager to finish the formalities, he busied himself with the payment process. Just as he was preoccupied, Jean Ling appeared out of nowhere, walking straight to his side. Heading home afterward? Jean Ling asked casually. Juju paused briefly, confusion flashing across his face. Where else would I go? By the way, where are you staying now? Jean Ling continued the conversation, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Lu Village, Juju answered without hesitation. Hearing the name, Jean Ling froze slightly. After a moment of silence, she spoke slowly. That's pretty far from the school. Why are you staying there? It's cheap, Juju replied nonchalantly as he took another big bite of his food, clearly uninterested in a lengthy chat. You've got $1 million in the bank, don't you? Why live so frugally? Jean Ling asked in confusion, unable to understand. That million's for martial arts training, not for indulgence, Juju explained seriously. He had not yet entered the inner earth world, where all growth resources would have to be purchased. Sometimes, being short just a few thousand yuan could cost him the opportunity to acquire an item he truly needed. Every penny was precious and could not be wasted. Years of frugality had been ingrained in him since childhood. It wasn't a habit he could change overnight. Jean Ling fell silent, refraining from saying more. She herself hadn't been born into wealth and had lived through hard times, so she could understand Juju's choices. Stay at the pawnshop. Stop making things harder for yourself. I have to go to the city early tomorrow for work anyway, so I can give you a ride to school. Convenient, right? Jean Ling's smile was radiant, her gaze firm, as though it were an invitation that allowed no refusal. Zhu Ju initially wanted to decline, staying here felt uncomfortable, but seeing Jean Ling's enthusiasm and determination, he opened his mouth to speak but ultimately swallowed his words. In the end, he could only nod reluctantly, conceding. Soon after, Zhu Ju followed Jean Ling into one of the rooms at the pawnshop. My dad sometimes gets so busy he doesn't even go home and just stays here. Since he's gone home today, this room's empty and unused. Just make yourself comfortable, Jean Ling said as she gently pushed the door open, motioning for Zhu Ju to enter. This doesn't feel right. After all, it's Uncle Ba's room. Zhu Ju hesitated at the doorway, feeling that it wasn't appropriate. Oh, come on. I already talked to him about it. Stop overthinking and just stay here. Jean Ling patted his shoulder reassuringly with a smile. Jia, why are you so good to me? Zhu Ju looked up at her seriously, unable to hold back his curiosity. Am I? Jean Ling froze for a moment, feigning ignorance as she asked in return. You are, Zhu Ju retorted, clearly unconvinced. I'm like this with everyone, Jean Ling replied lightly, though her gaze flickered slightly. Oh, Zhu Ju responded, still somewhat doubtful, but he chose not to press further. Alright then, if there's nothing else, get some rest early. I'll call you in the morning, Jean Ling instructed before turning to leave. Alright. Zhu Ju nodded, watching her retreating figure. A wave of indescribable emotions surged in his heart. After Jean Ling left, Zhu Ju snapped back to reality and looked around. His gaze landed on an old photograph on the table. He leaned in for a closer look. Though the photo was aged, it was still clear enough to make out a younger Jean Ba. Beside him stood a little girl with delicate features. It was none other than a young Jean Ling. Zhu Ju couldn't help but admire her silently. Even as a child, Jean Ling was already a budding beauty. His eyes then shifted to another figure in the photo, a young boy who bore a striking resemblance to Jean Ling, clean-cut and handsome. Zhu Ju guessed that this must be Jean Ling's brother, or perhaps her cousin. He wondered where the boy might be now. But he didn't dwell on it. After all, it was someone else's family matter. After a quick wash, Zhu Ju climbed into bed, ready to rest after an utterly exhausting day. Just as he was about to drift into a deep sleep, the bedside phone suddenly rang, jolting him awake. Groggily, Zhu Ju reached for the phone. The screen displayed the caller ID, Zheng Xiaoqian. Zhu Ju, there's something I need to tell you. I just found out myself. Zheng Xiaoqian's anxious voice came through the line. Zhu Ju rubbed his eyes, still half asleep, and responded vaguely. Lin Nantian has been released. Zhang Xiaoqian's tone was heavy, each word deliberate. Zhu Ju froze, suddenly wide awake. His eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say? Lin Nantian and my mom reached a settlement. He even paid 2 million yuan in compensation. Director Zhao personally approached my mom to mediate the situation, Zhang Xiaoqian explained with a sense of helplessness. Zhu Ju was silent, his mind a chaotic tangle of thoughts. He couldn't make sense of it. Zhu Ju, please don't be angry. If it were up to me, I'd never agree to this either. But by the time I found out, it was already a done deal. There was no way to change it. Zhang Xiaoqian's voice grew softer, as if afraid of further upsetting Zhu Ju. He knew full well what Lin Nantian's release signified. It was a direct threat to Zhu Ju's safety. Director Zhao told my mom that the evidence wasn't strong enough to detain Lin Nantian. He suggested it would be better to settle early and take the compensation. My mom had no choice but to agree. She asked me to call you right away to explain. Not enough evidence? Zhu Ju sneered in his heart. The recording had already been submitted, and the events were clear as day. If even this wasn't enough to convict Lin Nantian, then Zhu Ju truly had nothing more to say. He was the victim. The key evidence was in his hands, yet no one even bothered to consult him. How had he become a mere bystander in his own case? Silence hung heavy for a long moment. Zhu Ju, what do you think we should do? Zhang Xiaoqian asked cautiously. Let me think about it. I'll call you later, Zhu Ju replied calmly. As soon as he hung up, he immediately dialed Jean Ba's number. Jean Ba, the president of the Jiaxiang City Martial Arts Association, a figure with authority surpassing even the local police. Right now, only he could help. Uncle Ba, are you still awake? Zhu Ju's voice was low. Not asleep yet. What's the matter? Jean Ba's voice was steady on the other end. It's like this. Zhu Ju explained everything in detail. After a brief pause, Jean Ba decisively said, leave it to me. With that, the call ended. That night, Zhu Ju tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Anxiety gnawed at him. Without proper security, Lin Nantian could cause trouble at any moment. This whole situation had been handled so strangely. No one had communicated with him, leaving him completely in the dark. Does old Wang know about this? Zhu wondered uneasily. When he called old Wang, it turned out that he knew nothing. Every time Zhu pressed for answers, the response was always the same: the case hadn't been resolved yet. What about Principal Du? They'd been at odds recently, and now Lin Nantian had been released. The timing couldn't be more suspicious. Plagued by doubt, Zhu endured the long, restless night. At the break of dawn, he got up early, quickly freshened up, and went out to buy breakfast, planning to bring some for Jinling as well. Just as he finished buying breakfast, Jinling called. "Hello, are you awake yet?" Her voice was clear and pleasant over the phone. "Don't feel like getting up," Zhu replied with a playful smile, deliberately teasing her. "Get up now. Being late isn't a good look," Jinling said in a hurried tone, like a mother urging her child out of bed. "All right, meet me at the good morning breakfast shop," Zhu said. "Got it," Jinling agreed cheerfully. Zhu, having already bought breakfast, found a seat and waited for her. Before long, a girl wearing a fitted blue jacket and slim black pants walked in. Her outfit was chic, and her aura stood out, making her seem almost out of place in the modest breakfast shop. With light, graceful steps, she entered and glanced around for a seat. Her gaze quickly landed on Zhu, who was happily munching on a fried dough stick, his eyes brimming with affection. At that moment, she realized that his playful words on the phone had been nothing but a fib. Unable to hold back, she burst into laughter. "Not bad, you got up pretty quickly," Jinling teased, her face lit with amusement. "When a beauty calls, how could I dare stay in bed?" Zhu replied with a cheeky grin, his words dripping with sweetness. "Such a smooth talker." Jinling huffed with a laugh, reaching out to grab a fried dough stick and digging in without hesitation. "You've got to dip it in the soy milk, it tastes way better that way," Zhu suggested earnestly. Jinling glanced at him, nodded lightly, dipped her fried dough stick into the soy milk, elegantly shielding her collar. She stretched her neck slightly and took a small, delicate bite. Standing to the side, Zhu's gaze flickered subtly, silently marveling in his heart. A beauty eating a simple fried dough stick can exude such an unparalleled charm, it's truly a unique allure. The two finished their breakfast unhurriedly, then got into the car side by side, heading straight for Gaowu High School. As soon as the car came to a stop, Zhu was the first to step out. He waved at Jinling with a smile full of warmth, bidding her goodbye. But Jinling suddenly threw out a parting remark: "Study hard and listen to your teachers." Zhu rolled his eyes on the spot, scoffing inwardly, "I'm not a kid anymore. Why nag me like that, asterisk." This little exchange immediately drew envious glances from the surrounding students, among them Wang Wenqing. Wang Wenqing's face turned ashen in an instant, her gaze filled with bitterness and an unspeakable resentment. Watching Zhu flourish so effortlessly now, her heart felt as though it were being pricked by needles, and agony even harder to bear than her own decline. But Zhu couldn't care less about the unpleasant look on her face. His eyes remained unwavering, his steps firm, as he strode confidently into the campus, leaving behind a trail of admiration tinged with jealousy in his wake.